This guy, Jansu, was a streamer who specialized in zombie apocalypse survival games, except his channel had only ever had a single viewer. Strangely enough, today that mysterious viewer left a comment saying, "I choose you," which left Jansu completely baffled. Before he could even figure out what the viewer meant, a massive explosion suddenly shook the room, making Jansu jump to his feet. After a few seconds, the explosion stopped and everything went quiet, as if nothing had happened. Sensing that this was serious, Jansu rushed to open his curtains and look outside. Before him was a scene of a city in ruins. Fire and smoke billowed up from everywhere. Down on the streets, people were running frantically, a chaotic scene straight out of an apocalypse. Bro, something's not right. Jansu turned back to his live stream, but his computer had shut down. He tried to restart it, but nothing happened. Jansu started to get seriously creeped out. Should I go outside and check? So, he threw on a jacket and ran down from his apartment to see what was going on. A terrified girl ran towards him. When Jansu tried to ask what was happening, she just screamed louder and kept running without stopping. While Jansu was trying to process this, a few small screens popped up in front of him. Who is this idiot? You can tell just by looking at him, he'll be dead in 3 seconds. Look at that dumb face. He definitely still has no idea what's going on. Ha ha ha. Why was this guy chosen as a player? Jansu's eyes widened in shock. What? No chatting. The words on the screen kept popping up. What? Hee hee. This guy's so slow to react. Took him 5 seconds to notice. No chatting. Did anyone see his expression just now? What the hell? Stop messing with me, Jansu cursed in frustration. More words appeared in the chat window. Hee hee. I'm dying. He keeps falling for it. Are those words really replying to me? Jansu waved his hands around but couldn't touch them. Have I been live streaming so much that I'm hallucinating the game? It seemed these commenters could not only hear what he said, but also see what he was doing. You can't touch anything, idiot. Hey. Looks like he still doesn't get what's happening. Oh, look who's coming. A woman approached from behind the chat windows. The moment he saw her face, Jansu was so stunned he started to stutter. No, could that be a real-life zombie standing right in front of me? The people in the chat box started spamming. He's done for. Good luck. Quick, send him some funeral flowers. This guy is so boring. Jansu's expression darkened. Is God playing a joke on me? Did I stream too many zombie games that now I'm dreaming about them? The zombie lunged at Jansu like it was starving. Even if this was a dream, he was still terrified of being eaten. Jansu kicked it hard, sending it tumbling to the ground, then turned and ran back towards his apartment building. He was sprinting for his life, and the people in the chat were already turning the scene into a meme. Hey buddy, let's be friends. We're a perfect match. Let's go together. The apartment door had an electronic lock. Jansu's 5 fingers trembled as he entered the passcode, praying to every god he knew. Just as Jansu got inside, the zombie smashed through the glass door, shattering it to pieces. Jansu screamed and scrambled up the stairs. No matter what, he had to get back to his apartment. He reached the 7th floor, but the zombie was so close he couldn't open the door. He had to find a way to create some distance. Jansu ran up to the roof, but of course, in a crisis, the door just wouldn't open smoothly. Comments in the chat box popped up non-stop. So brave. The power of spirit. The zombie's right on his ass. You have to pull that door, not push it. Luckily, Jansu managed to get the door open. The people in the chat seemed disappointed that he'd escaped the zombie. Jansu dragged a nearby air conditioning unit over to block the door. This would buy him some time to assess the situation. He was panting, completely out of breath. It seems that terrifying explosion from before was caused by the zombies. It was fun in the game, but experiencing it in real life was no laughing matter. And then there was that mysterious chat window. First, Jansu had to figure out how to deal with the zombies. Then he could worry about getting back to his room. But he couldn't possibly fight them barehanded. I have to see if there's anything around I can use as a weapon. Just as Jansu looked up, his eyes met with another zombie. He went from one shock to another. Isn't that the landlord? Jansu had no freaking idea why he was here right now. As he tried to run, he tripped over a box that was hard as a rock. Jansu fell to the ground, and the landlord immediately lunged at him. The scene was incredibly tense. The people in the comment section were thoroughly enjoying the view. Mr. Zombie, I'm already lying down for you. Come and get me. Are they making a human sandwich? Isn't that Dean? Cho XU dodged, making the landlord crash into the railing, who then lost his balance and fell to the ground below. The chat window was buzzing with amazement at what just happened. That was some decent luck. Or maybe he intentionally lured that guy near the railing. Nah, he just got lucky. Cho XU struggled to sit down, but more trouble was already on its way. The rooftop door was about to be burst open. His face was drenched in sweat, pale as a ghost. Are you kidding me? How did 3 zombies spawn here? The zombies were about to rush out, and Cho XU's legs instinctively backed away in fear. He bumped into a chest on the ground. He suddenly remembered the people in the chat window saying this was a reward chest. The corners of CHOXU's mouth curled into a smirk as he opened the chest, letting the light from inside flood out. Whoa, 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 congratulations on getting your first piece of equipment. Huh? Is that it? Just a baseball bat. And sure enough, inside the glowing chest was just a single, shiny baseball bat without a single scratch on it. 3 zombies broke down the door and charged in. CHOXU gripped the baseball bat, waiting for them to attack. The comments started flooding in. The restaurant is open for business. The line is so long. Do you think he can win? I can't wait to see this. A feeling of excitement swelled up inside CHOXU. To him, this apocalypse was just a game. I'll show you scumbags who Go Chu is. CHOXU swung the baseball bat in a beautiful, perfect arc, but that was only in his imagination. CHOXU was flailing the bat around wildly but wasn't hitting a single one of them. Damn it, don't come over here. CHOXU looked like he was trying to hip-hop dance with the 3 zombies. The viewers in the chat window were at a loss. What the hell is he doing? Someone tell him to hurry up and smash them already. Haha, I knew this would happen. CHOXU was trying his best, but his body couldn't keep up with his thoughts. Besides, it's not like he had a keyboard here like in a game. A zombie lunged at CHOXU from behind, and he knew he had to dodge immediately. But his body didn't move the way he wanted it to. CHOXU tripped and fell to the ground, losing his grip on the baseball bat. CHOXU had never played baseball, so he had no idea how to swing a bat properly. He couldn't fight 3 of them at once. If this really wasn't a game where he could respawn, then CHOXU's only choice was to risk his life and charge forward. He smashed one end of the bat, creating sharp wooden splinters. Then, CHOXU gripped the makeshift weapon and waited for the perfect moment. When all 3 zombies charged at once, he thrust it straight through their throats. Luckily, the 3 zombies came at him in a single file line, otherwise he would have been toast. After returning to his room, he was shocked to see the chat window was still following him, like a 24/7 surveillance camera. I can't believe he actually made it home, but he's stronger than we thought. That was so exciting to watch. Ha ha ha. CHOXU ignored their comments. He looked for his phone to search for information, but it was useless too. The situation was more serious than he could have imagined. A comment asked what CHOXU would do next. He said he was going home to check on his parents. CHOXU rode his 50cc scooter, speeding along the deserted road. Are we there yet? I'm starting to get bored. Before he left, he prepared all those weird items. These guys were talking as if this were a live stream. The city was in complete chaos now. CHOXU hoped his parents were still okay. As he got closer to his destination, his scooter started running out of gas. But that wasn't the problem. The real problem was a strange object that shot out from the side of the road and slammed into his scooter. Both he and his scooter were thrown 3 meters away. CHOXU groaned as he crawled to his feet. The viewers in the chat window asked if he was still alive. He's alive. Was that a tongue just now? I know what that is. CHOXU didn't understand why they were calling it a tongue. It clearly looked more like a sword. In front of him was a giant frog. The people in the chat window called it the Hell Frog. CHOXU was terrified and instinctively backed away. Isn't this supposed to be a zombie world? Where did a monster like this suddenly pop out from? Look ahead. Its tongue is like a tape measure. The chat window warned CHOXU to focus. The frog shot its stiff, powerful tongue straight toward him. Luckily, CHOXU managed to roll aside just in time. He had to avoid that terrifying power. If they said the frog's tongue was like a tape measure, then didn't that just mean he had to avoid moving in a straight line? With that in mind, CHOXU decided to weave through the narrow alleys to lure the frog after him. The faster he changed direction, the harder it was for its tongue to reach him. The toys he had brought with him in his bag were still useful. He had quickly made a few self-defense weapons, not thinking he'd have to use them so soon after making them. CHOXU ran into a dead end, holding some kind of bottle in his hand. I'm over here, you ugly, stupid frog. The frog leaped and charged straight at CHOXU. He dodged to the side, causing it to crash headfirst into some trash bags. CHOXU lit the bottle and threw it at the frog. The bottle exploded, making the frog squeal. As expected, one bottle wasn't enough. CHOXU pulled out another bottle and threw it at its chubby, dumpling-like face. CHOXU knew where its weak spot was now. The moment it opened its wide mouth, he would give it another present. The chat window was surprised by CHOXU's tactic. He's pulling out another one. Just how many of those bottles do you have? But this was his last one. It was dangerous, but to take the frog down, he had to bet his life on it. He waited for the frog to get up and stood facing it. Come at me, you damn frog. As expected, the frog shot its tongue straight out, just as CHOXU wanted. At that exact moment, he threw the bottle into its mouth, giving it a taste of his wine. The one that had been aged for 1,000 years. The fire in the frog's mouth burned endlessly. Panting, Cho Su watched carefully just to be sure. The commenters sent a flood of amazed emojis. Whoa, if he hadn't dodged that last attack, he would have been toast. I've never seen someone so fearless. Has he played Squid Game or something? The fire in the frog's mouth finally went out, but its entire body was burnt to a crisp, giving off a fragrant aroma. Cho Su quietly read their comments while thinking to himself that those people called this a game and he was a newbie. He had thought a lot on the way here and guessed that this wasn't the real world, but no matter what, he wouldn't let himself die a stupid death. Another window popped up. Because you have continuously achieved breakthroughs, you have received the enemy lore and record accumulation skills. The commenters set off fireworks in the chat, congratulating Cho Su on getting his first skill. Cho Su really couldn't believe it, but maybe this truly was a game, and he was a character inside it. Skill window. Cho Su tried saying, just like characters in stories. To his surprise, a panel actually appeared. The enemy lure skill increases his power by 10% for 10 minutes for every monster he kills. It stacks from the moment he uses the skill until the 10 minutes are up. Record accumulation is used after enemy lure expires. Each time his power score reaches a new peak, 10% of that peak is added to his initial strength. This meant his power could increase an unlimited number of times. As long as he broke a record, his strength would grow. These two skills were like walking into a tiger's den. To survive, he had to be strong, and to get strong, he had to find monsters to fight. Cho Su closed the skill window. This wasn't the time to think about these things. First, he had to confirm his parents' situation. His beat-up car of several years finally broke down, but it was because of that frog, not him. So, Cho Su had no choice but to walk. On the way, he hoped his parents were okay, but when he arrived, his heart froze. It was as if a chunk of the house had been bitten off like a piece of cake, looking completely ravaged. Horrified, Cho Su threw the door open and ran inside. "Mom, Dad, I'm home. Where are you two?" Cho Su searched everywhere, but no one was there. He clutched his head, trying to suppress the negative feelings. It seemed the commenters enjoyed seeing him in despair, so they added fuel to the fire. They were probably eaten by some monster, or maybe they took a trip to America. Cho Su's parents had a habit of keeping diaries. He hoped they had left some information for him, but there wasn't a single notebook or piece of paper in their room. Cho Su immediately ran to his room to check. On his desk was a note left by his parents, saying they had left with the army and hoped he would stay safe until the family could be reunited. The soldiers his parents left with belonged to the 75th Corps. After reading the note, Cho Su didn't feel relieved. Instead, he felt even more suspicious. Where on earth did they go with the army? Seeing this, the chat chimed in. Cho Su's parents abandoned their son and ran. He's probably crying on the inside right now. But only he knew something wasn't right here. Given their personalities, they would never just leave without a word like this. The note itself was very suspicious. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Cho Su's mind. If this was truly a game, then the deciding factor of the plot would be the main character. There was a high chance that what was happening was a scenario intentionally prepared by someone. If that was the case, worrying now would be useless. The only clue right now was the 75th Corps mentioned in the note. Cho Su walked around the house, searching. Luckily, his parents had left some food in the cabinet. The chat found it strange that Cho Su was in the kitchen looking for food when his parents had just vanished without a trace. What a cold-hearted, ruthless guy. But as the saying goes, you can't fight on an empty stomach. He would fill his empty belly to get his strength back before leaving. Besides, there was nothing left for him to do here. A sudden noise broke the silence of the house, and his heart started pounding. He remembered there weren't any zombies in the house, though. Cho Su grabbed a knife from the kitchen and tiptoed towards the source of the sound. There were no zombies in the living room, but the noise was getting louder. It was coming from outside. Cho Su immediately opened the window, and a hand shot up from below, grabbing his arm. Cho Su raised the knife and stabbed it straight into the hand. Damn it, let go. He quickly slammed the window shut, gasping for breath. The words enemy lure appeared with a timer counting down from 9 minutes. It seemed that because Cho Su had just attacked that zombie, the skill had activated automatically. For the next 10 minutes, the more monsters he fought, the stronger he'd get. Cho Su went back inside and grabbed a hammer. Alright then, let's give this a try. A faint noise came from outside the door. The moment Cho Su opened it, a bald zombie lunged at him. He swung the hammer hard against its skull. What the hell is a zombie doing knocking on the door? Next, Cho Su only opened the door a crack to lure in more zombies. With the hammer in his hand, he sent the unlucky zombies to their second deaths. The chat room feed flew by. The hammer objects to violence. Powerful, right? Have you kids learned your lesson? If any of you are ever empty-handed, just pick up a hammer and do this. As time passed, Cho Su found smashing them more and more satisfying. After nearly 9 minutes, the entrance was piled high with zombie corpses, their blood staining the entire entryway. He silently prayed for his parents' forgiveness. Go Cho Shu's palms were raw from swinging the hammer, but he had only managed to kill 7 of them. In this final minute, the skill should still be effective. A clank echoed from the kitchen. Did a zombie sneak in while he was standing by the door? He had to deal with it in the next minute. Go Cho Shu entered the kitchen and scanned the room. Don't tell me a can of tuna just moved. Haha, let's see which little guy gets sucked in next. The chat comments were nonsense, but unexpectedly, the tuna can actually moved. Could it be that even processed tuna can turn into the living dead? Go Cho Shu looked down at the dining table. A woman was hiding underneath, clutching her head and moaning. A few minutes later, the fragrant smell of food filled the air. The people in the chat were curious about what would happen next. It seems this kid Go Cho Shu is completely clueless. Is he really going to eat food cooked by a stranger? Go Cho Shu didn't know what to call the people in the chat, but he still needed to talk to them. All right, you geniuses. I've been starving for a whole day. I've had to fight hand to hand with all sorts of monsters, so I just want to fill my stomach. Besides, I, Go Cho Shu, am not that easy to fool. If someone is reckless enough to threaten or obstruct me, I won't hesitate. The chatters, far from being cautious, openly mocked Go Cho Shu. Won't hesitate to do what? We're so looking forward to it. A plate of hot food was placed in front of Go Cho Shu. The person opposite him was actually a man, not a woman. He used to be a chef at Seru. Due to a shortage of delivery staff, he had to pretend to be a delivery driver, only to be attacked by zombies. Go Cho Shu devoured the food while blaming the man. He had a hell of a time because of the zombie horde the man had attracted. A few minutes earlier, while Go Cho Shu was searching the room with a hammer, the chef had crawled out and knelt before him. Please, I'm sorry. I'm the one who was hiding in this room. Please don't throw me out there with those zombies. Oh, and I'm a very good cook. Let me cook for you. Go Cho Shu sighed. He was planning to eat before leaving anyway, and the man's skills weren't bad. The chef stopped chewing and asked Go Cho Shu where he was planning to go. He said he was going to search for information about the current situation. To his surprise, the man asked if he could come along. Opposite the chef's restaurant was Seru Elementary School. He heard there was a fallout shelter there, and where there are more people, there's more information. Plus, his colleagues were there too. Having just seen Go Cho Shu take care of a whole mob of zombies, he thought it would be safer to go with him. Go Cho Shu also had a rough idea of where the elementary school was. So, he thought, this chef is the first living person I've met. Or rather, the first living person calm enough to have a conversation with me. If this were a game, wouldn't he be an NPC providing clues and advancing the story for me? Alright, you said your name is Minzu, right? Seeing Go Cho Shu agree to let him follow, Minzu was overjoyed. After they finished eating, Go Cho Shu went to prepare some supplies. He suddenly remembered that since Minzu was a delivery driver, he probably had a vehicle. But Minzu had fallen on the road and abandoned his bike to run for his life. Now, their only means of transport was their own 2 feet. There was an old bicycle in Go Cho Shu's storage room. Whether it was usable or not, he still had to pack his things before going back to check on it. Seeing that there were no more zombies outside, Minzu volunteered to go scout the area. As Go Cho Shu was packing his backpack, he heard Minzu's blood-curdling scream from outside. He cautiously stepped outside to see a familiar sight. Some kind of escaped titan from a manga was opening its mouth, about to swallow Minzu whole. Once again, Go Cho Shu had to marvel at the diversity of monsters here. According to the chat, it was a big-headed monster. It looked like it had been chewing on the house. Its level was leagues above the zombies and that frog. How the hell was Go Cho Shu supposed to fight that? He wasn't some kind of levy, after all. The people in the chat told him it was best to pretend he hadn't heard anything, turn a blind eye, and just run. He didn't need them to tell him that. He ran down to the basement to find the bicycle. Minzu's screams echoing ceaselessly behind him. A moment later, Go Cho Shu was cycling down the road. Minzu's screams had stopped. He cautiously glanced back to check, and their eyes met. The big-headed monster was staring right at Go Cho Shu. He pedaled his ass off. How is that thing so fast? Damn it. Go Cho Shu's mind was in turmoil as he pedaled. How could he possibly deal with this thing? If he kept going like this, he would definitely be caught and chewed to bits just like Minzu. Ahead of him, a motorcycle lay in the middle of the road. Seeing the delivery box, Go Cho Shu immediately guessed it was Minzu's. A few zombies were aimlessly shuffling around it. When he fell, Minzu must not have had time to take the key out. Go Cho Shu ditched the bicycle and sprinted towards the motorcycle. He twisted the throttle, and it still worked. Go Cho Shu zipped past 2 zombies like the wind. The action scene sent the chat into a frenzy. He did it. This guy's got guts. But how long can you run for? That's right. Even if Go Cho Shu ran, the hideous titan behind him would chase him to the ends of the earth. He had to lose it, and fast. Hey, you geniuses. I told you so. Go Cho Shu. Want to make a bet? Cho Shu revved the engine and sped off. Inside Seru Elementary School, security guards were evacuating people into the shelter. They would try to build a wall as quickly as possible. An old man grabbed the guard's sleeve. "You can't. Minu hasn't come back yet." The guard sighed, guessing that Minu probably didn't make it, and that it was time to give up hope. The old man angrily grabbed the guard by the collar. "How dare you say Minu is dead? He's worked for me for a long time. Just wait a little longer, he's nearby." Another man with a bandaged head placed a hand on the owner's shoulder. "Come on, let's go inside first. Waiting out here won't do any good." Just then, the sound of a motorcycle echoed as a delivery bike, dragging something behind it, raced towards them. The bike stopped in front of their bewildered faces. The shop owner stared in shock at the familiar vehicle. Hey, the bike was definitely Minu's, but the person riding it was Cho-Su. They were horrified when they saw what Cho-Su was dragging. "What is that? A body?" Cho-Su smirked slightly, glancing at the thing behind him. It was the finger of that big-headed monster from before. Cho-Su slowly put his long legs down, getting off the bike, which annoyed the commenters. Does this guy love being the center of attention? What's the big deal about one finger? The old man recognized it as Minu's delivery bike and immediately asked where he was. Cho-Su casually replied, "Minu kicked the bucket." The old man's face went blank, his teeth chattering. "What? What do you mean?" "Is what it is." Cho-Su was busy and didn't have time for small talk. He needed to know who was in charge here. A man in a military uniform with a composed demeanor stepped out from the back. "I'm Lee Si-jun, head of the Security and Transportation Department. Someone else manages the entire facility, but I'm responsible for the entrance." Cho-Su nodded and introduced himself. "That finger from the big-headed monster you dragged here gave everyone quite a scare." "Oh, so you know about it?" It's a good thing Cho-Su dragged it along to prove his skills. The big-headed monster had eaten so many people here, but Si-jun could do nothing but watch from a distance. "So, what exactly happened to that monstrosity?" A glint appeared in Cho-Su's eyes. "I took it down." This news was even more shocking than him dragging its finger here. Of course, nobody believed a word he said. Remember, before coming here, Cho-Su had made a bet with the guys in the comments to see if he could kill this big-headed monstrosity and survive. The only asset Cho-Su had to bet was his own life. The big-headed monster seemed to only know how to chase its prey, without knowing how to avoid other objects. It just kept crashing into the surrounding buildings, its eyes fixed only on the image of Cho-Su riding that 50cc scooter like the wind. Even when it stepped on something that made its foot bleed, it didn't stop. It was just as Cho-Su had thought. This big-headed monster only had a large skull. Its brain was completely empty. So Cho-Su boldly proposed a bet with them. If he won, they would have to give him some kind of special favor. The chat was blowing up. "I'm not sure, but we don't have anything else to bet with. But he's definitely going to lose anyway. Haha, I don't really care as long as it's entertaining. If Cho-Su lives, he wins, but if not, he'll lose his life." It seemed the guys in the chat had accepted the bet. Finally, the user Only I showed up and said he had a chance. Cho-Su twisted the throttle all the way and sped towards the overpass ahead. The big-headed monster reached out its hand, about to grab him. A huge splash of fresh blood sprayed everywhere, but it wasn't Cho-Su's blood, it was the big-headed monster's. Like I said, because it was so stupid, it was so focused on running that it smashed its entire face into the overpass right in front of it. Cho-Su only gave him the short version. If they wanted to hear the details, it would have to wait. He also needed a place to take shelter in these chaotic times. Si-jun looked at him with suspicious eyes. "First, we need to confirm that you're not infected. You think things would get dramatic like in a Korean zombie movie, but no." When the people here saw that Cho-Su had killed the big-headed monster, they immediately wanted to let him in, no questions asked. Helpless, Si-jun had no choice but to take Cho-Su to a separate tent for a physical examination. The commenters, still salty about losing the bet to Cho-Su, tried to find any way to save face. "Oh, look who's the hero now. Didn't the big-headed monster smash its own head while it was running? That proves he wasn't the one who took it down." After Cho-Su was examined, the shop owner came to ask him about Minu. He still couldn't accept the truth. "Didn't I already tell you? Did you know him?" Cho-Su asked. After learning the man owned the restaurant where Minu worked, he scratched his head and briefly explained what happened. The two of them were planning to come here together, but on the way, that monster bit his head off. Understanding what the old man was worried about, Cho-Su grabbed his hand with a sincere expression. "Don't worry, I didn't steal his bike. The fried tofu and egg that Minu made was the most unforgettable dish of my life." This touching moment was interrupted by the guys in the comments. His expression makes me want to puke. This psycho was clearly threatening him. Let him cook for me. That's just something out of a movie. After saying goodbye to the old man, Cho-Su entered the school. Suddenly, a notification popped up as if Cho-Su had just stepped into another world. "You are now leaving the tutorial area. From now on, use the information panel to increase your chances of survival. Good luck." Cho Shu really wanted to curse. Was everything he had been through until now just the opening of some game? The guys in the chat room followed Cho Shu's every move, making all sorts of comments. Look at his face. This is just the beginning, baby. Damn, I'm getting goosebumps. Isn't he the one who finished the tutorial the fastest? Cho Shu ran to a nearby classroom and said to the guy named Only Me Alone, I want to talk to you. There's a limit to blindly bashing your head against a wall. He accepted the bet with you and gave you a chance. Cho Shu saw it with his own eyes. Finally, the guy Only Me Alone replied to Cho Shu, You want to talk? Of course. He had once been his only viewer. Now it was time for him to explain what was happening here. The people in the chat room got lively because Cho Shu made a bet with all of them. They had a right to speak up too. At the very least, Cho Shu had to give them a plausible explanation. But he had nothing to explain to them. They were the ones who had to explain everything that had happened to him. As it turned out, the people in the chat didn't know that Cho Shu had joined this game without any information at all. Even so, Cho Shu still knew what he had to do to survive. Perhaps it was his long-honed streamer instincts. While Cho Shu was silent, the chat lit up like a debating forum. Is this crazy guy just running around causing chaos without knowing what's going on? I bet he doesn't even know what he'll get after this game ends. Don't say it. If you win, this world will change according to your will. Damn it, I told you not to tell him. Seeing the continuous stream of comments made Cho Shu stop and really think. What exactly are you guys? This world was still the world Cho Shu lived in. It was the real world. All they did was use their game system to change a few things. But one thing Cho Shu didn't know was that he was the only player in this game. They only liked to watch one player at a time. You could call Cho Shu the main character, and only he could interact with them. No one else in this world knew the truth. They were simply NPCs in the game. Just as Cho Shu suspected, Mizu was also an NPC in the game. Only Me Alone told him not to overthink it, just to act like he was live streaming and they were his viewers. If you don't win this game, the world will just continue on as it is now. Cho Shu broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the fate of the world was in his hands. Hey, what the hell are you, anyway? Was he a god or something else? But his answer was a question that gave Cho Shu goosebumps. Do the characters in your games ever ask you these things? Although I can't go into too much detail, there's one thing I can be sure of. I like your performance. You know I won't betray you, right? Now, show me what you've got. Cho Shu scratched his head. This really was a super special, world-saving mission for a guy who just stayed home and played games like him. Suddenly, he remembered they had mentioned some kind of information panel. Information panel? Cho Shu exclaimed, and a window actually popped up. The first piece of information was to protect the police chief at Myeon-sel Elementary School. If he were to die tonight, the entire city would fall into crisis. That night, Cho Shu went outside to observe everything. It was true that only in a crisis could police and civilians live together peacefully. There were about 150 people of all different ages at the elementary school, and among that crowd was someone who would harm the police chief. Food had been prepared and was ready to be distributed to everyone in the school. Seeing Cho Shu heading toward the main building, a police officer reminded him that the food was over here, not over there. But Cho Shu wasn't in the mood to eat right now. He walked up to the guard on duty and asked, I want to see the police chief. The man's expression immediately changed, making him feel that something was definitely wrong. But no matter how Cho Shu asked, his answer was repetitive, like a machine. I'm not authorized to answer that question. Cho Shu became even more certain they were hiding something. He switched gears and asked about the old man, Lee Seal-jun. The man immediately picked up his radio to report. Lee Seal-jun said he could talk to him about it because he had defeated that big-headed monster. They were looking for strong people like Cho Shu to tell the truth to. The police chief was currently missing. He went out on patrol and never came back. They had already made a plan to go find the police chief. Cho Shu felt a headache coming on. If he was wandering around out there like that, no wonder he was likely to die tonight. There were only 30 people from the police station here, and they were all focused on protecting the civilians. That's why they couldn't go look for the police chief any sooner. Cho Shu nodded. He wanted to go inside and look around the main building where the police chief used to be. If they said there was no need to hide anything from Cho Shu, then the two sides would have to cooperate. Cho Shu got right in the security guard's face, staring him straight in the eyes. We don't have much time. I need as much information as possible if we're going to find him together, right? And just like that, Cho Shu entered the police chief's office. He had some help coming his way after that bet, so why not use it now? The guys in the chat box pointed him to a map. The clue was a red dot on it. The place wasn't far from here. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. I heard you were looking for the police chief. May I come in? Cho's face tensed up. As expected, dealing with humans in this world was even more complicated than dealing with zombies. A tall, muscular man walked in. I heard you were the one who took down that big-headed monster. Allow me to introduce myself. I am CEO Jin Dong-ho. Cho was about to let his guard down, but the man grabbed his hand and squeezed it tightly. "So, have you found anything yet?" Cho gritted his teeth, wondering if this guy had some kind of grudge against him from a past life. They just met, and he was already trying to crush his hand. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream shattered the silence. Cho Shu immediately rushed down to see what had happened. The worst-case scenario had arrived. A zombie had appeared right in the middle of the crowd. The infection spread with terrifying speed, and the crowd descended into chaos, scrambling to escape. "Damn it," Cho Shu cursed, pulling out the hammer he had on him. He had to save them. The police officers were holding guns but couldn't shoot. "Get out of the way," I said, "get out of the way." Cho Shu smashed the hammer into the head of the zombie in front of them. "Use your batons instead of your guns." Truly, in every zombie story, the first to become useless are always the police. The old man from the restaurant pushed through the crowd, holding the meat hook he'd used for decades. "Cho, I'm here to help." His neighbor turned back to stop him. "Mr. Jiang, you're an old man. Stop trying to be a hero." But because of these undead creatures, Minyu had lost his life. So Mr. Jiang decided to risk it all against them. He was in his twilight years anyway. Cho Shu smashed his hammer into each zombie's face, one by one, but he didn't finish them off. Mr. Jiang noticed this. He guessed that Cho wanted to stall for as much time as possible so the zombies wouldn't chase after everyone. If that was the case, the old man would help him destroy them. Cho, Mr. Jiang, and the police were doing their best to stop the spread of the infection. The rest of the people panicked and ran for the entrance, opening the gate. "Why are there monsters everywhere? What kind of watch were you guys keeping?" Cho Shu thought the zombies had broken in, but it seemed like some maniac had intentionally let them through the gate. In the chat box, people were asking if it was the same villain as last time, but the villain for each round was completely random. The only thing Cho Shu was sure of was that person was not in their right mind. Right now, Cho Shu didn't have time to deal with this mess. His mission was to find the police chief before he was murdered. Cho told Mr. Jiang to stay here and keep an eye on the police officers in case they did anything suspicious. He didn't have time to explain, but Cho warned him not to join the team searching for the police chief. This was the favor Cho Shu could repay for Minyu's kindness. If Mr. Jiang wanted to live, he had to do as he said. Cho Shu blended into the crowd running out of the elementary school. Jin Dong Ho chased after him, shouting, "Where are you going? I thought we were going to work together, but now you're running away." Lee Se-jun blocked Cho's path, but Cho coldly brushed his hand away. "You should worry about yourself." He once again hopped on Minyu's delivery bike to leave. The zombies at the school would be dealt with quickly enough. If he stayed, the police would just get in his way. Cho Shu headed to the point marked on the map, which was an abandoned warehouse in the middle of a gloomy forest. Cho Shu looked through the window but saw no sign of humans or zombies inside. On the ground below were countless overlapping footprints. He wondered if they belonged to zombies. Why is he staring at the ground like that? Is he looking for loose change or something? Cho Shu cut off the viewer's conversation. "You want to know why I'm not getting any other help like in a game?" The viewers were also baffled. They just thought he wanted to play on hard mode. Cho's mind was a mess. Who wouldn't want hints? Isn't this crap hard enough already? The chat seemed to have figured out the problem. The support chests weren't free. Cho Shu needed to pay if he wanted one. "Did you forget about the one gem you got from the beta version? That's how you open the chest to get the baseball bat." Cho Shu had no idea what they were talking about. He had opened that chest for free. The viewers told him to tap the chat window and scroll down. Cho did as they said and saw a $sign icon. It was the donation mode, but it was turned off. Cho froze on the spot. "Who turned this mode off for you?" As soon as Cho Shu turned it on, one user donated 1,000 to him. Others also donated to him after the bet. Now Cho finally understood. He grabbed his head, collapsed to the ground, and screamed, "Are you kidding me? How could you guys hide something so important?" It seemed the viewers were quite amused by Cho's reaction. Even as he stood up and opened the door to the warehouse, they were still rambling on, teasing him. Cho tried to brush it off. "I'm fine," but deep down, a sea of tears is flowing. The viewers are probably betting that Cho Shu is sulking at them. Cho Shu didn't know what to say. In hindsight, he was lucky he'd figured out how to turn on donations. I wonder what else they're hiding. Anyway, what's with this warehouse and the shipping container? Are they keeping the police chief in here? Bang! A zombie suddenly slammed its face against the window, screaming wildly. Cho Shu screamed even louder than it did. He wasn't afraid of zombies, but being startled was a different story. "Holy shit, where did you guys come from?" Cho Shu guessed those footprints must have belonged to them. The viewers seemed to be enjoying this. Why is he so scared? Haha, his reaction scared me more than the zombies did. Watching Cho Shu is the best. Outside the building, zombies started gathering one by one. With a hammer in hand, Cho Shu kicked the zombie standing at the door in the face. "Do these little shits think I'll be scared just because they've ganged up on me?" The sound made the zombies turn their heads in the same direction. Choshu dealt with the ones in front. The viewers typed frantically, "Behind you! Behind you!" Choshu managed to dodge just in time, making the zombie bite its own tongue. As time went on, Choshu's physical strength had increased by 240%. You guys picked the wrong person to mess with. Choshu was spinning wildly amidst the zombies. Suddenly, a car sped forward and crashed right into his position, sending the zombies flying. Choshu could recognize the person in the car as the one who let the zombies into the school. "Get out of the car, you coward." Jin Dong-ho sat in the car, gritting his teeth. How did he dodge that? With that body as skinny as an addict's, the sight of Choshu fighting off a horde of zombies alone truly gave him goosebumps. But if you're going to do something bad, you might as well go all the way. Jin Dong-ho gritted his teeth and stepped on the gas. "I'll turn you into a pile of mush." Choshu stood frozen in front of the car. The vehicle hit something, and Jin Dong-ho was sure it was Choshu. He got out of the car to see how badly he was smashed to bits. What? Under the car was a zombie, not Choshu. He looked left and right for him, then suddenly heard a noise. Choshu was banging on the car window. His eyes looked like they wanted to eat Jin Dong-ho alive, making him scream as if he'd seen a ghost. What the heck? Of course, he refused to open the car door. Choshu used his elbow to shatter the window and pull him out. "Stay away from me." Jin Dong-ho pulled out a handgun and fired. Luckily, Choshu had done 1,000 squats and was able to dodge. He floored it, crashing through the zombies to escape. In the rearview mirror, he saw Choshu madly chasing after him. Damn it, what the hell is he? This isn't a horror movie, is it? Jin Dong-ho slammed on the gas, speeding up to see if Choshu could keep up. Behind him, Choshu wasn't falling back at all. He was squeezing out every last bit of his record-breaking accumulated skills. Jin Dong-ho suddenly stopped after reaching a spot with several shipping containers, with Choshu panting heavily behind him after the marathon. He pulled out a remote control. "You think I'm getting out of this car? Go to hell." The container doors opened, and the zombies inside poured out like a flood. Choshu was surrounded by a dense swarm of zombies, thick as ants. The viewers howled with excitement. "He's got him now." "That's a nice trap. Let's count how many little guys there are." "Choshu, if you're scared, just run. It's too late for regrets now." Ha ha ha. Jin Dong-ho drove off smugly. Choshu's enemy lure had 2 minutes remaining, and his physical strength had increased to 500%. Let's see what he can do in these 2 minutes. Choshu fought frantically against the zombies. He was so strong that he could finish one off with a single slap. But there were as many of them as an army, and he didn't have much time until his skill ended. That Jin Dong-ho guy was the one who needed to be eliminated first. Choshu rushed towards his car, which was parked in the woods. "That's right, we need to separate the police chief from the school." And before Jin Dong-ho could finish his sentence, he was grabbed by Choshu. "Say that again, where is the police chief?" Jin Dong-ho reached his right hand into his pocket to grab his gun. Choshu immediately grabbed his hand. The viewers spammed the chat, "Choshu, left hand, left hand." Choshu also grabbed his left hand, which was about to start the car. He wasn't going to lose a battle of strength against him this time. Jin Dong-ho swore, "You son of a bitch, what the hell are you?" "Me? I'm just a streamer beloved by the high rollers," Choshu declared confidently. He kicked him aside. "It's my turn to drive now. This lunatic just loves making things more complicated. Wouldn't it be easier to live a simple life?" The viewers were curious if that Jin Dong-ho guy was still alive or if he'd kicked the bucket. Choshu pulled out a pair of handcuffs, making them curious. "Is he going to use those? I'll give you 2 gems if you handcuff yourself and get out of here." Of course, there was no way that was happening. Choshu handcuffed Jin Dong-ho to the car so he couldn't escape. Then he drove the car, crushing the zombies to get away. There was one thing he regretted not noticing sooner, just as the information stated. The police chief had always been at Myeon-exo Elementary School. Suddenly, a teddy bear walked across the road in front of Choshu's car. He screamed as if he'd seen a ghost. "What the hell is that?" Choshu hit it, sending the bear spinning before it flew to the corner of the street. Ha ha ha. Did he really just hit that thing? The viewers spammed haha at Choshu's reaction. "Josu, are you sure that teddy bear is actually walking? Look, it's even standing up." The bear stood in front of Josu's car, their eyes locked in an intensely silent stare-down. The one who broke the staring contest was the bear. It ran off into the woods. What the heck was that? Some kind of adorable monster? Josu asked his viewers. According to the name Guide Bear, it was a monster, but also not a monster. It appeared to lead Josu to a treasure chest. Josu was incredibly excited. "There's a treasure chest around here?" Jongho let out a groan. The viewers wanted to know if Josu would follow the Guide Bear to find the treasure chest. Josu gave them 2 options. 1. Gently sing a lullaby to put him to sleep. Or 2. Use this stun gun to knock him out for good. Number 1 it is. The viewers wanted to hear Josu sing a lullaby, but not a chance. He was going with option number 2. Josu activated the stun gun and held it to Jongho's face, making him tremble. "You sick pervert." "Ah!" And then he was silent, asleep again. Josu got out of the car and followed the bear. This would be Josu's second treasure chest. It cost 5,001, a ridiculously steep price, but seeing the emblem on the shield, he guessed it wasn't a weapon. The viewers urged Josu to open it quickly. "If you're not going to open it, just get back in the car and go back to the elementary school." Josu didn't want to overthink it, so he opened it right away. The chest glowed just like last time, but this time, all he got was a flashlight. It wasn't even Doraemon's shrink ray flashlight, and it cost 5,001. What a waste of money. Anyway, that's enough entertainment for now. Josu needed to focus on his mission to find the police chief. Who knows where that old man is hiding? Inside the elementary school, the zombies had been eliminated. Everyone was gathered, discussing how they had managed to get inside. Did the guards at the gate fall asleep or something? Lee Sejun stepped forward to resolve the internal chaos like a god. "Everyone, please calm down. There's no way there was a problem with security, because I was the one in charge. In any case, the danger has been dealt with, so don't worry anymore. Just focus on keeping the people's morale stable. We should be proud that we handled such an unexpected threat." Just then, a police officer informed him that there was a matter to attend to. Lee Sejun's expression changed 180 degrees into that of a cunning old fox. He asked the man guarding the main building if they had been able to contact Jongho. The guard said that they should move the police chief's location. Lee Sejun scowled in annoyance. "What the hell? Is it because of that kid? I knew something bad would happen the moment that brat showed up. Let me guard the police chief." You have to remember, only the 3 of us know about this. While those 2 were talking, Mr. Jiang was hiding under the stairs, eavesdropping on their conversation. Are these guys really as problematic as Josu said? Mr. Jiang stealthily followed Sejun as he headed towards the basement. Outside, some patrolling police officers found Jongho's car. Wasn't he on patrol? When did he get back? Inside the car, baby Jongho was sleeping so soundly he couldn't even open his eyes. Mr. Jiang came up from the basement after discovering the secret. Just as Josu said, these pigs have lost their minds. I have to tell him. Suddenly, a hand shot out and blocked Mr. Jiang's path. Thankfully, it was Josu. "You scared the life out of me." Josu had just changed his clothes to infiltrate the building. "What about the favor I asked of you? Why were you running up from the basement?" Mr. Jiang was so panicked he grabbed Josu's arm tightly. "You already knew everything, didn't you? The police chief and that guy Lee Sejun are both in the basement. The guard outside is in on it with them, too." Josu immediately went down to the basement, sneaking a look from outside. Inside, the police chief was tied to a chair, enduring all sorts of torture from Lee Sejun. The viewers were cracking jokes amidst the breathless tension. Do he and Jongho have matching stun guns? Haha, Josu's going to knock him out in one hit. I'll donate 1-1 if you kick him in the butt. Josu waited for the right moment and then rushed inside. He leaped up and kicked Lee Sejun squarely in the butt with both feet. "I'll take that 1-1. Josu landed on the ground and received a 1-1 donation. Lee Sejun, struggling to breathe, sat up, pulled out the gun in his hand, and pulled the trigger. A gunshot rang out but missed Josu. He grabbed the man's arm. "Do you know who I am? I'm the humanity you've lost." Josu kneed him, but Lee Sejun still had the strength to pull the trigger again. Gunshots fired repeatedly, but not a single bullet hit Josu. That was the last bullet, wasn't it? Now it was Josu's turn. He gave him 1 punch for Minwoo, 1 punch for the police chief, and 1 punch for everything he'd done to get in his way. The police chief groaned, handcuffed to the chair. This bastard must have put him through all kinds of torture. Josu held out his hand, telling Sejun to give him the key. He reached his hand behind his back, fumbling for the stun gun. Josu immediately pressed his stun gun against him before he could attack. "Oh, it seems we have the same stun gun. What a coincidence. Thanks a lot, Jongho." Josu let him feel the electrifying shock for 10 seconds. The viewers urged him to finish the guy off, but Josu, not so fast, this isn't over yet. He pulled out the gun he just swiped from Jongho and waited at the door. The viewers were confused. What is he doing? My heart is pounding. The sound of footsteps came from above. The guard who charged in was met with a bullet straight through his temple. Jongsu glanced at him with contempt, a traitor who even had the nerve to shout. The chat exploded after Jongsu's move, and the viewers spammed him with donations. Jongsu took in the flood of donations with open arms. The bizarre sight made Lee Sejun instinctively back away. What the hell is wrong with this guy? He just shot a police officer. Jongsu turned his head, looking at him with a bloodthirsty gaze. Now, it's time to end this. It's finally here. Thump. Thump. Jongsu leisurely walked step by step towards Lee Sejun. Then he pointed the gun at his face. Jongsu wondered where he should aim first. The arm, the leg, the chest, or maybe his head. Lee Sejun was trembling over a single shot, but did he even remember how many times he had shot at him? One viewer sent Jong-soo a massive donation, and he grinned in ecstasy. "Thanks, bro." In contrast, Lee Sejun screamed his head off, having to meet a psycho like him in his final moments. Outside, Mr. Jang was updating everyone on the situation. Jong-soo helped the police chief up from the basement. He handed the police chief over to them and said that the traitors were tied up in the basement. Jong-soo stuck his hands in his pockets, letting out a sigh of relief. It seems this mission ended well. The information panel. Jong-soo thought there would be a reward, but no. It gave him another instruction instead. If you stay in one place for too long, you will definitely encounter danger. The next day, Jong-soo was sprawled out in a room in an abandoned apartment complex. Everything had gotten better in just one day. Because Jong-soo had saved the police chief, the massacre didn't happen. But Jong-soo wondered what too long from the panel's hint actually meant. A day or two. Some viewers said there would be an omen for Jong-soo, but he was curious about what exactly would come for him if he stayed there any longer. Of course, the viewers couldn't cough up any more hints for him. They were useful in some cases, but he couldn't just depend on them. Jong-soo got his gear and headed for the car. "Jong-soo, are you planning on leaving now?" the police chief asked, rushing over. They wanted to provide Jong-soo with some useful supplies before he left, since he was like their savior. Yesterday, Jong-soo had been baffled when the police chief only ordered the exile of Sejun and Jong-ho, even though they had tried to take his life. For the police chief, taking action against his former comrades was a difficult decision. Jong-soo came up with a good plan and suggested that the chief just leave it to him. Later, the police chief was sitting in the car with Jong-soo. He kept looking back toward the source of the screams. Sejun and Jong-ho were tied to the car, desperately running to keep from being dragged. "Stop the car, you little brat. Do you hear me? Help me." Behind them, a horde of zombies was in pursuit. Jong-soo's performance earned him a ton of donations. He slammed on the gas, speeding up just as the zombies were about to bite the two men. A moment later, he stopped, looked back at the empty ropes, and sighed, "Oh no." It seems there was a small accident while they were being exiled. "Thank you for everything." It seemed the police chief also wanted to thank him for getting his revenge for him. Jong-soo scratched his head. "It was nothing. Besides, I'm not one to turn down supplies." The police chief nodded. They were also giving the car to Jong-soo, so he hoped he would say goodbye to everyone before he left. Jong-soo sat in the car, turning the flashlight on and off. What the hell is this thing even for? The viewers told him not to overthink it, but the more they said that, the more he did. Before leaving, Jong-soo wanted to rest for a bit. He had only dozed off for a moment when his eyes suddenly shot open. The air in the car suddenly turned bone-chilling, and he hadn't even turned on the AC. Reflected in the rearview mirror was the figure of someone in a black coat. Jong-soo wondered if this was the omen they were talking about. A skeleton was hidden under the coat, its feet dangling in midair. The viewers spammed the chat. "There it is. That's terrifying." Jong-soo immediately floored it and sped off, his face pale. This got the viewers excited. I guess he finally realized it's not human. "Haha, run, run." Jong-soo sped past the policeman, unable to even say a proper goodbye to them because of this. He cursed out the viewers. They hadn't warned him beforehand, but if they had said anything, they would have been kicked from the live stream. After a while, Jong-soo couldn't see it in the rearview mirror anymore. "If I just go far enough, can I escape it?" Suddenly, it appeared next to the car and smashed the window. Startled, Jong-soo kept on driving. "I can't believe it closed the distance in just a few minutes. I've played tons of horror games. This little thing can't scare me." Even though Jong-soo said that, the chat was unanimous that he was probably scared enough to pee his pants. They told him he absolutely had to get out of there. As long as he got far enough away, he'd be safe. But first, Jong-soo had to survive this crisis. It was so sudden, appeared right in front of him, scaring him out of his wits. Cho-soo lost control and crashed straight into a utility pole. The bike started smoking and couldn't move anymore. He jumped off the bike with a hateful glare. You think I came unprepared?" He fired his gun, but it had no effect. So, he turned tail and ran again. He was prepared, just not well enough. Cho-soo ran into a building. The viewers were betting he was going to die right here. In front of him was that ghost. It opened its mouth, screamed, and lunged toward him. "I've been waiting for you." Cho-soo turned on his flashlight and shone it directly in its face. It shrieked and covered its face with its hands. Cho-soo grinned triumphantly. As expected, this Naaman was no ordinary toy. Now, Cho-soo's bullets were effective against it. "Come and get me, you thing that can't even walk." Cho-soo jumped through a window, luring it to follow. A viewer donated 1 gen to him to buy gold coins. Cho-soo ran to a nearby bicycle. He was about to escape, but life isn't a fairy tale. The bicycle's tires were completely flat, without a single bit of air. Cho-soo fell to the ground. He hugged his knees and wailed, "Damn it, who the hell didn't pump up the tires?" The king of blaming others. One of the viewers told him to turn on his flashlight. Just then, the ghost charged at him. Turns out these viewers are pretty useful. Chosu ran while firing his gun at it. 3 bullets punched 3 holes in its face, but suddenly, the ghost stopped and didn't move forward anymore. Chosu looked up and then down, its 2 legs had vanished. He squinted and gave a sarcastic laugh. Haha. So, you've reached your limit? Huh. Chosu gifted it 1 final bullet. You're already a ghost. You should be trying to accumulate good karma to pass on. Why are you still chasing me? He gave it a thumbs down, savoring the feeling of victory. Then he plopped onto the ground with a sigh. He really thought he was a goner this time. His eyes drifted towards something in the distance. Huh? What's that in the distance? A flashlight was blinking suspiciously. Chosu picked up his gun and cautiously hid behind a nearby house. The viewers held their breath in suspense. Is it another survivor? This is definitely a trap. If it were me, I wouldn't go. Here it comes. The flashlight beam landed in front of Chosu, along with a pair of black shoes. He jumped out, raised his gun, and yelled, "Freeze." The other person was startled. Chosu saw Jiang Minon's name tag. The boy raised his hands in surrender. Please don't shoot. I'm not a bad person. You're a police officer, right? Please, help me. Does he look like a cop in any way? We just found someone even dumber than Chosu. Haha. The chat turned this tense encounter into a comedy sketch between the two. Chosu ordered Minon to hand over the flashlight. He had no idea what was going on, but if he didn't hand it over, Chosu would blow his head off. So, the flashlight changed owners. Chosu triumphantly snatched it. Okay, now hand over the backpack. He's more like a robber than a common thief. Minon clutched his backpack, not wanting to give it up. I only have emergency food. I don't have any money. Let me go back the way I came. Of course, that wasn't going to happen. Chosu rummaged through Minon's backpack. It was indeed full of junk food, just like his own backpack. Terrified, Minon wanted to leave. He had nothing else of value on him. He just wanted to be saved. Chosu wasn't done yet. Didn't Minon still have that uniform on him? That had to come off too. After a thorough inspection, Chosu confirmed that Minon really had nothing on him, not even a weapon for self-defense. That just made him even more suspicious. How could a kid under 18 years old survive in this world without carrying any equipment? He didn't even have a single scratch on him. There was only one explanation. Minon had other people with him. He must be bait. Chosu instructed his viewers to watch Minon's facial expressions while he turned away. All right, I'll take this. You can go wherever you want. Chosu took Minon's only flashlight as his prize. Minon, as if he'd been holding it in for a long time, screamed, "You don't know anything. Do you have any idea what I've been through to get here? All of my friends, they died for me." Tears streamed endlessly down Minon's face. He blamed himself for being useless, saying he had only survived this long because others had protected him. Hey, I think the kid's telling the truth. He looks genuinely devastated about it. The viewers fulfilled their duty and reported back to Chosu. After confirming it, Chosu decided to let Minon follow him. After all, how could he ignore a junior from his own school who was asking for help? A short while later, the situation became extremely tense. Another hell frog was making mincemeat out of some zombies. Chosu, run. Minon screamed as he ran, followed by another big-headed monster. Chosu switched into professional sprinter mode. What the hell? What did you bring with you? Not to mention that freakish frog over there. Turn left in here. Minon signaled to Chosu as he squeezed into the narrow alleys. He was trying to lead the big-headed monster to a drainage ditch that was under construction. They only had one shot to pull this plan off. Chosu was very intrigued. This kid's memory is insane. They reached the ditch under construction. Minon squeezed through the small remaining path on the side to run past it. The big-headed monster stepped into the ditch, lost its footing, and fell. It fell. Its arm flailed through the air, nearly hitting Chosu, who had to bend over completely to avoid being grabbed. The big-headed monster smashed its skull into the building next to it and fell face-first into the gutter. Chosu was thrilled that their plan had worked. Suddenly, Chosu saw the hell frog's tongue shoot out right behind him. The tongue retracted after failing to catch anything. Cho quickly told Minchin, "When I give the signal, duck. Got it?" On the next street, a massive foot appeared. "Now!" Cho yelled, as the frog's tongue shot over their heads. Just then, the big-headed monster got up, only to have the frog's tongue pierce straight through its throat. It desperately tried to pull the tongue out with its hands, but it wasn't as easy as it looked. The viewers hadn't expected this. As the battle of the century began between the hell frog and the big-headed monster, Cho and Minchin took this opportunity to escape. Minchin pointed ahead, remembering there was a bike rental shop nearby. Before, Chosu had wondered how Minchin managed to survive, but seeing him in action, he now understood why. His joy lasted less than 2 seconds before being replaced by utter disappointment. Seriously, Minchin? The two young men were now riding a tandem bicycle together. taking a very romantic tour of the city. Minshan couldn't help it. He never thought this would be the only bike left that worked. Cho's shoe. You're still pedaling, right? They were almost there. After checking the map, they found a few safe zones nearby that were still active. As they were cycling, Minshan suddenly asked, Cho's shoe, do you know anything about the 75th corpse? Cho's face froze when he heard the question. It turned out Minshan was also looking for a friend, but all he found was a note saying the 75th corpse had come to take them away. Cho's shoe couldn't be sure of anything, so he just said, I've heard of them, but I don't have much information. A million thoughts raced through his mind. Does the 75th corpse only rescue a select few? We're here. They stopped in front of a taxi station. Just as they arrived, a vehicle pulled up. But it wasn't a taxi. It was a military vehicle. The truck sped past them and crashed right into the station's entrance. Cho's shoe immediately jumped off the bike, ran to the window, and knocked. The person inside glanced over at him. That calm expression proved he was human. Cho glanced at his name tag, Cho Yongjin, a special agent from the military. Cho pulled Yongjin out of the vehicle and jumped in to search it, but it was completely empty, not even a single gun or a piece of military rations. Yongjin pulled out a dagger, his eyes filled with killing intent. Who are you? I don't have anything. Get lost. Looks like you do have something on you, huh? Cho Shu said, kicking the dagger out of his hand. Yongjin gritted his teeth, hiding his face. Take it if you want. Just leave me alone. Cho Shu picked up the knife and aimed it at his face. What's a special agent doing in a place like this? He guessed the man had deserted his unit. Yongjin frantically put his hands up. No, it's not like that. They were all wiped out. I'm the only survivor. I'm telling the truth. Cho was about to lecture him further, but Minshin suddenly asked, he's a soldier, right? Yeah, you can tell just by looking at him. Cho suddenly realized something. He grabbed Yongjin by the collar, pulling out his dog tags. Spit it out. What corpse do you serve? And you better not lie. Sigh. Yongjin stammered, struggling to breathe. Cho Su tossed the dog tags back at him. It checks out, but you're still suspicious. He then asked if the man knew anything about the 75th corpse, but this was the first time Yongjin had ever heard of them. What a useless guy, Cho thought. Seeing that he was wasting time, Minshin urged him to hurry and get inside. If we stay out here any longer, the zombies will come. Cho jumped onto the hood of the military truck to get over the fence. Minshin asked what to do about Yongjin. As far as Cho was concerned, the man was useless, so he decided to leave him to fend for himself. But Yongjin immediately tried to follow them. Let me come with you. I think my leg is broken. I thought you wanted to be alone. Cho snapped at him. He jumped over the fence to open the gate from the inside, but there's no power. So, he told Minshin to try and force the gate open by hand. But that guy can't walk. You can carry him if you don't want to leave him behind. Cho's sudden kindness took Minshan by surprise. Inside was a large depot, but there were only 4 abandoned-looking vehicles. If someone already took the other cars, why would the gate be closed? Cho Shu warned the other 2 to be careful, as someone might still be inside. He led Minshan and Yongjin to the infirmary, then went to scout the area by himself. Minshan nervously tugged on his sleeve. You're not going to leave me behind, are you? Of course not. Cho nodded and left. He went to search the upper floors, taking the opportunity to ask his viewers if he should part ways with Minshin. He's already thinking about ditching the kid. What a savage, the chat replied. But Cho saw plenty of food and supplies here. Compared to struggling out on the road with him, staying here was definitely safer for the kid. However, Minshin was too kind and trusting of others, which gave Cho a headache as he wasn't sure what to do. What were they supposed to do? The road was blocked. Then, a sound like a loudspeaker broadcast rang out. Just as Shu was heading upstairs, he went toward the room the sound was coming from and decisively opened the door. But inside, there was no one. Just a pile of communication equipment that had been left on. They said Jeju Island is safe and that ships are still moving towards it. The 75th Corps told us to head straight for Jeju Island. Hurry up, get out of the city, and get on a ship. Chu immediately opened the information panel to check. In addition to the previous hint, there was a new piece of information. You can escape the city via the train station. Chu immediately ran back to Minshan's room. At that moment, a new game stage opened up, making the viewers excited. We're finally at the train station part. The road ahead won't be easy. But when Chu arrived, only Yongjin was inside. He stammered as if he'd just been caught doing something shady. I heard a noise from the basement, so Minshan went to check. Chu's face darkened. You dare to let that kid go check by himself, while you just sat here waiting for him to come back? No, wait, don't leave me here. Yongjin frantically waved his hands as he saw Chu turn to leave. Chu went to the manager's office, rummaging through everything, looking for taxi keys to get out of there. There had to be someone else here besides them. That person must have deliberately turned off the lights for some reason. Chu searched every nook and cranny but couldn't find a single key. Time was running out, and just then, a loud scream echoed from outside. Chu immediately rushed back outside. He arrived drenched in sweat and completely out of breath. What the hell is this? In front of him, Yangjin was sprawled out on the ground. I fell. Chu was already in a rush, and this guy had to fall flat on his face and ask for help. Even the viewers found it annoying, let alone Chu. He roughly grabbed Yangjin by the collar and yanked him up. After all, the guy had made him think a monster or some kind of zombie had just appeared. Sorry, it's because I heard a noise from the basement. Just as Yangjin said that, the noise from the basement echoed up again. They both held their breath and waited. The sound was like someone's footsteps. When a shoe came into view, Chu stumbled backward in shock. Minshin was being held hostage by an older man, who had a knife to his throat. Chu, it's dangerous. Get out of here. Why should we run? Chu pulled out his dagger, ready to attack at any moment. He pointed the knife at the old man, who looked even more terrifying than a zombie. Listen here. I don't know who the hell you are, but let Minshan go. Now. Minshan, you say? The man's voice was mixed with a sick, heavy wheeze. You mean the thief who broke into my company? Can't do that. Suddenly, he pointed the knife at Chu and screamed, You too. You're also a thief, aren't you? I'm always swamped answering tons of messages from customers. I've already told them we don't have enough drivers. So that was the reason Chu couldn't find any keys. Since there were no drivers, the man was holding all the keys. Yangjin was a soldier, but he looked even more terrified of the old man than Chu did. If that man really dared to harm Minshan, it would undoubtedly be Yangjin's fault for letting him go alone. Suddenly, Chu had an idea. Calm down, director. What are you talking about? I'm no thief. I'm a new driver, here to help you. You said you've been getting a lot of calls, right? Let me handle them. Chu's eyes sparkled like some surreal anime character, which horrified Yangjin even more. Chu tried to coax the man with his sweetest voice. I've heard so much about you on the bulletin board. Please, let me interview to work for you. I promise I'll demonstrate my excellent driving skills. No sane person would have believed him. But this mentally unstable old man was a different story. Is that so? I suppose we'll have to conduct an interview. But we don't have enough drivers, we need many more. Oh, right. Where's your application? Chu faltered. Who would have thought a guy with such a scrambled brain would remember a detail like that? The man's eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out of his head. That's right. That's why we need to do an interview. Where is your application? If you don't have one, you can't have an interview. I'm a very busy man. Of course, I have one. I left it in the office. Chu winked at Yangjin, signaling for him to go to the office. He needed to find an application for someone who at least looked a little bit like Chu. Yangjin limped away awkwardly. It seemed Chu's sycophantic act had pleased the man a little. Very good, very good. To come looking for a job even when the world is about to end. You're truly an ambitious young man. After a moment, Yangjin returned with an application form. He had tried to find one for a person who looked the most like Chu, but who knew if the old man would actually fall for it. While the man was engrossed in reading the application, Chu gestured frantically for Minshan to come to him. Minshan shoved the old man aside and sprinted towards Chu. Let me borrow this. Chu snatched Yangjin's crutch and rammed it straight into the man's gut. He pinned the man to the ground, locking his arms to restrain the last car key. Minshan and Cheonsu grabbed the key and ran down to the parking lot, with Yangjin limping behind them. He was already having trouble walking, and now he had to drive. Chansu figured that since his left leg was injured but his right was fine, they had to make full use of it. Seeing that Cheonsu wanted to head to the train station, Yangjin asked, Why the train station? Are there even any trains running right now? Just drive when I tell you to. Cheonsu didn't have time to explain. Just then, a crowd of people burst through the door. Everyone looked frantic, as if they were running from something. Cheonsu's eyes widened in disbelief. A deformed monster was hot on their heels. Just when they were about to leave, their path was blocked again. Both Minshan and Yangjin were so stunned their jaws dropped. Cheonsu urged him to drive away. I'm counting on you, Yangjin. As the monster got closer, they could see it clearly. A mutated reptile, half human and half spider, with bulging eyes. Yangjin was distracted from driving by the sight before him. What the hell is that thing? A hideous crawler charged aggressively towards the car. Yangjin immediately spun the car around and drove off. He even took a moment to body shame the monster. Damn, you're ugly. Cheonsu, sitting in the car with them, anxiously urged everyone on. At this rate, it's going to catch us. Just then, an angry old man opened his door and yelled, You damn thieves. Even Cheonsu was surprised by this situation. He decided to take command. Yangjin turned the car around and charged towards the main gate. He didn't understand Cheonsu's plan, letting out. Cheonsu urged him impatiently. Hurry up. The old man, so furious his eyes looked like they would pop out, screamed, That's my damn taxi. Realizing what was happening, the man froze. Right in front of him, The crawler was charging with its mouth wide open. The taxi was about to run the old man over. Xiansu commanded, "Now." Ram right through. The car smashed through the closing gate while the crawler got stuck. They had instantly escaped the danger zone. Yangjin still couldn't believe it. "Cheichu-su, did you just use that guy as bait?" Cheichu sighed warily, leaning back in his seat and replying, "Was there any other way? He's a CEO, let him make the sacrifice." Yangjin still couldn't accept it. Minchin chimed in to persuade him. "Cheonsu's right, there was no other choice. He just wanted to save all of us." Suddenly, a blue light shone on their faces. A horizontal line of blue light appeared on the road ahead. He said in surprise, "That line." As the wheels rolled over the line, he received a notification. "You have reached the checkpoint. Mission settings have been unlocked for the chat channel. The chat channel can now donate and gift effects to the player as rewards to help them complete missions." Cheonsu was surprised as he read the comments. "Finally, my time to shine." "Look," he unlocked the donation feature. Looking over at Minchin beside him, he wondered, "They can't see this, right?" A viewer replied directly, "Those other two have no idea you're talking to us." Cheonsu was still skeptical. "But I don't see any new functions. Can you guys explain?" A notification appeared. Max messaged, "Just wait, we've got your back now." With their support, Cheonsu's spirits were lifted. All right, thanks. I can't wait." But when he saw what was behind them, his relaxed mood instantly vanished. The crawler was relentlessly pursuing them from behind. Cheonsu yelled in shock, "What the hell? How is it still following us?" He turned to urge Youngjin, "Can't you go any faster?" Panicked and drenched in sweat, Youngjin replied, "This is as fast as we can go." The crawler was right on their tail. Cheonsu realized it was climbing. Does that thing move faster when it runs in a straight line? He immediately turned to Minchan. "Do you remember the roads around here?" Minchan's brain seemed to buffer for a moment. "Huh? You don't?" Cheonsu pleaded. "Try to remember." He started to rack his brain. "This road." In an instant, Minchan seemed to remember something. He pointed to the road on the left. "Drive up that hill over there." Youngjin was shocked. "Huh. The car will slow down if we do that." Minchan snapped impatiently. "Just go. Do you want to die?" Cheonsu backed him up. "Do as he says." Finally, Youngjin decided to risk it. "Damn it. Fine. We're about to go downhill now." Cheonsu could feel it, yes. The car's speed was increasing. But Youngjin couldn't believe his eyes. "Holy shit, there's a cliff up ahead." Cheonsu called out to Minchan doubtfully. However, he was very firm. "Just keep going. That crawler sucks at braking suddenly." Cheonsu pleaded with the system. "Guys, please give me a mission." A few viewers commented, "Tough luck. I guess this is goodbye. Poor kid. At least he gave us a laugh before he died. I just bought more gems. Don't you dare die so soon." Cheonsu felt his end was near, and tears welled in his eyes. "I'm done for." Just then, Max appeared like a savior, issuing a new mission that required Cheonsu to open the window and taunt the crawler. The reward would prevent the car from flying off the road for 15 seconds, effective immediately upon mission completion. Cheonsu thought this mission was awesome. He immediately leaned out the car window and yelled at it. "Hey, you dopey-faced thing. You think you can catch us running slow as a turtle? Even a snail is faster than you. You ugly piece of crap." Being insulted from head to toe for the first time, the crawler froze in confusion. He seized the opportunity to keep cursing. "Eat my dust and rot there for the rest of your life." Minchan, pale-faced beside him, called out to Cho Shu. "What are you doing?" Even John Jin was shocked. "Are you trying to get yourself killed or something?" Cho Shu ignored his comrade's advice and continued to yell. "I do want to die. If you've got the guts, come up here and get me. You ugly monstrosity." He talked tough, but his tightly clenched fist betrayed his fear. He prayed, "Please." The system announced that the mission was complete and the effect had been activated. Cho Shu was happy again. "Awesome." A sign indicating a right turn appeared. John Jin cranked the steering wheel in that direction. He warned, "Hold on tight." The car made a sharp turn on the main road. Everyone inside leaned with the force of inertia, but the crawler couldn't brake in time. It flew off the cliff. It never expected to die in such an absurd way. The taxi stopped at the edge of the cliff. John Jin was still shaken from the near-death experience. "Are we alive?" But it hit us. "How?" The other two breathed a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped death. Cho Shu was very grateful. "Thank you." John Jin replied, "You owe me for this one." They drove back to the old road, and Cho Shu grew curious. "That's strange. I thought the radio message would attract a lot of people. But why is there not a soul in sight?" John Jin asked for his opinion. "What do we do now?" He answered, "Let's just hide the car somewhere and continue on foot." Seeing the horde of zombies shambling ahead, John Jin was wary. Cho Shu got ready to get out of the car. "I'll draw their attention. You two run straight to the train station. Minchin asked worriedly, Cho-su, will you be okay? Holding his small knife, he replied confidently, I can take care of myself. So he shouted loudly to attract the zombies' attention. At the same time, the taunt countdown began. 9 minutes and 57 seconds remaining. He yelled, over here, while scanning the horde of zombies. Current stat is 1.4. He calculated silently. Assuming a normal person's stat is 1, does this mean I'm almost 1.5 times stronger than them now? As he killed zombies, he thought, I need to study this more carefully when I get the chance. Each sharp slash of his knife aimed for a zombie's neck as he fought nimbly amidst the ferocious horde. Cho-su gripped his knife tightly, then plunged it straight into another zombie's face. When another one suddenly appeared behind him, he calmly pulled the knife out. Don't worry, I didn't forget about you. That slash sent another one on its way. After he took down 3 of them, the viewers were all very excited. Our little Cho-su has grown up. I still remember the first time he faced 3 of those zombies. Wiping the blood from his face, he replied, Come on, guys, don't bring up embarrassing stuff like that. At this point, Cho-su was certain that his strength and reflexes had definitely increased. He wondered what would happen if he could maximize this skill when suddenly 2 men appeared in front of him, struggling with each other. One of them was screaming his lungs out. Trangok, you bastard, help me. Hiding behind a wall, he thought to himself, Trangok. Isn't that the mayor's name? That must be one of his employees. Cho-su asked, Hey guys, should I save him? A viewer replied, Yes, that's an order from Max. Cho-su tightened his grip on the knife and exclaimed, All right, let's go save him. The viewers cursed at him in frustration. You idiot, the majority said no. Ahead, Du screamed in despair as a zombie bit through his sleeve. Damn it, is anyone there? Help. Du's prayers were answered. Cho-su's knife was stained with more blood. While the man was still in a panic, he heard the person in front of him ask a question. Did you just mention the name Trangok? He quietly waited for Du's answer. Du said resentfully, That bastard. He abandoned me. Cho-su continued, You mean the mayor? The man confirmed. That's right. After we ran into a monster, I suggested we find another way to the train station, but he suddenly flew into a rage, said I was rebelling, and ended up pushing me out. That damn old man. The world has become like this, and he's still so stubborn. Cho-su replied, I see. So, we'll probably run into that mayor at the train station, huh? Du knew it was highly likely. He has a lot of escorts, so he won't die that easily. Cho-su focused on another detail. Are his escorts employees like you? Du denied it. No, they're other people. I think he must have hired some outsiders to help. Cho-su understood. Sounds like that mayor is a pretty important person. That's enough information. Cho-su said, Got it. Thanks for the info. Du looked around, puzzled. We haven't run into your team yet, have we? Cho-su hoped that they had made it inside the station safely. Let's head inside. By the way, Mr. Du. My name is Hwang Cho-su. Du was shocked to hear that surname. Hwang. The two of them carefully walked up the stairs. Suddenly, Du froze when he saw what was in front of him. He pointed at the figure ahead and asked, What is that? Cho-su guessed doubtfully. A child? But Du quickly called out, Hey, kid? Cho-su immediately covered Du's mouth. What are you thinking? There's no way a child would be alone in a place like this. Looking closer, they saw its face was smeared with blood, and it had sharp teeth. The viewers also started commenting frantically. Is that what I think it is? What an unlucky kid. Changsu had a bad feeling. What's that, guys? Is it something dangerous? Come on, give me a mission already. Someone reminded him. No way. The mission Max S gives you costs 100 genes. You idiot. He was shocked. 100 genes? The other person converted it for him, explaining that 1 gene is worth about 10,000 won. His eyes widened in disbelief. So it costs nearly 1,000,000 won? Changsu quietly observed the thing in front of him. He instructed Du, I'll handle this. You just stand there and be quiet. That thing isn't human. The silent girl above seemed to sense something and immediately lunged towards the sound. Du, trembling, stammered, I can't do it. I can't even move. His first instinct was to run for it. I'm out of here. Changsu panicked when he saw him run. You fool. After just a few steps, Du tripped and fell flat on his face. The silent girl was standing right in front of him. When Du saw it, he said dumbly, There's another one. Its grotesque face and messy, disheveled hair hanging down looked terrifyingly grim. All Du could do was scream in despair. The scene of his death played out. Changsu was still furious. Why did he have to run? A viewer commented, That's right, that's a silent girl. It can't see, but it's extremely sensitive to sound. He cursed when he heard it. Damn it, why is it so noisy over there? The silent girl slowly started walking towards Changsu. At the same time, new master issued a new mission. New Master's mission, do not move until the silent girl has passed. The reward is the ability to take away the hearing of any target you touch, single use only, with a 1-minute limit. Changsu gritted his teeth and watched it. A mission. But the silent girl's hideous face was passing right by him. He held his breath, watching it, as sweat poured down his face like rain. Suddenly, he read a comment. Did that thing just look at Changsu? He, on the other hand, was terrified. Can you hear me? He squeezed his eyes shut, not daring to breathe. Can it hear me or not? Finally, the silent girl passed by. The system confirmed the mission was complete. The reward had been granted. Changsu slumped to the ground, trembling as he muttered, "It's gone." Going down to check on Du, he sighed, "What a mess." Seeing Changsu's actions, the viewers were curious. "What are you doing? Are you going to bury him?" He replied, "Hang on a second." He found the man's business card in his wallet. This was what he wanted. Here it is. The viewers were intrigued. He really uses everything he can to survive, doesn't he? Changsu turned and walked away. Let's go. But suddenly, Du's body contorted and stood up behind him. Seeing his state, he swore, "Son of a bitch. They can turn people into zombies too." A knife plunged straight into the zombie's throat as he thought with disgust. This is such a pain. Changsu walked up the stairs, a pleading voice ringing in his ears, "Please." Looking across the vast area, a voice echoed, "Don't come here, Lan Moi." "I don't see anyone." Changsu wondered, where did those two go? Just then, John Jane's voice came from behind. "You go in first, John Minan." Changsu recognized the voice. Their side was still rushing him. "Hurry up." Changsu was still debating whether to save them or not, but he decided to leave alone. "I'm leaving, guys." A viewer asked curiously, "Are you just going to abandon them now?" He replied, "They're not worth saving." Suddenly, a new notification appeared. Now what? New Master had issued a new mission. New Master's mission is to rescue Jiang Minon and John Jean for a reward of 20 genes. He froze. 20 genes? Looking at the shop next door, Changsu wondered, why do I have to go this far? Seeing him enter, the viewers were puzzled. "Are you going to get food now? This kid is always looking for food, huh?" Changsu asked them vaguely, "Who do you guys think I am? What do you think I'm trying to do right now?" Holding the watch he'd taken, he revealed his plan. "This is my self-detonating watch plan." There's that look in his eyes again. The viewers commented excitedly, "There's that look again." Meanwhile, screams erupted from the restroom where John Jane's group was hiding. The two of them had climbed onto the top of a bathroom stall. Below, two silent girls were pounding on the door. He cried out in fear. There's nowhere left to run. In their moment of crisis, they realized someone had entered through the door. Changsu thought smugly, just as I expected. He held the watch in his hand. 9 minutes and 59 seconds. The two silent girls immediately spotted him. Changsu quickly ran out the door, throwing the watch outside. The two silent girls were disoriented. Knowing it wasn't enough, he threw another one. The silent girls immediately chased after the watch as it beeped continuously. The danger was cleared. Changsu let out a sigh of relief. He signaled to them, "Get down, now." Quietly and quickly, his hand pulled at John Jin's shirt, who was in the middle of transforming, his pupils already shot through with blood. Min Chan still hadn't realized what was happening. Looking at John Jin's foot, he understood it wasn't broken. So, Chodu asked John Jin grimly, "Do you know what's happening to you right now?" He asked, trembling, "Something's wrong with me, isn't it?" He replied, "Yes." Remembering what Du-min looked like, he knew if this continued. Damn it, Du-min had gone through so much trouble to bring him here. Immediately, Chodu pulled Min Chan away, leaving him behind. "I'm so sorry, John Jin." Min Chan, still not understanding what was going on, called out to Chodu. Though his heart ached, he had to keep moving. Forget it. It's too late. Looking at the empty surroundings, Chodu didn't know what to do. What do we do now? There's no one here. Are we supposed to wait for the mayor to show up? But waiting like this is too dangerous. He decided, let's get out of here. Suddenly, a groaning sound came from behind them. John Jin was pointing in a direction. Min Chan stared in horror, his eyes wide with disbelief. John Jin groaned, unable to form words. Looking at the notification display, he was stunned. The train is still running? Chodu couldn't believe it. The train really was still running, and it was scheduled to depart in just 10 minutes. Glancing at the person left behind, John Jin, he immediately pulled Min Chan away. He told himself, I will never forget you. I will definitely remember you. After I beat this game, I'll find a way to repay you. Arriving at the train platform, Chodu warned Min Chan, if you don't want to die, listen carefully. This train could bring some unwanted things with it, so you have to be on high alert, understand? Min Chan didn't answer. He listened silently to the ding-dong sound. It was the announcement that the train was arriving at the station. Min Chan was shocked. An announcement? Hearing a rumbling sound all around, he panicked. Chodu, they're coming. Spotting a trash bin nearby, Chodu urged, "Quick, hide in that container. Hurry." Just in time, the train rushed into the station, with Collar leading a few scattered zombies crawling along the tracks in pursuit. Chodu peeked out of the trash bin, thinking to himself, all the monsters are chasing after it. He still didn't get it. But didn't it just pass right through the station? What's going on? Min-chan looked on, stunned, in one direction. It was another train pulling in. The viewers were extremely puzzled. When did it even enter the station? Damn it. So the first train was just a decoy to let this one arrive safely. He understood. It must be waiting for the mayor to come out. Chodu instructed. Stay here. He asked fearfully. We just wait in here? Chodu replied as he ran towards the newly arrived train. Don't worry. I'm not going to leave you behind. Alone, Chodu crept cautiously along the side of the train. Someone who had just stepped off cursed. Damn it. Where the hell is the mayor? Why isn't there a single soul here? He stealthily observed the female train conductor. That person. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. He recalled a time back when he was playing games and read some news in the paper. Hope for a bright future. An interview with engineer Se-yoon. The pickpocket has been apprehended. Chodu had been surprised at the time. A pickpocket was caught at the train station. Do train engineers these days have to learn MMA too? Se-yoon angrily wondered to herself. Are those bastards from the 7th Division playing me? They said they'd let me into the shelter if I did what they said. But who the hell are those guys, anyway? He silently assessed. She seems a bit different from how she was in the interview. But whatever. I have to find a way to get on that train. There are 2 of us, so we could easily take her down, but she can operate the train. So we have to try and cooperate with her. Behind him, Min-chan gestured with his fingers. There's only one of them. We can take her. But unfortunately, before he could think of the best plan, Se-yoon spotted him. Who are you? Chodu quickly stopped Min-chan, who was about to attack. Wait, hold on, don't do anything rash. We're on the same side. Min-chan, where did you even get that iron pipe? Se-yoon asked in surprise. Who are you people? The viewers commented enthusiastically. I think I've seen this scene in a movie before. Min-chan is pretty brave, isn't he? Se-yoon smirked in realization. I see. You 2 want to steal my train, don't you? You think just because I'm alone, I'm an easy target, right? Chodu handed her a business card. Here, take a look at this first. She read the information on the card. So you work at City Hall? You don't look like it. He cut her off. A lot has happened, so I have a few things I need to discuss with you. Se-yoon was intensely conflicted. She finally made her decision, then returned to the train to give them their orders. Get on. If you come with me, those people will probably let me into the shelter. He replied, Wait, we have to bring that kid with us. Se-yoon was confused. But that kid isn't a City Hall employee. Min-chan put on a pitiful expression as Jeonsu chimed in. But can you really bear to leave a high school student all alone in a place like this? She finally agreed. This is so exhausting. All right, get on, but I'm confiscating that iron pipe. The train began to move. Jeonsu breathed a sigh of relief, finally escaping this place. Suddenly, Jeonjin ran out, telling himself, Thank you. I will definitely survive. Survive. And he had completely mutated. Just then, the mayor's voice rang out. Wait. Jeonsu was stunned. The mayor? The old man and his minions yelled, Stop. They desperately chased the train. Stop the train. Se-yoon opened the door to look outside. What's that noise? The old man frantically shouted, Stop the train. You're the one who came to get me. She still couldn't understand. Wait a minute, Mr. Mayor. But you told me he was dead. Jeonsu spoke up. It's too late. Just keep the train going. She still didn't understand. He pointed in one direction and said, Do you see what's chasing them? Those things are extremely sensitive to sound. A silent G pounced on the old man's bodyguard. He revealed, If we don't speed up, they'll catch us. And if we slow down to wait for them, we're all dead for sure. Realizing she'd been set up, Se-yoon was speechless with rage. Jeonsu looked at her coldly. Let's get back inside. She knew the situation was hopeless. I get it. The train door slammed shut. Behind them, the old mayor screamed relentlessly. You bastards. It's me. How dare you leave me behind? Don't you need my password or something? Huh? The password is Apocalypse. Just as he finished speaking, Jeonjin lunged at him from behind. Jeonsu watched the scene unfold as the creature tore into the old man. He muttered, My brothers. I guess this is for the best, right? The viewers flooded the comments. I think so, too. Saving a mayor who would kill his own employees is the stupidest decision you could make. I'm suddenly starting to like Jeonjin. He reminded the person beside him, Let's head inside, Min-chan. Okay. The moment they were inside, Se-yoon threatened in a low voice. Explain yourself, or I'm throwing you off this train. Jeonsu replied nonchalantly. What do you mean? The mayor is dead, just as I told you. She shouted furiously. Do you take me for a fool? He replied, I gained nothing by being separated from the mayor. That man wasn't with me from the beginning. This sent Siyun into a fury. She lunged forward and grabbed his collar. What? You bastard. Who the hell are you? He answered. My apologies for not introducing myself sooner. My name is Gojan Su. So you were lying about working for the city hall. You killed John Doe, didn't you? What is it you want? His expression changed completely as he said, I'm just a passenger who wanted to board the train. And I only showed you his business card. I never said I was John Doe. Siyun lost her cool and yelled, I knew I shouldn't have trusted you. I should have just thrown both of you out the window. He advised her, calm down. We're just passengers. If I hadn't done that, would you have let us on the train? And where do you think I got that business card? John Doe died because that bastard mayor abandoned him. I couldn't save him, but I did everything I could to bring him here. Everything I'm saying is the truth. I had no other choice. Think about it, we had to get out of there. And I didn't kill the mayor. I just did whatever it took to save my own life. Siyun kicked John Su hard in the shin. But you still lied to me. She proceeded to hit him again. This isn't some charity train, you know, John Su mentioned, surprised, but in your interview. Her hat fell off as she let out a shocked, ha. He reminded her that whether passengers could ride for free would depend on the situation. If passengers had experienced great hardship, they would be accepted. We are those passengers, Miss Seyun. She was even more shocked. How do you know my name? You read that article? How could you have? It was just a small column. Seeing her blushing face, John Su was puzzled. Why is she suddenly getting so flustered? He exclaimed, I read it, and it left a huge impression on me. Hope for a brighter future. Powerless, Seyun covered her ears, refusing to listen. All right, I get it. Stop talking. John Su smirked, thinking to himself, ah, so that's her weakness. Meanwhile, she was still muttering. There's no way that article was popular. How could he have known? He had it all figured out. She was too predictable. The Right Path was a well-known newspaper that focused on portraying the good and wholesome aspects of society. Seyun was lost in thought. If he actually read my article, then he can't be a bad person, right? Or maybe he just happened to read it because he was bored. She resigned herself to the situation. Whatever, what's done is done. We'll just have to work together. John Su asked about the route. We're heading to Daejeon, right? She confirmed. That's right. He continued to pry. A moment ago, I overheard something about the 7th Division. Do you know anything about them? She replied, those people. I can't understand them. If they want to save people, why don't they just go ahead and do it? I don't understand why they keep attaching strange conditions. It really is a bit weird. I've never heard of anything like it before. Heard of this division, but we've never met them in person. We've only communicated over the radio on the emergency channel. And speak to me properly. I'm 27 years old, and I'm quite sure I'm older than you. Chanju admitted. My apologies. You're right. I'm 2 years younger than you. Sa-Yoon just exclaimed, okay. You're still acting confused, which is really suspicious. The 7th Division wants to meet that mayor. She revealed that she'd heard the governing system is starting to crumble, and the soldiers alone can't stabilize it. I've only had brief contact with them, so I don't know anything more. Chanju thought to himself, what am I supposed to do with these people? It seems they're a more powerful force than I thought. They must have a lot of supporters. Outwardly, he promised. Thank you for the information. I'll definitely repay you for giving me a ride. Sa-Yoon, on the other hand, didn't believe him. Suddenly, a horrified Minchan looked out the window and called, Chanju. Sensing something was wrong, he asked, what is it? He stuck his head out the window to look. The moment they saw a silent girl outside, a startled viewer commented, damn, that scared the crap out of me. When did that monster get on the train? How are you going to deal with it now? Seeing that it was still disoriented, Chanju gestured. Shh. Se-Yoon was confused. What is it? He guessed. It's probably because of the train's noise that it hasn't noticed us yet. What do we do now? Should we take this chance to deal with it? Silent Girl was still sensing for any sound. The three of them inside the cockpit were tense to the extreme. He couldn't believe it. In a place like this, just then, he received a notification from the viewer. New Master. Time to assign a mission. New Master's mission. Kill Silent Girl within 5 minutes. Reward. For 10 minutes, see everything through the eyes of a target you have touched. One-time use. Can be activated at any time. Chanju was stunned. This guy is giving me another mission. Hey man, 5 minutes doesn't sound possible. If I make one mistake, it'll kill me instead. Other viewers clamored in the comments. You can't even do something this simple? New Master is the real deal. Where did Max go? At this rate, Chanju's gonna get himself killed. Chanju collected himself and started to think. Suddenly, he received another notification. Max's mission, kill Silent Girl within 1 hour. Reward, increase your voice volume by 7 times for 1 minute. one-time use, can be activated at any time. Chanju was overjoyed to see him. "You're back?" Max coldly told the other guy. "Get lost, you new master, or whatever your name is." New master shot back, "You get lost. Why even offer such a crappy reward?" They argued back and forth. "Your mission will get Chanju killed. Why do you care so much about the mission I created anyway?" "Mind your own damn business," Max yelled. "You bastard. Do you have any idea how much I had to pay to save Chanju's life?" Chanju's head was spinning. Why are they suddenly at each other's throats? What am I supposed to do? Chanju had never been caught between two titans like this before. He decided, screw it, and opened the door. The other two inside were shocked. A worried viewer warned, "Don't do anything stupid." He knew that it still couldn't sense him. Then, he activated his skill. Chanju pressed the option on his screen, a skill that steals the hearing of any target you touch. One-time use only, with a 1-minute limit. His expression was dead serious, as if this was a life-or-death duel. Chanju bravely walked up and placed a hand on Silent Girl's shoulder. It immediately whipped its head around like a maniac. He kicked the railing to make a noise. Its hideous face instinctively leaned down toward the railing. Then, Silent Girl lost its balance and toppled over. Its whole body tumbled down. Chanju gloated. Whoops, wrong direction. Curiously, he crawled to the railing and looked down. I wonder if it's dead. But then he saw Silent Girl stubbornly clinging to the vehicle. Chanju panicked and cursed. Damn it. Why is this thing's will to live so strong? Its leg is completely mangled. Furious, he violently stomped on Silent Girl's head repeatedly. Get off. Let go. Damn it. Seeing this, a viewer laughed in amusement. Even if you scream, it can't hear you because of the skill. Silent Girl's hand was about to touch Chanju's leg, so he immediately stabbed down at it repeatedly with his knife. Finally, that wicked hand let go of the railing. Get lost. It fell with a thud onto the road. Chanju stared tensely in its direction to see if it was dead yet. After confirming there was no more danger, his whole body collapsed to the ground as he swore, "Son of a bitch." A viewer commented smugly, "Nice scream. Chanju, how did you end up like this? One moment you look like a hero descended from the heavens, the next you're a clown. System notification, mission complete. You have received your reward." Only then could he believe he'd actually done it. He cheered happily. "I killed it within 5 minutes, so I got both rewards." Minchan looked worried as he walked in. "Chanju, are you okay?" Chanju was surprised. "Why do you ask?" He replied, "I heard you screaming." Chanju couldn't believe it. "You heard that?" Sayun praised Chanju. "You're more amazing than I thought." Leaning against the train, he asked warily, "What do you mean, more amazing than you thought?" She replied, "I didn't expect you to be able to handle it so quick. While you were out there, I received a call on the radio." Jianshu quickly looked up and asked, "The radio, is it from Division B?" She confirmed, "That's right." While you were fighting it, the other side asked, "Was that a scream? Is something wrong?" Cho Yu also grew anxious. "What did they say?" He was surprised, thinking, "They could hear that?" Sa Yun reported. "They said, we're approaching the milestone. We're to stop there and let them inspect before we proceed to Daejeon." He frowned upon hearing that word. Milestone? Out loud, he asked, "Did they mention anything about the mayor?" She explained. "At first, they told me to go straight to Daejeon, but after hearing there was no mayor here, they changed their minds and told me to leave the locomotive for their mechanic." Cho Yu sighed, feeling a headache coming on. Sayun rushed over to ask, "What is it?" He answered vaguely, "Actually, it's a lot of things." The train sped toward its destination. On the information channel, a series of messages appeared. Information 1, the people at the milestone are all robbers. Do not stop there. Information 2, there is a train station between the milestone and Daejeon station guarded by a small group. Cho Yu wondered, it's telling us not to go to the milestone, right guys? Can you give me a little spoiler? How many people can Sayun take down in a fight? The others also considered it. Should we tell him? Just a hint, maybe around 5. Beside him, Sayun asked, "Why did you suddenly go quiet? Is something wrong?" Cho Yu decided to test the waters with Sayun. "Can we go straight through the milestone?" she exclaimed in surprise. "Go straight through?" He explained his reasoning to her. "I don't think stopping there is a good idea. Do you completely trust those people? We have no reason to hand the train over to them, since we never told them it was broken or anything. And the fact that they changed their minds as soon as they heard there was no mayor here is also very suspicious." Sayun understood Cho Yu's point. "You're right. They could block off the milestone at any moment. If we get trapped there, it's over." He didn't hesitate to ask her directly. "You don't trust them either, do you? You said they've never shown their faces before, right? So how can we trust that the milestone is still safe when the world has become like this? There's a high chance our lives will be in danger if we stop there." Sayun completely agreed with this. "Agreed. We should go straight to Daejeon. Worst case scenario, we just blow right past it." Cho-yu focused on the most important issue. The problem is, what if they block our train? Se-yoon immediately had a solution. There's a sidetrack near the milestone that's still under construction. He was surprised to hear this. A sidetrack? Se-yoon explained, in case someone wants to divert us, they'll probably open that sidetrack. And the result will be our train derailing. He finished her sentence. So there's a possibility of another milestone. If we don't stop at the first one, they'll divert our train onto the sidetrack. Se-yoon understood. Meaning, even if we get past the first milestone, we'll be forced to stop at the second one. At Dongjin Station, the sound of the train echoed. Because John Shu had chosen to activate a skill, amplify your voice by 7 times for 1 minute. A one-time use available at any time. The soldiers at the station sensed the train was approaching. Cho-yu cleared his throat, gathering his strength. From the train, he yelled out, "The train is broken." The soldiers were stunned. The train is broken? They nervously discussed among themselves. No one said anything about this. What the hell? It's not stopping. What do we do? The train is broken. Inside, a tense Se-yoon asked, "Why did you do that? And where's your shirt?" He explained, "I want to confuse them. The people here won't know how to handle this, and they might influence the decision of the guys at the second milestone." She was still baffled. "But how is your voice so loud? I thought you swallowed the train, whistle or something." Cho-yu put his shirt on, smiled, and asked, "Why are you so concerned about that?" As the train passed peacefully through the station, seeing the monsters outside, Se-yoon became even more convinced. "Looks like you did the right thing. We're approaching the sidetrack, and they still haven't dealt with the monsters here. The first milestone must be in a panic right now. Get ready to stop. After we exit the tunnel, I'll slow down." When the train stopped, John Hasu gave an order. "Min-chae, in 30 minutes, blow the train's horn." Min-chae was surprised. "The train horn?" He explained. "I need you to draw their attention while we're gone. Just honk the horn and start the train." The boy assured him, "Leave it to me. You two have to come back safely." Se-yoon led him inside. "The milestone should be near here. Will that boy be okay?" I just gave him a quick rundown on how to start the train. Cho-yu reassured her, "Don't worry, that kid has a great memory." She replied casually, "Really?" They moved forward carefully with each step. "Looking down from the roof of the tunnel," he exclaimed. "I see it. It's smaller than I thought, and pretty quiet too." Se-yoon replied, "They don't know we're here. Because we stopped the train early, they probably didn't hear it. Let's go along the hill and approach it." The two of them silently crept toward their target. The soldiers were standing guard at the milestone above. The soldiers were discussing something amongst themselves. "If they resist, just shoot them. We only need to keep the female engineer alive." Well, this should be simple enough. Cho-du thought to himself, "Are they going to kill us right away?" After observing them, I was planning to find a way to take them down. But just as he was about to move, Se-yoon stopped him. Cho-du looked back at her, confused. Countless complimentary comments appeared. "She's so in love with Se-yoon. Her natural instincts are just amazing. I don't know how she handles monsters, but I'm sure she can handle those guys." Cho-du hid behind a nearby tree. The soldiers were mumbling nonstop. Why do they want to kill them? They could just keep them for manual labor. Or maybe keep them as toys. At that moment, he made his move. The rope swung out just in time, restraining one of the soldiers. Se-yoon also used a necktie to choke another one. One soldier, with Cho-du's knife to his throat, asked in a panic, "Who are you people?" "Damn it," Cho-du cursed, snatching his gun. "Not today." The viewers immediately noticed, wow, Cho-du got stronger. At the same time, Se-yoon also snatched the gun from the other guy, handed over. She kicked him square in the chest, sending him staggering off the edge below. The remaining 2 soldiers cried out in fear. "Wait," Se-yoon turned back to them coldly. "What was that you were saying just now? Who's killing whom?" They answered, trembling. "Wait, we were just following orders." She slowly walked towards them, then smashed one with the butt of her gun. "Orders, my ass." Another one tried to stab her from behind with a dagger. This bitch. Se-yoon didn't even give him a second glance as she smashed his wrist with the gun's butt. Another kick straight to the stomach made him scream in agony. A follow-up strike with the gun butt sent this one falling over the edge too. "Get out of my sight." Before he could even beg for his life, Cho-du, from behind, tried to stop her. "Miss Se-yoon, wait. We have to keep one of them alive." But it was too late. Only then did Se-yoon exclaim, "What?" Cho-du replied fearfully, "Nothing. If you like kicking them off cliffs, then go ahead." The viewers had their minds blown. So ruthless. That was so satisfying, she didn't leave a single one alive. He's afraid she'll kick him off too, isn't he? He doesn't dare to say a word back. If you know, don't say it out loud. Cho-du checked the gun and realized, looks like this is fully loaded. "Have you ever used a gun before?" Se-yoon replied, "I have." He cheered up. "Then this will be easier. We'll charge straight inside. You want to fight, don't you?" The two of them headed deeper into the forest. Reaching the cliff edge ahead, Si-yoon exclaimed in surprise. What's going on? Even Cho-do cursed. What the hell is that? Below them were countless zombies, as many as ants. She realized with a tense expression that they were slowly climbing up. How many of them are there in total? He urged. Let's go. We have to clear this place out as fast as possible. Approaching the base ahead, Cho-do did a quick count. There are about 7 people outside. Including those inside, there are probably about 10 or more. A viewer asked, Think you can handle it? Cho-do bragged, I might not look like it, but I was a sharpshooter back in the army. Se-yoon, hiding behind a nearby tree, reported. The moment we open fire, the zombies will swarm us, he replied casually. By the time that happens, we'll have jumped on the ship and gotten out of here. Get in position. I'll draw their attention first. Se-yoon immediately raised her gun and took action, a bullet whizzing past Cho-do. The viewer's message, they're already shooting. You've been spotted. Without a moment's hesitation, Cho-do returned fire. Shit! The guard's head exploded from the shot. He quickly hid behind a large rock as a hail of bullets came his way. Damn it, do they have heavy weapons or something? Why is their firepower so insane? Se-yoon urged from the side. What are you doing? Shoot back. Cho-do was so tense he was sweating bullets. The moment he popped out, a bullet grazed his arm. Seeing him duck back behind the rock, clutching his arm and groaning, Se-yoon asked worriedly, Did you get hit? He replied, It's fine, just a graze. Cho-do asked his viewers, Guys, can you see what's going on inside? They scolded him. Of course not, you idiot. We can only see things from a third-person perspective, like in a horror game. Cho-do peeked out and fired. Damn it, they spotted us sooner than I thought. Their firepower is too strong. These bastards are shooting like there's no tomorrow. Seeing how bad his aim was, the viewers started to complain. My eyes. Where is Cho-do even aiming? His aim is terrible. It must be because his arm hurts. Hearing an beside him, Cho-do quickly turned to her reassuringly. It's okay, just a graze. Blood was seeping from one of her arms. Cho-do asked worriedly, How many bullets have you fired? Se-yoon replied, About 20. He quickly did the math in his head, so we only have about 30 bullets left. What do we do now? The viewers saw the soldiers moving in and warned him. Cho-do, they're coming. Tell Se-yoon to fall back. She asked frantically. Go where? He replied, We'll figure that out later. Se-yoon opened fire on them, and they immediately returned fire. Cho-do provided backup for her. I'll cover you. Run. One of them was immediately hit. The two of them bolted, ignoring the curses echoing behind them. Damn it. Go, you bastards. The viewers commented with regret. I guess the two of them can't beat armed soldiers. Huh, too bad. Poor minion, his body's not in good shape. So Cho-do begged, Come on guys, help me out. They're commenting nonstop. Looks like it's time to say goodbye. Hey Chu-ju, does anyone have a quest left? Why should I give him a quest? I'm not wasting my ren on someone who's about to die. Damn it, I'm out of ren. Damn it, someone help him already. Come on, just let him die. Don't feel too sorry for him, man. Chu-ju realized with bitterness. That's right. To these people, I'm just entertainment. I have no value to them yet. So, they just want to see, don't they, if I can survive. Is this what you want too? Onlyon. And so, he gathered his spirits and continued to run. I'm not going to die here. Se-yoon, you better not die either. I'll draw the attention of the zombies and the soldiers. Let's meet up later. Se-yoon had a bad feeling. Are you talking about the ones at the cliff? Are you insane? His footsteps stopped at the cliff's edge. No. This is our chance to turn the tables. Chu-ju held his breath and braced himself. He let out a huge shout down into the zombie-filled pit. Just then, the system updated. Number of zombies provoked, 10, 17, 25, 41, 58. Time remaining, 9 minutes and 59 seconds. Se-yoon's face went pale with fright. What the hell are you doing? Ignoring her, Chu-ju opened his mouth and yelled, You see me, don't you? Come and get me, you mindless zombies. She ran to stop him. Wait, Chu-ju. You said you would draw their attention and lead them to the landmark. Keep your distance and follow me. We will definitely survive. Do you trust me? Se-yoon. Hearing this, Se-yoon was so scared she was speechless. She thought to herself, who in their right mind would trust you in this situation? When the soldiers saw Chu-ju returning with a horde of zombies behind him, they were stunned. What the hell is that? It's leading the zombies right with it. They gave the order to fire, but he was already gathering momentum to jump, and in an instant, he flew over the heads of the two soldiers in front of him. The viewers watching this scene went wild. Holy shit, he can do that? He just turned into a high jumper. He landed steadily on his feet. The two soldiers hadn't even processed it yet. What the hell just happened? I don't know. Get him. Seeing Chu-ju leap onto a high branch, they they became even more furious. Is that thing even human? How can it run so fast? One of them saw the zombies trailing behind and yelled, "It's heading for our position." The viewers commented nonstop. "His stats are insane. Awesome. How many did he provoke?" "Probably around 70. I think he might actually live." The landmark appeared up ahead. He jumped back to the ground, luring the whole horde after him. "Hey, you bastards. Were you asleep?" The people inside the building noticed the commotion and immediately started shouting, "It's that guy from before. Fire!" But when he got a clear look at what was in front of him, he fell silent. The door opened and a horde of zombies swarmed in. Meanwhile, Seo Yoon smashed the butt of her gun into a zombie's face. "Let go of me." She vented her anger, repeatedly smashing the gun stock against its head. "Just die already." Just as she turned around, a zombie's slimy face suddenly appeared, scaring the life out of her. Chuju appeared just in time and smashed it with a single blow, splattering blood in front of Seo Yoon. He ordered her, "Get back." "Seo Yoon, I've held them off for now. Let's go." Seeing this, she asked in surprise, "What? Are you going to carry me?" Chuju cut her off impatiently. "You talk too much." He pulled Seo Yoon by the arm, then threw her over his shoulder. Behind them, a few zombies clung on tightly. Chuju asked as he ran, "Seo Yoon, are you okay? Say something." The viewers, observing her face closely, realized that Seo Yoon looked like she was in deep shock. Chuju asked her urgently, and she finally snapped out of it. "Huh, what is it?" Reaching the tracks, he pointed ahead and asked, "Over there, do you see that lever? Can you turn it yourself?" He put her down to block the horde alone. "The train will be here in less than a minute. I'll hold off the zombies." Chuju was tense. How many people are still in there? If the zombies catch up, we're screwed. Seo Yoon tried to turn the lever, but it wouldn't budge. She cursed, "Damn it, why are my hands shaking so much?" Behind her, Chuju fought desperately against the zombies while she struggled to move the lever with all her might. He asked Seo Yoon anxiously, "Are you done yet?" She immediately reported back, "Just finished." Chuju instantly ran to her side and threw her over his shoulder again. Seo Yoon was stunned, thinking to herself, "Again?" He heard the train whistle approaching. As he watched the train speed toward them, Chuju realized, "Wait, something's not right. The train is moving too fast. It can't be." Peering through the glass window, Chuju was horrified to see a student being brutally massacred inside. "Min Cheol?" Chuju delivered the bad news. "It looks like the train isn't planning to stop." Seeing the zombies swarm out, Seo Yoon quickly called out, "Chuju, the zombies are coming." He knew he had to find a way onto that train. If they missed this one, it was all over. Time remaining on the provoke skill, 73. 35 seconds. Chuju held her tight and told Seo Yoon to hang on. "We will get on that train, no matter what." He sprinted forward. "Let's go." All Seo Yoon could do was scream, "You psycho." Hearing the scream, the zombies swarmed toward them in unison. She asked worriedly, "Why did you draw their attention again? Wasn't chasing the train hard enough for you?" Chuju thought to himself, "I need more." His voice rang out as loud as before. "Almost there," the viewers commented. "He won't make it on like this. If Chuju drops Seo Yoon, he can do it. Throw her away." A zombie's hand from behind was just about to reach them. The distance between them and the zombies was shrinking. He roared, "Just one more." Just then, a notification popped up. Provocation 90, 14 seconds remaining. Physical abilities increased by 1000%. Chodu's speed instantly skyrocketed. The viewers exclaimed in amazement, "Oh my god, it's really a 1000% boost. He's about to catch the train." He encouraged her before tossing her toward the train. "Hang in there, Seo Yoon. Even if it hurts, you have to bear with it." With 10 seconds left on Provocation 90, Seo Yoon's back slammed hard against the side of the train, but she managed to grab the railing. Chodu accelerated from behind, grabbing hold just as Provocation 90 hit 7 seconds. He thought to himself, "Minchin, that damn bastard." His legs pumped faster as the timer hit 5 seconds. With just 1 second to spare, Chodu heaved himself onto the train. He gripped Seo Yoon's hand as she clung to the railing. "Seo Yoon." She looked up at him in a daze. Chodu said with relief, "Gotcha." Right at that moment, Provocation 90 expired. 0 seconds. A flood of notifications appeared. "Ma has donated 1 gem. I knew you could do it." "New Master has donated 1 gem. Impressive." "Mitang has donated 1 gem. Glares." Chodu said smugly, "What did I tell you guys? See, I told you I wasn't going to die." As they approached the cockpit door, Seo Yoon froze, unable to take another step. "Chodu, look." The glass door was covered in streaks of blood. The metallic smell of it was overwhelming. Seeing Minchin, she took a worried step forward, about to ask, "Is he dead?" He stopped her. "First, let's toss this zombie corpse aside." Chodu nudged him with the butt of his gun. "Minchan, he thought. He's covered in so much blood, I can't tell if he's been bitten. A viewer suggested, shouldn't we take his head, just to be safe? Seeing Chodu's reaction, another person shot back. What kind of suggestion is that? Can't you see he's grieving? Just shut the fuck up for a minute. Heartbroken, Chodu knelt down and shook the boy. Minchan, can you hear me? Seo Yun asked. Is he not responding? No, Chodu answered. I think the kid just fainted. If he were turning, the kid would have woken up already. If that's the case, I'll deal with him myself. Just then, Minchan groaned softly. Chodu called out urgently. Minchan, is that you? Minchan. Just then, the boy's whole body began to writhe. Chodu cursed. God damn it. Watching him cry out in agony, he thought regretfully. I really wish we could have stuck together longer. So, with his own hands, Chodu raised his gun. This is my fault. But right at that moment, Minchan gasped. It hurts. Chodu immediately tossed his gun aside and called out to him. He grabbed Minchan's face, his voice filled with concern. You weren't bitten, right? He replied naively. Huh? No. I defeated that zombie, but I think I slipped and hit my head. Chodu pulled Minchan into a tight hug, exclaiming, Thank God. I really thought you were dead. A viewer reminded him, shouldn't you check again, just in case? Meanwhile, Minchan thought to himself, wow, I never knew Chodu had this side to him. Chodu quickly checked Minchan over for bite marks, finally sighing in relief when he found none. Once again, Chodu joyfully hugged the younger boy. You're not bitten. I'm so relieved. Seo Yun, watching from the side, felt a weight lift off her shoulders too. I'm so glad you're all right. I honestly thought you were dead. Minchan finally took a look around. Wait a minute. How did you two even get on the train? She answered, it's a long story. Now that she had a moment, Seo Yun turned to him. Oh yeah, Chodu, how are you so ridiculously strong? You basically threw me into the sky. Minchan cried out, aghast. He threw you? Chodu's face darkened. Hey, don't say things that'll give people the wrong idea. She continued, he was even carrying me while he ran after the train. Seeing the look on Minchan's face, Chodu yelled, stop looking at me like that. You're hurting my feelings. It's not what you're thinking. The boy stammered, why? You shouldn't treat people like they're objects. Chodu explained, it was all to survive. I guess I was on the brink of death, and my latent potential just burst out. You know, like those stories where a mother lifts an entire car to save her kid. Seo Yun's eyes sparkled. That's incredible. It's the first time I've ever seen it with my own two eyes. The power of the human will is just astonishing. He prompted. You can be astonished after you let go of me. Seo Yun sheepishly released her grip. Oh, sorry. Just then, a voice crackled through the train's comms system. Report in. Who is on board the train? Seo Yun looked to the others. Is that the 7th Division? What do we do? The viewers began to speculate. Those guys probably haven't been in touch with the waypoint, have they? Should we tell them we cleared the area? Chodu responded over the comms. Hello, I'm a guest here. The voice on the other end sounded suspicious. A guest? Who is this? He replied, I'm a civilian. The person asked, are you at the waypoint on a mission? Chodu thought to himself, is that a trick question? Seeing that he wasn't responding, the voice pressed on, didn't the people at the waypoint say anything to you? Chodu began to spin a tale. We came to waypoint number 2 to fix the train, but we stumbled upon a mysterious group fighting a zombie horde. I escaped with a few soldiers, but there were too many zombies. Now, I'm the only survivor. The viewers knew this routine all too well. There he goes, acting again. The person on the radio asked, stunned, you're the only one? He confirmed, that's right. The female engineer got the train started, but she was bitten, so she jumped off. Seo Yun rushed over to protest, but he clamped a hand over her mouth. Don't you dare make up stories about me. Chodu then asked the person on the radio, so now what do I do? Are you a member of the 7th Division or something? He replied, yes, but you're really the only one left alive. Chodu pretended to shout, huh? Hello? The signal's cutting out. I can't hear anything you're saying. I think the radio's broken. I'll meet you at Dronzer Station. The person on the other end tried to finish. Wait a minute. Dronzer Station. If you can manage to break and stop right at that station, we'll take it from there. Seyun stared at Chodu and asked, you're a pretty good liar, aren't you? He casually replied, it's a survival skill. Looks like we can't drive the train to Dronzer Station. Is there anywhere we can stop the train before we get there? Seyun thought for a moment and remembered a place not far from the city, though it was a bit suspicious. There's a botanical garden near the main road. The three of them got off the train and carefully entered. Chodu assessed the place. This looks like a jungle. He turned to his little brother, Minchan. Is that pipe working out for you? The viewers commented excitedly. Looks like he really likes it. That pipe has become Minchan's companion. Seeing the dagger flash in his hand, They hoped that Cho-do would find his own fateful weapon soon. The deeper he went, the more he felt that something was wrong. Cho-do walked carefully with every step because he knew it. It was strangely quiet. Normally, there'd be birds chirping or something. The other two were also on high alert, looking around their surroundings. All three of them now felt that something was wrong. Cho-do turned back and asked, "Hey, do you two hear that?" They both shook their heads. No. He asked the viewers, "Did you guys see anything?" They replied, "No, we just heard a sound." The strange noise sounded again. He cursed under his breath. "Damn it, this noise is driving me crazy." Cho-do turned to ask Se-yoon, "How big is this garden?" She answered, "As long as we don't get lost, it should only take 20 minutes to get out. But it's too dark right now." Minchun volunteered, "Hyung, let me lead the way. I've memorized the path." Cho-do entrusted the task to him, just as I expected. "All right, I'm counting on you." Minchun went ahead to lead the way when he suddenly heard something. Cho-do urgently called out to Minchun. Something suddenly charged at him, but thankfully he managed to block it with a pipe. Minchun was pushed back. Luckily, Cho-do was there to back him up, pulling him back. Looking at the thing before them, they guessed in astonishment, "Is that a tree branch?" Both of them froze when they saw what was in front of them. "Are you for real? Isn't this a bit much?" They looked at the tree, which had a human-like torso with 4 limbs and a treetop for a head. The viewers finally understood. It's a cruenchi. "No wonder we heard that sound." Cho-do exclaimed in anger. "A tree monster? Are you kidding me?" He looked at the tree monster before him, his face pale with fear. "A cruenchi? Then this place is basically their nest." Its roots burst out of the ground. A sharp branch shot out. Se-yoon charged forward angrily and gave it a good beating. "How dare you?" From behind, Cho-do advised, "Se-yoon, wait." They attack fast but move slowly. "We should find a way to get out of here quickly. Minchun, lead the way." He immediately replied, "Got it." The three of them hurriedly ran down another path. "Let's take the trail." Minchun didn't hesitate, pushing through the dense bushes to clear a path. The cruenchi's canopy tilted towards them. Minchun led the group to the left. For a moment, the cruenchi couldn't keep up with them. Noticing this, Cho-do thought gleefully, "Great, at this rate, we'll escape soon." But before he could celebrate for long, the cruenchi's trunk was right behind him. It slammed down hard where he was running. Seeing him thrown to the side, Se-yoon called out worriedly, "Cho-do." She glanced at the creature in fear. "What is that?" Looking at the giant cruenchi blocking their path, she couldn't believe how big it was. Just then, Cho-do shouted in panic, "Minchun, behind you." When he turned around, he saw a cruenchi right behind him. Cho-do urged him impatiently, "Hurry up and run. We'll handle this. See you at the entrance." The boy still hesitated, but a branch grazed Minchun's arm. A voice reminded him, "Run." Minchun knew that if he stayed, he would only drag them down, so he turned and ran. He shouted back a message that his brother had to survive. Now, the two of them were surrounded by 2 cruenches. Se-yoon slammed her gunstock into the cruenchi's trunk, asking in frustration, "Why are these things surrounding us like this?" Alarm bells went off in Cho-do's head as he realized something was wrong. "Why isn't my taunt skill activating?" The cruenchi just stood there. The viewers commented, "Because they're not targeting you. Those things don't have eyes or ears. What are you so shocked about?" When Cho-do kicked the tree trunk, a 9-minute and 59-second taunt countdown finally appeared. He understood now, so that's how it is. He turned and warned his teammate, Se-yoon, "Stop hitting them. They can sense us when we touch them." She was stunned when she realized. "So the more we fight, the worse it gets for us." Cho-do led her away. "Let's head back the other way and go in a circle." She replied, "Got it." At this point, Cho-do could only pray, "Minchun, I hope he's still safe." Meanwhile, Minchun had reached the gate of the botanical garden. The entrance is here. Seeing the cruenchi stop right at the edge of the road, he wondered, "They've stopped chasing me. Is it because there's no soil?" "Brother Cho-do, what should I do? If they get lost in there, it'll be really dangerous." Remembering the moment Cho-do hugged him, Minchun made a decision, even though he'd been told they'd meet at the entrance. But Minchun's feet were already moving. He headed towards the convenience store on the side of the road, cautiously pushing the door open. Minion secretly hoped, "There's probably no one in here, right?" Stepping inside the stall, the first thing he did was grab 2 bottles of liquor. Next was a bag of bandages. Looking at the things he used to love on the shelf, Minion sighed, "I don't need this stuff. I gave it up a long time ago." After grabbing everything he needed, including a lighter, Minion thought to himself, "Wait for me, Chosu." He lit his makeshift torch, which was doused in liquor. The flame that erupted in his hand filled Minion with confidence. "You're all dead meat." The fire touched the dry, hard trunk of the tree, and its entire body caught fire. He realized it was trying to run away. This news made Minion very happy. "Looks like you guys aren't so tough after all. Run if you can, you bastards." The entire base of the tree was set ablaze by his torch until it was burning fiercely. A Crunchy charged at Minion like it had gone mad. He panicked and backed away. "Don't you dare come any closer." Suddenly, the entire tree exploded right before his stunned eyes. What? They exploded. The flames spread quickly, igniting the nearby trees as well. Minion lamented to himself, "Oh no." A wall of fiery trees blocked his path. "I've really messed up." The Crunchy from behind charged at him. He shouted angrily, "Get away." In his haste to escape, Minion tripped and fell. A stream of water splashed onto the logs, extinguishing the flames. Minion turned around, bewildered, and asked. It stopped? A voice called out, "They're about to explode. Be careful." An old man named Nam Chun was ordering him while spraying the base of the trees with a hose. "Don't just lie there. Get over here." A Crunchy exploded right behind Minion. Getting impatient, the old man grabbed his hand. "We have to run. Hurry up." Minion resisted. "Wait, my friend." The old man replied impatiently. "Forget him. Don't you see those monsters chasing us? This way. Quick, look this way." Minion knew this place wasn't on any map. He still tried to glance behind him. When they reached a certain spot, Nam Chun pried open a hatch on the ground and immediately pushed Minion down. "Get down there." His whole body fell with a thud, while the old man calmly climbed down the ladder. Looking at the room below, Minion was surprised. "Sir, where are we?" The old man asked with concern. "Are you okay, kid?" Minion replied. "No, my whole body aches." The old man answered casually. "This is still better than being torn to pieces by those things." Minion was helped to a bed. "Here, sit down." The old man explained that this was where he lived. "I built this place before the apocalypse happened." After saying that, Nam Chun continued asking, "By the way, where do you live, kid? Is that a school uniform?" Minion replied, "Yes, I'm a high school student, but I guess that doesn't mean anything anymore." He shot up as he remembered. "That's right, Chosu." But the pain forced Minion to sit back down. Nam Chun advised, "Don't be hasty. I don't know who you came here with, but you should forget about them. Once those monsters start moving, no one can escape." He refused. "But I have to save them. We traveled together this whole time." The old man shouted angrily, "Absolutely not. If you really want to save them, wait until sunrise. At that time, those monsters will root themselves back into the ground and stop moving." Minion mumbled. "When the sun rises?" The old man revealed, "That's right. Your friend can wait until then. Running out there now is no different from suicide. You've been through a lot of life or death situations with them, haven't you? Just trust them." The old man successfully persuaded Minion. "Okay, then I'll wait for now." Nam Chun sighed in relief. "Good. Those things won't find us. You can relax now." The old man handed him a box of food. "Here. You must be starving, right? Go on, eat." Minion was still hesitating. Nam Chun placed a spoon in his hand. "Don't worry, just eat. You have to eat whenever you can. You never know when your next meal will be. You'll need your strength to find your friend tomorrow." Minion understood. "You're right." He took the first spoonful and savored it. "This is delicious." The old man kindly brought him some water. To go through so much at such a young age. "Here, drink some water." Minion didn't notice the sinister expression that now filled Nam Chun's face. "Just take your time." Seeing that Minion had finished eating, Nam Chun continued his questioning. "So young, yet you've been through so much. Where did you get in, the main gate?" He answered honestly. "Yes. Actually, we came in through the back gate." The old man guessed immediately. "The back gate. So you came here by train?" Minion was puzzled. "Yes." "How did you know?" Nam Chun continued to probe. "Lately, that's the only way I've seen people arrive." "How many people are in your group?" Minion revealed. "Including me, there are 3 of us." The old man's face filled with a calculating look as he blurted out, "So there are 2 more? What's in your bag?" Minion blurted out, "Just some food and miscellaneous things, sir." The old man casually reassured him, "Don't worry, I'm not going to take your things. I have so much food that I was thinking of sharing some with you." Minion quickly refused. "There's no need, sir. Letting me rest here is more than enough." Nam Chun instructed, "Just let me know if you need anything. You can sleep on that bed over there." He hesitated, "But I can't." Nam Chun walked to a door and said, "It's all right. I prepared this in case I had guests. Get some rest. I'll wake you up tomorrow morning." Minion lay down on the bed, but he was too worried to sleep. He kept wondering to himself, "He's so old, but he's really amazing. He's kind and thoughtful, too. Is this what they call life experience? He shared his food with me, yet I still suspected him." Minchin was very worried about them. "Johan, they must be so busy running from those things that they can't even eat or drink, but that dish was really delicious." Minchan's heart ached, thinking about the 2 of them having to chew on tree branches, shivering from hunger. "I'm so hungry and thirsty." "Minchan?" At that thought, his eyes filled with tears. Minchin's gaze shifted to the food table beside him. Cans of preserved peaches were stacked there. He was fighting with himself. In the end, reason lost to emotion. Minchan tiptoed towards the table. With this many, it probably won't matter if I just take one, right? As he held the can of peaches, he was still fighting an intense internal battle. No, I can't do this to the person who saved my life. Looking at the can in his hand, Minchin thought he should put it back and just go to sleep. He returned to his bed, wrapped himself in a blanket, and went to sleep, while Nam Chun was still sleeping in the bed next to him. Suddenly, the old man's eyes opened. Meanwhile, Johan looked around and swore, "Damn it. Why are there so many of them? It feels like all the trees here are crunchy." Looking at the other trees, he knew they would wake up if touched and would continue to awaken the others, causing a chain reaction. Si-Yoon walked over warily. "Sorry, Johan. I dropped my gun when I fell earlier." Seeing her condition, Chu asked with concern, "Are you okay? You seem to be injured." She replied, "I'm fine, but more importantly, do you know the way out of here? We've been running in circles so much that I've lost my sense of direction." Viewers flooded the comments. "I can't believe they're trapped in there. I told you I had a bad feeling about this place." Chu, look around to see if there's an axe or something. He thought with confusion, where am I supposed to find an axe now? Suddenly, Chu noticed the Crunchi had abruptly changed direction. Seeing a small white bear clinging to a tree branch, he was stunned. Wait, that white ball of fluff looks so familiar. The bear even waved, signaling to the two of them. Chu wondered, is it telling me to follow it? Se-Yoon, beside him, was puzzled. What's wrong, Chu? Without a second thought, he grabbed her and started running. Se-Yoon, this way. She thought to herself, did he remember the way? Just like at the milestone, no matter how difficult it was, he always managed. Seeing the stuffed bear jump down, Chu changed direction to follow it. It jumped down, this way. Se-Yoon didn't understand. What jumped down? Chu thought confidently, I have a total of 37 genes now. Whatever I find, I'll be able to open it. Bring all the chests to me. But when he saw the chest, Chu could do nothing but shed tears when he realized it required 72 genes to open. What the hell, guys? 72 genes? Are you kidding me? The viewers laughed cheerfully at Chu's poverty. 72 genes? Don't be sad. Poor Chu. He couldn't accept it. It's always been 1 gene and 5 genes, so why did the price suddenly increase so much? Someone kindly reminded him. The price depends on what's inside the chest. I guess we forgot to mention that to you. Seeing him clutching his head and screaming, Si-Yoon asked fearfully from the side, what's wrong? Chu crawled shakily towards the chest. That thing. My genes. Si-Yoon, the chest here is too expensive. I need more genes. Seeing him act this way, she felt bewildered. What are you talking about? She was extremely disappointed. It seems he's so scared he's gone crazy, not that he has any actual ideas. She quickly shook Chu, snap out of it. Whatever you just saw, we can come back for it later. Se-Yoon dragged the dazed Chu away. The monsters are coming this way. Let's move. The only thought in Chu's mind was, it's over. Should I provoke the monsters to summon Donnie? No. What if the monsters take me out with one hit? Think, Chu, think. They're tree monsters. If I want to deal with them, I need fire. Suddenly, a splash of cold water hit his face, snapping him to his senses. Water? The Crunchi stopped dead in their tracks when they encountered the trees. Se-Yoon's jaw dropped as she noticed. They've stopped. The man who saved them shouted, come over here. I can save you too. Chu was still thinking. How can there be someone in a place like this? Se-Yoon quickly pulled him along. Let's go. He knew there was no other way now. Damn it, there's no other choice. The man signaled to them, follow me. I'll take you to a hiding place. Meanwhile, Minchan was feeling very uncomfortable. He felt that something was wrong. I'm so dizzy. And my body feels so heavy. I can't get up. Namchan spoke up from the next bed. Is something wrong? It sounds like you're struggling with something. Dawn is still a long way off. He struggled to say, Sir, my body feels strange. I feel so tired. The old man gave a spine-chilling smile and replied, that's a strange thing to say. What's so strange about feeling tired? Just get a good night's sleep. Don't worry about anything. I'll watch over you. Minchan didn't dare to consider the possibility. Could it be? That old man. The man started to get out of bed. It's surprising that you can still resist the effects of the drug. It must be because you're still young, but you shouldn't resist too much. Just sleep until morning, and everything will be over. He tried to stay conscious and asked, Over, who are you? The old man's figure appeared dark and terrifying. What are you thinking? I mean, go to sleep, and you won't feel tired anymore. Minchan asked in disbelief, What did you do to me? The old man said casually, Me? I just saved your life, and nothing more. The boy wasn't stupid enough to believe him. Lies. If that were true, I wouldn't be in this state. Namchun pointed to the peach cans on the table. Ah, that's because you touched my cans. See how the outside is coated in some kind of liquid? It dawned on him. No wonder it was so slippery. What is that liquid? The old man said calmly. A poison made from the leaves of those monsters. Don't worry. It just acts like a sleeping pill and absorbs easily through the skin. Relax. If you keep struggling like this, you're going to hurt yourself. As the old man helped him up, Minjun cursed weakly. Let go of me. The old man kindly tucked him into bed. You need to stay covered, or you'll catch a cold. We'll talk later. As he faded into unconsciousness, his last thought was, damn it, I have to warn everyone. There's a villain here. Watching the young boy's eyes close, Namchun said, see you in the morning. Meanwhile, Joe Sub looked down suspiciously and asked, is this a basement? Seo Yoon had already climbed down, and the other man urged, you go down, too. Joe Sub replied, no, you go first. He impatiently tried to push him down. Hurry up. But he wouldn't budge. The man thought to himself, how is this guy so strong? He didn't move an inch. But Joe Sub remained insistent. No way. You saved us, so you should go down first where it's safe. He agreed. Fine. Just make sure to close the hatch when you come down. Joe Sub followed, pulling the hatch closed, and it slammed shut. Down below, the man let out a sigh of relief. Made it. That was close. Joe Sub looked at the surrounding bookshelves, carefully assessing the situation. So many books. The other man spoke up first. Well then, why don't we introduce ourselves? I'm Jong. Seo Yoon stepped forward to shake his hand. Sure, thank you for saving us. I'm Seo Yoon. He cut in and grabbed the man's hand. And I'm Joe Sub, he replied in a friendly manner. Is that right? Hello, Joe Sub. It's a pleasure to meet you. Resting in a corner, Seo Yoon asked curiously, do you live here by yourself? He confirmed, that's right. You can all relax now. She turned to Joe Sub and said, I'm thirsty. Jong went over to the table full of peach cans and got her a bottle of water. You can have some of mine. You two don't need to use your own supplies. Joe Sub replied politely, it's all right. You've already saved our lives. We don't want to be a burden. Seo Yoon, beside him, added, that's right. We should be grateful to the one who saved us. He couldn't insist, so he said, all right. If you two need anything, just let me know. I have plenty of food here. Seo Yoon whispered into Joe Sub's ear, hey, you feel it too, don't you? He might not be a good person, so it's better to stay alert. Watching Jong fussing over some bedding, Joe Sub asked, can we leave tomorrow morning? Jong readily agreed. Of course. Those things upstairs usually stop moving at sunrise. You two can use this bed. I'll sleep over there. Seo Yoon whispered, hey, can I have the bed? After getting a nod, she quickly tossed the covers onto the bed and lay down. Thanks. Joe Sub was pleased. Nice work, Seo Yoon. Just keep acting like you don't suspect anything. I've got a bad feeling that trouble's brewing. He had barely dozed off when he suddenly sensed danger approaching. Through his blurry vision, Joe Sub saw a figure in front of him. Viewers commented in shock, what the hell? Is he going to smash Joe Sub's skull in? Wake up, you idiot. Open your eyes. Joe Sub saw Jong slowly leaning over with a blanket, as viewers warned, be careful. Joe Sub opened his eyes and asked warily, what are you holding the blanket? He explained. Geez, you scared me. You looked cold, so I was just going to put this blanket on you. Viewers commented frantically. We fell for it. Look at his face. Oh, right, he was acting all suspicious just to give him a blanket. Joe Sub thought with annoyance. Are these guys messing with me? Jong thoughtfully handed him the blanket and a pillow. Here, the floor is hard. I had another set of bedding ready for you. Joe Sub replied politely. All right, thank you. As he lay down to rest, he sighed, thinking to himself, I'm so tired. I can't even remember the last time I slept on proper bedding. I wonder what Minjun is doing right now. Seeing him start to drool in his sleep, the viewers commented, don't sleep, Joe Sub, you're drooling. Joe Sub wiped his mouth and retorted, no, I'm not. Looking at Seo Yoon on the bed, he felt a pang of envy. She looks like she's fast asleep. I want to sleep, too. Seo Yoon was enjoying a thankfully peaceful sleep for the time being. Seeing her, Joe Sub thought to himself, my stats are higher than a normal person's because of my skills. She must be exhausted compared to me. He pinched his own thigh hard, telling himself, I have to stay awake. Stay awake. Gotta endure it. The quiet room was soon filled with the sound of snoring. Joe Sub shot up. Finally, that guy is asleep. He walked over to the bathroom door and asked, all right, everyone, what should I do now? The viewers were impressed. You're so cautious. Looking into the bathroom, Joe Sub noted, this place is quite well equipped. If I weren't, I'd have been dead a long time ago. Turning to look at the sleeping Jong, he thought, this guy seems familiar enough with the Kenshi's behavior to leave a safe shelter like this in the middle of the night. I need to learn more about him. There don't seem to be any cameras in here. Looking at the boxes in front of him, Joe Sub thought, that's a lot of food. He picked up one of the cans. Just then, Joe Sub noticed something. Hey everyone, do you see this? The logo on the label is different from the logo on the lid. Perhaps after stuffing something else inside, he locked the lid. The viewers commented, this is scary. You're right, get rid of him before he wakes up. Walking over to where Jong was sleeping, Cho Su cursed inwardly. This bastard. He jolted awake as Cho Su pinned both of his arms. What do you think you're doing? He looked down at Jong coldly and questioned him. I should be the one asking that. If you were really asleep, you wouldn't have screamed before I even touched you. The man yelled, let me go. Se-yoon was woken up by the noise, having overslept. He called out to her, Se-yoon, bring a blanket over here. We have to tie this guy up. It took her a moment to process. Huh, she uttered in shock. Grabbing the blanket, she walked over. I knew it. I had a feeling this would happen. Chosu asked in disbelief, how can you sound so sure? You think I didn't notice you overslept? Se-yoon retorted, I only slept soundly because I knew you'd stay up. After tying Jong up tightly, he wiped his forehead and sighed in relief. Done. A viewer suggested they should tie him to the ladder so he couldn't move. Chosu exclaimed, oh, that's a great idea. As soon as he was tied to the ladder, Jong started screaming. Hey, what the hell do you two think you're doing? Chosu could finally relax, lying down on the mattress. Just stay like that for tonight. When we leave, you can enjoy this nice warm bed. So, good night. He turned to beg her. Hey, Miss Se-yoon, please untie me. This is ridiculous. She completely ignored him. Getting into bed, she said to Jong, sorry, you'll just have to endure it for tonight. He couldn't believe he was the one being held captive. What the hell? Eventually, Jong also drifted off from exhaustion. Chosu fell into a deep sleep, and so did Se-yoon. Suddenly, she was startled awake by a strange sound. She rushed over to shake Chosu. Wake up! What's that noise? Seeing the alarm clock in his pocket going off, Se-yoon felt a wave of relief. He must have set an alarm before going to bed. Meanwhile, Jong started begging. Now that you're awake, can you untie me? I couldn't sleep a wink. Is this how you treat the person who helped you? Se-yoon stretched refreshingly and replied, well, the two of us slept very well. She then noticed that there were no sounds coming from upstairs either. Se-yoon went to shake him awake. Cho-su, wake up. I think we can go outside now. You're sleeping so soundly. Wake up. When he still wouldn't wake up, Se-yoon started to worry, calling out, Cho-su. He didn't stir at all. She turned to question the other man. Hey, what did you do to him? Jong replied, why are you asking me? I'm tied up, remember? What could I possibly do? She didn't believe him and rushed over to shake him. You definitely know something. He's not responding at all. He stubbornly denied everything. Who knows? Maybe he's just a deep sleeper. Se-yoon grew even more anxious. Wait, you did something, didn't you? He clicked his tongue and said, are you guys really going to get mad at me without looking at yourselves? I told you. He's still sleeping. Her voice grew stern. Stop messing around and answer my question. He just laughed and replied, you want to know? See those cans over there? That bastard touched them. It was probably too dark for him to notice, but I coated the cans with poison. It's a trap to punish cunning thieves. Se-yoon threatened, give me the antidote. Give it to me right now, or I'll beat you to death. Jong wasn't scared at all. He said nonchalantly, antidote. What's that? Never heard of it. Maybe if you untie me, I'll remember. Oh, that's right. There isn't one. His attitude infuriated Se-yoon. She kicked him hard. You bastard. Unfazed, he continued to taunt her. You're more violent than I thought. She swung her fist at him. That's right. If you don't have the antidote, I'm not untying you. Get ready to die right where you are. Jong replied indifferently. But the thing is, I don't need you to untie me. A flame suddenly erupted behind him. Se-yoon stumbled back in terror. As flames engulfed his entire body, he gloated. Surprise, you should have searched me first. I always keep a lighter in my glove, and I wear flammable clothing. Se-yoon stared at Jong, completely bewildered. What are you trying to do? Are you insane? As the fire began to consume his body, his vicious voice rang out. I'm going to turn myself and this entire place into a fiery grave for you all. Se-yoon acted quickly. She grabbed the nearby blanket and threw it over Jong's body. However, she knew it wasn't enough. The smoke was already spreading toward Cho-su. She immediately felt a surge of panic. Se-yoon quickly grabbed the hose from the bathroom and started spraying water all over Jong. Taking advantage of the moment Se-yoon was distracted, he managed to burn through the ropes behind his back. I'm free, Jong gloated as he lunged at her. I'm free. He pinned Se-yoon to the floor. Now it's my turn. Try and escape now. She quickly kneed Jong right in the crotch. Get off of me, you bastard. He collapsed, clutching his groin, while Se-yoon choked on the smoke. I can't breathe. Chosu, there's too much smoke. In her helplessness, all she could think of was Chosu. Where are you? Just then, Zhang's voice surprised her. Looking for me? He was looking down at her, wearing a gas mask. Seyun gasped for air as his arm pressed down on her throat. He said coldly, "You want the mask? Does it even matter?"
Now, I live, and you die. In the moments before death, her only option was to reach for the cans of peaches behind her. A food can roll down. Him.
He yelled, Hey, don't play with your food. But I guess I should thank you too. We need some new fertilizer. Seyun didn't understand what he meant. Fertilizer. He admitted, that's right. I can't just let the people who hurt my precious little plants get away. If you let me burn to death, I'll become fertilizer for them too. That's right. That old man would definitely do that. She cursed inwardly. Damn it. If this guy wasn't a total psycho, I wouldn't be struggling like this. No. If I pass out here, it's all over. Zhang said gloatingly. Do you want to hear more about that poison? It works like a sleeping pill, but it'll kill most adults after about half a day, so you might as well just go to sleep. Otherwise, you'll die before the poison even gets you. Seyun's consciousness began to fade. No, damn it. Her eyes slowly closed. Chodu woke up from a daze. He quickly climbed the ladder to open the hatch. Fresh air blew inside. That's much better. The air outside is so much nicer. Don't you think so? He didn't forget to flash a casual smile. Down below, Zhang couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Chodu coming down. But how? What the hell are you? He stepped forward and formally introduced himself again. I'm Chodu. Why did you go to all the trouble of burning the ladder? But the door's open now, we can just jump straight up. He couldn't believe that nonsense. How could a normal person jump that high? Wait a minute. How did you even wake up? Chodu replied calmly, that poison? If it had been a little more toxic, it probably would have killed me. But let's put that aside for now. It's time for me to return the favor for what you did to me. Viewers commented excitedly. Look at his face. He must have had a great nap to look like that. Chodu walked over and grabbed his hand tightly. Zhang tried to pull his hand away. Let go. He stubbornly held onto Zhang's wrist. No. Why on earth would you hit a streamer in the face? You must have gotten burned pretty badly. Huh? Your hand is as brittle as a dry twig now. He didn't understand what he meant. What? Chodu revealed the truth. It's nothing. It's just that my body is different from a normal person's. The gas mask was thrown to the ground. He squeezed Du Sion's neck tightly and asked, How does it feel? Hard to breathe, isn't it? A moment ago you were playing with fire, and now you're pretending to be a zombie? The torture continued. Next, Chodu took the entire can of peaches and smashed it into his face. Seyun regained her strength and gave him a punch, not forgetting to curse the bastard. Du Sion's head took a full kick from Seyun. Die. She poured all her anger into her foot with all her might. Go to hell. Seeing her lose control, Chodu had to stop her. Seyun, that's enough. She hesitated, but Chodu poured water on her hand and asked, You touched that peach can earlier, didn't you? You caused quite a bit of trouble while I was asleep. She replied, But you're the one, he admitted. That's right. But I woke up just in time, didn't I? Seyun saw he had a point and couldn't argue. Chodu decided on the next step. Now, we have to make sure this guy can't escape. He grabbed his legs and hoisted him upside down. Hearing Du Sion's cry, Chodu laughed and asked, You're still conscious? How unlucky for you. He hurriedly begged, Wait, hold on, boss. He replied leisurely, What's wrong? A moment ago you were setting yourself on fire. Surely you're not afraid of being hurt by someone else. Being tortured by him, Du Sion screamed his lungs out. Grandpa, help me. They're here. Grandpa. Chodu immediately forced him to confess. Speak. Besides you, who else is there? Meanwhile, Nam Chun, the old man, had dug a large hole and was shoveling dirt into it. After a while, the old man grew tired. Taking a break, Nam Chun muttered, Today is such a good day, but why is Zhang so late? Hearing a sound from Minan below, the old man exclaimed, Oh, you're awake, kid. Youth really is a wonderful thing. Looks like I'll have to hurry up. Feeling layers of dirt being thrown in his face, he asked in a daze, What's happening? Nam Chun smiled caringly. Did you sleep well, kid? Minan shot up and screamed, Where am I? Let me go. The old man refused. I can't do that. You're going to become fertilizer. Looking at the roots beside him, he turned pale with fear and asked, What? They move during the day, too. Nam Chun patiently shoveled dirt and tried to reassure him. Don't worry, it's just the roots. They'll just suck all the nutrients out of you and then retreat. His eyes widened in shock. Nutrients? When he understood, Minan shot up, yelling, Let me go. Let me out of here, you damn old man. The old man mocked him. You've got quite a loud mouth on you, don't you? That's why I prefer plants. They never complain. If you fertilize them, they grow. If not, they die in silence. Minon tried to climb the wall of the pit. Stop. Without any mercy, Nam Chun shoved the shovel right into his shoulder. Stop resisting. Minon let out a loud scream of pain. The old man advised, save your strength, kiddo. Becoming fertilizer will help you be reborn as something completely new. You won't have to worry about becoming a zombie or dying to monsters. You'll become a part of nature and live on forever. Seeing the vines lunging at him, he quickly kicked them away. No, get down. Let me out of here. You damned old man. You're about to kick the bucket anyway. The one who should be in here is you, not me. Nam Chun looked at him coldly. Now, let's begin. Getting disrespectful, are we? Another shovel strike came down, but Minchin had experience and dodged it. However, the old man was faster and slammed the shovel into his arm. Minchin seized this chance and grabbed onto the shovel. He thought to himself, I'm saved. Gripping the shovel handle firmly, Minchin vowed, Old man, I'm going to kill you. With that, Nam Chun's entire body was pulled down into the pit. The old man fell face first into the dirt in humiliation. Minchin stood to the side and asked in a cold voice, The feeling of falling into a pit isn't very pleasant, is it? Now that the tables had turned, all Nam Chun could do was curse. You bastard. Minchin pinned the old man down and demanded, Talk. Is it just you here, or are there others? Where are my friends? Even then, Nam Chun managed to laugh. I don't know. If they happen to run into my nephew, then God only knows what they've been through. Hearing this, Minchin felt a sense of dread. What? While he was distracted, the old man secretly reached for a nearby rock and slammed it into Minchin's forehead. It was so sudden that he couldn't dodge in time. The old man seized the opportunity while Minchin was injured and rushed for the shovel. Minchin didn't give Nam Chun a chance to turn the tables. He raised his leg and kicked the old man square in the stomach. His hand reached out and grabbed the shovel handle. A shovel blow straight to the stomach made the old man's face turn pale with pain. The sharp edge of the shovel then stabbed deep into Nam Chun's ankle. The old man pleaded, Wait, if you kill me, you'll never find your friends. Can you live with that? Minchin asked directly, Where are they? The old man said gleefully, Even if I told you, you wouldn't know. The paths around here are complicated. You need me. That's the only way you'll save your friends. Minchin wasn't stupid enough to fall for the trap. He simply asked, Then where are they? I don't know my way around here. You can feel safe telling me. The answer he received was the broadleaf tree area. Minchin carefully asked for directions. From the front gate, which way is it? The old man answered immediately, Northwest. To the northwest of the main gate. I'll take you there. Besides, you're still just a kid. Taking someone's life isn't right, is it? The shovel remained held high. Minchin looked at him coldly. Sorry, but I'm not as young as I look. I'm at an age where I can do whatever I want. Nam Chun still tried to negotiate. Wait, but the broadleaf area. Minchin didn't hesitate to reveal his advantage. You didn't know I've already memorized the entire map of this area, did you? Northwest is just a matter of following the tree line. A single shovel strike plunged down, ending the life of the wicked old man. Meanwhile, over with John Shu, he was pleading with his viewers, Come on, guys. John Shu is still fixated on that chest. 72 genes. A viewer commented, Do you want us to help you open it or something? Trying to take advantage of our kindness, he kept begging them. It's 72 genes, guys. But they remained firm. Repeating that over and over won't change anything. John Shu continued to entice them. There's definitely something super cool inside. Don't you guys want to see? Let me open it and we can see together. They refused immediately. Nope. Seeing his sad face only made them happier. Just give up. Hurry up and go find Minchin. Are you crying now? Finally giving up, John Shu reached down to lift the chest, much to the viewer's confusion. Although he used all his strength, his face contorting, the chest remained stubbornly immobile. The viewers were even more delighted. For real, this guy can't lift it. You idiot. You're going to break your arm doing that. Just give up. In the end, John Shu collapsed before the weight of his greed. Damn it, this thing is ridiculously heavy. He persistently tried to find a way. Maybe I should try prying it open with a crowbar. This gave the viewers another reason to gloat. That's enough. Look at those desperate eyes. John Shu, play the lucky wheel. His eyes lit up. The lucky wheel? A viewer revealed. Later on, you'll find a game machine and you can use genes to bet and play. John Shu clutched his head and started crying in front of the chest. So there's no other way right now? A viewer named Onlyon asked, John Shu, do you want this chest that badly? His silence was an answer in itself. Onlyon commented again. If that's the case, I can lend you the genes, but I'll take it back from your earnings. John Shu, still obsessed with the chest, asked again, Really? You'll lend them to me now? Onlyon replied, Of course, but just this once. And remember, you might regret this in the future. John Shu didn't care. It's fine. The game system announced. Onlyon has used their authority to lend you 35 genes, along with a message, just this once. Just then, Soyeon hurried over and asked, John-Soo, what took you so long? Seeing the item behind him, she was surprised. What is that? John-Soo explained. I was looking for a weapon. After all, we don't know what Minchin's situation is right now. Holding the weapon, which looked like a modern axe, firmly in his hand, he said, let's go find the kid. At that moment, Minchin had just managed to crawl out of the pit. He dragged his wounded body up and out to safety. Down below, Nam-chun had become nourishment for the tree roots. When the two of them found him, they were terrified. Seeing him collapse, they called out worriedly, Hey, Minchan. Behind Minchan was a long trail of blood on the ground. They rushed over. Hey, Minchan. John-Soo hastily helped him up as he realized the situation. The kid's lost too much blood. He's probably passed out. Wake up. John-Soo carried Minchin on his back, calling out constantly, Hey, don't you fall asleep on me now. Soyeon remembered. There should be a medical room near the main gate. We have to find something to carry him. After walking a few steps, Si-yoon spotted a warehouse. Jung-soo. There's a warehouse over there. He immediately used his iron axe to pry open the door, taking a swing at the rusty lock. Seeing it had no effect, Jung-soo cursed in frustration. What the hell? If one swing didn't work, a second one would. The lock snapped. The warehouse door opened, and he pulled a wheelbarrow out from inside. Se-yoon immediately understood Jung-soo's intention. You're planning to use that? He replied. Put the kid in here. After placing Minon inside, they left immediately. Se-yoon muttered beside him, Jung-soo. We're going to be punished by the heavens for this. The three of them made their way to a nearby clinic. Se-yoon opened the door so Jung-soo could carry Minon inside. Come on in. Looks like no one's here. After placing the boy on a gurney, Jung-soo asked, Se-yoon, do you know what we should do now? Se-yoon, also inexperienced, replied, I'm not sure. We should bandage him up and give him some medicine, right? He opened the medicine cabinet next to them, only to find it empty. There are no first aid kits or bandages around here. I think this place has been completely looted. Let me go check the other rooms. As his footsteps moved cautiously down the hallway, a strange noise suddenly echoed. Jung-soo stopped cautiously to listen. What was that sound? He asked the viewers. Hey guys, did you all hear that just now? Probably, they replied. Yeah, my hearing is really good, and suddenly, I've got a bad feeling. Jung-soo tensed up at the thought. Another villain? If so, Minon's group is in danger. He decided to return to the previous room. Se-yoon, pack everything up. We need to get Minon out of here right now. She asked in surprise, why? What's wrong? He answered, I have a very bad feeling about this place. Lift his leg, Miss Se-yoon. Just then, Se-yoon noticed a girl peering in from the doorway. The girl even managed to smile. Jung-soo, behind you. The girl's strange voice rang out. The smell of blood. Jung-soo immediately ordered the person at the door, back off. We're leaving, so get away from the door if you don't want to get hurt. She paid him no mind and stepped inside, then told them, you can't do that. If you leave, that kid will die. Can you accept that? It looks like the kid passed out from losing too much blood. Beside them, Si-yoon's face turned pale with fear. Jung-soo, we have to go. She looks crazy. The girl lunged at Si-yoon to startle her. I am crazy. Everyone says so. Si-yoon shouted in terror, stay away from me. What's wrong with you? A student ID card with the name Ryan on it proved her identity. I've already gathered all the medicine in this area. The viewers were also surprised. What's that? A student ID? So she's a student, right? Ryan asked. Now, may I examine him? Jung-soo was stunned. She's a nurse? He quickly asked his viewers, does this game even have a support class like this? The viewers commented, there is, but it's hard to say. We can't be sure if this girl is the real deal. She's either a support or a villain. Her chilling voice rang out again. Are you just going to let this kid die? If he's not treated soon, he definitely will. Ryan's expression became frantic. Do you two even know what you're doing? Are you just going to shove medicine down his throat until he chokes, then wrap his body tightly in bandages and call it a day? Is that it? Huh. Jung-soo couldn't believe it. Someone like her? The viewers were traumatized. Holy crap, this girl is insane. Jung-soo, we are scared. Protect us. She burst out laughing, delighted, and revealed, I really like living people. I finally found a living patient. Ryan's expression returned to normal as she pleaded, so please, allow me to help him live. Jung-soo had to make a decision. He sized up Ryon. In the end, Minon was treated just in time. As soon as he woke up, he heard Jung-soo ask, did you sleep well, Minon? He called out uncertainly, Jung-soo. In Minon's mind, the terrifying face of Nam-chun appeared, along with the shovel in the old man's hand. The moment the shovel stabbed into him also flashed through his mind. He screamed in pain as tree roots wrapped tightly around his legs. The roots dug deep into his palms to suck out nutrients. He yelled, "Let go." Minon's entire body was engulfed by the roots. It was utterly horrifying and terrifying. He snapped awake from the nightmare. His whole body was wrapped in bandages. Seyun called out to Minon worriedly. The two of them let out a sigh of relief and kept asking, "You're still alive? Are you okay?" The viewers were surprised. Wow, she really saved Minon. Her healing skills are top-notch. Jung-soo gently said, "You caused a lot of trouble, you know that? You were bleeding so much earlier. I thought you were a goner." Beside them, a smiling Seyun revealed, "You've been asleep for nearly half a day." Minon was teary-eyed and speechless. Jung-soo, Seyun. The viewers were moved. They're finally reunited. He sat up and asked, "What happened to that old man?" Seyun then realized, "Was that your doing? We found his body in that pit." Looking at Rion behind them, Minon was bewildered. "Where are we? And who is that?" She excitedly peered in and introduced herself. "My name is Rion. I'm the one who saved your life. You don't have to thank me. I was just doing what I was supposed to do." Minon replied, "Okay." Jung-soo pointed at Rion and said, "Just go ahead and thank her. I think that's good enough." Minon obediently thanked her. "Okay, thank you." Seyun found Rion's demeanor unsettling. He silently assessed her. She looked so happy. Watching Rion, Cho-do thought to himself, "She's not too bad. Maybe I should let her join us." But strange characters like her could be an unstable variable. Once everything was settled, Cho-do spoke up, "All right, if Minchin's okay, let's go." Reaching the door of the hospital room, he knelt down and called out, "Here, get on my back." Minchan's jaw dropped in astonishment. "But I'm fine now." Cho-do pointed to the gurney beside them. "You don't want to lie on that thing again, do you, kid?" The boy was stunned. "You used that to bring me here." Hefting Minchin onto his back, Cho-do said his goodbyes. "We only just met, but thank you, Ryan." Seyun handed Ryan 2 boxes of pastries. "Here, for you," Cho-do explained as they walked. "If we run into a monster, we'll have to run, so carrying you like this is more convenient." Seyun added, "If we tried to carry you on a stretcher, Cho-do would probably just drop you and run." He denied it. "I wouldn't do that." Minchin chimed in, "Yeah, but I'm not a kid anymore." Cho-do joked back, "Well, you're a kid starting now." Left alone, a lonely Ryan watched them leave. Seyun suddenly realized something. "Oh, right, there's something that's been bothering me. Why aren't there any zombies here?" Cho-do replied, "I didn't even notice until you mentioned it." "Well, just in case, let's stay on high alert." Halfway there, Minchin asked to be let down. "Cho-do, I can walk on my own now." He disagreed. "Don't push yourself." Minchin insisted, "I can do it." Cho-do had no choice but to give in. "All right, fine. If you can walk, go ahead." Seyun looked around and asked, "Are you too hungry yet?" She pointed to a corner nearby. "We can use that gas canister to cook." The three of them first rushed into a convenience store. Seyun exclaimed happily, "This place is amazing." Cho-do checked and saw that there were no dead bodies. Minchin walked over to the refrigerator. "Should I check inside?" Cho-do stopped him. "That's enough, Minchin. I don't think that's a good idea. That fridge has no power, you know what I mean?" The boy's hand dropped in disappointment. "Yeah." From the other side, Seyun reported, "This place has all the basic seasonings, plus 2 packs of instant noodles. There's also a water purifier." Cho-do looked around and thought to himself, "There must be another convenience store nearby, right?" He announced, "I'm stepping out for a bit." A viewer commented, "There's no way that's enough food for 3 people in there. Go back and open the fridge, you coward. You might find something interesting in there." Cho-do immediately refused. "Come on, guys, I already told you. That fridge isn't working anymore. What I really need right now are donations. All you rich folks out there, don't be stingy with this poor guy." A viewer reminded him, "You're not just poor, you're also in debt." Cho-do entered the next convenience store. He put food into his basket, soup, instant noodles, meatballs, and some fish. Seeing the spoiled food in the display case, Cho-do was shocked. "Let's just skip these," a viewer commented, asking, "What if I give you a mission to eat it?" "That's a bit much, man." As soon as he finished grabbing what he needed, he prepared to leave. "All right, no more nonsense. Let's head back." Suddenly, something in front of him made his soul leave his body. The viewers were also scared when they saw Rian standing outside the glass door with a cold smile like a lingering spirit. "There she is again. Damn, that scared me. When did she get here?" Cho-do said helplessly, "Guys, could you at least try to watch my back? She must have been following us." From inside, he asked, "Have you been following me this whole time?" Seeing her peeking through the door, he relented. "Come on in. Why did you follow me here? We already paid you, didn't we?" Rian hesitated before speaking. "Well, I thought maybe you guys would need my help again. You have to be gentle with that patient." Otherwise, the boy's wound might open up again. I'm very useful, you know. Maybe not as much as others, but I'm very good at taking care of patients, so please let me come with you. Shodu silently considered it, wondering, then why didn't you go to Minchon instead of looking for me? Isn't it because I seem like the leader of this group? You just want to join us, right? Ryan didn't dare to look him in the eye, and Shodu knew exactly why. So this is her real personality, huh? Very confident when she knows she's useful, but very timid when she feels she has no value. I was wondering why she was all alone in a place like this. Now it seems she was probably abandoned. That's actually pretty good, then. Shodu agreed to let her join the team. All right, Rion. But on one condition. Seeing him return with a basket full of food, Se-yoon cheered happily. You brought back so much? Shodu gave an order. I'm going to cook now. Get a pot and a pan ready for me. She wasn't very convinced. Can you even cook? Shodu replied confidently. I chose these ingredients specifically. My experience living alone is no joke, just trust me. The viewers didn't believe it either. Can he really cook? He looks like the type who only knows how to eat. Is Shodu planning to do a mukbang? He turned on the gas stove, setting a 30-minute time limit for himself. Look at that exaggerated, artistic way he holds the spoon with just his thumb and index finger. A viewer was surprised. What's with his other fingers? First, Shodu poured in the food, then added the seasoning. Next, when the sauce was bubbling, he dropped in the pasta. The viewers found his movements. Let's go. All right. Another can of spam goes into the pan of rice. He figures that since these things are already cooked, combining them the right way will result in an amazing meal. He tosses the golden grains of rice before scooping them onto a plate. Chu's convenience store gourmet meal is complete. Seeing his over-the-top cooking style, a viewer comments, he's definitely doing that on purpose. Next, into the oven. The two viewers behind him are in awe. That's amazing, Chu. Minchon's eyes light up as he tastes the food. This is so delicious. Chan-Chu also praises it. Not bad at all. Seeing Chan-Chu eat like a starving wolf shocks her. What's the rush? Is someone chasing you? He finishes his meal in a flash. Placing his chopsticks and spoon down, he says politely, thank you for the meal. Minchon pours some water. Here, drink some water so you don't choke. Thank you. Chan-Chu puts on his jacket and tells Sao-Yoon, from now on, I'm going to be doing things that might not make sense, and I hope you'll understand. Please keep reminding yourself that I always have a reason for my actions. It'll be easier for you to accept things that way. Sao-Yoon replies, confused. What are you talking about? Where are you going? He dashes out, leaving behind only a single sentence. You two take your time eating. I'll be back soon. A viewer asks curiously, is she still there? Seeing Ryan hugging her knees in front of the store, Chan-Chu thinks to himself, she's still here. He calls out, Miss Ryan. She walks over happily, you're back. Chu replies, I promised I'd come back. His goal was to test her. If you want to come with us, wait here for 30 minutes. That was the condition, as well as a test for her. I didn't tell her why or where I was going. Good. Now I'm sure of it. I can manage her. Ryan confesses. To be honest, I thought you were going to abandon me, but of course, I still believed in you. Chan-Chu glances to the side and spots something. He bends down to pick up a card. You dropped your student ID. Rion doesn't take it back. I don't need it anymore. As he carefully reads the information on the card, Chan-Chu is stunned. He realizes, wait, did she tape something over her student ID number? She says sheepishly, actually, I'm only a sophomore. I came here with my upperclassmen and we happened to run into some soldiers, but they said there wasn't enough room to take everyone and would only take the upperclassmen. So I ended up getting left behind. That's why I don't need that card anymore. Chan-Chu firmly places it in Ryan's palm. You should still keep it. It's your student ID, after all. If you come with us, you won't have to worry about being left behind. These words deeply move Rion. She says gratefully, thank you. Is it okay for me to thank you? I'll definitely do my best from now on. I may only be a sophomore, but my practical skills aren't bad. You don't have to worry. She replies, all right, let's go. He thinks all you need to do is listen to my orders. Ryan asks timidly, can I call you Sir Chu? He finds the title very strange. Sir. She answers as if it's the most natural thing. Well, you did accept me into your group, didn't you? Just treat me like you normally would. He refuses. I'm not used to titles like that. The viewers had a good laugh. Sir Chan-Chu, be careful or she'll start calling you master. I can just imagine the looks on the other two's faces. When the others see him return with Ryan, their jaws drop in shock. They're stunned. We're taking her with us? Why didn't you tell us beforehand? Rian ignores them and bows her head in greeting. I look forward to working well with everyone. Sao-Yoon is very hesitant. Chan-Chu explains she helped us, and she was in a bit of trouble herself. From what she told me, her previous group abandoned her. Sao-Yoon understands. No wonder she was there all by herself. He reminds her, Sao Yun, do you remember when I asked you to trust my decisions? This is one of those times. If you trust me, then please accept her. Minchan immediately responds, then I agree. Sao Yun's jaw drops again. What? He makes a reasonable point. She saved my life. And I'm sure Chu wouldn't bring her along without a good reason. Let's let her join us. What do you think? Sao Yun sighs in relief. Not long ago, he was such a timid kid, and now he's so brave. Out loud, she says, I don't want to be the only one to object either. That wouldn't be fair at all. Ryan is overjoyed. That's great. Then, it seemed they all agreed. Chu says seriously, now, there's one more thing I need to tell you too. Listen carefully. According to Rion, that Cruenchi monster has appeared in this area too. Sao Yun exclaims nervously. So that's what it was. Minchin now understood the root of the problem. So that's why there aren't any zombies or monsters around here. Look, the group heads outside. Chan Su swings his axe down on a tree by the road, and a liquid gushes out. From inside the store, Sao Yun asks curiously, what is that liquid? That's definitely not a normal tree. The number 1 appears on the tree trunk in red. He's startled. I think I've seen that red mark before. I was in too much of a hurry back then to pay much attention to it. But he swings the axe again. Seeing the number 2 appear, he still doesn't understand. What is this? He continues to swing the axe high, watching the number 3 appear on the tree. The number changed again. Is it counting something? Sao Yun hurriedly opens the door and calls out, Cho Du, stop chopping wood for a moment. Come inside. Cho Du looked at her, surprised. Oh, the radio is playing a broadcast for anyone who can hear this. It says, we are currently welcoming all those who have managed to survive. Please come to the refugee camps that our unit has set up. The 7th Division. There is no need to go elsewhere. We ask everyone to head towards the major landmarks throughout the city. You will find the way to our location at the train stations and bus terminals. The nation will never abandon you. Cho Du asked Seiyan, where did you get this radio? The broadcast kept repeating, if you are alive, please come. Seiyan explained, I found it in here after you left for the convenience store. I took it out to see how it works and figured out it runs on batteries. That's probably why we were able to receive the military's broadcast. Cho Du wondered, they have small units at every major landmark in the entire city. The 7th Division isn't our country's only military force. How is that possible? The viewers commented curiously. Why does that sound like some terrorist group? It definitely is. What else would it sound like? You should be careful, Seyun said worriedly. What should we do? He asked directly. Everyone's finished eating, right? Let's head to the bus station. Looking at the sky outside, Cho Du said, it's already getting quite dark. Minchan added, feels like it's going to rain. He turned to Seyun and said pointedly, don't look at me like that. It's not like we're walking straight into a trap, she replied. But the bus station will probably be very dangerous. You have a plan, right? He answered enthusiastically. Of course. I'll stop right before we actually enter the station. Our main goal will be to find a car that's still in good condition. The people who heard that broadcast will be heading to the station, and I'm sure some of them will have cars. At this, Ron piped up, wait, are we going to steal? But I've taken a medical oath. I can't harm people. Cho Du continued, though as she spoke, he remembered her eyes from the first time they met. From behind, Ron shouted, I'm serious. You have to believe me. Cho Du could only give in. All right, I get it. Minchin comforted her. I'm sure some people will have abandoned their cars. That's right, so don't worry. Cho Du then took charge. First, we need to go to Ron's place. Are we close yet? She pointed to the alley ahead and said, it's right at this turn. We're almost there. Just hang in a little longer, everyone. Cho Du exclaimed, really? Suddenly, a voice rang out. What the hell is this? He reacted instantly, pulling Ron back to hide behind a wall. Cho Du slowly peeked out to observe. Ahead, a group of people were cursing at each other. Damn it, are we in the wrong place? Damn it, you should at least know how to read a map. Let's go. A viewer commented, did those guys scare you? Cho Du told the group, let's wait a bit before we move on. Seyam wondered, who are those people? He replied, I don't know, but it's best to avoid conflict with them. Minchin silently observed Ron. As dark clouds rolled in, Cho Du knew it was time to go. When they arrived at a certain spot, Ron exclaimed excitedly, we're here. She pointed to a manhole cover and said, this is my place. Seiyan was stunned. You live in a sewer? Meanwhile, Minchin, still haunted by past events, thought, we're going underground again. Seeing Ron take out a trolley with a hook, Cho Du asked curiously, where did you get that thing? She revealed. From a nearby construction site, I hid it very well. The viewers praised her, that's impressive. Once the manhole cover was lifted, Cho Du asked, now what do we do? Seyun suddenly heard a strange noise. Huh? That sound. Seeing a massive Cruenchi at the end of the street, Cho Du swore, Shit. Everyone, get down there, quick, he asked Ron. Can you close the cover before you come down? She agreed. Just a moment. She shone her light into the manhole, and a section of tree root slowly crawled upwards. Chodu exclaimed in surprise. What is that? The viewers were just as astonished. What the hell is that thing? She's raising a monster. The tangle of roots reached the top, then gripped the manhole cover firmly. A loud thud echoed. Much to Chodu's amazement, it closed the manhole. How are you controlling that thing? Ron answered innocently. Those are the roots of the tree monster. You still don't get it, do you? She explained as she held the light on that spot. If you shine a UV ray directly on it, it will close any hole where it thinks sunlight is coming through. Its cells probably think they need to stay in the soil to be able to grow. The three of them were still reeling from this incredible revelation. Ron asked, is something wrong? Having stumbled upon such a huge advantage, Chodu replied, no, you're a genius. Min-chan looked around the room and asked, did you decorate this place yourself? The room inside was quite tidy, with twinkling LED lights still working. She explained, not really. I just picked up and used things I found at the nearby market. Chodu picked up a piece of paper and thought to himself, these are her research notes on the Kruinchi. He praised her with admiration. You really are incredible. Seiyun looked around happily. I really love these decorations. And you even have cushions. Ron replied shyly. Thanks for the compliments. I just wanted it to feel like a cozy home. This is the first time I've ever had guests over. Seiyun turned to her and said, this place is pretty spacious for a sewer. Minion asked tentatively. Can we stay here tonight? Chodu walked over and touched his shoulder, then pushed Minion down onto a mattress behind him. He answered for Rion. Of course. Get some rest. Ryan, who was beside them, also spoke up. It's fine. The softest spot should be for the patient, after all. Chodu grabbed the next pile of mattresses to find a place to sleep. Let's go find our spots and get some rest too. Thankfully, the three of them had a peaceful night, and everyone fell into a deep sleep. Only Chodu was still awake, thinking to himself, today was insane. But I have a feeling every day from now on will be just like this. He asked the viewers, hey guys, if something happens, wake me up, all right? I have a bad feeling about this. A viewer replied, but will you even get up? If you're so worried, don't sleep, you lazy bum. Or hey, maybe I should enter your dream to wake you up, he agreed. Yeah, go ahead, come into my dream. He had just closed his eyes for who knows how long when a viewer started screaming, get up, Chodu. Get up. Wake up, you idiot. Are you trying to make all the money I spent go to waste? Damn it. Chodu sat up in a daze. It was a woman's voice. He looked at the two people next to him, still fast asleep. He was still processing it. Am I dreaming? Suddenly, a strange sound echoed in Chodu's ear. Looking toward the source of the noise, he saw a section of tree root continuously hitting a water pipe. What's wrong with that thing? A viewer commented. He's finally awake. How dare he not wake up? Max almost got wrecked again. Chodu didn't understand what they meant. What are you guys talking about? You didn't wake me up. M messaged back, I did, you idiot. I just spent a ton of Ren to unlock the speaker feature and talk to you. That bastard Chodu finally understood. That was you? I honestly thought I was dreaming. M continued. The speaker feature was added while you were sleeping. Chodu cursed. Damn it. This game has a feature like that, too? But wait, that's not important right now. First, he shook the person next to him. Rion. Her face was pale and her hair was disheveled as she said, Sir Chodu. Her appearance scared the hell out of Chodu. Jesus, can't you wake up like a normal person? He pointed upwards and asked, hey, do something about that thing. It's out of control. She guessed. It's probably fine. It likely just senses the water flowing. It'll keep extending and retracting in the direction of the water flow. Chodu was curious. Water? Is it raining? Ryan reassured him. It needs a lot of water to start growing again, so you don't need to worry. He let out a sigh of relief. I see. Then go back to sleep. Ryan buried her face in the mattress to get some more rest. Yes, sir. Water dripped down relentlessly, the sound of droplets echoing in the cellar. A short while later, rain started pouring down into the cellar. Max had to scream again. Get up. Chodu woke up groggily and asked, now what's going on? The viewers erupted in curses. This guy, my Ren. Just look around you. That's when he was horrified to see the water, but I only closed my eyes for a second. He realized water was flooding in through the sewer pipe. So, the first thing he did was shout, everyone, get up. Minion, still half asleep, replied, Brother Chodu. Seiyun immediately asked, what's happening? He commanded, pack your things. Rian quickly packed the medicine into her medical bag. Chodu warned, this isn't a drainage sewer. He thought to himself, this is a giant underground water tank. Seiyun asked in a panic, should we go outside now? He had to ask the viewers for information first. Hey guys, do any of you know what the Grenchi are like when it rains? They didn't know either. No, I've never seen them in the rain. They probably just stand still and absorb water. If that's the case, getting past them should be easy. That's still dangerous. Ryan handed him a raincoat. Sir Cho-do, take this. I prepared it just in case. Cho-do put on the raincoat, feeling incredibly frustrated. Damn it. There are vicious Crunchy waiting outside, but if we stay here, we'll definitely drown. Minion looked at the rising water in a panic. Brother, the water's almost up to our knees. He yelled, everyone, get on the ladder and prepare to go outside. Suddenly, he received a message. Cho-do, this isn't normal rain. Cho-do had a bad feeling. Huh? What do you mean? M revealed. There's a type of monster that can affect its surrounding environment, and this is one of its skills. Cho-do picked up a rock. Seyun, climbing the ladder, saw this and asked curiously, what are you doing? Cho-do didn't answer. Instead, he threw the rock forward with a splash. Just then, a pair of yellow eyes appeared. Minion, who was higher up, saw this and grew even more terrified. Is that an El Croco? Hurry up and climb. The creature's silhouette slowly became clearer beneath the water. Cho-do asked the viewers, hey guys, what is that thing? They guessed, could it be an El Croco, a type of monster that appears in flooded areas? Ryan gave them some bad news. Sir Cho-do, the manhole cover won't open. It seems like something's blocking it. Cho-do knew this was bad. What? Don't tell me the Kurimenchi's roots are blocking the manhole cover from above. It was blocking them from pushing the cover open. Cho-do cursed inwardly. Damn it. A viewer commented, looks like you'll have to fight that El Croco after all. Cho-do couldn't believe his luck was this bad. Fight in the water? Are you kidding me? He tried to think of a plan. Think. Cho-do, think. Just then, he asked Rian, that root, you said it really needs water to grow, right? Can it mature instantly? Ron confirmed that it could, but it would need a lot of water. Cho-do acted decisively. All right, he said, swinging his axe up. Everyone, get away from that ladder. He chopped off the section of the root, and it fell with a splash into the water below. Cho-do held on tight to the ladder and waited silently. The entire cellar suddenly became eerily quiet. Looking at the rippling surface of the water, the viewers were disappointed. Things aren't going according to plan, are they? Cho-do asked Rian, just to be sure. Are you sure that root is going to grow? Ron was starting to lose faith. I guess so. I've never given it this much water before. Suddenly, water rushed down, and a giant tree root shot up, its branches becoming far more massive than before. Cho-do happily announced, our counterattack was a success. Crunchy had wrapped itself around the Eo Croco below. This was his plan. What better way is there to handle one monster than with another? The two were locked in a struggle, with Crunchy getting bigger by the second. He knew it was still absorbing water. The Eo Croco was being squeezed tight by Crunchy. Minchin still wasn't at ease. Cho-do, are you sure this will be okay? A viewer commented. Looks like the rain has stopped. But Cho-do still needed to find a way out of there first. Crunchy was way too big now. Below, Crunchy's body looked like a giant python. Cho-do looked at it with a very calm expression. He asked the viewers, my friends, this axe still has some kind of secret to it, right? Let's go chop some firewood. The viewers commented with excitement. I knew it. That's Cho-do for you. Show him what we've prepared. Minchin was scared to death by his action of jumping down. The system announced, MC Embago, Final Boss, New Master, Archer Projection, and Greeing have issued a joint quest. Joint quest, defeat Crunchy using the axe. Reward, 20 genes. He jumped into the water with a splash, shouting with gusto, let's do this. From above, Seyun worriedly asked Cho-do, you're going to fight that thing. Mingshan tried to dissuade him. Sir, it's too dangerous. Ron never expected him to do this. Mr. Cho-do. Cho-do's back was turned as he calmly faced Crunchy. Now then, shall we chop some wood? Cheer me on, guys. The first axe swing struck Crunchy's rough bark. The taunt skill has taken effect. 9 minutes and 59 seconds. The second axe swing came down, and a red light flashed at the point of impact. Cho-do immediately noticed Crunchy trying to sneak attack him. He swung the axe behind him and gave it a whack. A perfect strike split that piece of wood in two. Sharp axe blows rained down one after another. Cho-do was very satisfied. Excellent, it's working. This axe is already pretty strong, but its hidden feature is much more powerful. Seyun watched this scene, her jaw hanging open. As she watched him land the sixth blow, Minchin still hadn't recovered from the shock. Two of Crunchy's roots shot out in front of him, and he calmly landed the seventh strike. The viewers quickly warned Cho-do, to your left. Thanks to that, Cho-do successfully landed the eighth strike. He chopped through the wood as if it were mud. The axe swung through, leaving a trail of sharpness and a brilliant red light. By the 10th strike, Kruengchi's massive main trunk had been split in two. Si-yoon was so surprised her mouth was still hanging open. Ron, witnessing this scene, was also filled with admiration. Mr. Cho-do. The viewers commented, "This is it. The 10th strike." He replied calmly, "I knew this thing was coming. Every time I hit anything, the counter goes up, and when it reaches its limit, the power of the final strike is immense. But I can't let my guard down yet." Looking at the ground, only a few tiny puddles of water remained. Cho-do spoke up, "You've absorbed all the water, but it doesn't matter how strong you are. It's useless. Let's have another go." The sharp axe came down on the giant tree root. The sound of wood cutting echoed throughout the cellar. In just a moment, Cho-do reached the 9th strike. He shouted, "Everyone, get ready to see the fireworks." Cho-do's axe came down, followed by a dazzling red light. The crimson glow reflected off Minchin's stunned face. Wood splinters flew everywhere. Cho-do chopped Kruenchi into pieces until he collapsed in exhaustion. The system announced, "Quest complete. You have received the reward." He was so tired he could barely breathe. "I am never taking that quest again." The viewers were ecstatic, commenting, "Kruenchi's been turned into splinters. The next one will be even more interesting than this one," he announced to the group. "You guys can come down now." The eyes of all three were filled with a sky of adoration. Minchan looked at the debris at his feet and asked, "Is it completely dead?" Se-yoon, completely grossed out, advised, "Don't touch it." But Ron's eyes lit up as she said, "So many samples for my experiments." Cho-do looked at her like she was an alien. "How can you say that after we just escaped death? You've got some real nerve. Let's start clearing this area. The EO Croco is dead and the rain has stopped. Maybe we can go outside now. Minchin needs a new backpack, right?" A short while later, the dark clouds began to disperse. The three of them stopped at a location. Ron announced, "We're here." Entering the fashion store, she reminded everyone to be careful with their wounds. Cho-do looked at the club in his hand and reminded them, "While we're at it, everyone should look for a weapon." A viewer asked curiously, "Is Cho-do a baseball star?" Suddenly, a curse rang out, causing the group to freeze. "Son of a bitch." Cho-do immediately peeked outside to look. Outside, a man was looking left and right, yelling, "Run for it." Where'd they go? Another fat guy approaches and says, "What? You lost them? You've got to be kidding me, you bastard. The boss is gonna kill me." They split up. "Let's regroup quickly." "Yes, sir." Se-yoon asks curiously, "They're gone. I wonder who those people were." Cho-do thinks to himself, "They don't look like the guys we saw before, but their tattoos have a very similar feel. Could they be from the same gang?" Just then, he feels something and glances behind him. He sees Minon staring ahead, breaking out in a cold sweat from fear. Seeing Minon frozen, Cho-do quickly asks, "What's wrong?" Ron pokes his cheek. Se-yoon comes over and asks, "Why are you so scared all of a sudden?" He stammers, "Jay, just being cautious. Don't worry, they didn't see us." Cho-do grew suspicious of Minon's reaction. "What's with this kid?" It feels less like fear and more like anxiety, so Cho-do says, "I'm going to take a look outside." Peeking outside, he sees no sign of them. He announces, "They're gone. Let's go." As the four of them are tiptoeing out, someone suddenly screams and runs toward them. Cho-do instantly goes on high alert, watching the man. "What's going on?" The man panics and begs for help. "Save me. Please, save me." But before he can finish, he's killed. Cho-do's eyes dart toward the source of the danger. Someone walks over to the body. It's Dungkook. His cold voice rings out, "You damn bastard, making me do extra work." After speaking, he finally notices Cho-do's group in front of him, so he immediately orders his men. "All right, you punks, assemble." Seeing the two henchmen behind Dungkook, the viewers tense up. Holy crap, is a big fight about to go down. Cho-do warns them, "Everyone, get ready to run." He knows getting involved with gangs like this is nothing but trouble. Dungkook recognizes someone. Well, I'll be damned. Isn't that Minon? Being called out by name, Minon panics. Cho-do turns and asks, "You know these guys?" "Minon, I'm talking to you." He's so scared he can't even speak. That guy Dungkook starts walking closer. With a calm expression, Cho-do raises his axe to block him. "Stop. Don't come any closer. We were just about to leave." Dungkook looks surprised by his action, then gives a cold smile and asks, "Are you trying to stop me from talking to a friend I haven't seen in a long time?" He replies firmly, "It looks like the kid doesn't want to talk to you. Let's just say our goodbyes here." Dungkook refuses to back down. "No can do. This isn't for you to decide. Minon, don't you have anything to say to us?" Minon remains silent as a stone, his eyes filled with fear. Cho-do frowns and mutters, "Seriously, what the hell is going on?" He threatens his opponent, "You'll regret not letting us go." The man isn't scared. "Are you and that Minon kid delusional about your own strength? You're just a couple of pathetic weaklings." He then raises his baseball bat and gives an order. Mine on, for old time's sake, I'll count to 3. As Dong Q counts to 1, Cho Du firmly grips the axe in his hand. When he counts to 2, Minon has to make a decision. On the count of 3, he swings the bat down, but it's blocked by Cho Du's axe. Seeing the bat knocked from his hand, Dong Kuk is stunned. What? Without holding back, Cho Du swings his axe. One swing of the axe sends fresh blood splattering everywhere, accompanied by the agonizing scream of the aggressive gang leader. His 2 henchmen immediately charge forward. You bastard! Unfazed, Cho Du swings his axe twice more. The 2 good-for-nothings collapse to the ground. Dong Xiu still has the strength to curse, son of a bitch. Cho Du walks up to him and asks, "What was that you said?" An axe slams right down into his shoulder. Cho Du lifts the axe and asks again, "Are you serious? All that big talk, but you can't back it up? Can you? Get up. Are you trying to be a street sweeper lying there like that?" A viewer jokes in the comments. Speaking of which, he does look like a robot vacuum. I should go buy one. He continues to mock Dong Kuk. Even a robot vacuum is smarter than this bastard. The man struggles to pick up his bat. "Shut your filthy mouth." Cho Du asks in a cold voice, "Is that all you can say? Want me to teach you a few more lines?" Dong Kuk starts posturing. "You bastard, do you have any idea who you're messing with? You've made a huge mistake." He couldn't care less who this guy's daddy is. "So what? Do you know who you're talking to?" He thinks arrogantly, "I'm the main character of this game, you idiot." Dong Kuk never expected to run into someone so reckless. Furious, he grabs his bat and charges. Cho Du calmly ducks to dodge his swing, then plants his axe straight into his opponent's leg. He collapses to the ground in agony. The 2 lackeys charge again. "You son of a bitch, die." A viewer comments, "Is Cho Du going to keep going easy on them?" His answer, of course, is no. He knocks both of them to the ground, where they curse. Damn it. Cho Du mercilessly strikes again. "Stop cursing. It makes you look weak, you know?" He then pulls his axe back and coldly turns to leave. Walking over to Dong Kuk, the man is still stubbornly spewing curses. "Fuck you. Get lost." "Don't you come near me," he replies. "What are you talking about? You were the one who stopped us from leaving, weren't you? Telling us to leave now is a bit rich." From behind, Ron cautiously calls out, "Sir Cho Du, should I help these guys? I'm not sure if I should treat bad people as my patients." "What about me?" "You said, I'm not sure either. But we're going to kill these guys anyway, so why bother healing them?" Yong Guk screamed his head off. "You sick bastard. Min Chan, don't just stand there. We're friends, aren't we? Tell this bastard to stop." Zhou Yu, finally free, turned to Min Chan and asked, "Do you know these guys?" He explained, "Well, he's someone I used to hang out with." Zhou Yu was surprised. "Hang out with?" He panicked and quickly explained, "Yes, but it was only for a short time. Thanks to the people around me who helped, I cut ties with them and went back to school." Zhou Yu was only concerned about one thing, based on their personalities. Would they really let you go back to school peacefully? He replied, "One of the people who helped me has a relative who's a cop. They probably let me go because they didn't want any trouble." Zhou Yu understood. "Is that right? So, they're starting trouble with you now because the people who helped you aren't here anymore?" Hearing their conversation, Yongguk panicked. "Wait, let's talk for a second." Zhou Yu turned to confront him. "Hey, is what Min Chan just said true?" The man admitted it was, but we didn't do anything to him after that. Zhou Yu's hand, holding the axe, rose again. "Is that so? Then I've heard enough." Yongguk could only scream in despair. Se-Yun came to stop him. "Wait, are you going to kill this guy?" He said calmly. "Of course." "Why?" Meanwhile, Yongguk was ecstatic. "I'm saved." Her next words sent him from heaven, straight to hell. "I don't care about that, but we should at least get some more information out of him first." Tied to a tree trunk, Yongguk yelled, "What are you planning to do? Somebody, help me." Zhou Yu threatened, "Can you shut up? You're going to wake its roots." "Its roots?" Zhou Yu leaned down and asked in a cold voice. "You saw it too, didn't you? That giant tree monster?" The man didn't believe it. "But the sun is rising. How can it?" Zhou Yu revealed, "You're pretty smart. But it seems you don't know that its roots are still active underground, huh? If you keep struggling like that, its roots will come up to grab you." Yongguk was terrified now. "No way." Zhou Yu continued to intimidate him. "You're injured and bleeding, so it'll definitely suck you dry. If you want to live, start talking. Now." In his mind, he thought, "Of course, I'm making this up." Yongguk's face turned pale with fear. "No, I don't want to die. Somebody." Zhou Yu said cryptically. "That person said the exact same thing." The man blurted out, "Who?" Zhou Yu replied, "The guy whose head you smashed in earlier. He also said he wanted to live." The man finally broke, screaming in a panic, "I'll tell you everything, okay? Our gang is called Black Tattoo. There are 20 of us in total. Joe Yu interrogated him. Do you guys go around killing other survivors? He explained. No, it's because our truck overturned and we need parts to fix it. After we're done, we'll definitely leave and head for the safe zone. Joe Yu patted his face. Great, thanks for the information. Then, the group started to leave. Young Guk screamed from behind them. Wait, hold on. Are you just going to leave me here like this? Without even glancing back at the man, Joe Yu confirmed. That's right. I have to deal with any potential trouble in the future. An axe swung, followed by a spray of fresh blood. When Sang Jin arrived with his underlings, they were stunned into silence. Looking at the dried blood on the tree trunk, he wondered aloud. What the hell happened to this guy, his underling? Mizo guessed. Looks like he was killed by another group of survivors. Should we report this to the boss? Sang Jin agreed. Yes, but we have to find who did this first. Looking at Yang Guk's miserable state, he wondered, did they torture him? Who could have done something like this? Just then, another underling hurriedly ran over to report, Captain, there are more bodies over there. Looking at the corpses of the other two, Sang Jin growled, who the hell did this? The underling guessed, maybe it was that guy's own gang. He denied it, with the reason, no, if it were them, they wouldn't have left the bodies like this. Sang Jin thought to himself, this is a headache. If the boss finds out about this. So, he ordered, the bodies are still warm. The killers can't be far. Find them. Now, the group obeyed in unison. Left alone, Sang Jin muttered, there's going to be a grand funeral today. Meanwhile, Min Chan continued his story. His full name is Ji Sang Jin. He has a large scar on his face and is also their captain. But I don't know if he's still in that group or not. The last time I saw them was when that gang didn't even have a name yet. Joe Yu speculated, he's likely still with them. That blue-haired guy was waiting for someone to come and save him, right? Min Chan was extremely apologetic. If so, then we're in big trouble. Most of the guys in that gang are pretty strong. I feel like I've only brought you trouble. Joe Yu wasn't too bothered by it. Don't worry about that. Even if it wasn't because of you, those guys would have found a reason to pick a fight with me anyway. Min Chan was confused. What do you mean? He explained. It's simple. From what I've observed, they wouldn't split up into large groups just to go. That's their general model. Do you know anything else about them? Min Chan recalls that their leader likes to divide his men into teams, like a patrol team, a special forces team, and a guard team. Cho Du immediately had his answer. So, those guys from before must have been members of the patrol team, right? Minchin confirms. Yes, the guys on the patrol team carry out missions assigned by the boss, while the other groups stand guard or go out to find and scavenge for supplies in the nearby areas. I think that guy earlier said there were 20 of them, right? Now there should only be 17 left. A viewer chimes in, Cho Du, look to your right. Looking at the blood-stained truck bed, he is surprised. What's that? Seyun asks curiously. Is that the truck the guy was talking about earlier? He carefully approaches and peers into the back of the truck. Not sure. Let's take a look. Was this caused by zombies? Ryan reports. Sir Cho Du, this truck has been completely stripped clean. Looking into the engine compartment, he's shocked. What the heck? They took almost everything, even the battery. What the hell are those guys even doing? To wreck a perfectly good truck like this? What a bunch of idiots. Seyun concludes, so, this truck was attacked by zombies. Cho Du replies, probably. Then those thugs came and stripped it for parts. Now it's just an empty shell. Just how special was that truck of theirs, anyway? They treat it like Luffy treats his pirate ship or something. A viewer comments casually, they're just idiots. Don't waste your brain cells on them. You can't understand the thoughts of a single-celled organism. Cho Du replies, well, I guess we should get going then. Suddenly, he freezes as he glances to the side. Wait, there's someone hiding behind that wall. Cho Du immediately steps forward and raises his axe. Yongjun quickly begs, wait, please, don't hit me. Cho Du asks him, who are you? Speak up, or this axe meets your face. He introduces himself. I was in that truck when it crashed. After that, I managed to escape, and I've been hiding ever since. Cho Du remains wary. Then why were you skulking around so suspiciously? Minchin, do you know this man? He replies, no, I've never seen him before. Cho Du spares him. The man plops down on the ground and exclaims, thank you. He notices the man's attire. He's wearing the same uniform as that other person. Yongjun breathes a sigh of relief and kneels, saying, I knew it. You're not like those other bastards. You even have a student with you. Cho Du repeats suspiciously, those other bastards? He gets a reply. You know who I'm talking about. The ones with the tattoos. We accidentally ran into zombies while driving through here, and they approached us pretending to help. And as soon as they got closer, they started attacking us. You've met the others wearing the same uniform as me, right? Chodu understands. This man doesn't know they're dead. He calmly asks, do you know which way those tattooed guys went? Young-jun points frantically in one direction, saying, that way, they headed south. He feels a wave of relief. Okay, thanks for letting me know. That means we won't run into them, at least. All right, let's go. Hearing this, Young-jun is taken aback. What? Wait a minute. What about me? This time, it's Chodu's turn to be shocked. Huh. What about you? The man points in that direction and asks, wait, aren't you heading south too? Don't you need an escort? He wisely replies. But then we'd run into those break tattoo guys. Young-jun stops them, don't go north. You won't make it through there without a car. A bad feeling washes over Chodu. What are you talking about? Young-jun reveals. There are monsters there, like some kind of thorny vines. I've seen them catch and tear apart people who were walking through there. If you try to cross on foot, you'll definitely die. You need a car. Chodu confirms, so you're saying we'll be safe if we drive through? The man confirms, that's right. They don't attack cars that drive past. He asks the viewers, hey guys, did you figure anything out after hearing that? What are these thorny vines? They reply, they're detectors. You know those speed limit cameras? They're something like that. If you move too slowly, they'll kill you. Chodu still doesn't get it. Wouldn't it make more sense if they caught things that were moving too fast? A viewer gives a simpler example. Just think of them as carnivorous plants. He curses under his breath in frustration. Damn it. And we were planning to go there to find a car. But we can't get through without a car? He asks, are those monsters only in that specific area? Young-jun replies, the people I was with said that nowhere is safe. Those vines are blocking all the other roads, so it's the same no matter where you go. Chodu considers his options. The botanical garden and the railway both lead north. Looks like we have no other choice but to go that way. Minchin asks worriedly, so we have to go south? Are you sure? Chodu, even though they're not as good as you, those guys are still pretty strong. Chodu confidently reassures him, but in the end, they're just a bunch of thugs. If we all work together, they won't stand a chance. I'm already thinking of a way to deal with them. Maybe I can even get revenge for you while I'm at it. So don't worry, just relax. Young-jun is impressed upon hearing this. So cool. No wonder I was so impressed by you from the moment we met. A viewer comments gleefully. Well now, Chodu, just relax. Leaving? He asked casually. Looks like this is the only way we can go. What's your name? He introduced himself. I'm Young-jun. He replied in a friendly tone. All right. Thanks for the information, Young-jun. I hope you get through this. Good luck. Realizing what he meant, the man's face paled as he exclaimed, what about me? Aren't you going to take me with you? The viewers, feeling sorry for Young-jun, advised. Just take him with you. He refused bluntly. I want to, but I can't. Young-jun asked, trembling. He was looking at the man's hand, which had a few scratches. Ryan immediately spotted his hand. He said bluntly, that's not just from bumping into something, is it? Young-jun looked at his hand in despair. What? Damn it. I thought I just scraped my skin during the fight. You're infected. I'm sure of it. Cho-su spoke up. Did you hear that? My friend is a medical student, so she knows a lot more about this than I do. He swore in fear. Damn it, damn it. At this point, Young-jun could only beg, please, help me. If you have to, just get rid of this arm. I'm sure I won't get infected then. He was stunned to hear this. What did you just say? Ryan reminded him. If we actually do that, you'll definitely die. It's not guaranteed to work out the way you think. After all, we'd just be creating a new wound. Simply put, you'd just be creating a new entry point for the infection. Don't you think? Don't tell me you're being this reckless just because you don't want to become a monster. He was tied to a pillar inside a building. Young-jun exclaimed in fear. Huh? Ryan continued her analysis. We don't have any anesthetic either. What if you go into shock midway through? If that happens, we'd have to wait for you to stabilize, and by then, we'll have run out of time. Are you sure you really want to do this? Cho-su cut her off. That's enough, Ryan. Rion said apologetically. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure he knows what he's getting into. He brought a table over and used a cloth strap to tie Young-jun's hand down tightly. I'm willing to help you. But remember, if you still get infected after this, it will only make you suffer more. Do you still want to do this? He was terrified of the pain. But his desire to live made him decide, I want to live, and I'll do anything to survive. It's all because of those bastards, and I don't want to die like this. Cho-su was surprised. What's this? Is this guy really an NPC? He handed the axe to Ryan. I get it. Ryan, can you disinfect my axe? She agreed. All right. Cho-su asked the viewers, hey guys, can you help me out a bit? Can you give me a quest that'll make him numb after his hand gets chopped off? Just something to reduce the side effects would be enough. The viewers flooded the comments section. A quest? Is this kid ordering us around? Are you planning to take him with you? If it didn't cost so much, I would have helped. Isn't it time for Cho Shu to unlock some new stuff? That's right. Why hasn't he unlocked the shop and quest functions yet? Greening has issued a new quest. Use any tool to cut off Yeonjun's hand. It must be severed on the 5th strike, no matter what. Reward: Yeonjun can move freely without any side effects for 1 hour. The nickname of the person who gave the quest translated to crying like crazy. That made him think he really lives up to his username. Huh. Ryan handed the axe back. Sir Cho Shu, it's done. Good. He instructed Ryan, you know what to do next, right? She misunderstood him and immediately covered Yeonjun's eyes with her hands. Cho Shu said helplessly, what are you doing? I meant, hold his arm down. She then remembered, oh, right. I misunderstood. I thought he'd be scared. The viewers found it rather amusing. That girl really is strange, isn't she? It's fine. She's cute. Holding the axe firmly, Cho Shu reminded himself that he had to meet the 5-strike condition. He asked the viewers, hey guys, does this mean if I sever his arm in one go, I won't complete the quest? The viewers urged him on. This quest is kind of ridiculous, isn't it? Just chop it quickly. This is gross. Cho Shu announced, all right, let's begin. Yeonjun bit his lip, waiting for the life or death moment. A blood-curdling scream rang out, and Minion flinched. Are they really doing it, sis? Si-yoon sighed and replied, of course they are. A second scream rang out, making him jump. Si-yoon muttered, Cho Shu can be pretty scary sometimes. I have no idea what he's thinking, but after this is over, we should probably praise him. He volunteered to do it and told us to go outside so we wouldn't have to watch. Minion, his face pale with fear, agreed. Yeah. Si-yoon suddenly noticed something. Wait a minute. Why does he have to strike so many times? She wasn't sure until it fell silent. The sounds have stopped. Is it over? Ryan quietly opened the door, startling them both. She announced, you two can come in now. Si-yoon went in, and upon seeing Yeonjun bandaged and resting, she asked, well, how did it go? Did you really cut his hand off? Cho Shu warned, don't look, it's just his thumb. They both stared, turning to look. Ha, what do you mean? He held up his thumb and explained, it's like a thumbs up. I guess he's trying to say the surgery was top-notch. Minion asked worriedly, will he be okay? Cho Shu wasn't sure. Right. I don't know, but if he doesn't wake up in the next 5 minutes, we have to leave. Those break tattoo bastards are still around, so we can't stay in one place for too long, Minchan added. I don't know when he'll wake up. Just as he said that, Yeonjun shot up. He looked at his arm suspiciously. Huh? What's going on? It's gone. You passed out from the pain, you know. Chanshu reminded him. How are you feeling now? Internally, he thought. I think it was when they cut off his 3rd finger or something. Yeonjun dramatically waved his injured arm and said, strong as an ox, and it's all thanks to you. Thank you so much. That's good, Chanshu advised, but you should calm down. Chanshu was also worried inside. I only delayed the side effects for him. I don't know if there will be complications later. Yeonjun sincerely bowed his head in thanks, but still, I'm really grateful to you. Suddenly, Chanshu whipped his head towards the door. Outside, an irritated guy was kicking a car and swearing. Damn it, what the hell does that old man want? Where are we supposed to find intact parts in this godforsaken place? Calm down, his buddy advised. The guy shot back. How can I calm down? Son of a bitch, why do we have to fix that damn truck? There are a ton of abandoned cars around. Minho tried to reason with him. Keep it down. What if someone hears you? Sanha couldn't be bothered and kept kicking the tire. There's no one around. Everyone else went out to find parts, didn't they? Chanshu noticed some new faces. They were probably on the patrol team, and they weren't looking for him. Santa complained. Is that truck some kind of good luck charm or what? I don't get what the boss is thinking, Minho explained. It's because that's a refrigerated truck. Still don't get it, he replied. Do you think it's easy to find a mobile refrigerator in a situation like this? Finally, Chanzu had enough information. I see. No wonder they're so obsessed with that truck. But even so, finding parts is still too difficult. Santa spoke up. Those idiots already tore apart a perfectly good truck, and then they split the parts into smaller pieces to make it look like they worked hard to find them. It's ridiculous. I'm sick of this crap, man. Chan Su silently assessed the situation. Looks like their boss is very stubborn. Returning, Chan Shu reported to the group that there were 2 guys standing outside. Minchan immediately asked, Break Tattoo Gang? Chan Shu looked at his teammates seriously. We could take them down easily, but for now, we should tail them. We need to find their hideout, after all. Minchan agreed. Not a bad idea. Let's follow them, then. I agree too, Ron replied. Seiyun offered her opinion. Wait, shouldn't we just send one person so they're less conspicuous? Chan Su spoke thoughtfully. You're right, just one person. He glanced at the one who hadn't spoken yet. Youngjun pointed to himself, accepting the mission. Outside, Sanha picked up the tire. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound. He turned to his buddy and asked, "That's weird. Did you hear something?" Minho replied fearfully, "Don't say that. You're giving me goosebumps. It's not time for those things to be moving around yet." His buddy agreed. "Yeah, you're probably right." Youngjun hid behind a nearby wall, watching them. He was racking his brain. Damn it, how am I supposed to get any closer now? Seeing the person in front of them, both men froze. The tire fell from Santa's hands as he quickly asked, "Sir, what are you doing here?" The tire lay still at the man's feet. It turned out to be their team leader, Sang Jin. He spoke up. "Looks like you've collected quite a bit. Don't worry, I'm not here to supervise you guys. I'm just looking for someone." Minho asked curiously, "Who, sir?" Sang Jin revealed it was an enemy. "Someone's been killing our people recently. A total of 3. Sanha exclaimed in shock. "Wait, does the boss know about this yet? If he does, I don't want to go back anytime soon. He must be furious." Sang Jin replied, "If he did, we wouldn't be here. We're going to take care of it before he finds out. Take the stuff back and distract him." "Find some entertainment or something," Minho asked, confused. "Entertainment?" Sang Jin reminded him in a cold voice. "Or would you rather we all die together?" The group split up to act. "See you later, then." From behind, Youngjun thought, "They're gone." "Huh, wait." He realized with horror the direction they were headed. "Oh no, they're going straight for Changshu and the others. Should I go back? What do I do? Even though I haven't found their real base, should I go back now that I know why they came here? No. I have to stick to the plan." The remaining 2 were talking amongst themselves. "I'm starting to get worried, man. Let's just go." Hiding behind them, Youngjun was getting extremely impatient. "Damn it, stop dragging your feet. Hurry up and lead me to your base." Watching them move so slowly, he was on edge. "A little more. Just a little more." Youngjun immediately ran after them. "All right, this should be good enough. Hang in there, Changshu, I'm coming back." But when he arrived, his jaw dropped in astonishment. Seiyun, a master of martial arts, was beating a thug to a pulp. Minchan was just as formidable, while Ron mercilessly used a pen to blind another one. This scene made Youngjun gasp. "What?" Looking at his opponent, who was holding a sharp dagger, Changshu asked in a cold voice, "Your name's Sang Jin, right? You're not as strong as I thought. You're this weak and you dare bully Min Chan?" Sang Jin questioned angrily. "You bastard! You're the one who killed our men, aren't you?" Cho Shu replied nonchalantly. "Are you sure about that? You're right. I guess I don't need to hide it anymore. I can't believe you could bully our Min Chan with skills like that." The man glanced at him fighting in the back and sneered. "That bastard Min Chan, is this how you repay us after everything we sacrificed?" Cho Shu told the man to focus. A leader should only talk to another leader. Understand? Sang Jin got into a stance, ready to attack. "Damn it, you haven't won yet." Cho Shu remained calm. "Are you sure I haven't?" Sensing the danger from the person opposite him, Sang Jin tensed up and cursed inwardly. "Damn it." He glanced over at the newcomer. Yeonjun panicked when the man looked at him. His whole body froze. "Huh?" Sang Jin slammed the handle of his knife into the back of Yeonjun's neck. Then he held the knife to his throat, threatening, "Don't come any closer, unless you want this knife to go straight into his neck." Cho Shu spoke up. "You're more vile than I thought." The man cut him off. "Shut up." He didn't seem to care. "I was hoping you'd do something more." "How disappointing." Sang Jin pressed the knife closer to Yeonjun's neck and ordered him to back away. Cho Shu didn't comply. "Looks like you guys are all bark and no bite after all." The man growled. "I said, back off." Yeonjun tried to reassure him. "Cho Shu, don't worry about me. This is nothing." A knife was immediately plunged into his chest. Seeing Yeonjun fall, the viewers cursed in outrage. "Damn it, it's over. How could he do that to Cho Shu's test subject? Cho Shu's axe is going to see some blood today." Cho Shu cursed under his breath. "Son of a bitch." Sang Jin tried to run away, panting heavily. "Motherfucker." Cho Shu immediately gave chase from behind. An axe came down right on the man's back. He fell to the ground, writhing in pain. With a cold expression, Cho Shu asked, "Do you know what kind of stream gets the most viewers?" "No." He revealed that it was an apology stream. An axe came crashing down on the hand that had just committed the crime. His cold voice rang out. "Apologize for the sins you've committed." The viewers were delighted by this torture scene. An apology stream? That's more like it. He's even already wearing black. Cho Shu's hands were stained with blood. He raised his axe and reminded the man, "Apologize." The man could only beg, "Wait, I'm sorry. Please stop." "I said I'll apologize." He replied, "I can't hear you." The man screamed, "I'm sorry. Okay? So please stop." Cho Shu grabbed his hair and said, "No." He dragged Sang Jin's head to face the others. Apologize to those two, not me. And don't you dare just say it with empty words. Cho Shu slammed Sang Jin's head hard onto the street. Do it properly, like this. The impact was so strong that it knocked the man's teeth out. He cried out in terror, "Wait." Then he was casually let go, falling face first onto the ground. Ron reported worriedly, "Sir Cho Shu, the infection process is accelerating rapidly. Cutting off his arm slowed the infection rate, but it had already spread throughout the patient's body before that. I think the wound weakened his immune system, which is why this is happening." He cried out in despair, "Damn it, I'm sorry, Looks like there isn't much time left." Cho Shu asked with a headache, "You don't have to apologize. Did you find their base?" He tried to stand up. "I found it. It's okay. I can walk." Seeing this, he was startled. He can still move? The viewers commented that it must be the adrenaline, and that with an injury like that, it wouldn't matter if he became a zombie. As soon as Yeonjun steadied himself, he took the initiative and said, "I'll lead the way." Cho Shu asked, "Are you ready? It's time to face your past." Min Chan replied with a serious expression, "Yes, let's go." Yeonjun led the group to their base. He was already exhausted just from walking here. Catching his breath, Yeonjun shouted, "Come on out, you bastards." They turned to look, confused. "What the hell?" He continued to shout, "If you got the guts, come out here right now." They immediately started to panic. That bastard looks like he's infected." "What?" John Hyan came out and asked, "What's with all the noise? Who the hell are you?" He guessed that must be John Hyan, the leader of Black Tattoo, right? Just like that kid said, the red hair and that face. There's no doubt. Yeonjun replied, "I came here to kill you." The man burst out laughing at this. "Kill me." The other lackeys joined in. Does that guy really think he can beat the boss? He should be thinking about how to get himself treated first. A one-armed guy has some nerve. John Hyan said fiercely, "What are you glaring at me for? You in a hurry to die? But it looks like you don't have much time left anyway." Then, he took an iron pipe from a lackey who offered it to him. He walked towards Yeonjun and continued, "We were just trying to fix our car. And then this bastard shows up out of nowhere and ruins the whole mood." John Hyan's eyes were filled with killing intent. "You're a dead man." Veins bulged all over Yeonjun's face. He let out a roar. At that moment, Se-yoon suddenly rushed out from behind them. A man she targeted cried out, "What the hell?" With just one strike, this man was quickly taken down. Min-chan followed his sister, taking down the second one. Only then was John Hyan stunned. Ron took action just as decisively as his teammates. With a dart lodged straight in one guy's eye, they started screaming in panic. "We're being ambushed. Protect the boss." Cho Du was even more brutal than his comrades. Every swing of his axe drew blood. In a moment of despair, someone thought, "Is he the Grim Reaper?" John Hyan exclaimed in fear, "What the hell is going on?" Suddenly, he noticed the teenager fighting ferociously in a corner. He realized, wait a second, that's Minon. From behind, Cho Du asked darkly, "It was you, wasn't it, old man? The bastard who tortured our little Min-chan." John Hyan turned back furiously and cursed. "Damn it, did Min-chan hire you to mess with us?" He strode forward menacingly and said, "You're giving yourself way too much credit. But sure, you can think that if you want." Lifting the axe in his hand, Cho Du uttered casually, "All right then, I'll be taking both of your hands." John Hyan gripped his iron pipe and screamed, "Don't mess with me. You dare to hit me?" The boy's axe came crashing down on the iron pipe in his hand. "Die." He looked at John Hyan calmly. "You managed to block that one." The man cursed in fury. "You son of a bitch." A series of blows from the iron pipe rained down. "Die, die, die." Cho Du calmly blocked each and every strike. "Is that all you've got?" John Hyan couldn't understand how this scrawny kid could be so strong. He yelled in frustration, "What the hell are you?" Cho Du knocked the axe from the man's hand and then asked, "What do you mean? You just guessed it yourself, didn't you?" "I'm the guy Min-chan hired, completely unarmed." At this point, John Hyan didn't dare run his mouth anymore. "Stay there. Don't you come near me." Cho Du revealed with a cold smile, "You and your lackeys say the exact same thing. Looks like you trained them well." As if realizing something, the man yelled, "You guys." The terrified screams of his underlings echoed from behind him. It turned out Yeonjun had bitten one of them on the neck. Cho Du was also stunned by the scene. Right before his eyes, his friend had lost control. John Hyan turned and fled in terror. "Son of a bitch." Cho Du sneered from behind, "What a pathetic loser. Like boss, like lackeys." Viewers commented jokingly, "He probably pissed his pants from fear." He turned back to look at Yeonjun. Seeing the situation, the viewers urged him on. "It's time to send him on his way, isn't it? Do it like a man." One clean shot to the neck. Cho Du approached with his axe. "Hey man, thanks for all your help. It's time to say goodbye. Rong quickly stopped him. Sir Cho-do. Wait, she warned him. Look closer. Only then did Cho-do notice something unusual. His face was still normal, just with a few more bloody veins. Seeing that Yeonjun didn't lunge at him, he was shocked. No way. Are you still conscious? A viewer commented. But he's on his way out anyway. He doesn't have much time left. He sighed and replied, looks like there's no other choice. The refrigerated truck is still here, so we can't have gone far. Hey, do you want to sacrifice yourself for one last mission? Yeonjun looked up at Cho-do with a vacant expression. John Hyan was hiding in a room, filled with hatred. Damn it. Go to hell, you bastard Min-chan. I knew there was something weird about him the moment I saw him. Because of him, I lost all my men. He used to be a toy for the whole gang, but now, hearing Cho-do's group outside, he panicked. Si-yoon, we haven't checked this building yet, have we? Not yet. Let's go in. Let's all go in together. The man immediately bolted upstairs, knowing that confronting Min-chan and those two girls right now would be suicide. Getting to higher ground will give me an advantage. And there are weapons already up there. He thought to himself as he picked up an iron bar. I need to get that truck back. As long as I have it, I can start over anytime. A mobile fridge and fresh food will make it easier to recruit more followers. Anything young is good. Same goes for gang members. If I can find some kids, I can easily train them to work for me. That truck is mine, so I'll kill all of you and take it back. Seeing him walk in, John Hyan yelled his head off. Min-chan, you dare betray me? Min-chan replied calmly, betray you? Is that the only way you know how to greet an acquaintance, old man? The man paid him no mind. You are a traitor. You coward, after I treated you so well. Min-chan questioned him. Not letting me go to school is treating me well. I had to repeat a grade because of you. If you kept taking care of me, you probably would have sold this uniform off my back too. John Hyan furiously swung the iron bar and charged. You arrogant little prick. The boy shot back immediately. You're the arrogant one. Who do you think you are, deciding my life for me like that? You even force everyone else here to die in your place. Exposed, John Hyan's pride was wounded and he screamed, you bastard. You think you're some kind of god? You used to be one of us. Min-chan corrected him. I only learned how to smoke from you. I never hurt anyone. The man shrieked. You think that makes you superior? I'll knock you out in a single blow. The boy held his bat firmly, waiting for him. Then bring it on. Come down here and fight me. John Han was extremely wary. As if I'd fall for that. There's someone behind that door, isn't there? You think I can't hear anything? I know those two girls are waiting in ambush. He feigned surprise and asked, what are you talking about? Turns out, Cho-do's group was on the stairs above, with Min-on blocking the way below. Si-yoon's voice called out, actually, we're waiting up here. John Hyan panicked. Glancing both ways, he screamed, back off, you bastards. Min-chan asked smugly, scared, aren't you? I knew you'd react like that. The two girls slowly descended the stairs. If the old man won't come down, why don't you try coming up? John Hyan cursed relentlessly in his mind. Damn it. He glanced down at Min-chan, seeming to think he was the easiest target. He screamed, Min-chan, I'm taking you down with me. You bastard. But just as he charged down the stairs, Min-chan had already stepped back behind a door and slammed it shut. The unfortunate John Hyan slammed his face right into the door with a loud thud. While he was still dazed, the two girls from upstairs slowly approached. Die. Their expressions were as dark as demons coming to claim his soul. Seeing this, a terrified John Hyan fled to the next floor down. Stay away from me. As he opened the door, he thought to himself that the others weren't here. Seeing the vehicle in front of him, John Hyan rejoiced silently. My truck is saved. Suddenly, Cho-do's voice rang in his ear, draining all the color from his face. Where do you think you're going? The first thing he could think of was to run for it. You motherfucker! Cho-do eagerly gave chase from behind. I'm not your mother. I'm Cho-do. John Hyan screamed in panic. I didn't ask. He opened the truck door, yelling, get lost. Seeing Minho inside, John Hyan was stunned. You're still alive? Just then, something heavy slammed into the back of his neck. He immediately passed out. When he came to, a bewildered John Hyan found himself tied up in the passenger seat. He mumbled, no way. No way. Did we escape? At this point, John Hyan still hadn't noticed he was tied up. See, I knew letting you join the gang was the right decision. When he finally realized, he started to panic. What the hell are these ropes? Let me go. Suddenly, John Hyan noticed Minho's build. Wait a minute, have you always been this skinny? Through the mask, the eyes of the person inside were completely white. Realizing something was wrong, he screamed in panic. Holy shit, what the hell are you? Shit, motherfucker, where are you taking me? A trembling hand was placed on the steering wheel. John Hyan begged. Wait, don't stop. The entire vehicle suddenly flipped onto its side. In despair, John Hyan cursed, "Son of a bitch." He saw the car window crack and shatter as vines wrapped around it from the outside. He was horrified. The vines pierced through the glass and into the truck, then shot straight through Yoonjun. Seeing this, John Hyan was so terrified sweat poured down his face. The vines then reached for him. He was frozen with fear, his eyes glazed over. Beside him, Yoonjun smirked, raised his middle finger, and gave a cold smile. An explosion erupted. Back at their original spot, Cho-do saw the towering flames and black smoke and commented, "Impressive. He really did drive it to the surveillance tower." Cho-do thought to himself, "But it's a shame we had to say goodbye to him like this." Minchin asked, "But don't we need that truck too?" Cho-do replied, No, it's useless to us. A big truck like that guzzles gas. It'd be a waste to take it. What about you? Are you sad that someone you knew died?" Min Xion was startled by the question. "Are you kidding me? I'm glad that bastard is dead. I feel like a weight's been lifted off my shoulders." Cho-do watched him with a smile. "Is that so? That's good. Then." He walked over to see Yoon, who was in another truck, and asked, "What do you think of this one?" She exclaimed, "It's perfect. Have I ever told you? I'm not a big fan of small cars." Cho-do advised, "Gas is hard to come by these days. Can you please drive carefully?" She replied, "Shut up. Let's pack up and hit the road." From behind, Ron called out, "Mr. Cho-do, I found these. What do you think?" Seeing the watches on her wrist, Cho-do frowned and guessed, "Did you take those off a corpse?" Ron just thought they were cute. She replied shyly, "I know they're not very useful, but I was just so happy. So." Cho-do didn't object. "It's fine. They suit you. Help me pick one out, will you?" Ron blushed and replied, "Okay." Cho-do was satisfied with his team. Our crew isn't half bad. Although their skills were diverse, they meshed together surprisingly well. He ordered the group, "All right, let's get in." Once settled in her vehicle, Se-yoon curiously asked Cho-do, "So where are we headed?" He replied, "Probably a large area like Jeju Island." Then, Cho-do asked his viewers, "Hey everyone, what's a better way to get to Jeju Island, by boat or by plane?" Seeing them only comment with question marks, he wondered, "What's with this reaction? Did I say something wrong?" Cho-do decided, "All right, let's head east first." A surprised team member asked, "East? Isn't that where Mr. O wanted to go?" He explained that since they didn't have much information at the moment, they had to prioritize getting to safe areas first. "I'm sure there are other people gathering in the east." Ron looked out at the shattered road, which was riddled with potholes, and exclaimed, "There are so many holes. They must have been caused by those thorny vines Mr. O mentioned." Their vehicle approached the wreckage of the exploded truck. Speaking of Mr. O, a blue line appeared on the road. A system notification announced, "You have reached a new milestone. You can now unlock skills." He exclaimed in awe. "That's a lot of notifications. This confirms that heading east was the right call." The viewers were also eagerly waiting. "Oh, has Cho-do finally unlocked a new skill? Let's see." Check. The information panel appeared with the details. Skill 1. Note, you can only store a maximum of 3 skills in total. Taunt, 10 minutes. The more enemies there are, the stronger you become. Your basic physical stats will increase by 10% based on the number of enemies from the moment the skill is activated until it ends. Store, 10 minutes. 10% of the stats increase from Taunt will become your new basic physical stats. In other words, your base stats will get stronger and increase each time the previous record is broken or refreshed. Skill 2. Note, you can only store a maximum of 3 skills in total. New Master's Reward. See things through the eyes of a target you have touched, for 10 minutes. Single use can be used at any time. Cho-do was shocked. The skills were divided into 2 types. Skill 1 can be used repeatedly, while Skill 2 is a one-time use item. Wait, I can only have 3 skills for each type? Seeing his pout, the viewers cheered up. "Look at that face. He's so ticked off. That's why there's a delete button." Cho-do asked them, "What happens if I get another skill when my slots are full?" They replied, "You have to delete one to make room. You'll probably get a notification, right?" Hearing this, he immediately clutched his head in helplessness. "This sucks. Being restricted like this will put me at a disadvantage." A viewer commented amusingly, "There's that face again. But maybe not. Let's check the other features." Suddenly, Cho-do figured it out. "I just have to say propose, right? Propose." A small microphone icon flashed in front of him. He didn't understand what this mic symbol meant. Cho-do mumbled the description under the mic. "Eat the reward." 100 yen total? The viewers gloated and jeered. "This guy. Who would pay 100 yen just to watch you eat? This is broad daylight robbery." A countdown began. 10. Then, a ticking sound was heard. 9, 8, 7. Cho-do was curious. A countdown. What happens when it reaches 0? A viewer commented cryptically, "You'll see. When the count reached 0, the icon disappeared. The viewers told him to just wait." Cho-do suddenly understood. So for a proposal, someone has to accept it to turn it into a quest, right? So, he said, "Propose. Eat." Cho-do accepts. He was even more shocked to see the mic icon appear with the number 1 million yen below it. What the hell? 1 million yen? The viewers flooded the comments. That's the price of greed. Exactly. I wouldn't have that much yen even if I sold myself. Cho-do exclaimed regretfully. Why is it so expensive? He read the notification. Proposal failed twice. If it fails one more time, all quests will be locked for the rest of the day. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. So there's a penalty for failing 3 times? At least I figured out how it works. The last one is the shop. He had just uttered the word shop when the car suddenly slammed on its brakes. Startled, Cho-do turned and asked, "What was that?" "Why did you brake so suddenly?" She said curtly, "Look ahead." The road ahead was riddled with holes and blocked by a fence. He thought, what's going on? Those holes don't look like they were made by barbed wire. It was man-made. Could it be that they've moved the monsters to another location? But if it's not to block monsters, what is this for? Cho-do got out of the car. The truck can't get through here. We'll cross the river on foot. Seeing the river water reaching halfway up the bridge supports, they were surprised. The water level is so high. Even though we can't bring the truck, at least we can still cross on foot. Minon asked fearfully, "Sir, do we really have to cross this bridge?" He reluctantly conceded. There's no other choice. He knew the landmark from earlier proved this was the correct direction. Viewers flooded the comments. Aren't these bridges supposed to be destroyed? Maybe Cho-do is just moving too fast for it to collapse yet. At least they don't have to swim across. Just then, Cho-do noticed black smoke rising in the distance. Smoke? We have to hurry. If this bridge collapses, we'll be in deep trouble. Suddenly, he saw something at his feet. Military binoculars, what are these doing here? The 4 of them cautiously moved forward. In the distance, a boom echoed. Minon looked over at the adjacent bridge and saw that it had exploded. Ron pointed ahead and said, "Sir Cho-do, that bridge is collapsing too. That means this one is next. Hurry up. We're still in the middle of the bridge." A viewer commented nervously, "It's over. My condolences." All 4 of them sprinted forward. "This is bad. Faster." He had an idea and said, "Propose, cross through that fire." The reward was double the speed. Seeing the cost under the mic 100 yen, he cursed. "Come on, guys. Damn it, that's insanely expensive." He knew that if a quest like this was already so expensive, it meant he was about to face something even more terrible. Unfortunately, Cho-do received a notification that the penalty had taken effect. No new quests may be accepted for the rest of today. The failure count has been reset. Besides cursing, there was nothing he could do. Damn it! Suddenly, a red light flashed from ahead. A loud boom erupted, and the shockwave knocked the whole group down. A section of the bridge supports was blown up. Cho-do had never struggled like this before. Damn it, the part of the bridge where he was standing was about to collapse. Ron reached his hand down, calling out to him, "Cho-shu!" Cho-shu's hand desperately reached for Ron's. His eyes were filled with panic as the bridge broke in two. It dragged Cho-shu down with it. His body plunged into the water, his hands trying to push away the broken pieces of the bridge. Cho-shu struggled to resurface. Mac's voice rang out, "Left." I said left. The water stung his eyes, blinding him. It was Mac's voice again, reminding him. "Left." I said left. Cho-shu tried to swim in that direction. The viewers urged him on impatiently. "Hurry up. This time, swim to the right." He cursed inwardly. "Damn it, but I'm a terrible swimmer." Mac encouraged him. "You're almost there, just a little further. You can do it, just a bit more." Cho-shu asked pessimistically, "What's the point of trying? I can't." A large wave on the river crashed against his body. Thanks to that, he was pushed to the riverbank. Mac's voice echoed in his ears. Cho-shu woke up. As he finally opened his eyes, a joyful voice exclaimed, "He's awake." He coughed a few times and then spoke. "That feeling of jumping off the bridge was really something. Thanks, man." Mac sighed. "But because of you, I'm completely broke now." He looked around curiously. "How far did the current carry me?" "Probably just down the river, right?" "Where is everyone else?" A viewer commented. "They were also swept away by the current. It'll be hard to find them. You're on your own now. I've never seen other players end up in a situation like this. Maybe you should try to find a boat," he said, rubbing his head. "Let me rest for a bit." Suddenly, he glanced to his side. Cho-shu noticed was that Ron's bag. He picked up the medicine bag, put it on, and then made a request. "My friends, I'm in a really tough spot right now. The only thing I have is this bag, and I have no idea where my friends are. They must have been washed up somewhere." A viewer comforted Cho-shu. "We already told you, don't be sad anymore." He started asking for donations. "I don't know what to do anymore. Would anyone be generous enough to support me? Any amount is appreciated. Donate as many ren as you'd like. So shameless. The viewers flooded the chat with curses. That son of a bitch. Cut it out. Your friends are in danger, don't you know that? Choshu's expression was dead serious. I know my friends are missing. That's why I'm doing this. I'm not kidding. This is an emergency. The viewers realized Choshu had changed. Who are you asking? Where has the amazing Choshu gone? A viewer commented gently, are you okay? You'll find new friends soon. That's right. He reflected that, come to think of it, this was the first time he'd been alone since leaving Myeong So-dong. The viewers discussed. He's always been a loner, remember? Of course, he's probably just in shock right now. Finally, Choshu accepted it. My friends, it makes no difference if I choose to go alone. Someone commented, Choshu, if you want to cross the river, why don't you build a raft? He considered this suggestion. A raft? But I'm all alone right now. If I had a raft, I wouldn't have to worry about being swept away by the current. Just then, 3 soldiers on an inflatable boat floated into view. Choshu immediately hid in the bushes. He was startled to hear their voices. I think we've destroyed most of the bridges around here. A viewer pointed out, look, the perfect mode of transport has just appeared. A soldier looked through his binoculars and asked, what about the bridges over there? Will that stop those guys from crossing the river? He realized they were from the 7th Division, those bastards. A soldier on guard shouted in one direction. Who's there? A dog. Hearing the noise, turned to look at them. They sighed in relief. What? It's just a dog. I thought it was one of those things. It's gone now. Remember? The aftermath was pretty horrific, though. Let's head back. Yeah, we've confirmed that all the bridges have been destroyed. From his hiding spot, Choshu grew impatient. Wait, damn it, don't go. As if on cue, a thorny vine shot out, instantly killing one of the soldiers. He looked around, stunned. Was that a branch? How? We're pretty far from the shore. Could it be? Seeing the thorny vine shaped like a giant, Choshu was shocked. What is that thing? Is it a crewmenchi? Or a zombie? The viewers couldn't see clearly and cursed. Damn it, is that a lesser zombie? He asked them, guys, what the hell is that thing? They replied that it was a lesser zombie. If a crewmenchi eats too many zombies, it becomes that. Damn it. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. The first soldier was devoured. The other soldier tried to fire at the lesser zombie, but he was impaled by its sharp thorns. He ducked down, hiding well, and cursed in frustration. Damn it. The soldier's body was pulled back. The gun in his hand fell right next to Choshu. He was stunned as he watched the soldier's face become shriveled. What the hell? Is it sucking him dry? Isn't that a bit much? A blood-sucking monster? Are you kidding me? The last soldier desperately tried to start the boat's engine, pleading anxiously. Come on, why won't it start? Suddenly, the boat shook. He froze. The thorny vine fell into the water with a splash. He was stunned, not understanding what was happening. The viewers were surprised to see Choshu step out and chop off the lesser zombie's arm. What's going on? Choshu, what are you doing? He replied. That lesser zombie already knows I'm here. Those soldiers were just for its entertainment. The provocation countdown, with 9 minutes and 13 seconds remaining, told him so. Watching its entire body charge toward him, Choshu screamed, don't you dare. Come here, back up. The little zombie slid down the riverbank to block the current. It fell right into the water with a splash. Seeing it struggling below, Chodu exclaimed, I told you that was the way. He aimed his gun at the little zombie. Everyone thinks wood floats, but that's only true for processed lumber. 2 shots rang out. Chodu snapped at the little zombie. Stop moving. You're making it hard for me to shoot. Meanwhile, the other soldier was pulling the starter on the inflatable boat. Chodu called out to him, Hey, stop wasting time and get over here. The soldier stupidly asked, Why? Chodu pointed his gun at him and ordered, I said, get over here, you bastard, or I'll kill you. The soldier came ashore, and Chodu changed into different clothes he found on the road. He asked him, Where are you guys from? Daejeong Station or the subway? I saved your life, didn't I? The least you could do is tell me something. Walking towards the soldier, who was now tied to a post, he asked, looking at that uniform with no rank insignia. What exactly is the 7th Division? Chodu sized up the soldier. Seeing his face, the viewers immediately started complaining. He looks like he's in his 20s and ugly as sin. Such a generic face, and he gives off a bit of an antisocial vibe. You know, that sounds a lot like Chodu. Sorry if that hits a nerve. Chodu laughed and replied, Come on, don't say that. Have you all forgotten what I look like? The viewers continued to tease him. What are you talking about? Looks like we hurt his feelings. That's definitely it. Chodu approached the soldier. Well, now, you seem to have some pretty intimidating eyes. The soldier glared back without any hesitation. Seeing this, Chodu poked him straight in the eyes. Don't stare at me. The soldier screamed in pain, cursing, "You motherfucker." Cho-do was unfazed. Yeah, whatever. I'll ask you again, why did you blow up the bridge? Answer me." The soldier remained silent. Cho-do immediately shot him in the leg, then again in the foot, and then his shoulder took a bullet. The soldier begged, "Wait, stop." Cho-do asked coldly, "You want me to stop? Then answer my question. Why did you people come here and blow up the bridges? What is your objective?" He confessed, "All right, I'll talk. The 7th Division. We're from the 7th Division." As Cho-do prepared to pull the trigger again, he said, "I already know that." The soldier flinched. Cho-do said casually, "The safety's still on." The soldier blurted out, "You bastard." He replied, "Yeah, I'm a bastard. Now tell me what you're trying to do. Why are you gathering people? You destroyed the bridges because you already gathered everyone you needed, right? No? Then I guess I was wrong." The soldier was stubbornly silent. Cho-do continued, "Apocalypse. So, you can talk now, right?" At this, the soldier exclaimed in shock, "What did you just say?" He remembered the mayor saying, "The password is apocalypse." Cho-do then said, "Why are you making that face?" "I know the password because I'm on your side." The viewers were amused by this deception. "You can do that? Shoot a guy full of holes and then claim you're on his side." The soldier was skeptical. "That's impossible." "So, are you one of the VIPs? Cho-do replied, "That's right. After they promised I'd be working with high-ranking people, I decided to join. But I was attacked before I could get all the details. It's such a hassle." The soldier said apologetically, "I can't believe we made a mistake like that." Cho-do continued to manipulate him. "Yeah, it is your fault. Now do you understand how I felt watching you guys blow up the bridge?" The viewers were in disbelief. "Is he actually buying this?" The soldier cried out. "Wait a minute. Even if that's true, your actions have only complicated things." The soldier was stunned by Cho-do's casual reply. "What? Why do you think I'm so aggressive? It's my combat instinct. I'm a mercenary." The viewers couldn't take the lies anymore. "Oh, for fuck's sake." Naturally, Cho-do kept a completely straight face as he continued to lie. "I've been on the battlefield, so this is how I let off steam." The viewers were appalled by his words. What is he even talking about? He's just spouting more nonsense. But the soldier actually seemed to believe that if it were true, Cho-do's actions would be justified. "If you tell me everything you know, I'll let you go." The soldier's gullibility shocked the viewers even more. "Is this actually working? This guy is a total moron." Cho-do replied in a low voice, "I'm a battlefield expert. Treating your wounds would be simple for me. So, what are you going to do? The choice is yours." The viewers flooded the comments section. "Expert my ass. He's really getting into the role." The soldier was clearly conflicted. He finally spoke up. I don't know if what I know is enough for you. The 7th Division is an aid organization, a special task force that deals with national disasters. Our mission is to protect and gather essential individuals and rebuild order in this collapsed society." Cho-do was stunned, thinking to himself, "A collapsed society? Is this guy telling the truth?" The viewers urged him, "Cho-do, get your expression under control. We still need to get more information out of him." Cho-do was terrible at hiding his true feelings. He quickly turned away. The soldier asked curiously, "Is something wrong?" Pretending to spit, Cho-do answered, "No, a bug just flew into my mouth." The viewers burst out laughing. "A bug? What a lame excuse." The soldier advised him, "Be careful with those bugs. They've mutated recently and become very strange." Wiping the corner of his mouth, Cho-do said, "Thanks for the warning." "Me. But there's only a small team from the 7th Division here, right?" He confirmed, "That's right, but I can't give you the exact numbers." Cho continued to probe, "So what are you guys planning to do now? Where are you headed? What's wrong? Why'd you suddenly go quiet?" The soldier was tight-lipped. "That's all I can say." Cho thought in annoyance, this guy is so frustratingly stingy with information. Cho asked a different question. "Are you guys trying to get to Jeju Island? I heard it's safe there." He recalled hearing on the radio that Jeju Island was still safe. "I saw there were ships running from there." The 7th Division was telling everyone to gather at that location. They said to leave the city as soon as possible and get on a ship headed for Jecheon. Cho got straight to the point. "Then tell me how you're getting to Jeju Island. This should still be enough, right?" The soldier finally cracked, "Cheongju Airport. We're going there." Cho's jaw dropped in surprise. "Cheongju Airport. I never would have expected that answer." Seeing the blood drip onto the floor, the soldier spoke up. "Hey, I think I need medical attention." Cho confirmed. "You do." The soldier demanded, "Untie me first. There won't be any more boats coming, so we have to use a raft to cross the river." Cho tried to squeeze out the last bit of information. "So, no other rafts are coming. You seem to be in a real hurry, so I'll just ask one more thing. You said earlier that your mission was to gather civilians, right? So, Did you destroy the bridge because you had already gathered all the people you needed? He replied, just enough. We don't need too many civilians anyway. It's hard to keep them in line if you bring too many. Cho let out a cold laugh. Keep them in line? Are you kidding me? The soldier had a bad feeling. What? Cho laid it bare. You only save enough people, so you can control all of them. That reasoning would make sense if your real goal was to prevent crisis and chaos, but to go as far as destroying the bridge, don't you think that's a little strange? It's incredibly suspicious. To me, this looks more like a rebellion. The soldier shouted in a panic. Are you saying we're staging a rebellion? We're trying to help our country. Cho shot back. Are you really? The soldier glared at him, his expression filled with malice. Cho aimed the gun at him. You son of a bitch. I don't know what I've gotten myself into, but we're done talking. I know everything I need to. The soldier asked in terror. You're going to shoot me even after I told you everything. Cho glanced outside, then answered. You deserve it. I can't be friendly with people like you. Well, look who it is. An old friend I haven't seen in a while. A lone zombie stood blankly outside the glass door. Cho walked over and slid it open. The terrified soldier begged, Let me go, you bastard. Cho grabbed his head firmly and said, Consider this payback for my friend. Afterwards, Cho left and went to the riverbank. He wondered, his head throbbing, how am I going to cross this river? For now, there was no sign of the little zombie, but who knows when it'll show up again. All right, the store interface appeared. Inside was a rope priced at 1 gene, a sturdy, 10-meter-long rope. A viewer chimed in, see if you can find an inflatable float. Cho was surprised. An inflatable float? Sure enough, the store had one for 2 genes. It was just a normal, circular swim tube. A viewer celebrated for him. That's a pretty useful item. Get the swim tube. Take it. Cho said with disappointment. Is this really all there is? Suddenly, a new notification popped up, confusing him. What does this mean, guys? The shop will be updated randomly. There is a small chance that current items will disappear after the update. A viewer urged him. Why are you asking like you don't know? Just get the swim tube. Cho put on a miserable expression. But I still haven't paid back my debt to Onion. How can I afford this? Just then, Max S donated 1 gene. Right after, 3 more viewers each donated 1 gene as well. Cho, getting greedy, asked, what's this all about? Why didn't you guys donate when I was falling off the bridge? A viewer shot back. Do you complain every single time you get a gift? Max S is burning through cash. He must want to be your top fan. Cho thought to himself, top fan? Huh. I guess there's a system for that too. I still need 10 more genes to pay off my debt. Glancing at the river, Cho mused. The boat from before must have already drifted downstream. The current seems stronger now, too. Max S donated another gene. Cho, touched, said, you don't have to donate anymore. I can handle it. He had his own reasons, thinking, I can't let my goose that lays the golden eggs run out of money this fast. A viewer warned, what's that sound? Is it back? There. The little zombie emerged from the water. Damn it. Cho cursed in frustration. Seeing it about to reach the shore, he bolted before things could get any worse. The little zombie immediately gave chase, right on his heels. Cho thought frantically, how is it so fast? What do I do? He was chased all the way into the city. I have to find a chance to escape, a viewer asked. Where are you trying to go? Trying to run? That direction is dangerous. Cho climbed a staircase, then peered out a window, spotting the little zombie below. Good, it hasn't seen me yet. He then went up to the rooftop. Looking down at it, Cho thought in terror, you've got to be kidding me. It fell into the river and still managed to climb out. He opened Ron's case and started rummaging through it, muttering to himself, as if I'm gonna let you get away again. Cho took out a can of meat and opened it. As he poured the contents into his mouth, a viewer wondered, what on earth is he doing? What the hell? Why would you do that? After finishing his meal, he threw the box down and growled, get ready to be buried here. Then, Cho-do crouched down and leaped high into the air. Here I come. He ran towards the adjacent rooftop. Cho-do took a running start and jumped to the rooftop of the next building. He landed safely on the tiles, but he lost his balance and his body slammed onto the ground, making the viewers laugh. Dude, you don't even know parkour? Why are you trying to act so cool? Always trying to look cool. Cho-do rubbed his aching head and decided, let's try that again. The viewers wondered, is he going to make it this time? He attempted the difficult move a second time, but the result was the same. He fell flat on his face. The viewers took the chance to mock him. What a real player. Nice try. What's the point of even trying anymore? If you want to escape, find another way. If you stay here, there's only one way this ends. But Cho-do persistently got up, seeing his prepared stance. The viewers were shocked. No way. Is Cho-do about to show them what true stubbornness is? He leaped again. This time, he landed perfectly on the building he was aiming for. The viewers were impressed. 3rd time's the charm. Looking down from above, Cho-do quickly spotted it. Seeing him rummaging through his bag, the viewers grew curious. Is that going to work? Just think about what that baby zombie looks like. Isn't it weird that it only attacks with one hand? Its other two arms are paralyzed. He noticed that the baby zombie's body had traces of injuries. That means those two monsters have fought before. A box of meat landed on the ground with a thud. The baby zombie let out a roar. It moved towards the truck where thorny vines were wrapped around the vehicle. From the high floor, Cho-do satisfyingly stretched his arms and shouted, "Now, fight to the death." After saying that, he hurriedly ran down the stairs. The viewers were amused by this humorous sight. Why the rush? You only held that pose for like 1 second. He burst through the door and replied, "1 second is more than enough. I have to use the time while they're fighting to find a way to cross the river." Seeing the thorny vines clinging to the baby zombie, Cho-do exclaimed, "Just as I predicted." While it was held in place, he ran right past it. "All right, you two have fun now. Goodbye." Teask, I have a bad feeling about this. Cho-do turned back to look. Hey, wait a minute. One of the baby zombie's arms had ripped through the surrounding vines. He picked up his pace. Damn it, I have to cross the river. Now, looking at the river in front of him, he could tell the water level had dropped and the current wasn't as strong as before. But seeing Cho-do's pale face as he stopped, the viewers urged him on. Where did all that courage from before go? Jump, Cho-do, just jump. He complained to them. Don't say it like it's so easy. In his heart, he wished. If only I were a good swimmer. Seeing the baby zombie about to catch up, his face turned pale with fear. Did it win already? A kind viewer reminded him. All right, you don't have to stand there and congratulate it on its victory. He rushed to the base of the breakwater and begged, Come on, guys, please give me 11 jeans. Quick, they understood immediately. Oh wow, you want to buy that floaty? Cho-do confirmed. That's right. The viewers then started teasing him. Why don't you buy a donut instead? It has the same shape. Are there any famous donut shops nearby? I think that shop sells filled donuts, not the ones with a hole, right? No, that place sells both. Cho-do couldn't stay calm any longer. He screamed, if you want to make fun of me, at least pay me for the entertainment first. The viewers smugly reminded him, calm down. He jumped into the water with a splash, saying, how can I be calm? It wasn't until he was actually in it that he realized, damn it, the water looked like it was flowing gently, but the undercurrent is way too strong. A new notification popped up. Max, Onlon, Mbagam, New Master, Dimu, and Greeing have created a joint mission. Swim 2/3 of the way across the river. Reward, 11 jeans. He knew that 2/3 was his absolute limit. Seeing the baby zombie jump into the river after him, he furiously yelled at it. You can't even swim. Why the hell did you bother jumping in? A wave crashed into his mouth, making him choke on water. The viewers were curious. You have time to look back? I wonder if the baby zombie is sinking. That monster. Cho-do thought in fear. Don't tell me it's still chasing me even while it's sinking. He struggled to swim 2/3 of the way across the river. Almost there. Keep going, the viewers cheered, just a little more. Is Cho-do starting to sink? Oh no, this is bad. Why did he waste time looking back? He's so close. A notification appeared, mission complete. You have received your reward. Cho-do immediately said, shop, sell me the floaty. Seeing the purchase this item screen, he immediately pressed the button. The viewers celebrated for him. Congratulations. A pillar of light shone down from above. Cho-do struggled to swim towards the nearby floaty, but his leg was grabbed by the baby zombie. He scrambled into the inner tube and desperately tried to kick its arm away. Let go of me. Seeing the player panting heavily and not moving, the viewers asked curiously, aren't you going to cross the river? Looks like he's just being carried by the current. Don't tell me you're giving up right after you got the jeans. Cho-do said firmly, give up, never. I'm just using the current to increase the distance between us. Huh. Think about it. Right now, I'm using this floaty to stay afloat. If I die before crossing the river or if it catches me. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed movement behind him. Seeing the baby zombie parting the waves as it charged towards him, he was utterly terrified. When did you learn how to surf? The viewers were just as shocked as he was. Who taught it that? That baby zombie is really smart. It must have been so pissed off that it taught itself. Cho-do glanced around him. It was gone. It was nothing. If I mess this up, it's all over. He kept his body as stiff as a board, gliding straight across the river's surface with incredible skateboarding skills. This posture will help me achieve maximum speed. The viewers were utterly amazed. What is he doing now? You can never guess what he's thinking. Chan Shu calculated that reducing friction to a minimum would increase his speed. Seeing the broken bridge ahead, they were even more shocked. Huh? Is he planning to swim through that wreckage? Can he even do it? One wrong move and he'll get stuck. I'm not sure. Watch out, it might still be collapsing. Chan Shu didn't hesitate and just charged straight through. Little Zombie was blocked from behind, its oversized body unable to squeeze through the gap of the concrete slabs. The viewers were ecstatic. He made it. He's like an eel. He cursed at it. Stop following me, you damn stalker. Little Zombie struggled, and once it was clear of the collapse, it slammed down on its float, creating a wave that crashed toward the debris. Get lost. Reaching the shore, Chan Shu decided, let's see. I should check out the Daejeon bus station. The viewers were curious. Are you trying to catch a bus? There's no way they're running at a time like this. Looking at the map posted at the bus stop, he replied, of course not. I just want to use the map to get my bearings. Suddenly, a loud barking echoed. Woof, woof. Chan Shu quickly hid behind the bus stop shelter. What now? The viewers couldn't believe it either. What the hell is that? An Express 2 bus pulled up to the stop. The doors opened. He couldn't believe it. Huh? Why is there still a bus here? The viewers asked. Did you bring your bus fare, Chan Shu? Seeing Chan Shu still hesitating, the driver yelled. Hurry up and get on. He just stood there, frozen. What's going on? The driver urged him. Get on now if you want to live. What are those things? Seeing some strange creatures approaching from behind the bus, Chan Shu thought, what are those things? When he got a clear look at them, he realized they were wolves. Seeing Chan Shu run onto the bus, a viewer reminded him, hey, bring those little dogs with you, dude. He immediately turned and yelled at the dog. Hurry up, you stupid mutt. The smart dog immediately ran after him. The driver's voice rang out, let's go. He warned them, hold on tight. The bus's speed was so fast that it made him stumble. A mechanical announcement played. Please tap your card again. Chan Shu staggered and cursed, son of a bitch. Seeing the pack of wolves chasing them, the viewers flooded the comments. Gray wolves? Huh? Those things are a real pain. Throw the black furball to them as bait. He was furious. He retorted. Weren't you the ones who told me to call it over? They just casually teased him. We were just kidding. Just open the back door. Seeing Chan Shu open a bus window, the driver immediately yelled, hey, what do you think you're doing? He replied, I'm going to take care of them. Seeing the little dog resting its head against the window, the viewers were curious. What's that puppy doing? Is it really in the mood to enjoy the breeze in a situation like this? Chan Shu pulled it back inside the bus. I hear dogs are very attached to their owners. Huh? But I'm not your real owner, you know. Seeing the can of food in his hand, the viewers were surprised. Tuna? Are you going to feed them? Chan Shu shot back, no, I'm going to throw it at their heads. He stuck his head out and yelled, over here, you bastards. A taunt notification appeared with a 10-minute countdown. The entire pack of wolves howled. Chan Shu leaned out and hurled the can of fish straight at them. Dinner time. The can hit one of the wolves on the head. The others kept charging forward. He wondered, your friend just went down, and you're still stubbornly chasing me? Guess you guys don't have the solidarity of real wolves. Looking at one particularly aggressive wolf, Chan Shu noticed it was much larger and even had a scar. That must be the alpha wolf. He took out another can. All right then, that can hit its front leg. I'm going to knock you down. This only enraged the wolf further. Chan Shu realized in terror, damn it, did that do nothing at all? I can't afford to waste another can of tuna. But it turned out his throw had sent the wolf tumbling to the ground. The viewers breathed a sigh of relief. It worked. The pack of wolves stopped in its tracks. They all looked at their leader. The entire pack could only howl as they watched the bus drive away. Chan Shu sighed in relief. That was terrifying, wasn't it? I hope that's the last of it. The driver introduced himself. My name is Jiang Shik, and I'm the driver of this number 2 bus. Where'd you come from, son? Chan Shu was struck by the fact that the man had stopped for him, a complete stranger. He answered honestly, I was on the opposite side of the river. Jiang Shik suddenly recalled, the Han River? But aren't all the bridges collapsed? Chan Shu continued, that's why I had to swim across. The man was stunned and couldn't believe it. You swam across? Chan Shu thought to himself, from my perspective, you're the one who's unbelievable. Out loud, he asked, and where did you come from? The man replied, me? From the bus depot, of course. The viewers laughed at this answer. Is this old guy serious? I'm kind of scared of this dude. Chan Shu clarified, that's not what I meant. In a situation like this, there's no way a bus would be running its normal route. I just figured you'd be at a shelter somewhere. Jiang Shik replied, is that right? Well, after I met some soldiers at the Daejeon station, they brought me here. Chan Shu exclaimed in surprise, soldiers? The driver recounted. These soldiers wanted to protect the civilians. They said they were about to leave, so I tried to get as many people as I could onto the bus. This only confused Chan Shu more. Get civilians on the bus? A bus. What do they want? His voice was wary. Then why are you? He revealed, before the soldiers leave, I want to pick up as many people as possible. I've been doing this my whole life, driving the number 2 bus from Dong Station to other stops every day, picking up all sorts of customers of all different ages. This is my duty. As long as people's destinations are on my route, I can't just sit by and do nothing. The viewers were moved when they heard this. That's so noble, the kind of virtue we've never seen in the sarcastic Cho-do. Cho-do frowned and replied, "Hey guys, I'm a pretty noble person too, you know? I should be at the top of that list." He asked the man, "So you're going to stop at the bus stops around here?" Trang-sik denied it. "No, I'm only stopping at the places the people at the bus terminal told me to. Those monsters earlier really surprised me, but you were amazing, young man. Thanks to you, we escaped those monsters." Cho-do replied, "I know. How much longer do we have to go?" Trang-sik estimated, "Probably about 15 minutes more." Seeing him close his eyes, lean back in his seat, and let out a sigh of relief, he muttered, 15 minutes. A viewer guessed, does he want to sleep? Cho-do thought carefully, I can't. This driver seems like a good person, but I can't trust him. This is definitely the downside of not having friends around. He asked them, "Hey guys, can I ask you something?" The viewers commented, "What's up? What is it? Do you need to borrow money for the bus?" He immediately denied it. "That's not it. I want to talk about the top fan thing. The fact that the concept of a top fan exists means this system isn't that simple, right?" They answered, "You already know?" He wasn't supposed to know yet. It's all Max's fault. Cho-do flirted with his viewers. "Come on, it's not his fault. I really appreciate your feelings. You know what I mean, right?" This attitude made the viewers flood the comments. What the hell? Is he openly begging for donations? His speech bubble turned into a heart. Max Kara doesn't have that much money, you know. So are we just side characters? Cho-do explained, No. I'm just thanking them, so everyone calm down. That's not what's important, right? If there are top fans, then there must be other things too. You guys get what I'm saying, right? They wondered. What is it? Mods? You get it now. I still don't get it. Cho-do revealed, there's one thing every streamer needs, and that's viewer mods. I can't believe you're so cunning. That's going a little too far. Oh no, he wasn't supposed to know yet. Cho-do said casually, "What's wrong, guys? Is it that serious, having mods? Don't tell me you're scared? Scared that I might become too powerful, right?" They didn't hesitate to reply, "You got us. We're caught." Cho-do acted harmless. "Come on, what are you guys worried about? Are you really scared of what I do to you?" The viewers were slowly being manipulated. "If we pay, you won't do anything, right? If that's the case, it's easy. He thinks he's so rich. Even if I don't have money, you'll still let me stay, right?" He took the opportunity to probe for information. "Then can someone explain how to use the mod system for me? How do I appoint a top fan?" Just at that crucial moment, the bus suddenly swerved. He exclaimed in alarm, "What's going on?" A viewer commented, "A disco party." Trang-sik announced the bad news. "Wolves on the left." The wolf roared in front of the windshield, slamming its body hard and shattering the glass window where Cho-do was sitting. The viewers were shocked. They caught up already? Glancing at the number of them outside, he wondered. 3 wolves have already caught up, but why don't I see the pack leader? They stopped when the pack leader fell before. What's happening? Suddenly, a wolf's howl echoed. Cho-do suddenly realized, it's an ambush. He rushed over to Trang-sik and said urgently, "Sir, we have to get out of here now." The driver was still fixated on the bus stop. He analyzed the situation for him. "If we die here, we can't save anyone else. There are probably more wolves than we thought. Let's go, now." He was terrified at the thought of falling into the gray wolves' territory. Looking at the howling wolf behind them, Cho-do felt even more terrified. Cho-do nervously reminded Trang-sik, "It's blocking our way." "Sir, make sure you don't flip the bus." The wolf kept roaring at the bus door. Trang-sik warned him, "I'm turning the bus. Hold on tight. We're getting out of here." The bus swerved suddenly, hitting the wolf outside, but the pack continued to chase aggressively. Cho-do did a quick count. A total of 6 wolves were here. Another one used its body to slam into the window. They seemed to feel no pain, only wanting to break the glass and get in. The viewers commented nervously, "They're crazy. At this rate, they're going to get inside the bus." Cho-do. He himself was also very worried. What do I do now? If they get inside the bus, it'll be hard to handle. Suddenly, the wheels hit something. Trang-sik announced the next piece of bad news. "This is not good. Something punctured the tire." The viewers urged him on, "Don't just stand there. Throw out that black fur bowl. We need bait to lure them away." Cho-do glanced at the dog below him and cursed, "Damn it." Seeing the dog sitting obediently and looking at him, he thought, if I can't escape, then the skill. My taunt hasn't activated yet, which means they're chasing the bus, not me. So Cho-do shouted, "Uncle, hurry and open the back door." The viewers were startled when they saw this. Huh? Is he serious? Trang-sik disagreed. "What are you talking about? Those wolves will get inside the bus. Are you trying to get yourself killed? He replied. If the bus runs out of gas and stops, we're goners anyway. Trang Six seemed to have guessed his intention. Wait, what are you doing? Cho Du reached for the door lever. Trang Six shouted in panic, Hey! He remained firm. I said, Open it. After one of them gets in, shut the door tight. Seeing the door opening, Cho Du yelled, Get over here, you bastard. The taunt countdown began as the wolf charged. As the wolf jumped through the open back door, Trang Six immediately hit the button to close it. The wolf, having entered human territory, became wary. Cho Du immediately sprang into action. All right, have a taste of this. He pulled out the axe strapped to his back. An axe came crashing down on the wolf's head. Take my axe. But the bus was moving so fast that he almost fell over. Damn it, inertia. Seeing the wolf slam hard against the side of the bus, the viewers cheered, thinking it was down. A flash of anger appeared in Cho Du's eyes. He continuously swung his axe down at the wolf, venting his anger and growling. Who gave you permission to charge at me? The viewers were in awe. My God, how did he handle it so easily? It was just one, though. After dealing with it, Cho Du turned and urged him on. What are you waiting for, uncle? Open the door. This time, 2 wolves charged in. With the taunt countdown at 8 minutes and 21 seconds, Cho Du cursed as he swung his axe, attacking them furiously. Damn it, the viewers were on the edge of their seats. 2 might be a bit too much. Can he do it? Of course, Cho Du could. He sent the 2 wolves tumbling with his blows. Suddenly, one of them lunged forward, its mouth wide open, full of sharp teeth, but the bus's inertia sent it flying to the side. The other was also knocked towards Trang Six. He immediately jerked the steering wheel, turning the bus to one side. Even Cho Du couldn't withstand it and collapsed, and obviously, so did the wolf. He composed himself and got back on his feet. He raised the axe in his hand. I'll kill you in one. Before he could finish, the ferocious wolf charged. Damn it, it's coming. Cho Du agilely used his knee to kick it straight in the face. Get away from me. He swung the axe in his hand. The wolf suddenly let out a yelp. It turned out the dog had bitten its leg. He praised, Good job, Blackie. With Blackie holding the wolf down, Cho Du brought his axe down. You haven't even paid the bus fare, so don't act so tough. I'm your god now. After dealing with this one, he tiredly plopped down onto his seat. Trang Six, who had witnessed the spectacular display, was filled with admiration. Are you okay? That was amazing. How can you fight like that? Cho Du winked, teasing him. I've been training for this my whole life. The viewers exposed his lie. There he goes again. It's because of his muscles. What else? And his items, too. He thought to himself. But it was definitely thanks to this dog, too. He asked the dog, You're pretty good yourself. Want to go for a walk? It tilted its head, listening to him. The bus stopped, and the door opened. One man and his dog stepped off the bus. On the bus, Trang Six gritted his teeth and thought, This bus is about to reach its limit. Is he sure about this? I have no idea what he's thinking. 2 wolves left. Taunt duration. 4 minutes and 47 seconds. The man and the dog charged towards them. Come on. Because of this reckless move, having Grey Gress donated 3 gems with a message. He should have done this from the start. He exclaimed happily, Thanks, bro. That person asked, Can you take them all down? He replied, We have a plan. As soon as I got off the bus, Trang Six started timing it, then he started honking the horn continuously. They understood. So the old man was going to honk the horn after 5 seconds. The wolves were immediately distracted, and Cho Du's axe came swinging. Where do you think you're looking, you idiots? The 2 were quickly taken down. Finally, he said to Blackie, All right, let's head back. By the way, what breed are you? You're much stronger than you look. Cho Du asked the viewers. Hey guys, is this little buddy an item or something? They commented. That furball? An item? Of course not. He's just a smart dog. Cho Du breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing he listens to me. A viewer revealed. But this kind of thing has happened before. There are some animals that possess an item-level grade, but you rarely see them. He wondered, this furball couldn't be one of those, could he? Looking at the wheel, Cho Du said regretfully, The rear tire is badly damaged. Trang Six hurriedly opened the bus door and asked, You're back. Are you hurt? He reassured him. I'm fine. You can come out now, uncle. We'll have to walk to the destination from here. He was surprised, walked to the station. All right. It should only take a few minutes. But Cho Du urged, we have to hurry. The Alpha isn't among them. It's likely somewhere around here. And I'll escort you until we meet up with the soldiers. At Dijong Station, the screams of the people echoed. Let us in. You're going to let us on the transport, right? Let us on first. The clamoring crowd tried to push their way in but was blocked by soldiers. We were here first. We're injured. A frustrated soldier asked, How much longer do we have to deal with this? Two soldiers were chatting, mentioning that other squads had suddenly reported they needed more time. Model, I guess there's no one left. We've done our job escorting those who needed it. The other teams will probably bring someone back too. I wonder if these useless refugees have any idea what's about to happen to them. Right? As long as the meat shields are still working. Who cares about them until we get to Trongdu anyway? Suddenly, a cry for help rang out, and the soldiers immediately went on alert. Help. Help me. A frantic Trang Sich ran towards them, followed by two wolves. These monsters are chasing me. The civilians panicked. They're coming. Somebody do something. A soldier took aim with a bored expression. Just as they were about to leave, two guns fired, and a spray of blood and gore splattered everywhere. The soldier signaled his comrade to cease fire. Trang Sich approached and said, "Thank you for saving my life." The soldier asked, "Are you alone, old man? Then come with us." As he went to check the wolf's corpse, he felt something was very strange. How could this old man escape from those monsters all by himself? His subordinate asked curiously, "Is something wrong?" His sergeant replied, "No, it's just strange. How did an old man like him make it all the way here alone?" The other soldier guessed, "He looks like a bus driver. Maybe he was hiding somewhere before coming down here." Hang Xie didn't let his guard down. Maybe, but it's too much of a coincidence that he showed up right as we were about to leave. Seeing Min Shu arrive, he quickly raised his hand in a salute, reporting, "Sir." Min Shu asked coldly, "Didn't I tell you not to salute me when we're outside?" He froze. I'm sorry," Min Shu ordered. "Don't do it again, unless you want everyone around here to mistake me for a high-ranking officer." Hang K replied, "Understood." Min Shu instructed him, "I've already received reports from the other squads. We will be departing for Trongdu Airport shortly. Get ready to move. And we've lost contact with the team that went to Yondang Po through the dorms." He shouted, "Yes, sir." Min Shu whispered into Hang Ka's ear, "Those guys from Dian are demanding our cooperation, but just play along. We will seize the glory for ourselves and become the leaders of this division. You know you're the one I trust most, right? As my number one, I expect you to live up to my expectations on the way to the airport." Chodu breathed a sigh of relief. They've stopped shooting. "I hope that old man is okay." A viewer reassured him, "With that many people around, he should be fine. Sounds like they have a lot of guns too." "Yeah, it sounds like they're shooting off fireworks." He knew it must be because the gray wolves were still following. "Thanks again for the donation, Mr. Park. Look at all these cars. I'll just pick a nice one and follow those soldiers." A viewer warned, "Watch out, be careful. There might be something." He assured them, "Don't worry, I'm very cautious." Sensing danger, he immediately pulled Blackie behind a car to hide. A viewer exclaimed at his speed, so fast. Seeing someone walk up to a car, a viewer immediately pointed out, "There he is." Seeing the key he took out of a paper box, they knew it was the gate key. Trang Sich had once said, "I don't know why, but there's a guy in the parking lot who has collected a lot of keys. I think it's probably because he wants to guard his friend's car key. He used to work in the office in the complex." Chodu walked over to greet him. "Hello, sir. Don't worry, I just got here myself." The man reminded him coldly, "If you're here looking for the army, they're over there, but they're about to leave." He glanced around curiously. "Do you only collect car keys, sir?" Kang So, the key collector, replied, "Can't you tell just by looking? I'm very busy. Don't get stuck here and end up like me." Chodu was curious. "Aren't you leaving?" "Do you mean the person who left the bus key?" The man answered sadly. "I'm waiting for a friend." "Who told you that?" He revealed. "I met the driver for trip number 2. Kang So replied, annoyed. "That damn old man. Why would he go around telling that story?" "My friend left this key and still hasn't come back. Is that old man still alive?" Chodu reported. "He's probably with the army now." Kang So was curious. "Then why are you still here?" Chodu explained, "I have my reasons. And first, I need a car." Kang So sighed. "So you want a car? Huh. Why didn't you just say so? I spent all this time collecting these, and you just want to take one." He replied frankly, "I don't want to steal from you, sir. I just want to borrow one. If you'd like, you can come with me." The man refused. "I'm fine here. What if someone shows up to get their car back? My job is to make sure no one touches the cars." He asked, "You want to wait for your friend?" Kang So was confident. He'll come back for his key. This was his dream job, you know. Then he handed him a car key. "This is for that car over there. Press the button to find it." Chodu offered his well wishes. "Thank you. I'm sure you'll find your friend." He grimaced as he squeezed the car key. He arrived in front of a funny-looking, sky-blue car. A viewer commented, "Is that a toy car? It's cute." Chodu got into the car. "Looks like there's no other choice. Luckily, this car still has GPS." A viewer wondered, "Your phone doesn't even work. Will that thing be okay? Does it use a satellite signal?" Suddenly, a notification popped up. The shop has been upgraded. Look, Jodu's face lit up with sarcasm. He changes his attitude in an instant. He read the item's information to see what it was. The violent acceleration shell costs 2 genes and allows the car to run at high speed for 7 minutes. But after reaching its maximum speed, the car will gradually slow down. Doing some quick math. What the hell is this? It allows the car to run at 300 kilometers per hour for 7 minutes. But after reaching its maximum speed, the car will gradually slow down. The effect lasts for up to 60 minutes. An item this good only costs 2 genes? Why does this feel so suspicious? Viewers flooded the comments. This item is insane. Items change based on the situation. It only appears later if it's going to be useful. Now what? If you don't dare to drive at 300 kilometers per hour, you might as well give up. Jodu asked with a frown. So, guys, do you think I should take this item? He pressed the Z button on the screen. Of course I will. A light flashed above his head. Jodu let out a grunt. Wait, the entire acceleration shell dropped with a thud right on his head. Jodu clutched his bleeding nose and cursed the thing. Black Fur sat sadly in the passenger seat looking at him. Only then did he shout, "Horrible! This thing is horrible." After that, he fumbled to attach it and get the wheels rolling. All right, the guidance panel is on. A notification chimed, beginning guidance. Jodu fastened his seatbelt, then hit the gas to take off. He shouted with gusto, "Let's go." But the car didn't move an inch, surprising the viewers. What the hell? Did he even step on the gas? Jodu announced to his viewers, "Guys, this is a van. It's fine for now because it has a pedal, but I'll try to drive very carefully to get us there." Kangdu walked up to the car door and said, "The army is probably still at the bus station." "Good luck," he replied. "You too. I hope you find your friends soon." "All right. If anyone comes looking for a guy named Jodu, tell them I've gone to Do Island. Okay?" Kangdu mumbled, "Do Island." Shu decided he would keep his distance while following the army's route. The military convoy, along with large buses, drove off. The people inside the bus murmured among themselves. "It's so quiet. The army must have chosen a safe route, right? What a relief. I was worried because our bus is in the lead." "Yeah, there's no way the army would just abandon us, right? Speaking of which, shouldn't we slow down a bit? We've already passed the army." "That's right." Someone, though trembling with fear, tried to stay optimistic. "Don't worry, they must have a reason for slowing down." But a silent atmosphere enveloped the entire bus, and everyone felt uneasy. From a military vehicle, a soldier leaned out and announced, "A monster has appeared." A passenger dazedly exclaimed, "A monster." The moment he looked ahead, his entire body froze. A giant monster blocked the road ahead, and the army immediately opened fire on it. Seeing their bullets weren't causing any damage, they realized, our attacks are having no effect. Hanga saw something, and his face broke out in a cold sweat. 3 monsters were charging from ahead. They panicked. "There's more than one of them. Stop the bus." "What the hell are you doing?" "Stop the damn bus." The 3 monsters focused their chase on the bus. Seeing one of their hideous faces pressed against the rear window, the passengers screamed in terror. "The monsters are right behind us. Go faster." The driver tried to accelerate, but the sight in front of him made his face turn pale. The monster blocked the road ahead. Jodu could sense the danger. He asked, "So it's already started?" A viewer immediately commented, "One bus is totally screwed." Oh my god, if Jodu were on that bus. You can tell the army clearly saw what was happening, but it looks like they don't care. The viewers chattered excitedly. You can hear the screams. It's total chaos. As expected, Jodu was treating the screams like background music. Suddenly, a viewer cursed, "You inhumane sons of bitches." Others wondered, "Who's that? What did you just click?" He was also curious. "Who is this bastard? I don't recognize this username." That person posted a rude comment. "Someone told me you're really good looking, but your face is just like this car." Jodu spoke up. "Hey guys, this car is pretty cute though. Are you saying I'm cute, right? I'll take that as a compliment. You can't provoke me." The hater laughed. "This guy is cute?" Jodu had had enough. These bastards have been running their mouths this whole time. "Hey guys, where's the mod function? Should I pick someone to be a mod?" The hater flooded the comments. "What? You already want to ban me? Newbies these days are pathetically weak." Another viewer replied, "You can't pick anyone yet. You have to have a hardcore fan first. You need 2 people to activate the function, the player and a hardcore fan." Jodu was exasperated. "Are you kidding me? I can't do it without a hardcore fan." The anti-fan replied instantly, "Of course not. So don't even dream of kicking me out, boy." He pondered. "So, as a streamer, what can I even do?" The hater gloated. "Too bad. There's nothing." He called on a familiar viewer. "Max, are you there?" The person replied, "I'm here. I'm sorry." Jodu was surprised. "What are you sorry for? More importantly, How do I make you my hardcore fan? The viewers flooded in with objections. Is this guy serious? To put it bluntly, he's basically begging someone. A streamer is forcing someone to be his hardcore fan. Joe looks so pathetic when he loses his patience. Max replied, I have to give you 30% of my assets to become a hardcore fan. There is another way, but this is the most feasible solution. The other way is probably what they were aiming for from the start, but honestly, it's not feasible. Do you still want to know what the other way is? Impossible. You can't do it. No. That auntie continued to gloat. Do you get it now? A useless piece of trash like you can't do anything. Someone else cursed at him. Shut your mouth. You damn bastard. He probably can't donate like us, so this is the only way he can have fun. So poor, he doesn't even have 1 gen. Suddenly, Cho-do received a notification. Max has donated 40 gen. He was so stunned he was speechless. The system announced, congratulations, Max is now a top fan. The viewers were just as shocked. 40 gen? Max must be broke now. Is this for real? Oh my god. Unbelievable. Cho-do was moved to tears. Max, that's 40 gen. Thank you. In return, I'll grant you 1 wish. Max commented with a single word. Sniff. Other viewers were jealous. Special effects. So jealous. Then just pay up. So he got his first top fan. That's awesome. Cho-do asked for a favor. Bro, now that you're my mod, give me a hand, okay? Max agreed. Sure. A notification appeared. Top fan Max has suggested a mod selection. Do you agree? Cho-do immediately said, agree. A new notification popped up. To set a mod, you need to grant authority to 1 person. Who do you want to grant it to? The viewers commented chaotically. Here it comes. Pick me. Me. Do you want to do it, sweetie? I'm out. It'd be awesome if I got the authority. You should choose Max. I trust you. Another viewer continued to comment. Give me the authority. I promise I'll work hard. Come on, guys, give me a chance. Max made his choice. In that case, I'll grant the authority to Green. The others were extremely disappointed. Really? Why? I had a feeling he would be chosen. But damn it, Cho-do wondered, what's with this reaction? He reassured the viewers, we can always change the mod later if we want, right? Max replied, this is the person who gave you the mission. You should be able to trust him. I guarantee it. Cho-do confirmed, got it. Looking at the screen, it displayed, Green has been selected to become the streamer's mod. Do you agree? He chose, agree. The notification displayed, everyone has agreed. Green became a mod. That auntie started cursing nonstop on the livestream. Wait, are you guys kidding me? You orphan bastards, I swear. Max shut him down. Shut up. Get out. Watching that guy get kicked from his own stream, Cho-do himself was frozen. The viewers started teasing him. Cho-do got scared. As soon as they get power, everyone becomes scary. We should be careful too. Cho-do then regained his composure. So, my beloved mod, thank you. I hope you'll continue to do a great job. Ah, but of course, only with the trolls. Max replied, mod, thank you. I'll think about it. I hope you won't regret this. Cho-do was full of energy. Thanks to you all, I'm energized again. Now, this mission will be a piece of cake. The military unit spotted Cho-do's car. Is that car behind us suspicious? The captain decided to ignore it. It probably just wants to follow our convoy. Should we report it on the radio? Manga asked. No need. If it's just following behind, it's probably just a normal civilian. After we get to the airport, how are we going to deal with car number 2? The other soldier replied, we told them that car number 1 unfortunately met with a mishap and went off route. Manga replied, good, then there shouldn't be any more problems. We just need to use bus number 2 and bus number 3 as planned and we can. What? He had just said that when the vehicle next to them started to tip over, the whole thing flipping into the ravine. Underneath the vehicle was a monster, clinging to it. Someone immediately asked, Number 1, what's wrong? He cursed. Damn it, a slimy monster crawled up from underneath. Seeing the convoy ahead in commotion, Cho-do got curious. What's going on? A viewer replied. Something's definitely happened. Another bus has been sacrificed. Oh my god, they're speeding up? You should hurry up too. He wondered, is it another one of those thorny vines? No, if it was, they would have been on guard. I have to speed up. Max warned him. It's a grasper. Hurry up. Cho-do asked in shock. Are you sure? If I crash into something else while going this fast, it won't be good. A viewer explained it to him. Cho-do. If it's a grasper, it will latch onto the bottom of the car and stop it from moving. Then, when your car drops below a certain speed, it will explode. Cho-do asked in a panic, so how fast do I have to go? His car had reached a speed of 140 kilometers per hour. The viewers still urged him, damn it, go faster. Fast enough that it can't latch onto your car. Around 300 kilometers per hour. Chodu was at a loss. No way, this piece of junk car can't go that fast. Suddenly, he remembered something and looked down at his feet. On Chodu's foot was a wrap. The viewers flooded the comments. He finally noticed the wrap. "I'll never forget you, Chodu. A ride to heaven." Chodu took a deep breath, steeling himself to charge forward. "Let's go." The car shot forward at an unbelievable speed. Up ahead, the military was still firing at the monster. "Captain, there are too many of them. Damn it." Suddenly, they noticed Chodu's car was approaching. They saw the car behind them suddenly rush forward, and they were stunned. Hanka couldn't believe it. Huh, how is it going so fast? Seeing the convoy blocking the road ahead, the viewers despaired. "Damn it, there's no way out. Stop the car. Chodu, you can't do it." Blackfur barked loudly. "Go." Chodu quietly signaled to him. Shh. He hit the gas, reaching 280 kilometers per hour, but he knew he needed to hit 300. "I have to be faster." The viewers are scared too. He's actually speeding up. "Is he on a suicide mission?" Chu answered seriously. "Of course not." He was confident he could pass the convoy ahead. "I can do this." The grasper's tentacles reached for the wheels, but couldn't keep up. The car quickly maneuvered past every obstacle on the road. Black Dragon felt like he was about to fly out of his seat, while Chu was completely focused. A military vehicle, caught by a grasper, lost control and swerved. The viewers shouted a warning, but in the end, Chu managed to get past, and the other vehicle exploded. Chu said smugly, "Who's number one now?" Huh. The viewers were confused. What the hell? "Do you think this is a game or something? You just passed the military." "What now?" He blamed them. "You guys were the ones who told me to pass them." But the fun isn't over yet. Chu understood the military's strategy. They were using these buses as bait, but it seemed they didn't plan on abandoning all of them. They would all come back, which meant the real danger hadn't appeared yet. So he decided, "I'm going to slow down a bit." The system warned that the vehicle was beginning to sustain heavy damage. The car's remaining lifespan was 60 minutes from this point on. The viewers were also worried. They had to get to the airport at all costs. Is 1 hour going to be enough? Assuming a smooth drive with no incidents, Chu could only accept it. "Right, let's stop here for a bit." Are they guessing? Is he taking a break? He must be sleepy. Driving while sleepy is very dangerous. He parked the car on the side of the road and explained, "I can't get too far ahead of the military convoy. The graspers probably won't go this far, right?" They revealed that graspers only react to moving objects. If you stay still, they won't react. Chu was confident that if the military decided to push through, they would definitely make it past the graspers. "I wonder how many people will survive." After a short wait, the convoy arrived. Max alerted him. "They're here." He counted in his head. 6 buses left, not bad at all. "It's time, everyone." On the bank of a river, a gasping sound could be heard. A person, completely soaked, dragged themselves onto the shore. It was Minion. He looked around in a daze. He wondered if the others were still alive. Chu. No, he's definitely alive. It was a relief to have successfully crossed the river. But by chance, he saw one of his teammates sitting by the road, Ryan. Minion happily ran towards her. "You're alive," she also exclaimed. "You're alive." Minion wondered why she was sitting on a rock instead of a chair. He quickly asked, "What about the others? Are they all right?" Ryan replied sadly, "I don't know." Minion anxiously shook her. "Did something happen? Did you see something? We don't have time to waste. Tell me, are the others alive?" Ryan said mournfully, "It's nothing." He sensed something was wrong. "What do you mean?" Just then, someone called Minion's name. Seiyun ran up and put an arm around his shoulder. "Oh my god, I thought you were dead." Minion let out a sigh of relief. "You scared me." "You're alive, Seiyun." She ruffled his hair and said, "Of course. I've been looking all over for you. You must have drifted further than we thought." Minion quickly asked, "Really? By the way, where's Chu? Is he okay?" Hearing this, Seiyun also looked sad. Her expression made Minion panic. Did something happen to him? Seiyun replied, "He's not dead yet." He was confused. "What do you mean?" She continued, "He's probably already left this city. I didn't see it with my own eyes, but she did." At that time, Rion was frantically searching for her teammates when she suddenly saw a familiar figure. Her eyes lit up, but Chu just got on a bus and hurriedly left. Ryan stared after him, stunned. Seiyun concluded. It was like he was running away from the monsters. Minion thought to himself, "What do I do now? Chu was the pillar of our group. I feel so lost. If we've lost him, where do I go?" Suddenly, he remembered the radio announcement from the other day. "This is a message for those who have escaped the danger and survived until now. Please proceed to the refugee camps that our division has set up." At that time, Chu had suggested, "We'll go straight to the station." So Minion had his answer. "The station. Let's go to the station." Seiyun asked doubtfully. The station, he said with certainty. I think Chu will go to the station, just as planned. Se-yun was concerned. But the military is there, and they aren't even official soldiers. To be honest, without Chu here, I don't know how we deal with them. We should have a backup plan in case things go wrong. Minion replied, I feel a little lost too, but we've come so far together. Even if he isn't here, nothing has to change for us. This is our best option. Se-yun was impressed with him. Minion, you're more reliable than I thought. You're not panicking like I imagined. Minion said with conviction. A little bit. But as long as we're all alive, I believe we'll all meet again soon. Se-yun smiled. Looks like we don't have any other choice. Minion curiously looked at her new outfit. By the way, where'd you get those clothes? Se-yun pointed in a direction and said, This, from a nearby store. You should go change too, or you'll catch a cold. Se-yun called to the person sitting dejectedly in the corner. We're leaving soon, so get ready. You should go change too. Don't you want to see Jansu again? Ryan stepped towards them menacingly. Her eyes were terrifyingly dark. The two of them screamed in terror. Seeing Ryan just glide past them, Se-yun stammered, Wait for us. Walking ahead, Ryan gave a gentle smile. Over at Jansu's location, a convoy of buses and military vehicles had gathered. The soldiers' shouts echoed, Move your asses. Can't you useless maggots handle a simple task like this? Minshu gave an order to hook them to the bus and pull. That way, we can create more space. Chodu stopped his car by the side of the road. He felt it. I've got a bad feeling about this. The viewers understood. It looks like they're trying to move the vehicles. And his car is about to break down, isn't it? Just a feeling? The airport is right there. You could just walk, right? Chodu wasn't that stupid. I get shot for sure. Some of the soldiers are still wary of me. They're only leaving me alone because I'm keeping my distance. Waiting like this is making me so impatient. A viewer reminded him, Look, they've cleared the road. A shout rang out, Move out. Chodu looked around. What was that, guys? The viewers were being cryptic. Should we tell him already? He asked. Yes. Tell me. The viewers delivered some bad news. It might be something like Big Head. As soon as they said it, a gigantic hand rose up from under the road. Chodu couldn't believe it. Is Big Head's hand really that huge? M revealed that it was the giant, a relative of Big Head. He uncovered their despicable plot. Son of a bitch, so this is why they left me alone. It seems that thing will follow me to the airport. Don't tell me their plan was to put people on the bus as bait for that monster while they take off. The giant, with its building-sized frame, strode step by step towards John Su's moving vehicle. Looking at the colossal legs in front of him, he cursed. Damn it, it's blocked both sides. The viewers took the chance to joke. You're a dead man. The Chodu sandwich. He looked into the distance, stunned. What are they doing over there? Why did the bus stop? A chaotic crowd of people ran off the bus. Run! Someone was snatched up by the giant. The others screamed relentlessly for them to stop. Let us on. The bus broke down. A viewer realized, damn, this is like a buffet. Chodu watched this scene, sweat pouring down his face like rain. Mingu once said, why don't you come with us? I think it'd be safer to travel with you. And then, he became a meal in the monster's mouth. Mingu begged relentlessly, save me. M, noticing his unstable state, snapped, Chodu, get a grip. Those bastards let the bus fall behind. You can still close the gap. Chodu regained his composure and sped off. Hold on tight, everyone, we're going to catch up to them. The car blocked John Su's vehicle, surprising him. Huh? Again. The crowd swarmed out of the car, begging nonstop, don't leave us. Help. His face turned pale at the sight. They rushed towards John Su's car, pleading, let us on. Chodu knew he couldn't linger. He drove off, leaving the cries for help behind him. Please, save us. He finally let out a sigh of relief as he got onto the main road. We made it out. Viewers speculated that those people ran out on their own to flag down the bus. Maybe they were putting on an act and had grenades on them. This is so hard to predict. Chodu swore under his breath. Those bastards. The system reminded him that the car's lifespan was only 10 minutes. He was incredibly frustrated. Damn it, I wasted too much time at that intersection. If I run into another obstacle, I'll definitely be left behind. I can't close the distance anymore. M then asked John Su, do you have a plan? He answered, the airport. I'm just hoping to run into another landmark to get more information. Shop. The shop displayed item information. Rope. Price. 1 gene for 1 sturdy, 10-meter rope, he said, dejected. The items still haven't refreshed. It looks like this is my only option. The navigation announced, you are approaching your destination. The viewers were also on the edge of their seats. Almost there. John Su thought to himself that he had no idea what he would face from now on. Those soldiers even knew that a monster would appear on the way and were already prepared. But was it a coincidence they didn't know about the graspers? Or maybe someone at the airport sent them the information through their radios. Am warned. There are a lot of people at the airport, so be careful. Cho-do understood. I knew it. If they used long-range communication tools, it means the information came from the personnel inside the airport. They've already controlled the main road into the airport, so I'll take advantage of that and get there first. Just a little more. Cho-do drove into the airport and parked his car by the side of the road, then opened the door. Get out, Blackie. The gunfire has stopped. Let's go. The viewers commented in surprise. Cho-do, seriously, are you using it as bait? That's so cruel. Cho-do ran into the terminal. I don't want the puppy to die. A viewer warned him. The soldiers are here. Hurry up. Looking at the empty interior, Cho-do wondered. Is no one here? Suddenly, a voice called out. There you are. It's you, right? You accepted our rescue mission. Cho-do couldn't even process what was happening as he looked at the insignia on the soldier's chest. He guessed. Air Force. Isn't he from the 7th Division? Jin hurriedly urged him on. We're out of time. The monsters are on their way, right? We're out of ammo. Let's move. Quickly. A subordinate behind him called out, Captain Jin, we're ready. We're ready for takeoff. We have to hurry. Who's that? Jin pulled him along. He's a new survivor. He's coming with us. Get him on the plane. All right, Cho-do agreed. A subordinate asked, what's your name? He answered, as another soldier guided him. See that gate over there? Get on the plane and prepare for takeoff. There's no time, so we'll explain everything later. A bewildered Cho-do pointed at the dog. Huh? What about? The soldier understood him. Bring the dog on board too. Hurry up. He wondered if the others weren't getting on. So Cho-do tapped the soldier on the shoulder and said, wait, there's something I need to tell you. The soldiers arriving now are very dangerous. That soldier was surprised. What are you saying? Cho-do revealed. On my way here, I saw them using civilians as bait for the monsters. They're not normal. Cho-do thought to himself, I don't know how they contacted the Air Force, but it seems our goals aren't the same. He continued, tell your captain to be on guard. As he ran onto the plane, Cho-do shouted, wait, hold the door. The viewers commented cheerfully, that's awesome. Open up. Here we come. Cho-do's timing is always perfect. He thanked the other soldier. Ha, thanks. Looking at the scene inside, Cho-do was stunned. This is the inside. The seats were all taken. It felt like a shelter. Did they rescue all these people? I get it. It seems Division 7 convinced the Air Force that they were also trying to save people. An announcement came over the speakers. Please take your seats. We will be taking off shortly. Cho-do pointed to a spot next to him for Blackie. Sit. The plane slowly began to move. He wondered, are they taking off without any further notice? Suddenly, two civilians next to him cried out in fear. Oh my God, look at those monsters. That's terrifying. Looking out the window, Cho-do's face went pale. We're going to be okay, right? A viewer commented, they can't catch you. They did say we had to take off quickly. Just think of this as a scene transition. He cursed under his breath, transition my ass. If I'd been any later, I'd be dead by now. As the plane took off, Cho-do let out a sigh of relief. Phew, at least we made it. Everything happened so fast, but this isn't so bad for now. No, I can't let my guard down yet. Until this game is over, I can't rely on luck or think I'll find any peace. The viewers tried to comfort him. Why does Cho-do look so tense? You can do it. Take a deep breath. Suddenly, Cho-do realized something. Wait a second. Why are we? His expression made the viewers anxious too. What's wrong? Did you see something? He looked so worried. He looked out the window, wondering, why are we flying like this? Aren't we supposed to go to Jeju Island? Seeing Cho-do get out of his seat, someone grabbed his arm. What are you doing? Get back in your seat. He yanked his arm back. I have to ask about something first. The other person was surprised. What? Cho-do pushed forward, entering the cabin to find a flight attendant. He asked directly, where is this plane heading? She exclaimed in surprise. You're asking for the destination. Cho-do confirmed. That's right. Where are we going? The flight attendant tried to stop him. Please sit down first. It's dangerous. He refused. I will when you give me an answer. The flight attendant replied, our destination is Jeju Island. Someone should have told you that, right? Cho-do immediately walked away. What a waste of time. He repeatedly knocked on the cockpit door. Excuse me. A soldier immediately came and pulled Cho-do back. What the hell do you think you're doing? Get back to your seat, he screamed. As if I don't want to. Do you people even know where this plane is going? The other passengers grew curious. What's going on? Two soldiers tried to restrain him. Stop it. What do you think you're doing? Cho-do refused to give in. Let go of me, the viewers commented. He might actually be telling the truth. Suddenly, I feel kinda bad for him. The other civilians started to worry. Did he just ask where this plane is going? I thought we were going to Jeju Island. Cho-do broke free from their grip. Let me go. I need to know where I'm going. The soldier asked, confused. Why are you acting like this? He yelled in fury. asked the pilot. If we're going to Jeju Island, then why did they turn the plane around? The two soldiers realized with horror. What do you mean? Suddenly, the whole plane hit turbulence, throwing them off balance. What was that sound? A whirlwind? Cho-do looked up in annoyance and asked, now what? Reflected in his eyes were a pair of giant wings outside the window. Mac warned, Cho-do, hold on tight. Cho-do asked in shock, what's going on, guys? I just saw. The viewers were confused. Saw what? What is it? In the sky. What could possibly be up there? Suddenly, an announcement came over the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We are currently under attack by an unidentified monster. Please remain in your seats. And looking out the window, he saw the wings, stunned. Wings, the viewers immediately knew it was a mayfly. Seeing the giant mayfly charge straight for the window, the viewers warned, here it comes. Cho-do screamed, they're crashing into the plane. Why didn't anyone tell me about this? A viewer replied indignantly, are you blaming us now? You'd be in danger no matter where you went, you idiot. I didn't want to give you another shock. Cho-do grit his teeth and exclaimed, my life is already full of shocks. If you get through this, they'll donate a ton of genes to you. At the mention of money, Cho-do's attitude changed completely. Hey, why would you say something so depressing? Deep down, he knew it was true, so he couldn't argue. Damn it. Max has probably used up all his genes by now. Maybe he's saving them for when he's in real danger. Max sent a message of encouragement. You can do it. Cho-do wondered. He must really trust my skills. Huh. He spoke up, I can't refuse when you believe in me like that. The viewers cheered him on enthusiastically. That's our Cho-do. We believe in you too. Greeing sent a message. Sometimes, just surviving is a mission in itself. Surviving a plane crash. Sounds good, right? Cho-do suddenly remembered something. An accident, yeah. He hastily asked the soldier. Parachutes. Are there any parachutes on this plane? The man looked bewildered. Parachutes? Why would a passenger plane have something like that? Cho-do was so panicked he was clutching his head. I'm so screwed. The viewers advised him to calm down. It's not over yet. He felt it was strangely quiet. Are we safe now? It seems like those monsters hit the plane just once and then dropped dead. Phew. Looks like I was worried for nothing, guys. I wonder when they'll be serving drinks. All that panic made me so thirsty. The viewers were exasperated by his lightning-fast mood swings. Dude, you still don't even know where you're going. Cho-do understood. Right. He went to the flight attendant again. Could you ask the pilot where we're going to land? It's an emergency. She agreed. Okay. The flight attendant made an internal call to the captain. Then she said apologetically. He said that he can't answer right now. Cho-do frowned and replied, what do you mean? She reported back. The pilot said he just received a message from another plane saying a horde of monsters had attacked the east. He continued, so where exactly are we flying to? The flight attendant replied, to another nearby airport. Hearing this, Cho-do was stunned. What? He asked again, where is this other airport? The flight attendant answered, I don't know either. The only thing that's certain right now is that the pilot said the east isn't safe. Other than that, I don't know anything else. Cho-do reached for the internal phone. Then let me try asking. The flight attendant stopped him. Wait, he asked. What's wrong? She explained. Please, just be satisfied with what I've told you. This wasn't supposed to be said out loud. Whatever the pilot is planning, it seems he doesn't want to tell the passengers. Cho-do was surprised. So he's trying to keep the landing location a secret? The flight attendant looked worried about the issue. It would cause unnecessary panic. I'm telling you this because you seem to be aware of what's happening. He observed the flight attendant's expression and understood immediately. It looked like she was also very worried. Cho-do kept voicing his doubts. Are you sure the next airport is safe enough for us to land? You can at least answer that, can't you? The flight attendant replied seriously. I assure you we will land safely. Please don't worry. Cho-do understood. Her eyes were begging him to stop asking. He didn't make things difficult for her anymore. All right then, just bring me some water. I'm thirsty and I don't know where the water is. The flight attendant breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, please wait a moment. She handed a glass of water to Cho-do. Here. Now, I ask that you please return to your seat and rest. Please keep what I just told you a secret, he agreed. Okay, someone else saw him return and said, that guy made such a fuss, just for a glass of water? What a weirdo. The viewers immediately started teasing. Cho-do just got a compliment, a weirdo. He didn't care and asked his viewers if they remembered the mission that was mentioned earlier. They commented, what about it? Yeah, we remember. You want us to set a mission. I'm already prepared for the worst-case scenario. Cho-do thought to himself. A safe landing? That's right. We're in the sky right now, so there's nothing to worry about. But the pilot completely ruled out flying east. That means there's something there preventing planes from landing. It's probably reasonable for the crew not to want to talk about changing the flight path. Just then, Greeing announced, "Let's set the mission." I can't wait any longer. Another person was shocked. Right now. What if I don't want to? And just like that, another person was banned from the chat. Cho-do was horrified. What was that? Did you just ban that person? You banned them, didn't you? They commented. That bastard really does whatever he wants. Max chimed in, nah, just shutting them up. Cho-do realized, shutting them up. So that's the viewer from before, Max replied. He's still here. He asked frantically, what are you doing? Why haven't the mods kicked them out yet? The viewers were now in a state of panic. That's right, that guy is still here. So he's still watching but can't say anything. Suddenly, Cho-do heard a strange sound. What was that sound? A notification appeared, user Hellwater has been kicked. Greeing sent a message saying, now he can't watch anymore. He finally understood. Was that the sound of someone getting kicked? Seeing Cho-do drenched in sweat, the viewers laughed gleefully. Hilarious. He messaged, hey, Mr. Mod, from now on, please do your job properly. And please unmute those people from before. Greeing agreed. Fine. The rest of you, get ready to send your missions. As soon as they were unmuted, they commented, he's crazy, a demon. A notification appeared, request accepted. Bimer, Do New Master, and Greeing have issued a mission. Group mission. Survive the plane crash. Reward, 15 genes. He complained, isn't the reward a little low for the difficulty level? I thought you guys could do better than this. Another viewer took offense. He's looking down on us. Both the streamer and the mods of this channel are so arrogant. He knew that forcing too many gene donations could cause a backlash. He already figured it out. Was banning those guys from the chat earlier a way to test my standards? Why not just ask me directly? Blackie, who was next to him, suddenly leaned against Cho-su. He looked at it suspiciously. What's wrong? Are you worried? Its face looked so sad. Suddenly, a green line of light appeared, along with a notification that he had passed a milestone. Cho-su brightened up and called the information channel. A notification reminded him that staying in one place for too long would be very dangerous. Information 1. Your plane is currently heading to Pohang Airport. Information 2. The eastern flight path has been cut off by monsters. Cho-su frowned. Wait, what? We're heading to Pohang Airport? Viewers commented mournfully. So the destination was already decided from the start? You've been played. Cho-su focused on the problem. I don't know if she's worried I'll tell the others, or if the pilot made the decision himself. But more importantly, guys, isn't Pohang Airport near the port? A viewer commented, probably. It's pretty close to the sea. What difference does it make the further we fly? He scowled and warned them. Don't joke like that. They replied, I was just kidding. Cho-su thought to himself, this is such a headache. An airport near a seaport. They're definitely planning to travel by water. Looking out the window, he exclaimed, another one of those mayflies? Cho-su guessed inwardly. Up until now, I've always been heading west. Based on the fact that they aren't going to Gunsan Airport, there are probably monsters in the west near that area too. He immediately took action. All right, everyone. I need to find something. Sun's group had arrived at Daejeon Station. Further inside the station, Kang-so sat quietly on a waiting bench. He irritably closed his book, then spoke up. What do you want, kid? You're disturbing my reading. Min-chan greeted him politely. Yes, sir. Do you work here? Kang-so replied, I don't know what that means in this situation, but yes, you could say that. He then asked, then have you seen someone named Cho-su? He's tall, has very surly eyes, and is a few years older than me. The name caught Kang-so's attention. Cho-su. Yes, I remember him. He asked me to pass this message to anyone looking for him. Min-chan exclaimed happily, really? So he really passed through here? The man replied, I really didn't expect anyone to come looking for him. He urgently shook Kang-so. Where is he? Did he say where he was going? The man stopped him. What's wrong with you? Calm down. Se-yoon immediately ran towards her younger brother. Without a word, she took Kang-so down in a single move. What the hell are you doing to Min-chan, you bastard? Min-chan cried out in alarm. Wait. Ron also stepped forward. She pointed her knife down at him. Anyone who uses violence against a patient must be punished. Min-chan tried his best to reason with them. Calm down. It's a misunderstanding. He didn't do anything. I was just asking where Cho-su is. Ron was stunned to hear this. Se-yoon asked again, really? Her hand still held Kang-so's head pinned to the ground. Once the misunderstanding was cleared up, Min-chan bowed his head and apologized. I'm so sorry for my friend's behavior just now. Se-yoon stammered, trying to explain. Well, it looked like you two were about to fight, so... Ron asked from the side. Do you need me to heal you? Kang-so didn't hold a grudge against the youngsters. It's fine. I understand. The world isn't what it used to be. Min-chan asked impatiently, "So, sir, do you know where Cho-shu went?" Kang-so replied, "He didn't say much, only that he was going to Jeju Island, and that was it." He repeated in a daze, "Jeju Island?" Ron, on the other hand, urged them, "Let's hurry and find him. He must be waiting for us there." Si-yoon zeroed in on the problem. "Wait, really? Did he not say how he was going to get there?" Kang-so replied, "No." Si-yoon was annoyed. "Then this message is useless. He should have at least told us how to get there." Min-chan probed. "By any chance, was he with a group of soldiers?" The man confirmed. "Yes, it looked like he was driving with them." He continued, "Then do you know where those soldiers were headed?" They got their answer, Incheon Airport. "I managed to overhear that, but it's probably too late to go now. Those soldiers left in a hurry, and the airport is about an hour from here. They're probably long gone by now." Se-yoon didn't know what to do. Kang-so gave them some sincere advice. "If you want to live, you should all go somewhere else." Min-chan thought to himself, "Somewhere else? Is there anywhere? That's right, there's a place we can go." He patted the man on the shoulder and then asked, "Is Daejeon Station okay?" Meanwhile, on Cho-shu's side, the plane was still flying safely. He was studying a map to see Gimpo, then Incheon. A viewer commented, "It's a good thing that soldier had a map." Cho-shu considered jumping out if the plane got too damaged since it would be hard to pinpoint their location. Viewers tried to reassure him, "Stop sighing. Don't you know that brings bad luck?" Cho-shu is cutest when he smiles. Cho-shu's face darkened as he warned them, "You guys, stop stressing me out. Cut it out with the teasing." However, the viewers were relentless. Nice expression. So hot-tempered. At that moment, Tasty of Contempt donated. 1 gene is donated to Joe. He gets up, annoyed. Tisk, why couldn't you guys donate when I was actually doing well? So that's 43 genes in total. He opens an overhead compartment. Seeing this, the viewers get suspicious. What's he doing? Is he planning to climb in there? The flight attendant also asks in a panic, Why are you opening all the overhead compartments?" Joe explains, "I'm looking for something. I'll stop once I find it. I'll open them and close them right away. This won't cause you any trouble, will it?" The flight attendant agrees. "All right, as long as he doesn't do anything else weird, it should be fine." The viewers watch him rummage through everything and wonder. They're all empty. What are you even looking for? He's probably getting ready to swipe something before getting off the plane. Glancing at the next compartment, he knows it's not there. Joe pulls back the curtain to another cabin. This cabin is empty. As he peeks inside, he spots the Uli Bear plushie. "There you are." The viewers are amazed. Huh, it only shows up when he has genes, and it hides so well. Watching Uli Bear move, Joe says happily, "Awesome, lead the way for me." Seeing it cling to a seat, he asks excitedly, "Is it there?" Uli Bear points behind the seat, and a chest containing 10 genes appears. He thinks gleefully, a shield icon. Uli Bear falls to the ground with a thud. Joe says eagerly, "I'm opening it right now." But when he picks something up, he's shocked. What is this? Looking at the jacket in front of him, Joe can only curse, "Son of a bitch." The viewers burst out laughing in delight. Is that a paraglider? It's not that. His expression is darker than his own future. Are you kidding me? A wingsuit? The viewers flood the comments. Damn it, is this a troll? At least the jump down will be interesting. If he jumps with that suit, how's he supposed to brake? He'll use his face to brake. He still clings to a sliver of hope. This can't be just a normal flying suit, right? It must have a hidden function. Stop laughing. Joe keeps hoping. Calm down. The flashlight and the axe looked normal too, but they both had hidden functions. Maybe this thing isn't some cheap item. Seeing him put it on, the viewers find it even funnier. Look, he's actually putting it on. Of course I have to put it on. Just then, a voice from behind asks, "What are you doing?" Seeing Joe get startled and fall to the ground, the person asks with concern, "Are you okay?" Embarrassed, Joe turns to see who it is. The young boy waves his hands and quickly explains, "I didn't mean to scare you." So that's it, Joe thinks to himself. It's a kid. The boy holds out his hand. "Let me help you up." He refuses. No need. Joe springs back up on his own. A real man doesn't need help getting back on his feet. June looks at Joe with admiration. That was so cool. You're like an inchworm from my book. The viewers really like this reaction. This kid seems really fascinated, while he's a little annoyed. What's with this kid? Joe puts the jacket back on and says, "I'm busy with something. You should go back to your seat." June guesses immediately. "Are you planning to skydive?" He glances over and asks, "So what if I am?" June pleads, I was wondering, can you take me with you?" Joe refuses. This is only for one person. If it were a paraglider, I might reconsider, but not with this thing. Go back to your seat and stop worrying about my business. If you're bored, you can come sit next to me, I guess. Jun replies, "But I'm not bored." He asks curiously, "Are you all alone? Where's your family? June recounts sadly. It's just me. My parents were taken by monsters. The viewers also feel sorry for him. That's awful. I'm sorry. Joe is curious. So how did you get here? Did you come with the military? Jun answers cheerfully. Yes, the Air Force soldier from earlier rescued me. He pries. Is that right? Did they say anything? Did you overhear them saying anything strange? Jun thinks back. I'm not sure. I heard them talking to someone called Commander on the radio. Joe realizes. Commander? If it's a commander, then this squad is probably well trained. So, even if this Air Force group is short on personnel, it seems their command structure is still intact. Judging by Major Jane's actions, they probably don't intend to merge with the 7th Division. And the commander they mentioned on the radio probably isn't the commander of the 7th Division. Joe is about to pat his head. Thanks, kid. That's valuable info. The boy dodges backward, interrupting him. I'm not a kid. Joe calls him out. What are you talking about? You are a kid. Your head doesn't even reach the top of the seat. June covers his head and whines. No, don't touch my hair. I just styled it. The viewers are floored. Joe's speechless now, isn't he? He's not actually going to bully an orphan, is he? Look at that kid's face. Cat got your tongue? Fine. Looking at June, he thinks to himself. In a situation like this, who has time to style their hair? It's not like there was any other choice. Cho-do let out a sigh of relief. They understood the situation, so he felt a lot better. The plane suddenly began to shake violently. Jun's loud scream jolted him awake. Cho-do turned to the boy and said, You scared the hell out of me. For a second, I thought Minan was waking me up. Jun asked, Who's that? He replied, You wouldn't know him. It's starting now. Buckle up, tight. Brace for impact, June did as he was told. What about you? Cho-do explained. The seatbelt doesn't fit me. He pushed June's head down. Just do what I say and keep your head low. A look of terror appeared on the boy's face. The plane shook even more violently as passengers screamed nonstop. Help us. Are we crashing? Cho-do suddenly felt something pulling at him. Looking over at the warped window beside him, he thought to himself, It can't be. A fudu had torn through the fuselage. He held onto his seat for dear life. Shit, I'm being sucked out. Blackie was sucked out. The suddenness of it all left Cho-do frozen for a moment. What the hell? He quickly glanced beside him, then panicked when he realized Blackie was gone. He was about to be sucked out, too. The viewers commented nervously, Oh my god. Cho-do was on the verge of tears as he asked, Hey guys, where'd that little furball, Blackie, go? The viewers were speechless. Are you being serious right now? He growled. Where did it go? Don't tell me it just jumped out on its own. No, that's impossible. A viewer chimed in. What are you doing? If you keep wasting time, you're going to regret it. Trembling, he thought. But I'm not mentally prepared for this. June handed an oxygen mask to Cho-do, and he put it on. The fudu tore the hole in the fuselage even wider. The viewers were on the edge of their seats. The plane's about to go down. Those things are just going to keep ripping it apart. But what if the plane holds out and they actually survive? An announcement came over the intercom. Everyone, prepare for an emergency landing. There are currently no clear areas for a safe landing. We will be attempting a water landing in the lake. He knew it was time to go. He turned to June and said, Hey, listen to me carefully. Even if you're lucky enough to survive the crash, you can still die from smoke inhalation. Get a wet cloth, cover your face, and stay low to the ground as you move. Understand? Remember that. The plane nosedived, but a moment later, it started to level out. He moved towards the gaping hole. This is my chance. I have to stay conscious the second I take off this oxygen mask. The wind blasted him, and it felt like his ears were about to be ripped right off. If I want to live, I have to take the leap. Cho-do moved to the very edge. Steeling himself, he thought, it's all or nothing. He glanced back at Jun, who was struggling to stay upright. He told the kid, You have to survive. June looked up, terrified. He saw that Cho-do was about to jump, and it reminded him of his gaming days. Back then, he had calculated the speed of a skydive. The average speed is 190 kilometers per hour, and the maximum is 250 kilometers per hour or even more. The horizontal drift is about 2.5, and for every meter you fall, it increases by another 2.5 meters. Damn it, I can totally pull off a stupid trick like this. It looks so easy, but reality was a completely different story. The air pressure distorted his entire face. Cho-do took the plunge and jumped out of the plane, screaming, Son of a bitch. I can't even straighten my body out. I need to grab onto something. The viewers were curious. He just looks like he's plummeting. I wonder if that jacket has some kind of hidden feature. It's been a while since I've seen that item, so I don't really remember. Panicking, Cho-do desperately sought their attention. Guys, say something to me. Anything will do. The viewers flooded the chat to tease him. The best part is seeing Cho-do this desperate. He knows it, too. That's why he waited until the very last second to start screaming. Max reminded Cho-do, stretch your arms back. The 10-ring glider suit should have a wind resistance function. He stretched his arms out. As he spread them wide, he could feel his speed decrease by half. Max commented, "Sorry, I had to wait until this moment to say anything, to avoid being reported for spoilers." He replied cheerfully, "It's okay." He thought to himself, "All I have to do is ask, and they'll help me. But I can't keep depending on Max so much. I have to get more fans." To get more fans, Cho-do decided to provoke a Fudu to make things more exciting. "I choose you." He reached out his hand, trying to steer his body towards the Fudu. "Just a little more. Get closer." His hand clamped down on its wing, and Cho-do clung tightly to the Fudu. The viewers immediately started donating, and notifications popped up one after another. 100 CHP has donated 1 gen to you. Bedroom has donated 2 gen to you with the message, "You actually did it." Bedroom has donated 2 gen to you. Awesome. Looking at his own bleeding hand, Cho-do said with satisfaction, "I did it. Even though my hand got a little banged up, I have a total of 39 gen now. This thing will probably die or pass out after colliding with the plane. I just hope it doesn't wake up before we get close to the ground." Suddenly, he looked over in one direction. Stunned, June was trying to climb out too. Cho-do screamed, "What the hell are you doing? Don't jump. Stay in the plane." But the boy had already followed his lead. The viewers commented in a panic, "That kid's falling faster than you are. He's going to die. He's falling like a shooting star." Cho-do received a notification. Gring has issued a mission to rescue the child. The reward is 19 gen. Gring asked, "Can you do it?" That was an unbelievable amount. 19 gen. The viewers were shocked. Impossible. Wait. Max called out to him, "Cho-do." Seeing him go after the boy, Max knew he had made his choice. Cho-do, he tried to fly in pursuit. "I figured out how to use this glider suit, and the kid hasn't fallen too far yet." He shouted out directions. "Hey kid, can you hear me? Spread your arms out," he calculated in his head. "If I can grab the kid and latch onto one of these monsters, our chances of survival will increase dramatically." The viewers were curious. Did the kid pass out? He could only grit his teeth. "All right, I'm speeding up." Finally, he was flying parallel to Jun's face. "Hey, you little brat. Why the hell did you jump down?" The viewers noticed the boy's expression and grew suspicious. "Why do I get the feeling this kid is just pretending to be unconscious? Who would play a prank like that?" The timing was too perfect. He knew that normally, it would be very difficult to fight against the force of the wind. But just like that, Jun was pulled onto Go Chon-su's back. He was confident he could do it with this suit. Seeing Jun remain silent, he yelled, "Come on, kid. Wake up. Listen carefully. We're going to grab onto one of those things over there. Get ready." Jun was startled, gasping in fear. He instructed, "Try to hang on by yourself. It's okay if you fail. As long as you fall in a straight line, I can still catch you." Jun screamed in terror. "Wait, I can't do it." Go Chon-su gave the boy a choice. "It's do or die, kiddo." He hyped up the viewers. "All right, everyone, watch closely. I'm about to show you what I'm capable of." With that, Go Chon-su immediately veered to the side, letting Jun go into a free fall. His arm adjusted to the wind's direction. Seeing him grab onto the mayfly monster, the viewers commented excitedly, "He caught it again." His courage level has increased. He's a quick learner, too. He knew it wasn't over yet. Seeing Jun trying to reach for the mayfly, he yelled, "Don't disappoint me." The boy slammed into the mayfly's hard body and bounced off. Go Chon-su cursed under his breath. "Come on." Jun was free falling again. He reminded him, "Try to fall in this direction." The boy screamed in a panic, "Help me." Go Chon-su reached out and caught Jun. He let out a sigh of relief. "Gotcha. Now, can you hold on tight?" "Yes." A notification appeared. "Mission complete." He felt a wave of relief. "We did it." The viewers were thrilled, praising him. "Awesome. Let's go." That was insane. "It's a miracle," he calculated to himself. "Now, if I complete the safe landing mission, I'll have a total of 73 ren." Just then, Go Chon-su noticed Jun crying and tried to comfort him. "Don't cry anymore, kid." But right after consoling him, he started yelling, "I told you everything to watch out for, so why the hell did you still jump out of the plane like that?" Jun sobbed resentfully. But the monsters were coming. Go Chon-su cut him off. "That's enough. We'll talk about this later." He pinched Jun's cheek and warned him, "Now, snap out of it, you hear me? We're not safe yet, so stop crying and we'll deal with it in a bit. We have to jump before this monster hits the ground. You can do that, right?" Right after that, they both fell downward. Thanks to the tree canopy, they were able to reduce the damage from the landing. Both of them lay on a pile of leaves, sighing in relief. "We made it." Jun, feeling dizzy and nauseous, exclaimed, "I think I'm gonna throw up." Go Chon-su was busy taking off the glider suit. Phew. It feels amazing to be standing on solid ground. Looking at the mayfly that had crashed nearby, a viewer commented, "There were so many, the plane must be completely wrecked." Go Chan-su said with disgust. "So disgusting." Jun worriedly looked at the plane exploding in the sky. "Will the others be okay?" He just asked. "Are you okay, kid?" The boy replied, "Yes, I'm fine." Go Chan-su ruffled the boy's hair and told him, "Just worry about yourself for now." "And that dumb dog, where did he go?" The viewers immediately flooded in to tease Go Chan-su. "Now you're worried about him. You were going to leave him behind at first, weren't you? Guess you feel bad for him now. Look around. Yeah, you might find his corpse to bury." He warned them. "Hey, I don't appreciate that sentiment, guys." Suddenly, from a distance, Blackie approached. He was eagerly running towards Go Chan-su. Seeing him, he also called out happily, "Blackie." Seeing the dog affectionately rubbing against him, he asked in shock, "How are you still alive?" Jun was also shocked. The little dog is alive. He checked Blackie over and saw he was unharmed, which made him even more curious. "And you don't seem to be injured either." As the dog licked his face, Go Chan-su said with disgust, "Stop licking me." Viewer Tang has donated 1 ren. Lick. He tried to push Blackie away. Suddenly, his attention was caught by something stuck in its teeth. "Huh. Wait, are you okay because you grabbed onto one of those mayflies when you fell?" The viewers also got curious. What's stuck in its teeth? Is it meat from that thing? Go Chan-su boasted smugly. "See? He's no ordinary mutt. The dog I chose has to be special." The viewers exposed him. "But you were about to sacrifice him." "Well, maybe a little." He turned and asked the kid, "What's your name? We should at least know each other's names, right?" The boy introduced himself fully. "My name is Park Jun." He also introduced himself. "I'm Go Chan-su. Let's try to get along." Jun obediently agreed. "Yes." Go Chan-su put on a stern face. "Let's get a move on. If you fall behind, I'll leave you. You got that?" Looking at the swarm of mayflies in the sky, he was still a bit worried. They probably won't attack us while we're on the ground, right? Yeah, that would be great. Suddenly, a fighter jet flew past right over Go Chan-su's head. The viewers guessed, "Huh? A military plane? How do you know?" "That's the color of the National Defense Force." Seeing the firepower being unleashed on the mayfly swarm, he was amazed. "Fire. So they react to bright colors? Damn it. I should have gotten on that plane." A viewer replied, "But it's way more fun watching you struggle." Go Chan-su looked up at the sky. "I don't see any more planes. Let's go, Jun." He was pretty sure that the military plane had landed safely. The group moved toward Pohang Airport, and just as they were about to enter the main hall, he felt the ground begin to shake. Chu quickly opened the door. What were those tremors just now? Right before his eyes, a shocking scene unfolded. Watching everything crumble, he couldn't believe it. Was this place really starting to collapse? Good thing I told the other two to stay outside. Where is everyone else? Behind him, a group of people were evacuating. "Hurry up, don't panic. Please follow the instructions." Chu recognized a soldier's voice reporting to Chief Cho while putting away a key. Viewers commented that the Air Force couldn't find the 7th Division here. Jin remembered him. "Cho Do, is that you? I'm glad you landed safely," he reported. After that tremor, this place started to fall apart. "You need to evacuate everyone out of here, quickly." Jin immediately gave an order, "Sergeant Lee." The sergeant shouted back, "Sir," he commanded, "get everyone to safety." Seeing Jin sigh warily, Chu asked with concern, "Is something wrong?" He replied helplessly, "The key we need to retrieve is trapped in this rubble. The soldiers who were guarding it left it for us. Now everything has suddenly become much more difficult. By the way, what happened to that plane?" "I remember you were with a lot of other people," he answered. "That plane crashed. I was lucky enough to grab onto a bug, and that's how I survived." This stunned Jin. "What? How is that even possible? Are you the only survivor?" He introduced himself. "My name is Chu. You don't have to be so formal. There's a child and a dog waiting outside. We were lucky to survive." Run was talking to Blackie outside. "We have to stay here until he calls for us." "Got it." He roughly estimated. "It seems like there are only 20 people in your squad. Did you rescue anyone else at the airport?" Cho Do. Jin hesitated and said, "In theory, yes. But now I'm not so sure. After hearing your story, I'm starting to have my doubts. But there were so many soldiers and civilians." He thought to himself. It seems my words got through to him. Then Chu asked, "So you had no other choice but to let them on?" He said, full of regret, "We put them on another plane. But if they haven't arrived by now, something must have happened. It's all my fault. I should have chosen a different route instead of rushing." Chu denied it. "No, it's not." He thought, "Right now, that's not the important thing. We have to focus on getting that key." He pointed at the rubble and said energetically, "Captain Jin, let's figure out another way to get the key. But first, We have to evacuate everyone from here. Viewers feel like he's up to something. This guy, I'm speechless. There he goes again. His eyes light up whenever he's scheming something. No one is as shameless as our Chu. Jin nodded in agreement. Looking at the narrow gap ahead, he guessed, there's a small opening, but I think it's too narrow for either of us. Jin confirmed. That's right. Can you wait here a moment? He introduced his soldier. This is the smallest soldier in our squad. Maybe he can do something. The soldier crawling inside said, I can only get this far. I think I'm stuck on something. He replied, I understand. Viewers commented, it's over. Why don't they send someone smaller? Smaller. Seeing Chu start to move, Jin asked curiously, where are you going? Chu answered, just wait a second. Seeing him lead, run in, Jin was surprised. A kid? He explained. This boy survived the crash with me. Can you tell us the exact location of the key? This kid can get in there and grab it. Jin was a bit skeptical. Is that so? I can tell you, but are you sure about this? Chu bent down and asked. You can do it, right? Run agreed immediately with determination. I'll do my best. After all, you're the one asking for my help. Viewers commented, you're totally forcing him, right? He doesn't dare refuse because Cho-do ordered him to. Huh? This kid is crying on the inside. After Jin gave him directions, Run exclaimed energetically, I understand. I just need to get the box with the key in it, right? I'll be right back. Another viewer argued against the previous comment. No, I think this kid wants to repay Chu for saving his life. If it weren't for Chu, he would definitely be dead. Chu reminded the boy, be careful in there. Run crawled inside and reported back. Looks like I can get through. He thought to himself, I really have to thank this kid. It would have been great if I could have fit in there. But luckily, this pile looks pretty stable, so it probably won't collapse. Blackie let out a bark, and he looked over in surprise. Before he could stop him, Blackie had squeezed inside. What the you don't have to go in there too. Damn dog, Chu yelled. Run, don't get distracted. Remember to be careful. From inside, Run signaled that he was okay. Outside, Jin was still worried. Will the boy be all right? He said reasonably. We don't have any other choice. Let's just pray. He hoped the kid was just going to get the key, so it should be fine. Suddenly, a flash of light made him anxious. He rushed to the gap and called out, Run, are you okay? Jin shone a flashlight inside to check and discovered, Cho-do. I think something's happened inside. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, the viewers are getting just as anxious. Did something happen to the kid? He should be out by now, right? Maybe the kid's just messing around. Kids do that all the time. Cho-do peeked inside, praying relentlessly. Is there something in there? Please, please. His eyes widened in shock at what he saw inside. He frantically shouted, Shit, there's a monster in there. Kid, get out here now. But there was no response, making Cho-do even more anxious. June. Seeing a bloody foot chasing the boy, he grew suspicious. A zombie? The viewers flooded the comment section, arguing, It's over, so we're not getting the key. The kid's about to die. Is that all you care about? Cho-do screamed with all his might, June, run out here now. The viewers were still curious, but what are they doing in there? Playing hide and seek. Maybe the kid is tougher than we think, he tried to reassure himself. Jun's screams could still be heard clearly, so maybe he was still okay. Through the gap, Cho-do saw Blackie biting down on that foot. He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. No way. Jun crawled into the narrow crack and handed out the box first. This is for you. Quickly. He took the box and called out worriedly, Jun. The viewers grew even more anxious. Did the zombie drag the kid away? And Blackie too. So brave. Cho-do bent down and urged, hurry up and get out of there. Finally, Jun made it out safely. He immediately checked the boy's arms and legs, asking, Are you okay, kid? Jun replied, Yes. I wasn't bitten or anything. The viewers were still able to joke around. If the kid got bitten, what would you do? Cho-do would buy insurance. Did the dude above just buy a new car or something? After checking on June, Cho-do looked worriedly toward the crack. Wait, where's Blackie? Just as he said that, Blackie crawled out too. He happily ran over to him. At that moment, he felt a huge sense of relief. You little brat. Blackie looked up at his owner, perfectly unharmed. Cho-do checked him all over to see if he had been bitten. Good job, you stupid dog. The viewers were disappointed. The mood killer. Why did I expect him to hug him? Mood killer. Don't get your hopes up. Cho-do's face darkened as he asked them, Do you guys really think I want to deal with a zombie dog? Jin praised the boy. I was really worried back there. You're a brave kid. Brushing the dust off himself, Jun replied, Not at all. The boy smiled brightly and said, I was happy I could help. Cho-do urged the man, Let's go. We can't waste any more time. Jin replied, Yeah, I agree. They headed to the parking lot to leave. Pointing to his car, Jin invited him. We'll ride together. Cho-du hesitated. Is it okay for the dog to come with us? The man immediately agreed. Yes, I have no problem with that. He then noticed Jun. The boy was surrounded by 4 soldiers, replying, yes, sir. Seeing Jun run over, Cho-du asked, what were you doing over there? Jun explained that those were the soldiers who had helped him before, and he was talking with them for a bit. He responded, oh, is that so? In that case, you should go with them. You said they were your friends, right? Then you should go with them. Jun was surprised to hear that. The viewers, as usual, started teasing him. Look at Jun's face. Is Cho-du jealous? Cho-du explained. Don't get me wrong, you guys. It's just that Jun already has a group. Jun asked timidly, is that okay? He replied, of course. It's not like we're saying goodbye forever. He waved goodbye to Jun and watched the boy run back to the group of soldiers. The viewers immediately commented, he got abandoned. So sad. Cho-du got into the car. We should get going too. Jin followed him in. Suddenly, the man looked outside warily. Cho-du heard it too. What's that sound? Colonel, the airport area has collapsed. Jin shouted, I know. Let's move out. The car immediately sped away as the buildings behind them collapsed one after another. Cho-du sighed in relief, looking at the rebel. If we were any later, we'd be dead for sure. Another strange sound rang out. What's that sound? Seeing the cracks on the road, Cho-du fearfully guessed, is it an earthquake? He froze when he saw something begin to emerge from the road's surface. Wait, what is that? The viewers were tense as well. An egg? It's probably another big one. Huh, here it comes. The convoy swerved to either side of the crack to get by. What the hell? Why are they appearing here again? Jin ordered over the radio. Focus, we are not allowed to stop until we reach the port. Cho-du asked worriedly, Colonel, where exactly are we going? The man replied, to Inguk port. He asked again, is there a boat there big enough for everyone? Jin guessed, probably. The soldiers who arrived earlier must have prepared it for us. They promised to get us a vehicle, and they delivered. So I believe they'll have left something for us. Cho-du added, there's also a new port in Pohang. Can't we go there? Jin analyzed the situation. That place is usually just for large steel-carrying ships to dock. Even if there were boats, it would be very difficult to launch them quickly. A friend of mine used to work there, and I've looked around a few times. He worried silently. It seems this is Colonel Jin's first time going to Inguk port, too. I wonder if this will be okay. Cho-du asked the viewers, hey guys, is there any way for me to defeat those things? The viewers commented, the big ones, they don't live for long. They usually go to sleep after a few hours, so try not to engage them. Hearing that, he sighed in relief. Thank God they don't live long. Jin commanded the driver. Over there. The wheel hit a crack in the road. The driver, Yeonhun, turned pale and screamed. Jin grabbed the steering wheel and warned him, don't lose control just because the wheel slipped. Hold on tight, stay sharp, or we're all dead. Seeing the convoy split up ahead, viewers were curious. What's going on? Are they abandoning their colonel? Is it over? But Cho-shu understood. It was okay for them to go on ahead. The colonel probably told them to go on, no matter what happened. The question now is, can I survive? He spoke up. We have to hurry. Up ahead, another crack in the road with an egg emerging. Yeonhun slammed on the brakes, nearly sending the man and dog in the back tumbling out of the vehicle. Dazed, he asked, can you please drive properly? Noticing they were on their own, he was surprised. Where are we going? Where are the other vehicles? Yeonhun replied, those monsters from before destroyed the road. We're taking another route. Jin added, we're going to that new port you mentioned earlier. He replied, I see. Because you know that place well, right? Jin admitted that was true, but he wasn't entirely certain. The vehicle jolted violently. Yeonhun reported, I think the last impact damaged the vehicle. I'm not sure how much longer it'll run. Viewers watching the expressions of the other two felt the tension rise. This is getting intense. They need to get to the boat quickly. I've always dreamed of being a captain. Cho-shu asked again, how much longer can it run? He didn't have an answer. I'm not sure about that. Viewers judged this to be the wrong answer. He urged them to get there as fast as possible. Looking at the giant creature in the rear, Cho-shu felt a bit better. At least they'd escaped that huge thing. Damn it, why can't anything go smoothly? After all this, we still need to get on the boat. As the vehicle left the danger zone, he sighed in relief. Finally escaped. By the way, Colonel Jin said, the kid mentioned he overheard high-ranking Air Force soldiers talking to a commander on the... Jin replied, oh, that? I don't know the details. Cho-shu was surprised. Weren't you the one talking? He denied it. No, our battalion commander handles things like that. He tried to dig for more. Can you tell me what was said in that call? Jin frowned and answered, you want to know? Cho-shu explained seriously. I'm asking because you called that person commander. If you're using that title, it means our country's military system is still operational. So I was wondering if they've taken any action yet. Jin replied, "It wasn't much. That person said it would be very difficult to send more people to help us right now, and that other divisions are busy handling other matters." He exclaimed, "Is that so? How many units do you guys have left? Do you think any of them might take this opportunity to rebel?" Jin couldn't say for sure. "I'm not certain about that. The army has suffered heavy losses. Of course, we can still hope. After all, the commander who contacted me is from the Capital Defense Command." Shoshu was stunned. "The Capital Defense Command?" "Yeah." He confirmed. "That's right. They contacted us recently, so I can be sure they're still okay." A spark of hope ignited within him. So Seoul hasn't completely fallen. But thinking back, it feels like I missed something. That subway train I thought was a decoy. Viewers began to question. So that train was still running for a reason? Did you just think of something? He tried to get more information. "Thanks, Colonel. Knowing the army is still around makes me feel a lot more relieved. But you really can't tell me more?" Jin remained tight-lipped, revealing nothing more. This much information should be enough to get you to cooperate with us. And it wasn't necessarily a call from the Air Force. Hearing this, Cho Shu just chuckled. Young Hun announced, "We're here." He looked out the car window. So this was Pohang Port, appearing before them on a grand scale. His sharp eyes noticed something. "Wait a minute." Colonel Jin cut in. "Yeah, I see it too." Looking at the ship ahead, he said in a low voice, "We have a problem, don't we, Mr. Cho Shu?" They all got out of the car. Looking up, Cho Shu asked, "You see that clearly, Blackie?" He thought he'd always wanted to be on a yacht at least once in his life, but Cho Shu continued coldly, "You've got to be kidding me." He thought to himself, a yacht in a survival game. This is a bit much. Jin spoke up. "This is not good." "Look at that boat," he replied. "I see it. It looks dangerous." "No, it's the position. It's anchored far from the pier." Young Hun guessed. "There must be someone on board, right?" Blackie sensed something and barked continuously. Cho Shu noticed Blackie's behavior, so he asked, "What is it? Do you see something?" Yang Han waved at the person on the other side. "There's someone on the boat." Jin and Cho Shu's jaws dropped in astonishment. What? He was right. The figure of a man stood motionless on the boat. He wondered, what is that person doing? The viewers grew tense along with them. "Oh God, please no. This is scary. After all that's happened, you're still scared of this?" Yang Hun spoke up. He's not waving anymore. Jin confirmed, "Yeah, something's very strange." Cho Shu replied with a grim face, "I don't know." Suddenly, the ground began to shake rhythmically. Yang Hun panicked. This tremor. He guessed in shock. "It can't be, right?" Jin said urgently, "We're out of time. Let me go see. He'll be back." He thought to himself, "What the hell?" But he's been here before, so he must know. Yoon Hun asked from behind, "What do we do?" Cho Du could sense his panic. Is he about my age? Or maybe younger? The comment screen read, "Cho Du, do something. They'll be here soon." If this keeps up, the 7.5 division will catch up. He didn't know either. What do I do? What do I do? I only have two choices. 1, to hide, or 2, to get on that ship. Hiding wouldn't last long, but I'd have to hide for at least a few hours. And even if we escape this time, there's no guarantee we'll be safe next time. So the best option is still to escape to the sea. But if that ship is privately owned, it'll probably leave the moment it spots danger. We could try our luck again at Incheon Port, but who knows if there will even be a ship there. Well then, there's no other choice. Seeing Cho Du's sinister expression, the viewers weren't surprised at all. Is it time to hijack the ship? Looks like he doesn't really want to get on, does he? But what can he do now? It's the only option left. Suddenly, Jin's voice called out, "Cho Du." He had arrived driving a crane. The viewers were shocked. "What is that?" Jin shouted. "I've got something here that can help us." He was astonished to see him drive up. A crane? Jin quickly got out and said, "It'll help us get onto the ship." Cho Du asked curiously, "Where did you find it?" Jin explained, "Dong Jin is inside driving. It's thanks to my friend. He's been here waiting for me since the pandemic first broke out. The guards around here have already spotted us running over." He was stunned. "Are you serious? Your friend has been waiting all this time. That's incredible. What is going on?" The guy waited for the colonel and even had a crane ready. That means the ship must have been docked there for a long time, too. So is that ship privately owned? Were they too scared to dock near the port? The crane was preparing its platform. Jin instructed, "My friend will get the crane into position. We just need to climb into that platform and wait." Suddenly, Cho Du heard gunshots. The viewers were oblivious. It's probably the other soldiers coming to help, right? No way. That would be suicide. He asked urgently, "Colonel, do you have any weapons on you?" He replied, "No, I'm out of ammo. And they were a pain to carry, so I ditched all my guns before getting on the plane." He announced tensely, Damn it, it's those bastards from the 7th, .5 Division. They're coming. A run-in with them won't be pretty. We have to hurry. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Jin had the crane platform lift Cho-do and Yoon-hun up first. He called out worriedly, "Colonel Jin," pushing his friend away. "You go first, I'll follow." Dong-jin refused. "What are you doing?" Jin firmly shut the door and asked, "You said the angle is all set, didn't you? I just need to press the button, right? Now hurry up and get on." Dong-jin was still worried, but Jin reassured him, "I'll be fine. You've waited for me all this time, so you don't need to wait any longer. The faster you act, the easier it'll be for me to follow." Cho-do realized, is he planning to jump out and grab onto the crane as it's lifting? That's impossible. The viewers urge, "Cho-do, go down and save him. Colonel Jin is a good person." Sometimes, to keep going, you have to accept sacrifices. He pulled Dong-jin onto the platform. "Hurry up and get on. If you don't get on, the colonel's sacrifice will be for nothing, and we'll all die." Just then, a car drove in. Seeing the man get out, he recognized him. It was the 7.5 Division. He and his soldiers gave chase, shouting, "Stop, wait for us." However, another car plowed straight through a few of the soldiers from behind. This sudden development stunned Cho-do. A man got out and picked up a rifle from a dead soldier's body. It was Zhang Qi, who aimed the gun with authority at his target and cursed, "You sons of bitches." The viewers realize, what? It's the old bus driver from before. Zhang Qi pointed the barrel of the gun straight at Min Chu's head. "How many lives did you scumbags sacrifice to get here? Die." One shot grazed his arm, the second grazed his shoulder. Min Chu scrambled to hide by the crane. He banged on the glass, begging Jin for help. "Save me. That crazy old man is on a rampage." Jin held the door shut, then suddenly swung it open, smashing Min Chu right in the face. He fell flat on the ground. From the platform above, Cho-do shouted, "Mr. Pai, over here." Zhang Qi recognized him. "What? It's you." Cho-do urged him, "We're putting this thing on that ship. Hurry up and get on with us." Zhang Qi's jaw dropped in disbelief. "So, there's still a way out?" The viewers understood immediately. Look at his face. He must have been sure he was going to die. He still has a grudge to settle. "Wait. Before I go, I have to make that bastard pay." Zhang Qi pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. He exclaimed angrily, "What's wrong with this gun?" Cho-do urged him impatiently, "Mr. Pai, hurry up." Once Mr. Pai was on the platform, he called out to Colonel Jin. Jin focused on controlling the platform. As the crane lifted it, Cho-do warned, "Everyone, hold on tight." The viewers noticed. "Huh? Did that ship just move?" The engines started. "Wait, is Jin even going to be able to get on the ship?" Cho-do is in shock. "It's over. Snap out of it. You still have time." He regained his confidence. "That's right. If it keeps moving at this speed, there's still a chance." Model. The item shop window appeared, and a rope was priced at 1 Jin. The viewers were astonished. What's he doing at a time like this? Zhou Yu pressed the purchase button, and a coil of rope suddenly appeared. Zhuang Qi stared blankly at the object in his hands. "Huh, where did that thing come from?" He played dumb and replied, "I don't know, but it's a good thing it showed up when it did." "Uncle Park, let me borrow the gun for a second." The man didn't understand what he was planning to do. Zhou Yu tied the rope tightly to the gun. Just a little preparation, just in case. When the platform was about 3 meters from the ship, Zhuang Qi shouted anxiously, "It stopped. This is as far as we can go. This is bad, we're still too far from the ship." Seeing Zhou Yu preparing to throw the gun with the rope tied to it, he asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Before he could finish speaking, he saw him preparing to jump. "Everyone, just stay calm and wait for me here." The others couldn't believe Zhou Yu would do something so reckless. He took a running leap, and the rope was thrown towards the ship. The gun caught perfectly on the railing. Zhou Yu gripped the rope tightly in his hands and swung across. The gun was wedged firmly between the railings. He breathed a sigh of relief. All right. When they saw him successfully jump inside, the viewers rejoiced. Awesome. Did he really do it? But they worried. Can he climb up, though? Someone else replied, "I'm not sure." As he prayed, just a little more, they vaguely guessed his intention. "Don't tell me. No way." Seeing Zhou Yu dangling as he crossed the blue line, muttering to himself, just a little further, they finally understood. A milestone, so that was his real goal. He hoped silently, just one more small step. Zhou Yu's foot touched the milestone. A notification appeared. "You have reached the milestone. You have received a new skill. Skill information has been updated. Please open the skill window for more details." Just then, the gun fell from the railing. Zhou Yu screamed as he went into a free fall. However, he was lucky enough to grab onto a chain on the ship. Seeing this, the viewers were impressed. Now that's what I call flirting with death. At the same time, viewers continuously donated money with accompanying messages. Max donated 1 gene. So good. Ollie donated 2 genes. You almost made me spit out my entire can of soda. Water Ghost donated 1 gene. Hey, can I have that soda? Joe Yu hurriedly called out, information. A notification board appeared with a reminder, staying in one place for too long is very dangerous. Information 1. A fearsome monster is wandering in the area near the SS Nachala yacht. Information 2. Dangerous creatures living under the sea will be a threat to small ships. Joe Yu understood. Looks like I'm going to need help soon. Everyone, I'm going to bring these people with me. They wondered how, since he didn't have the rope anymore. He suddenly asked, has anyone ever been on a yacht before? I mean, I haven't either, but this place has free life rafts. Seeing how fast his mind worked, they were shocked. What kind of movies has this guy been watching? So he had it all planned out. Zhou Yu said confidently, to put it simply, I can lower this life raft by myself. Finally, when all 3 of them made it onto the boat successfully, they still couldn't believe it. I can't believe we actually made it. He turned and called for Colonel Jane. Dong Jin muttered, if it wasn't for that damn monster. Zhou Yu asked him, your name is Dong Jin, right? He confirmed, yes, I'm Colonel Jane's best friend. The other 2 introduced themselves. I'm Zhuang Qi. I'm Sergeant Young Hun. He didn't dare to think about it. So, Colonel Jane really had sacrificed himself. A heavy silence fell over them. Zhou Yu had done his best. Colonel Jane couldn't get out of that vehicle in time. The giant monster dragged the entire crane truck into the sea. Dong Jin understood his friend. He'd probably be happy knowing so many people were saved. That guy was always like that. He spoke up apologetically. I don't mean to disappoint you, but I think it's still too early for us to let our guard down. We don't know anything about this ship, after all. First, he had to check his new skills. The information panel appeared. Skill 1. Note, you can only store a maximum of 3 skills in total. Taunt, 10 minutes. The more enemies there are, the stronger you become. Your base physical stats will increase by 10% based on the number of enemies, calculated from the moment the skill is activated until it ends. Store, 10 minutes. 10% of the stats increase from taunt will become your base physical stats. In other words, your base stats foundation will become stronger and increase each time the previous record is changed or a new one is set. Restore. You cannot use this skill yet. Fulfill certain conditions to unlock it. Skill 2. Note, you can only store a maximum of 3 skills in total. New Master's Reward. See through the eyes of a target you have touched within the last 10 minutes. Single use, can be used at any time. Zhou Yu couldn't believe it. I still can't use it. Meanwhile, Greening had banned a few words in the we should head to one place, and that's the control room up above. The whole group made their way to the control room. Let's go. First, they entered the grand hall. Cho Du guessed this must be the main lobby. The luxurious interior was a true feast for the eyes. He felt like a country boy seeing a cruise ship for the first time. This is amazing. Dad's favorite son, Cho Du, is finally on a cruise ship. I'm so proud. I can die without any regrets now. Cho Du spread his arms wide, soaking in all this wealth. A few seconds later, he immediately drew his axe and then burst out laughing. All right, now things are finally settled. Next, I'll kill anything that shows up. Seeing him walk in so boldly, Dong Jin quickly called out, wait, hold on. I think I just saw someone. Cho Du was surprised. What? There's no one here. The man insisted, I just saw it clearly. I think it was a child. Just in case, I'll go check. Cho Du rejected the idea. Wait a minute, we should stick together. Sir, you can't be sure if it was a real child or something that just looked like a child, right? Colonel Jean sacrificed himself to save you, so please be more careful. Looking at Dong Jin's attitude, Cho Du instantly knew. Looks like this guy is also the type to sacrifice himself for everyone. Looks like there's no other choice. Cho Du gave in. Fine, do as you wish, but I'm not responsible for whatever happens to you. The man's face brightened up immediately. Of course, I just want to go help others. Mr. Cho Du, I will never forget what you've done for me. Yang Hun asked for permission, then I'll go with him. After all, it's dangerous to go alone. He was Colonel Jane's friend, so I have a responsibility to ensure his safety. Cho Du agreed right away. All right, just be careful, he replied. Understood. Trang Sich, at his side, asked if he was sure about this. If we split up like this, there's nothing you can do, there's no other way. So, will you come with me, sir? I hope we can help each other out like last time. Looking down at Black Fur, he continued, this little guy, too. Cho Du observed his surroundings. He was in awe of the luxury inside. A cruise ship for the rich even has its own shopping mall. Whoa. Trang Sich called out, look, Cho Du. We can use the elevator to move between floors. Cho Du replied, you're right. Let's go. The viewers, not seeing anyone else, grew curious. Where are all the passengers? Did they not make it onto the ship in time? I've suddenly got a bad feeling about this. Chodu thought to himself that he was starting to get chills down his spine. A zombie appeared up ahead. Trang 6 shouted, "Look!" Chodu raised his axe, ready. "I see it." The taunt displayed a countdown, and the zombie frantically charged toward them. Chodu wasn't afraid. "Come on." One swing of the axe brought it down in an instant. He pulled his axe back and cursed, "Damn it." Trang 6 stared at the zombie lying on the floor. Chodu couldn't believe it. "Fellas, are you all thinking what I'm thinking?" The viewers understood. Is he afraid that all the passengers have turned into zombies? He calculated. Considering the size of this ship, there were probably up to 2,000 people on board. His face darkened as he asked a question. Is it too late to run for the lifeboats? The viewers disagreed. How would you get to Do Island then? You wouldn't even make it to Busan. You'll change your mind after you see the monsters in the sea. Chodu turned to his companion. "Mr. Park, find yourself a weapon. I've seen you fight. You seem pretty good." The man replied. "All right, I was just thinking the same thing." Seeing Chodu walk into the store next to them, he grew curious. "Huh? Why are you going into a clothing store?" Chodu replied, "Whatever. Let's just see if there's anything useful." He saw black fur wagging its tail excitedly, looking at a clothes rack. Chodu asked him, "You see something you like?" The viewers were surprised. The cruise ship has a pet store, too? Why not? I guess they allow pets on board. Huh. Black fur was sniffing at some bags of dog food hanging on the rack. Chodu understood. "What is it? You want this?" He took a bag down. "Here, eat up. I should probably grab some more snacks for you." Looking at the items inside, he noticed the first aid medicine in Ron's bag. There's probably a medical room on this ship, right? If so, there's no need to bother carrying medicine around. So he decided to skip it. Black fur wagged its tail non-stop, wanting to ask for a collar set. Chodu got the hint immediately. "Why do you want that?" "Well, it doesn't look half bad." The viewers were also curious. "That's strange. I've never seen a dog ask for a collar like that. It's as weird as its owner." Chodu didn't mind. Weird? That's not necessarily a bad thing. A collar with sharp spikes was now around Black Fur's neck. Chodu praised him. "Nice. You look more dignified now." "Like it?" Black Fur let out a woof to show its approval. Seeing a cute dog suddenly turn so fierce, the viewers were shocked. Did its face just change? Chodu sighed. "Let's do our best, Black Fur. Now, I wonder where Mr. P is." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. It was Trang Sik, wearing a flashy, floral beach outfit. "How do I look?" He froze awkwardly at Chodu's silence. "What's with that expression? Is it too gaudy?" Chodu denied it. "No, it's just. I thought you were looking for a weapon." The man suddenly remembered. "Oh, I forgot." Chodu grabbed a nearby broom and broke off the handle. "Here, use this." Trang Sik was doubtful. "Are you sure?" Chodu explained. "It's the handiest weapon available for the newbie. Let's take the elevator." "You mean to be careful, mister." After saying that, he pressed the elevator button. The elevator doors slowly opened. Choshu raised his axe defensively. "All right, let's go." A viewer commented, "He's so cautious, but you can see inside the elevator." Choshu is so cute, he explained. "You guys don't get it. Sometimes they play dead or jump down from the elevator ceiling, so we have to be careful." Suddenly, a notification appeared. "The shop has been updated." Choshu shouted excitedly. "Awesome." There was a zombie inside the elevator. "What the hell are you so shocked about?" The elevator started descending. It stopped on the 5th floor. Looking at the warped door, the viewers were shocked. The door is completely broken. It only scratched it once, didn't it? That's definitely not a normal zombie. Chosu immediately looked down to the floor below. He saw the zombie from the elevator earlier. Damn it, a viewer noticed. The red zombie really appeared at the perfect time. No wonder I had a bad feeling. Chosu thought irritably. Looks like we can't use the elevator anymore. Seeing him still staring blankly, Trang Sik urged, "Hey, let's go. Don't just stand there watching." He took off running, asking at the same time, "Guys, can I defeat that thing?" The viewers cheered. "Don't worry, Choshu, you can do it. Go on, you can do it." Choshu wasn't very confident. "Getting on this ship is really making me nervous." A viewer reassured him, "Why are you so worried?" "It's fine. I like seeing Choshu worried. If it gets too hard, just get on a life raft and bail." He was wondering, should we go out on deck? No, that would be too dangerous. The viewers aren't advising me to run outside, so it should be fine to just hang around in here. Trang Sik heard footsteps on the stairs. Choshu, something's coming. Seeing the bloody appearance of the ship's crewman, they knew it was a zombie. He raised his axe. "Mister, get close to me." The zombie let out a roar. Choshu swiftly swung his axe, striking it directly. Looking at the taunt count 1, With 9 minutes and 47 seconds remaining, he wondered why was only one of them taunted. Maybe that zombie from earlier was only interested in the elevator. He thought to himself, mutated zombies are bad news. Trang-sik noticed something on the floor. Was this pile made by that red zombie from before? Arriving at the auditorium, he called out, Mr. Park, it's over here. Trang-sik was skeptical. The auditorium? You want to watch a play at a time like this? He explained. If this auditorium has multiple levels, we can use it to move to other floors. The man slowly pulled the auditorium door open. Seeing Trang-sik's expression, a viewer commented nervously, why did the old guy stop? Look! From behind, Cho Shu called out suspiciously, Mr. Park. He peeked inside. What's wrong? Seeing several people lying inside, the viewers were stunned. Oh my god, are they all dead? Doesn't look like it. Cho Shu observed one person. He's still breathing? Trang-sik asked awkwardly. What should we do? Cho Shu asked his viewers, guys, do you hear anything? They messaged back, nothing at all. Are you planning to go in? Scared. If you're scared, just take another route. So, Cho Shu decided to back away and go somewhere else. Closing the door, Trang-sik asked curiously, what was that just now? He replied, I'm not sure. But let's not go this way anymore. Stay quiet and let's hurry up the stairs. Suddenly, they both stopped, making the viewers suspicious. What is it now? Are there some here, too? Knew it. The escalator area was also littered with people lying down. He swore, damn it, are you kidding me? Trang-sik lamented, good lord, there are people here, too. What on earth is going on? He pleaded, that's what I want to know. Guys, is there something wrong with these people? They replied, not really. They're not very dangerous. You can touch them or whatever, but you should be worried about what caused this. Having gotten the information, Cho Shu immediately headed for the stairs. Great, thanks guys. Trang-sik called out worriedly from behind, wait. Seeing him step on a person, the viewers were surprised. Is he really doing it? What the hell, you brat? Cho Shu urged the man behind him. Let's go, Mr. Park. He still hesitated, but Cho Shu replied, we don't have time. Hurry up. Trang-sik gathered his courage and prepared himself, but his voice still trembled. This just feels so wrong. Cho Shu passed on a pro tip. Just imagine they're doormats. The viewers couldn't believe it. Doormats? You've got to be kidding me. Who could be calm while stepping on that many people? Looking at the people under his feet, their faces were mottled with black, vein-like lines. He wondered, are they asleep? After climbing up and looking back, Trang-sik let out a sigh of relief. That was horrible. But how come you're not scared at all? Did you receive some kind of special training? He recalled himself frantically playing games and said, Mister, don't say another word. It was a horrific experience I don't want to remember. The viewers understood perfectly. What training? He probably worked hard training in his room, and now it's become real-life practice. Trang-sik was immediately led on. Is that so? I knew there was something different about you. Cho Shu replied, I am pretty special. The viewers couldn't watch anymore. Stop teasing the poor old guy. He actually believes you. Looking at the people lying scattered on the ground, the question remained unanswered. These people are here, too. Huh, what in the world is going on? Suddenly, there was a strange sound on the stairs. What is that sound? Turns out, it was a zombie enjoying its dinner. They say you shouldn't mess with a dog while it's eating, but Cho-do is Korean, so he didn't really care. He raised his axe and brought it down, knocking it flat. After checking on the person being attacked by the zombie, a skeptical viewer commented, half his arm is gone. That guy's probably dead for real, right? Cho-do asked, hey guys, so getting bitten doesn't wake them up. And they all had the same answer. That's right. If you get hurt like that, you're most likely never waking up. He asked, can you guys tell me more? But the viewers refused. No spoilers. Just keep going and you'll understand. Right. I don't know anything anyway. Cho-do had no choice but to turn back and call out to Park. Mr. Park, we can go now. Since this was a one-life game, he asked again just to be sure. Is there anything dangerous there? But he assured him, there's nothing. It's safe now. Probably no zom. He was mid-sentence when the system suddenly displayed a provocative mission with a countdown of 9 minutes and 59 seconds. Instinctively, Cho-do looked up ahead. A starving red zombie appeared, blocking their path. To protect his companion, Cho-do decided to stay behind and hold it off, telling Mr. Park to run on ahead. But unexpectedly, the old man was even more eager for a fight. I can't always let you save me. He took the rod in his hand and jammed it right into the growling red zombie's mouth. But who knew the zombie was tougher than they thought? It continued to charge at Cho-do, the momentum of the rod flinging Park to the side. He ran while cursing. Damn it. So it's targeting me now? Cho-do tried to corner it against a wall and then dodged to the side, driving the rod deeper into its mouth. Then he conversed with it with a murderous look in his eyes. Hey, didn't your mommy ever tell you not to run around with a stick in your mouth? After saying that, he gave it an axe to the head to send it off to meet its mommy. But this tough beast still wasn't dead. It struggled to stare at Cho-do with its red eyes. It seemed one hit wasn't enough. Its hand reached out, trying to grab him. Annoyed, Cho-do grumbled, "You're still standing?" and hit it with the axe again. It still wasn't dead. On the contrary, it moved even more frantically toward Cho-do. A viewer teased, "It wants a kiss." He had lost all his patience and conversed with the red zombie. "Looks like you just won't give up, huh?" Very quickly, it took a third blow to the neck, but Cho-do had no intention of stopping. "Then I'll be taking your head." Suddenly, Blackie sensed something. It wrinkled its nose, growled, and ran over to pull on the red zombie's pant leg. While it was distracted and turning away, Cho-do got into position, ready to finish the monster off. It took many more axe swings to finally take down this legendarily resilient creature. It screamed in pain to the applause of the viewers, then fell before Cho-do, blood splattering everywhere. A worried Park ran over and asked, "Are you okay?" He confirmed that he was fine. Looking down at his blood-stained hand, he thought to himself with relief, "That was close. Good thing I found its weak spot before the 10th hit." Blackie's barking pulled him from his thoughts. Seeing it wagging its tail, he guessed, "You want a reward, don't you?" "All right, good boy." Even though you were a little late to help, the viewers, fond of the good dog, defended it. In the end, it probably just didn't want to get in your way. If the roles were reversed, you probably would have abandoned it. Cho-do turned to the old man and reminded him, "Mr. Park, next time, please run when I tell you to. I always have a reason for what I say." He mumbled in agreement. Fearing the old man was overthinking it, he explained, "It's all right. I know you just wanted to help, so I'm very grateful." He sighed, thinking that people who eagerly rush in, like that, are rare, and he didn't want anyone to be sacrificed needlessly. Blackie was looking upstairs and barking loudly. Cho-do wondered what was happening now. The viewers made wild guesses. "What is it? I think I just saw a person's shadow." Cho-do became tense, hurriedly running upstairs and shouting, "Is someone there? Mr. Park, hurry up." He was still wondering if there were really other people on this ship. Well, there were people, but they had all turned into zombies. Another one charged out from nowhere. Park exclaimed, "There are so many of them." The chat exploded again. "Holy crap, 3 red zombies? Are you kidding me?" First, Cho-do dodged out of the way, letting the 3 of them slam into each other due to their momentum. But that barely fazed the red zombies. He cursed under his breath, "God damn it." Fortunately, in that life or death moment, Park had found a fire extinguisher somewhere. He waddled over, warning Cho-do to close his eyes. Then he sprayed a whole cloud of chemicals into the zombies' faces. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed Cho-do's hand and they ran out of the hazy smoke. He coughed violently as he ran. Up ahead, Blackie was standing near a lit room, barking nonstop. There was someone in that room. Blackie's expression seemed overjoyed. Cho-do's eyes widened as he tried to see who it was. A female crew member opened the door wide and called out loudly for them to hear. "This way, quickly." After everyone ran inside the room, the sturdy door was shut. Cho-do was worried as the red zombies relentlessly slammed against the door, but the female crew member, "Don't worry. That door is designed to withstand even water pressure." She guides them upstairs. "Come on, let's talk somewhere safer." The viewers are even more curious than the main character. It's the perfect time to meet a key character. The story is finally starting. This is so exciting. Trangsich cautiously asks for the girl's identity but is stopped by Chu. "Let's just follow her for now, Mr. P. We can't stay here anyway." He could guess, based on the viewers' reactions, that she probably wasn't a bad person. These stairs probably lead straight up. An impatient person comments, "Isn't this too high? I hate stairs so much." Another person chimes in reassuringly, "It's only a few floors. Stop complaining." After climbing several flights of stairs, the female crew member is also about to pass out from exhaustion. She informs them that they've arrived. "This is a safe area, so you don't have to keep your axe raised like that." Chanshu says he's just being cautious, so the crew member lets him be. When she opens the door, she goes in first herself to prove it to them. "See, there's nothing here." The other paths leading in have all been blocked. Blackfur sniffs around and also signals that it's okay. The female crew member smiles and welcomes them like guests. It's a bit late, but welcome aboard the SS Nakshala. Chon-su silently reads the girl's name tag, Song Hannah. He wonders if her name is Korean. Confused, she glances around and asks, "Do I look like a foreigner or something?" He explains that he just didn't expect Korea to have a cruise ship. Hannah explains that this cruise ship isn't actually Korean. They just wanted our country's support with maritime routes, so they hired a lot of Korean crew members. Hearing this, Chu questions her with a tense expression. "Is that so? But why did you save us? It looks like you're all alone here." Hannah shrugs and replies casually, "Why? It was convenient." "Convenient? I just happened to be passing by and saw the 3 of you being chased. Just because it was convenient? At that moment, the viewers start to react positively. She's so carefree, but that's a good thing. That girl is a guide NPC. She can be trusted. Chu is more relieved now, expressing how glad he is that she saved them. But Hannah's expression looks worried. Even so, it doesn't change anything, because this ship won't last much longer. When Chanshu asks why, she says it's a long story. Let's go to the bridge first. We're using it as a shelter. Hearing that, Chu is very surprised. The bridge? Don't tell me the captain is still alive. Hannah explains as she leads them. Of course. He was on board even before we were scheduled to depart. I see. Please take me to him then. She looks at the axe in Chanshu's hand and asks hesitantly, You're not planning on getting revenge, are you? As soon as the door to the bridge opens, several male crew members start shouting. What are you doing? Didn't we tell you to keep? Seeing two strangers and a dog enter, they stammer to each other. Who are they? Hannah calls out to the captain. When he turns around, Hannah introduces him to Chu. He's Russian, but don't worry. Seeing the guests, the captain also walks over to express his regret. Survivor. I'm truly sorry I couldn't come down to rescue you myself. Hannah adds that he speaks 5 languages, including Korean. Hearing this, Chu comfortably speaks in his native tongue. Great. My name is Go Chan-Su. I just got on this ship too. The captain looks very surprised, so he continues, adding to the drama. We got on at Pohang port. Why do you look so surprised? I thought you saw the whole process of us approaching the ship. Only then does the captain stammer out an explanation. I didn't mean to move the ship like that. We only had to start it because it wasn't in a suitable position. But if that's the case, why did you raise the anchor? If it was really dangerous, you would have left it alone. He's not only right, he's loud about it. The man stammers, unable to explain. The crew members there rush to defend their boss. Chan-Shu, I know you're upset, but can you please calm down? That's right. If we stayed that close to the shore, we definitely would have been attacked by that monster too. We had no other choice, but he completely ignores their lies. Just keep making excuses for your actions. The captain bows his head and mumbles an excuse. I apologize for that, but there was a reason for everything. Chan-Su remains determined to get a straight answer. The captain is at a loss again, because the viewers, noticing his dishonest eyes, begin to comment, Stop acting, he knows everything. Seeing this, he says what the captain is thinking out loud. Whatever. You wanted to save us, but you couldn't for some reason. Is that what you mean? The soldiers who were with me couldn't do much either. I get it. After saying that, he casually plops down in a chair and comfortably requests, I'm just gonna rest for a bit. Can I get a bottle of water? I'm thirsty from all that walking. One of the male crew members, who can't take it anymore, shouts loudly, You bastard, how dare you be so arrogant? But he scowls and questions them in a low, threatening voice. Is asking for a glass of water too much to ask? The viewers tease Chan-Shu again. Look at that face. It's like he's looking at a fly. Had just landed in his soup. The captain could only reluctantly order. All right, get him something from the refrigerator. And don't go alone. Make sure you take someone with you. The 2 male crewmen standing there were still hesitating, but the refrigerator room wasn't too far. Someone had to stay behind to protect the captain. A viewer asked, Chu, do you think he's subtly trying to get rid of them? He thought so too, so he asked Trang Six to take Black Fur along with them. With only him and the captain left in the cockpit, the man got straight to the point. What have you found out? Chu probed. What do you mean? The captain said, You mentioned 2 words, soldiers. You either emphasized that word on purpose, or I misunderstood you. Chu laid his cards on the table. No, you guessed right. I did it on purpose. Division 7.5, have you ever heard of them? The captain asked, Hey, are you a member of that division too? But he honestly replied that he was not. I just accidentally joined up with them on the way to Pohang. Captain, how much do you know about them? Knowing Chu had no connection to them, the captain finally confided in him. They contacted me by radio and said they were coming to the port and needed a boat. Did they just happen to contact you by chance? The captain shook his head, denying it. No, actually, I was the one who actively sought them out. You've noticed the current state of this ship, haven't you? The main hall is full of monsters, so we need soldiers to help us clear them out. I don't even know how many of my own crew are still alive. The captain's face grew somber again, but something is very strange. They told us to anchor the ship near the port, and that they would find their own way to get on board. Both the viewers and Chu were surprised. Near the port. They probably want the captain to watch them die with his own 2 eyes. Right, but one comment caught his attention. Why are we assuming it's the same Division 7.5 that Chu met? That's right, the ship's communication system wasn't suitable for him to contact the Division 7.5 branch in Pohang. Does that mean another branch of Division 7.5 contacted him? The captain sighed again. In the end, no soldiers ever made it onto the ship. Chu had a question. Did you send those crew members away just now because you never told them about this? He said that he had told them. But I said the soldiers I requested were from the Navy. so I wanted to ask you again just to be sure. Meaning you also noticed that there was something strange about Division 7.5, didn't you? When the captain admitted this was true, Chu's entire chat channel erupted. Damn. He's brutally honest and sharp too. He then revealed another shocking piece of information. They said they needed the boat to get to Jeju Island to carry out a greater purpose. Everyone burst out laughing again at the army's absurdity. A greater purpose? Ha ha ha. Oh god, that sounds so suspicious. Suddenly, Chu's expression grew tense as he asked, "Are you still planning to let them on the ship?" The captain lowered his head and said bitterly, "I have no other choice. This ship is about to give out." He slammed his hand on the table in frustration and shouted, "The controls are starting to fail. I can't steer the ship if this keeps happening." Chu calmed him down. "Calm down. Please tell me what the problem is and what you hope those soldiers will help you with." The captain explained, "The engine room is located in the deepest part of the ship. I need someone to go there and clear it out. Before we lost contact, one of the engineers told me there was a monster wreaking havoc down there. Luckily, one engineer wasn't there when the monster appeared and managed to survive." He desperately grabbed Chu's hand, pleadingly. "I'm begging you, please take that engineer with you and solve this problem for us. You're the only one who can do it. You even managed to get on board and reach the cockpit." Chu frowned slightly and asked, "Captain, don't you think it's a bit much to ask a stranger to do this?" Hearing this, the captain was speechless, probably starting to accept that this was the end of the line for him. But it turned out Chu was just playing with his emotions. He let out a soft laugh and said half-jokingly, "But I happen to be very good at making the impossible possible. I'll make my decision after I talk to the others." The captain clung to his last straw of hope, feeling that Chu was now brighter than any star. Everyone returned safely. "Here's your water. Thanks." He asked Trang Sich about the situation on this floor. He reported, "There are barricades set up to block the other paths leading here. But that also means it's very difficult for us to move to other places besides the bathroom and the break room." Then he turned and hinted, "Captain, now would be a good time to inform your team, don't you think?" As they moved elsewhere to discuss, Chu thought to himself, "I feel like I'd been in this situation before. Wait a minute, didn't the shop just update a moment ago?" After seeing him enter the shop, some viewers felt relieved. Finally, it's time to check the inventory. I was so scared he'd forget to check. What's that item? An item called Mask Search appeared, priced at 3 gems. Out. An item that helps you find useful masks. Chan Shu was a bit confused. Masks? Guys, is this really what I need? Some viewers revealed that this wasn't about finding ordinary masks. They're useful masks. When he pressed for more information, asking how they were useful, he got chewed out online. What does the name even explain? Just buy it and you'll find out. With no other answers, Chan Su reluctantly gave in. Good thing I'm rich. Alright, I'm buying it now. The item, which looked like a handheld compass, dropped down. He silently calculated that he still had 74 genes left. Just as he grabbed it, someone called out, "Chan Shu, over here." We finished our discussion. The captain pointed to the male crew members and explained that they all understood the situation, and they've all agreed to help you. The viewers began sending their well wishes. Wow, they wrapped that up quickly, didn't they? I hope they don't hold him back. Make sure you keep that engineer safe. Chan Su glanced over at them, wondering to himself if they really understood. He particularly noticed one male crew member who had a perpetually annoyed look on his face. The man approached him, his tone demanding. "Yurgo Chanju, right?" He used the chance to glance at the man's name tag. "Bei Jong Ho," he announced. "The captain ordered us to assist you. I'll cooperate, but don't expect me to be your little follower." Chan Shu deliberately repeated the word back. "Follower?" Jong Ho clarified. I'm not going to do everything you say." Chan Su retorted. "Fine, I wouldn't want that anyway." The man declared, "We'll take care of ourselves, so you don't need to worry about us." This meant Chan Shu could act freely, which made him a little excited. "So, I just have to protect myself, right? Great. That's what I'm best at." The members in the chat channel were instantly annoyed by Jong Ho's attitude. Why is he looking down on Chan Su like that? Teach that guy a lesson. Chan Su picked up his axe and told them, "Well, no reason to delay any longer. Let's go." A moment later, as everyone was getting their gear ready, they asked each other, "Do we really have to go down there? I hope everything will be okay." Chan Su contacted the bridge via radio. "We're grabbing our weapons and are about to move out." The captain could only advise him, "Please, be careful." Jong Ho asked skeptically, "Are you going to be okay with just that axe?" He confirmed that he'd be perfectly fine. "And what about you guys?" The man held up the iron bar in his hand, showing that they were also fine. Seeing this, Chan Shu teased him. "Good. For a second there, I thought you came over to ask if you could borrow my axe." The viewers cracked up at how he handled the arrogant guy. What a Chad. That thing's way too awesome to lend out. Jong Ho scowled and turned away, telling Chan Shu to hurry up and get ready. He opened the compass to take a look. Through Chan Shu's view, the viewers also found the compass's design confusing. It looks like some kind of prehistoric radar, doesn't it? Why is there only an arrow? At least give us the distance. Chan Shu also thought with some disappointment. Is this it? He turned and asked Engineer Huang, "Excuse me, did you see all the people lying unconscious around the ship?" After the engineer confirmed that he had, Chan Shu asked if he knew what had happened to them. Suddenly, Engineer Huang grew tense. "You don't know. On this ship, it's not just the human-like monsters. There's another, smaller type. They're about this tall. When you get close to them, they'll latch onto you and explode." Chan Shu asked again, "Explode?" "Yes. After they explode, they turn to dust, and if you inhale that dust, you'll end up just like those other people." Chan Shu immediately thought of Jin and Yong Hun, then said to his viewers, "Guys, I just remembered something. Didn't Boss Jin and Sergeant Yong Hun say they were going to rescue someone?" A few people commented. They said they saw a child. They're screwed. He asked Engineer Huang if there was a way to deal with those things. The engineer wasn't sure either. He just handed him a piece of cloth, telling him to wear it, wet it and wrap it around your face. Hopefully, that will work. Chan Shu reluctantly did as he was told, thinking to himself, "So this is the only temporary solution we have." Once he was ready, Zhang Ho stepped forward to open the door and reminded the group, "If everyone's ready, then let's get moving." The viewers voiced Chan Shu's inner thoughts. Is Chan Shu getting ignored again? Are they leaving without him? Chan Shu was getting really annoyed, but he claimed he wasn't annoyed. It just felt like he was being given the silent treatment by a bunch of kindergartners. Besides, he was mature enough to realize that Guy was just jealous that a stranger like him had earned the captain's acknowledgement. It was a common mindset for a loyal subordinate to have. Chan Shu started using his radio to contact the group. "This is Chan Shu. Can everyone hear me?" They responded. "We're starting to head down now." When they reached an area outside the safe zone, Zhang Ho once again volunteered to lead. Before opening the door, he made sure to shoot a glance at Chan Shu, which the sharp-eyed viewers immediately picked up on and commented about. Did he just glare at you before opening the door? Such a child. Of course, someone like Chan Shu wouldn't stoop to his level. Instead, he reassured his viewers, "It's fine. At least I'm not the one who has to go into danger first." But everyone was still clamoring for Chan Shu to teach that guy a lesson. Yeah, show him the right way to open a door. Turn the doorknob like this and then push it open. He only gave a vague answer, so the commenters seemed pretty disappointed. At least try to be a little funny. This is so boring. But what Cho Shu cared about was that the red zombies were still around here. Crewman Choi noticed him raising his axe high and screamed in alarm. "What is it?" He reminded Cho Shu that since he was walking behind, could he please not swing his axe like that? It was scaring him to death. But Cho Shu retorted that as soon as they went down there, they would immediately run into monsters. "I'm just being cautious." Down in the technical room, deep inside the ship's hull, Zhang Ho grabbed the doorknob and said, "I'm opening it." Suddenly, Cho Shu clapped him on the shoulder, telling him to wait, then brought a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Zhang Ho didn't get it and tried to say a few words, so Cho Shu sharply warned him to shut his mouth. His face was so hilarious that the whole chat thought they were watching a comedy game show. "Dude, what the hell was that? I'm dying of laughter. Was he trying to scare that guy?" Cho Shu put on a dangerous expression and pressed his ear against the door to listen. "Damn it, I can't hear a thing. Is this door soundproof or something?" Zhang Ho was completely frozen. What did you just do?" He explained he was just trying to see if he could hear anything. "He didn't tell me this place was full of monsters." Then he stepped back, telling them that when they opened the door, they should do it as quietly as possible. The entire group and the viewers thought Cho Shu really knew how to act tough. Damn, look at their faces. They're so confused. He says that and immediately backs away. What a freaking asshole. In reality, he still wanted to see how Zhang Ho would react when faced with the door. Was he scared? If you volunteer to be the leader, you should at least know what you're up against, right? After being scared into a cold sweat, Zhang Ho regained his courage, gripping the handle tightly and turning it with difficulty. He cracked the door open to check the situation. Seeing no danger, he waved his teammates over. The viewers commented. After stepping back, he nodded right away. Huh. He looks like the type who'd be the first to run at any sign of danger. Cho Shu was suspicious. Is it really safe? There aren't any monsters here. Where did they all go? The compass in his hand indicated there were more than 5 masks on this floor. As he moved, he noticed the arrow blinked faster the closer he got. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the room. The crewmen and engineers asked each other, "What was that sound? Where is it coming from?" Only Cho Shu recognized it as the cry of a red zombie. He told everyone to quickly line up next to the escalator. Crewman Choi asked if he had a plan. Cho Shu took the opportunity to explain it to everyone. "Listen carefully. That thing will target one of us. Think of them as raging bulls. Once they lock onto a target, they'll charge. And when they get close, just step to the side. As soon as he finished speaking, a red zombie appeared. Choi realized with horror that it was targeting him. He wanted to run, but Cho Shu grabbed his hand tightly. What the hell? Let go. Let me go. But he didn't let go of crewman Choi's hand at all, focusing all his attention on the charging monster. Just as it was about to pounce on Choi, Cho Shu pulled his hand, yanking him to the side. The charging zombie tumbled from the height. He had just demonstrated it once for everyone and concluded, from now on, just use this move whenever you see one. Before everyone could recover, the roar of another charging zombie was heard. This time, it wasn't just one, but two at once. And the person the red zombies chose this time was John Ho. He screamed, "Why me?" John Ho quickly dodged one of the zombies. The viewers started commenting, did he actually dodge it? What a shame. But unfortunately for him, the second zombie hadn't fallen yet. Seeing this, Cho Shu sighed, "Oh, for heaven's sake." Then he stuck out his leg and kicked the guy aside. The entire chat was gloating. This kid's pretty good, kicking him around like a soccer ball. Thanks to that kick, he successfully saved John Ho from the monster's attack. Cho Shu taunted him, "Are you okay? If I hadn't kicked you out of the way, you would have been smashed to bits." Seeing that John Ho was still in shock, he urged him to hurry and get up. "How long are you going to lie there?" Afterwards, Cho Shu proposed that he needed to go find a few things. "Anyone want to come with me?" Engineer Hoang asked what exactly he wanted to find. He replied, "Masks. Why are you suddenly looking for masks?" Cho Shu pointed to the cloth covering his nose and said, "Do you really think this flimsy piece of cloth can protect us completely? We need something better. We have to be thoroughly prepared before heading down to the engine room." The viewers, meanwhile, were intently watching John Ho's constantly changing expressions. He's cooperating after just one kick. Well, Cho Shu did save his life. Following the compass's directions, the group successfully arrived at the location of the masks. But this place, which looked like an abandoned coffee shop, made everyone incredulous. Are you kidding? How could there be masks in a place like this? Shouldn't we be looking in a pharmacy or something? John Ho was curious about the thing Cho Shu had been holding the entire way. That doesn't look like a pocket watch. He replied, "This thing. It's a pocket watch." Only the viewers understood that Cho Shu was putting on an act again. John Ho knew full well it wasn't, but Cho Shu cut him off. "That's not important. Focus up. Let's focus on the task at hand. We don't know when those monsters will attack again. A veteran crew member like you must know this ship inside and out, right?" Hearing the word veteran, his cheeks flushed red and his eyes sparkled. He emphasized again, "I'm sure you know a lot more than I do." That was exactly what Johan Ho wanted to hear, and his mood instantly lifted. "That's right. I know this ship pretty well." Joan patted his shoulder and said, "I'm putting my trust in you. I'm pretty good at fighting monsters, but I don't know much about this ship, so I'm leaving the navigating to you. I'll help you save this amazing ship." He really knows how to play to other people's strengths. After a few seconds of hesitation, Johan Ho immediately accepted, promising to do his best. The viewers found Joan's talent for psychological manipulation hard to believe. Is that all it takes? Just a few compliments? For real. And just like that, the internal conflict was settled, and he easily reclaimed his position as the leader. Great, let's keep moving. In a coffee lounge this big, it's hard to know where they would have hidden the masks. Just then, Engineer Hoang pointed to a small door, saying that what they needed was probably in there. It was the multi-purpose room. If someone brought emergency equipment on board, we would store it in there. Joing suggested they all go in and check it out. Suddenly, Engineer Hoang asked, "How did you know there were gas masks around here?" He explained, "Hannah told me. I'm just checking this area." She said some of the chefs were paranoid and tended to hoard supplies around here. Only the chat channel knew this sly fox Joan was acting again, and that he could lie without even blinking. They reached the door where the masks were supposedly stored. Of course, since no one was challenging Juwine for the leadership position anymore, he had to open it himself. Just as he knocked a few times on the door, a female crew member zombie appeared. "I knew it. There's always at least one in a place like this. Engineer, could you give me a hand?" "Sure." He began to count slowly. 1, 2. Then on 3, Engineer Hoang threw the door open. The zombie lunged out like a bolt of lightning. Join calmly sent an axe into it, sending it tumbling to the ground. Seeing this, Juan had to exclaim, "That was amazing. You didn't hesitate at all," he said coldly. "Hesitation would cost me my life." After dealing with the zombie, Joan stepped into the storage room. The place held quite a few gas masks, probably at least 10 of them. The people outside asked about the situation. "Joan, is everything okay in there?" He confirmed to them that everything was fine. He was thrilled with what he found, thinking this would help filter out the dust. Just then, his pet let out a bark. Joan and everyone else remembered. Is there a mask for Black Fur here? A mask for a dog? Of course not. A sad look appeared in his eyes, and the viewers expressed their sympathy. And here we thought you didn't care about it. Join's about to be lonely again. When he put the collar on Black Fur, his eyes were welling up with tears. He sighed to himself, "I'm sorry, Black Fur. It's a shame our world revolves mostly around humans." Then he said to his pet, "There's no food for you in there." Suddenly, Black Fur sat in front of a shelf, wagging its tail and whining. Join explained to it, "That's not food, see? It's a mask." But when he looked up, he couldn't believe his own eyes. There really are masks for dogs here. Join turned back to interact with the viewers. "What the hell? I've never heard of gas masks made specifically for dogs." He started to piece things together. This place also has a pet store. Could it be that this ship allows pets on board? But how would this dumb dog know that? Wanting to get information from the viewers, Join decided to ask a provocative question. Looking closely, there were 5 for humans and the rest were for dogs or cats. But everyone in the comments acted like they knew nothing. "So scary. Don't glare at us like that. It's obvious the ship must have prepared these for them." They still refused to give any spoilers, so he pretended to switch into sulking mode. "All right, if you guys won't talk, then I'll just ignore you." The chat channel erupted in laughter. "I'm dying," he said. "He's going to ignore us. They probably prepare them for guests who bring pets along." "Why are you being like that? We're not hiding anything from you." Joanne had no choice but to call Black Fur over. After putting the mask on, he petted it and confided, "You really are lucky. All right, looks like both of us can go to Dew Island together." Engineer Hoang walked in, looked at the items on the shelf, and asked, "Are all of those masks?" "This is enough for everyone here." He told him to take them out to the others. "We can finally go and save this ship." They had only taken a few steps when a roar echoed. Crew member Choi asked fearfully, "Is that a zombie?" Join guessed it was probably the one that destroyed the elevator earlier. "Is there another way for us to get down there?" Johan Ho knew of a staff-only passage, so he volunteered to lead the way. It's always kept open for people to use as an escape route, but not many people know about that passage, so it should be safe. After opening the sturdy door, everyone filed inside one by one. The group moved down a long, narrow staircase. Ju asked where this path led. John Ho explained that it connected all the floors except for the engine room. The air was so still that the only sound was the footsteps of their group. Ju deduced that ever since the monsters appeared, radio contact with the engine room had been lost, so there was no way of knowing the situation in there. After finally reaching the bottom of the stairs, John Ho opened another heavy door. Seeing nothing unusual, he signaled for everyone to enter. Unfortunately, just then, a zombie ambushing them from behind the door lunged out, biting down on John Ho's gas mask. He cried out in pain, clutching the side of his face. Seeing the danger, Ju rushed forward with his axe and finished the zombie off. But John Ho's groans would attract more monsters, so Ju signaled for him to be quiet. Crewman Choi ran over to check on them. Ju was fine, of course, but it seemed John Ho was not. The viewers started commenting, "Ju, take him out. Hurry up, he's about to turn." He remained calm and asked John Ho to take off his mask. It seemed John Ho was only injured in the eye. The viewers, initially relieved, now grew worried. What happened to him? There's no bite mark. Is his eye injured? Ju figured that his eye must have been hurt when the glass shattered. So, he asked John Ho if he was okay. Knowing his eye was the only injury, Ju coldly told the others, "We're leaving him here." "Wait, what did you say? Shouldn't we help him?" Ju had anticipated that everyone would strongly object, but Ju had his reasons. "We have a job to do. We can't just stop and find a safe place every time someone gets hurt. Let's go." They still hesitated, unwilling to leave John Ho alone, but he urged them to focus on the mission. "Hurry up. If we don't go, who's going to protect this ship? Go now. That's the fastest way you can help me." Choi promised, "We'll come back for you." Ju appeared emotionless, but inwardly, he felt a pang of regret. That was one person lost. There were still regular zombies around, but not as many as on the upper floors, likely because most of the people here were asleep when it happened. So where is it, then? Suddenly, a strange noise made the group look at each other in confusion. He glanced at Blackie but saw no unusual reaction from the dog. Unwilling to lose another member, he had no choice but to send Blackie to check it out. The viewers began to comment again. "You're sending the little pup alone. Why are you using him as bait? What happened to your promise to go to Jeju Island together? Is that really your plan? Blackie is losing faith in you. Blackie, why are you touching my butt, you pervert?" Finally, after some internal struggle, Blackie agreed to go. A few seconds later, he returned, nudging against Ju's pant leg, wanting him to follow. It turned out that someone was fighting zombies over there. It was Corporal Yang Hun. He looked like he'd been fighting for a long time. His young face was now scrunched up like a 40-year-old man's. Ju suddenly appeared to help, with crewman Choi joining from the other side. Seeing Yang Hun alive, the weight on Ju's shoulders lightened a little. But Yang Hun warned everyone not to come down here. He recounted bitterly, "That thing is down there. The child we were trying to save turned out to be a monster." It exploded after latching onto someone's body, releasing a strange cloud of dust. The viewers' comments confirmed it, so it really is dust. These idiots. Does that mean they made it to the engine room too? Those dust things love warm places. There's probably a whole swarm of them in there. Ju was curious how Young Hun had managed to escape them. He answered in anguish, "Mr. Cha saved me. By the time we realized it was a monster, it was too late. We were trapped in a narrow hallway. He closed the door and fought it alone to save me. But after inhaling that dust, he collapsed instantly. I could see it all clearly through the window, but I couldn't risk opening the door because the dust was still swirling around. I'm such a bastard for just leaving him behind like that." Ju tried to comfort him. "No, you had no other choice." He pointed to his mask and said, "That's why we came here prepared with these." Only then did Yang Hun's face relax enough for him to joke a little. "I can see that. If it weren't for those terrifying eyes, I wouldn't have even recognized you." Ju was also teased by the viewers. He really does have the eyes of a bastard. Even a mask can't hide it. M, who hadn't interacted in a while, also jumped in with a comment. "I think his eyes are very beautiful." Ju sulkily turned his face away, making M protest, "Hey, I'm being serious." Getting back to the matter at hand, Ju gave Young Hun a task. "All right, if you don't have a mask, you need to get out of here. Don't let guilt make you lose your senses. Go straight ahead, and you'll find another injured crewman. Help me take care of him." Ju added, "And just in case, go to the lifeboat we were at earlier for me." Young Hun accepted the mission. "Understood, you be careful." Before leaving, he bowed his head to express his gratitude, and only then did he depart. A short while later, they reached the lowest floor. The surroundings are dim, just like in a horror movie. "We finally made it here. It looks pretty normal, though. That thing must be hiding somewhere around here." Cho-do pressed himself against the door and looked inside. Someone was lying unconscious near the door. "It's the crewman Choi asked about. Is that the guy he was talking about earlier?" Cho-do was still busy thinking that he couldn't see any monsters. Looking down at Dong Jane, he wasn't dead yet. But with no other choice, he asked the viewers if there was any way to save these people. Someone said there wasn't a way, but someone else said there was. That person said it would take some more time though. That's why I said he has no way to cure him right now. Which is also true. "You pig-headed idiot." Cho-do explained the plan to everyone. "Listen carefully. Once we're inside, our priority will be to protect the engineer. We have to stop the monsters at all costs. In any case, we don't know how long this will take, so remember to stay alert at all times." Choi and his colleague volunteered to go first, telling Engineer Hoang and Cho-do to stay behind. In reality, both of them were extremely tense because those things could appear at any moment. Just then, the roar of a zombie echoed out. This brought the tense atmosphere right back. It turned out to be one of the engineers who had been attacked by a zombie earlier. It was quickly taken down. Just then, Black Fur growled a few times. A dust had appeared before them, a zombie shaped like a child. It lunged forward to attack but was met with a slash from Cho-do. Although this demon was easy to kill, it immediately released a type of pink dust. Cho-do noted that the dust spread much farther than he had thought. Seeing that everyone was still unharmed, he knew the gas masks were working. He had just glanced over to ask Han Choi when the man pointed and warned, "Watch out." Now, two little dusts were charging out at the same time. With his mask on, Cho-do went to meet them. He sneered at them. "You guys are really ugly, you know that?" One of the dusts targeted the remaining male crewman. It rushed in and grabbed him like a suicide bomber. After the impact, it immediately exploded. The male crewman was also thrown back by the force. Without giving Cho-do a chance to focus, the remaining dust took the opportunity to charge and attack him. Luckily, it was blocked by Black Fur before it exploded into pieces. He was surprised by Black Fur's intelligence. The chat channel was also flooded with praise. "That dog is really worth the money." Huh. Black Fur was like, "Stop staring. Feed me now. Praise me. Good boy." Unfortunately, when Cho-do turned back to check on the situation, the male crewman had passed out. He could only curse under his breath. Damn it. He must have hit his head hard. Although Choi didn't want to leave him, there was nothing Cho-do could do. "It's too late. Let's keep moving." And so, only 3 people and 1 dog remained. As soon as they rushed inside, Engineer Hoang quickly got to work. "I'm heading straight for the engine. You two guard the door." With that, he ran inside alone. Suddenly, M warned Cho-do, "You have to be careful. There are things you won't be able to sense while wearing the mask." Hearing this, Cho-do was stunned. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Wait, don't tell me." He petted Black Fur and said to him, "I need you to do something for me. I want you to sniff out a scent." The entire chat channel was about to explode. "You want to take off its mask? Put it back on." He encouraged Black Fur. "You can do it, right?" Choi tried to stop him, but he insisted it would be fine. Black Fur's mission was to let him know if any strange smells appeared. Choi was skeptical. "Are you sure about this?" Cho-do affirmed with confidence. Of course, Black Fur isn't a normal dog. I trust him. Unexpectedly, the Oli Bear teddy bear appeared at the end of the hall. He didn't hesitate to run after it, much to Choi's confusion. As he chased the Oli Bear, he thought, items from treasure chests have never been useless. If a chest appears in here, maybe I'll find the pet item chest worth 20 gen. The viewers seemed to celebrate on Black Fur's behalf. He finally found it. It's worth 20 gen. Welcome to the Dog Lovers Club, he thought to himself. It's not a sword or shield symbol. Is this an item for animals? The ship allows pets, and the masks for dogs and cats weren't just a coincidence. Chodu thought to himself as he fumbled to open the chest. Meeting Black Fur was unplanned, but I'm definitely taking whatever I want with me when I leave this place. And Black Fur is one of them. But inside the chest was canned dog food. Just as he finished collecting the item, Black Fur ran up to report. He rushed after it, not forgetting to call for Choi to come along. Chodu could feel that the air here was extremely hot. What he saw before him looked like a scene of utter carnage. A pile of wreckage and zombies were mixed together in a chaotic mess. The viewers all exclaimed in unison, "What the hell is that? A zombie sandwich?" Chodu curiously touched the hissing steam. He quickly pulled his hand back because it was too hot, wondering, is this petroleum gas? Choi, who had just run up, was also terrified by the scene before him. Oh my god, what in the world is happening here? That's the chief engineer. So the chief engineer had also turned into a red zombie. He chased after Choi. Chodu cried out helplessly. A red zombie? Not now. He was about to give chase to help Choi when a dust lunged out from nowhere. Luckily, he was quick enough to dodge it. Choi turned back to see if he was okay. Chodu replied, "It's too dangerous, fall back and start searching." Before he could finish, another explosion from a dust sent him flying. Viewers warned him that they were jumping down from above. Chu instinctively looked up to see 4 dusts staring right at him. One by one, they began to dive down like suicide bombers, causing Chu to stagger. Talk about going from the frying pan into the fire. Catching a glimpse of someone in an engineer's uniform, he tapped them on the shoulder and called out, "Mr. Hoang." Unfortunately, he had mistaken a red zombie for him. Damn it, wrong person. It lunged at Chu, giving him no time to react. The viewers were worried. That red zombie was terrifyingly powerful. If it throws Chu against the wall, he's a goner for sure. He regained his composure and hit it a few times with his axe. The red zombie stubbornly continued its attack. Listening to his viewers, Chu quickly dodged to the side, letting it smash its head into the wall. He growled, "Your weak spot is your neck, isn't it? Got you now, you bastard." Wasting no more time, he began swinging his axe as if chopping wood. 7 hits, 8, 9. On the 10th strike, the zombie's head finally came clean off. Exhausted, Chu leaned against the wall, panting heavily. But then, something else caught his attention. This wasn't good. His arm had been bitten, and he hadn't even realized it. He cried out in disbelief. The entire chat flooded with concerned messages. "Are you okay? Did that zombie get you? Maybe he just scraped it on something." After all, if Chu died, the show would be over. He was so furious, he swore, "Damn it. When did this happen? Was I bitten? But when? I can't remember. Everything's a blur. Then that red zombie charged at me. I can't be sure." While Chu was still human, everyone urged him to remove the bitten part from his body. "Hurry up, don't just stand there. Use the axe. If you take too long, it'll be too late." He raised the axe, ready to get it over with. But just as it was about to come down, someone told him to stop. It was MS. He advised Chu to stop. "Just leave it. You'll be fine." Chu asked back, "Huh, just ignore it?" Max replied, "Yeah, just leave it be." Chu was confused, but why? "Can't you see I'm injured?" But Max's reply was cryptic. "It's all the same," which left Chu's head spinning. "What do you mean, the same? What are you talking about? I don't have much time. If I wait too long." As he hesitated, Greening commented, "Don't do it. If you don't want to die, then don't." Both Greening and Max Shi tried to calm Chu down. "You don't need to do that. Don't be rash. Let me handle this, all right?" He still had no idea what they were talking about. Fearing he was still doubtful, Max insisted, "You don't trust me," and he was right. "I don't even know who you are." Chu thought, "Will I really be okay? Right now, all I feel is pain. Maybe I just feel hot and breathless because of the pressure in here." Chu decided to put his trust in these strangers and keep moving. He searched everywhere, calling for the engineer, only to find his dead body. Damn it, his neck is broken. One of those dusts must have thrown him. All he could do was sigh helplessly. Everything was starting to fall apart. Suddenly, a very much alive Choi came running over with black hair. He asked, "What happened here?" Chu replied, "Long story short, we're totally screwed. Let's go back." But Choi still wanted to know the ship's condition. Chu could only tell him that the ship was a lost cause, too. The chief engineer was dead. The main engine is leaking oil. I wouldn't be surprised if this ship explodes any second now. He knew Choi was reluctant, but he insisted, "We have to get to the lifeboats. I'm not dying here." With that, he put the mask back on black hair and got on the radio. "Hannah, do you copy? Get everyone from the bridge to the lifeboats," she asked. "What's going on? You couldn't fix the engine?" After hearing the answer was no, Hannah said she would report it to the captain. He added, "We're heading to lifeboat number 3. Meet us there or find another way off the ship." Chu clenched his fists and said bitterly, "It's really over now. This whole situation is a damn mess." A notification appeared. Staying in one area for too long is extremely dangerous. Information 1. Terrifying monsters are roaming the area near the SS Nachala yacht. Information 2. Dangerous sea creatures pose a threat to small vessels. The viewers' chat once again erupted. Is the ship going to capsize? Looks like it's about to explode. Hey, get out of there. If you keep dawdling, you're actually going to die. Just then, the first explosion rocked the ship violently. Chu urged, "We have to go now." But Choi hesitated once again because of the watertight doors. "We have to close them," he said. "If the engine explodes and breaches the hull, we have to close all the doors to stop the flooding. The two of us opened way too many doors. We have to close them now." An impatient Chu yelled, "Are you insane? We need to get out of here now." But Choi was adamant that he had to go and close all the doors. Wait a second. The viewers felt that Choi was a very responsible person, but what could he possibly accomplish all by himself? So tragic. Another one lost. With a heavy heart, he told Black Hair, "Let's go." They'd only taken a few steps when a scream echoed out. It was impossible to tell if it was human or monster. Chu wondered, are there dusts in here too? He began to search. Seeing John Ho huddled in a corner, Cho Shu briefly explained that they had failed and it was time to go. When John Ho asked where the others were, he got the reply, "They're dead." The last one went back to close all the doors. "We have to go. There's not much time left." "You go first. I'll follow." But John Ho refused to leave. "I can't abandon them, not this ship or my friends." Knowing he couldn't stop him, Cho Shu decided to leave alone. "I swear I won't forget all the memories I have with you guys." John Ho smiled with satisfaction and said his thanks. "Safe travels, Cho Shu." Just as he left, the ship exploded once more. It began to shake more violently, setting off a chain of new explosions. Young Hun was already waiting there, but he didn't know how to lower the boat. Cho Shu had to ask him to hold Blackie first so he could handle it. Then, he urgently contacted Hannah to ask where she was. Hannah replied, "I'm coming down, just 5 more minutes." The viewers also realized the yacht's condition was getting worse. "Is the ship sinking? Is that it? Look, it's just hanging there." Cho Soo pleaded with Hannah, "There's not much time left, please hurry." He clutched the walkie-talkie in his hand, praying silently, "Please, if just one of them can make it, that'll be more than enough. Ever since I got separated from Minchin's group, I haven't had a proper team. They weren't bad people." But just as he got into the lifeboat, Hannah ran out. Cho Shu asked where the others were. She replied, "The captain wanted to stay with his ship, and as for the older man with you, I don't know where he is." So that was one more person whose fate was unknown. Unable to linger, he told Hannah, "Get in, we can't stay here any longer. I'll lower the lifeboat." Only 3 people and a dog were left adrift at sea. Although they were temporarily safe, Cho Shu's mood didn't improve at all. He wondered what the hell was going on. In the end, there were even fewer people than before. They had boarded the ship. Looking at the warning sign, dangerous creatures living under the sea would be a threat to small boats, meaning they weren't completely out of danger yet. Outside the cabin, Hannah wasn't feeling any better either. She said, "The captain stayed behind because he couldn't abandon his ship and the other passengers. And he told me, my duty is to protect anyone who gets on and off this ship." Hearing that, Yang Hun's emotions were in turmoil as well. The wound on Cho Shu's hand was getting worse. He asked the people watching the live stream, "Guys, did it have to be this way? I feel like something's wrong." He began to torment himself. "Why did I have to get on that ship? The people I met were a bit of a hassle, but they were still good people. I couldn't solve the ship's problem by myself. At first, it's true I went on board for Blackie, but it seems like I lost more than I gained." Tears mixed with sweat as Cho Shu hissed, "Guys, why isn't anyone saying anything? Answer me." Suddenly, he felt a violent change in his body. It seemed Cho Shu was about to turn into a zombie. He saw his surroundings blurring, and the system display turned from green to red. "Warning, your life is in danger." At this point, Cho Shu was halfway transformed. He looked down at the spreading wound. "This piece of cloth. I should have tied it tighter. Damn it, now my body won't move the way I want it to." The viewers relentlessly criticized him. "Is he turning? I knew it. He should have cut off his hand immediately. What an idiot." Noticing strange movements inside, Yang Hun checked on Cho Shu to see if he was okay. He held out his transforming arm, warning them not to come any closer, causing Hannah to scream in terror. Choshu, your arm. Choshu felt like his eyes were on fire. Damn it, I thought you said it would be fine. I can't believe he lied. Oh, really? Choshu stammered in shock. Hana said, I was wondering when you show your true colors. You're pretty tough for lasting this long, Choshu. I've been acting this whole time, you know. You made me worry you wouldn't die like this. Choshu truly didn't understand what they wanted. The viewers flooded in with more criticism for him. You should have realized at the moment she nominated Kamnatic as bait. The name says it all. They're all in it together. Poor Choshu. By now, he could no longer support his own body. My spine is twisting. My body feels like it's being burned alive. His vision was fading, and all he could see was the bright red system window stating, your condition is critical, along with a piercing warning siren. He couldn't keep his eyes open anymore. Choshu cursed through the endless beeping. When he opened his eyes again, the only thought in Choshu's mind was that he wanted to devour them. The moment Yong-hun saw him, his face went pale with terror. Choshu had completely transformed. His mind was filled with a single thought. I want to bite through them. I want to swallow them whole. I want to devour them all. I can't think anymore. I want to devour them all. Choshu looked like a true living demon. He stared at Yong-hun struggling to open the door, wanting only to lunge forward and take a bite out of him. Just then, the system window appeared. The system announced that a skill had been unlocked and that recovery would take effect immediately. With 30 seconds remaining, he lunged toward Yon-hun, ignoring his desperate screams. Chansu, snap out of it. Stop. Chansu, please. In the midst of the struggle, Yon-hun accidentally lost his footing and fell into the dark water below. The system announced, time remaining, 0 seconds. Recovery has taken effect. Chansu's damaged cells began to heal. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing at the ship's entrance, his vision restored. He coughed up blood and wondered, what just happened? His body was back to normal as if nothing had ever occurred. The only thing left was the scar on his arm. Remembering that Yon-hun had just fallen, he called out his name several times, but there was no response. A thin layer of mist suddenly appeared on the sea's surface. Chansu cursed in frustration. Damn it, where did this fog come from? He turned back inside and saw Hana sitting completely still. The viewers were reconnected and flooded the comments. Chansu's alive. I thought he was a goner. Resurrection successful. I had his funeral all planned out. One comment caught his eye. Resurrection. Chansu ordered the system to open the skill window. The information for Chansu's first skill read, recovery. Reverts to a healthy state from 30 seconds prior to death. Note, wounds caused by infection cannot be recovered. Remaining uses, 1. Chansu thought to himself, so it's finally unlocked? This must be the skill that was still locked when I was on the boat. Wait, 30 seconds. Does that mean the notification was delayed? Did the countdown start from the moment I turned into a zombie? If so, and if Hana was bitten, she could turn at any moment. Chansu gripped his axe tightly and called out softly, Hana. She remained motionless, but a quick scan revealed no visible wounds on her body. Chansu moved closer to Hana. The viewers urged him not to, telling him to just leave her be. He asked everyone watching, hey guys, what exactly happened after I turned? No one said anything. He decided to take a few more steps toward Hana. She still wasn't making a sound. When Chansu got close enough, Hana suddenly sprang up and grabbed him. The momentum sent them both tumbling to the floor. Hana seemed to transform into someone else, her eyes bloodshot as if she were possessed. Did I scare you? With a laugh like that of a villain who wouldn't be scared. I've clearly got you right where I want you. Chansu demanded to know what she was doing, but she told him to be quiet. She leaned in close to Chansu's face and asked, are you nervous? Your breathing is getting heavy. He shoved her away, pushing himself up. What the hell are you? Even though she looked the same, he was certain the person standing before him was not Hana. She took off her jacket and answered cryptically, me? But we were just getting so close. While Chonsu was still trying to figure things out, the system announced, Green has lifted the ban on certain words. The viewers started getting excited for the drama. Finally, it's that 1984 name. It's finally time. Chonsu yelled, What? What the hell is going on? Suddenly, Hana grabbed him and marveled, wow, seeing that stupid look on your face up close is amazing. The vague and confusing situation was driving him crazy. Who the hell are you? Hana remained completely nonchalant. What are you talking about? It's me. It's Max. It turned out that the viewer, Max, had possessed Hana's body to interact with Chonsu. His face went paler than a ghost. He stood there, mouth agape, managing only a single, huh? Through the screen, the viewers cheered excitedly. Yes, that expression is priceless. Awesome. We really get to watch his fan meeting. The person in front of him reiterated, Max. In the flesh, Chonsu still couldn't believe it. This is impossible. But Max insisted, hey, don't be like that. It took a lot of effort for me to get here. I spent a ton of money and even planted a mod on your channel. And the last part was easy, since I knew you'd ask me for that sooner or later. But if you hadn't received that critical condition warning, none of this would have worked. Max continued. It's similar to your skills. I had to meet certain conditions to unlock the fan meeting function. Chansu wondered. And that warning was the condition? Max explained that players aren't the only ones with special functions in this game. We have them too. Like this fan meeting, for example. So Chansu had been completely played by his hardcore fans. Wait, so you're the one who banned those words? Max replied enthusiastically. That's right. I wanted to make sure no one spoiled it, even when you were about to die. Hearing this, Chansu was utterly stunned. The regular viewers were also furious on the player's behalf. Sacrifice the mod. The mods are all in on it together. How could the player have known? Where did Onlyan go? Come out and take responsibility. Max spoke up to clarify. Right? About firing the mod. Without me, Chansu wouldn't have been able to do it. Knowing what he was about to ask, she answered his next question preemptively. A hardcore fan and the player can replace a mod at any time, but both parties have to agree. Chansu fell silent. Damn it. So the rumors online were true. MS really is a girl, and she's been playing me all this time. I let my guard down because she was my only #1 fan. She never tried to stop me whenever I was about to pull any dangerous stunts on the train. Looks like I just served myself up on a silver platter. The moment Cho-do opened his mouth to call MS bro, she immediately corrected him. Call me sis. He made the excuse that he was used to calling all his fans bro. But more importantly, I have a question. You didn't go through all this trouble just to take a picture together or something, did you? And you're really here. In human form? He thought to himself, if these guys could all escape the chat window, it would be a complete disaster. MS's words were both a compliment and a warning. You're really something, Cho-do. You certainly know how to exploit every loophole, don't you? He explained that he was just trying to get used to this new feature. Suddenly, MS mentioned that she couldn't stay for long, so I don't want to waste time talking about things like this. Fan meetings are always fleeting, you know. MS revealed she could only meet with Cho-do for a single hour. She went through all that trouble for just 1 hour. He was at a loss for words. Max confirmed it. The chat said it too. I only have 1 hour. And not only that, I also needed to get permission from the other #1 fans. Cho-do pointed out, but you're my only #1 fan, so you have the final say, right? She beamed at him. You're right about that. And before you ask, I can't give you any hints or anything. This part is treated the same as when we talked through the chat. Realizing he couldn't get any more information out of Max, he felt a surge of frustration. Suddenly, she placed her hand on his face and whispered, but there are some things I can do for you. To his surprise, she covered his ears. No matter how many questions he had, she remained silent. The fog outside grew thicker, and an enchanting sound began to fill the air. Cho-do wondered, is that singing? He looked at MS in front of him, who steadfastly kept her hands over his ears. The singing from the heart of the ocean became bewitching, and he could tell that MS was starting to hallucinate. Her eyes, filled with adoration, gazed at Cho-do. Outside, the fog began to dissipate, and the singing faded away. MS finally removed her hands from his ears. They almost had a genuinely romantic moment. He asked curiously, what was that just now? She replied, sirens. When their song reaches a certain pitch, you get hypnotized. Cho-do asked, so monsters can affect people's minds? This is harder than I thought. But you weren't affected at all? MS explained. The body I'm borrowing may be weak, but this mind is still my own. Then she beckoned him over. Come sit next to your big sis. This is a fan meeting, isn't it? We're not going to waste the whole time just standing here talking, are we? But Cho-do just stood there in silence. The world was on the brink of destruction. And yet, what the hell was this situation? MS continued to ramble on from the side. Your eyes are so striking, I can't read your thoughts at all. It's so different from watching you from a distance. The other viewers couldn't help but feel jealous. Are those two making eyes at each other? Is this the privilege of a #1 fan? She's totally flexing her status. Looking at the harsh reality before her, she sighed. So, this is what that world is like? As if catching her drift, Cho-do hazarded a guess. What? Don't tell me. You're from another world? MS tacitly admitted it. Nothing gets past you, does it? His gut feeling was screaming at him. There was no mistaking it. She was different. It really felt like she was from another world. You did a good job luring me into this trap, Max. Players and viewers are supposed to maintain a certain distance. The moment a viewer interferes and tries to control the player for their own ends, that's when a line has been crossed. I know she meant well, but this time, she's gone too far. Cho-do suddenly asked, Bro, is this the only time you'll be coming to see me? MS countered with her own question. If it is, would you be disappointed? He turned away, avoiding her blazing red eyes, and said, Of course I would. But she saw right through his lie. You're just saying that because you find me useful, aren't you? Truly, the player chosen by Onon. Do you really want to have another meet and greet with a viewer? The other viewers voice his inner thoughts for him. Hell no, I've reached my limit. How dare he? Meanwhile, Chodu thought to himself, I don't like that idea one bit. But MS mused, still. I wonder if it's possible. Well, you'd have to almost die again. Hearing that, Chodu's face went pale. So it's both the unlocking condition and the activation condition. Did she really go to such lengths just to activate her healing skill? Seeing him chuckle to himself, she asked what was so funny. Chodu answered honestly, I was just wondering, is that really the only way for us to meet like this? It sounds so simple, yet so bizarre. Her face fell. Of course, there's another way. But the fan meeting event is only permitted for 3 days. Chodu said this kind of conversation wasn't fun at all. He asked what she wanted from him, but MS just turned away and said, nothing. This is enough. Just then, he noticed a dark shadow lurking in the corner of the room. He called out in surprise, Blackie, you're still alive? Where have you been? Did you hide because I turned into a zombie? The dog seemed to explain that it was hiding under the floor covering. Of course, Chu couldn't understand a thing. Seeing it, MS gestured with her hand. Is that your little puppy? Come here, little one. But the dog absolutely refused to come out, just tucking its tail and whimpering, as if it had seen something terrifying. She said, I thought he was supposed to be brave, but I guess I was wrong. This raised a huge question in Chu's mind. Blackie wasn't afraid of monsters, so what in the world did he see when he looked at MS? Suddenly, the boat began to shake violently. He looked out the window and saw a ship sailing right alongside their small lifeboat. Waves continuously slammed against the side of the boat. The viewers were so angry they wanted to curse for him. What a bunch of bastards. Can't they see him up there? The lights are on. They must be messing with him. MS stood up and remarked, how rude. She then opened the hatch on the boat's roof. He immediately asked, bro, what are you doing? A blinding light instantly flooded into Chu's boat. From inside, he could hear the gleeful laughter of the people on the ship. They began to taunt him. Look at that tiny boat. Where do you think you're going in that thing? That piece of junk isn't going anywhere. What the hell? A ship had appeared out of God knows where. Chu found them extremely irritating, even though their ship wasn't as big as the SS Nachala. He was about to do something, but MS reassured him. It's okay, Chu. You can go back to relaxing. Just rest. There's no reason for you to lift a finger. Now I understand how much you've been through. Strangely, she even wished him a pleasant evening, making it seem like she was thoroughly enjoying her time with Chu. The ship sailed further and further away. Viewers kept commenting, are you just gonna let them go like that? They just look like a bunch of posers. Wait a minute, now I get it. It's that, right? That's sick. Everyone was discussing it excitedly, which made Chu very curious. What is it? If there's something fun going on, let me in on it, guys. But people just told him to sit tight and watch. After all, she didn't want him getting involved anyway. Then suddenly, a strange tremor started deep in the ocean. MS closed the hatch again and said, I'm not sure if this will be satisfying enough for you. She then calmly gazed at the ocean's surface as powerful waves began to swell. Chu panicked. Bro, what the hell are we getting close to? The large ship ahead of them was on a collision course with a giant sea monster. MS, however, remained calm and told him to just enjoy the show. Watch closely, Chu. That right there is a king-class monster. In an instant, the entire ship was ensnared by it. He froze solid at the sight. A system notification popped up. Staying in one area for too long will be very dangerous. A strange fog has appeared on the sea. Large vessels and small vessels will face different types of dangers. Information 2, the player has died once. The hidden title, The Man Who Knows Not Death, has been unlocked. Reward, Emergency Alert Information Function. The Emergency Alert Information function has been activated. The player can now receive new information in real time. The viewers commented, The Man Who Knows Not Death. He really has no clue, dude. I didn't even know that was a thing. That's insane. Chu suggested, we should stop the boat. If we keep going, we'll get sucked in. MS casually replied, that sea monster? Don't worry about it. We'll be fine. The information window already told us. Large vessels and small vessels will encounter different dangers. Guessing her intention, Chu asked, so you're saying those mermaids are just a minor threat to us? She replied, compared to that sea monster? Yes, they are. The mermaids here generally don't mess with boats they can't climb onto. Noticing how tense he had been, MS pulled him by the arm and made him sit down in a chair. All right, how about I help you relax for a bit? That sea monster doesn't care about small boats. It goes after things of a similar size. So just relax, Chu. You've got dark circles under your eyes. Why don't you get some sleep? It must be exhausting staying up so late. Although he didn't want to, Chu knew she was right. I feel like I could pass out at any second. Chu forced himself to stay awake, unsure if this was a good idea. MS chuckled. You can say that, but look, your body is already giving in. She assured him, don't worry. It'll be fine. I guess, Shu thought. He then suddenly asked, if we meet again, will you still be using this body? She replied, not necessarily. It depends on whether you want to keep this body around. After saying that, she covered his eyes and let him drift off to sleep. She didn't forget to wish him good night. Sweet dreams, Shu. It had been a long, long time since he had slept so peacefully. He didn't wake up until sunrise, clutching his throbbing head. What time is it? He wondered. She didn't even close the hatch. MS was still sleeping soundly beside him. He whispered, bro, but found he couldn't move his body. While he was wondering what to do, the person beside him, who was now back to being Hannah, jolted awake. She saw how close she and Shu were. Extremely embarrassed, Hannah punched him, then scrambled away and demanded, what are you doing? Why were you so close to me? Surprisingly, that punch actually injured Shu. He looked at the flustered woman in front of him and knew this wasn't MS. Model, not again. Hannah mumbled, and although he could have explained the wound on his head, Chodu just calmed her down. There's no need to panic. It seems we both just passed out. Passed out? Chodu switched into his award-winning actor mode and spun a whole tale. That's right. You probably don't remember anything because you passed out first. But I had to fight a monster that could attack our minds. Only the viewers knew he was a master of bullshit. How is he so good at this stuff? Chodu expressed his deep regret. Corporal Du has fallen into the water. I can't find him because of the fog. Hannah replied guiltily, and I reacted like that without knowing what was going on. I'm sorry. While he was comforting Hannah and telling her not to worry, he realized the lifeboat had stopped. Hannah straightened her clothes. Meanwhile, Chodu was fiddling with the control buttons and yelled, what's wrong with this boat? He remembered leaving the door open all night, yet nothing had happened. The sea monster was gone, too. He turned to inform Hannah. Looks like the boat's broken. We're stranded at sea. She, too, was panicking, not knowing what to do. Chodu's only option was to ask the MC, but all the viewers gave the same answer. After the fan meeting, chat is banned for 3 days. Maybe she's still watching, though. Should we try asking for him? No way. Her private chat is locked, too. We can probably talk in the meeting room, right? You mean in real life, as if she'd show up just because you guys called her. Through their chat, Chodu began to understand. So they have their own community and can even meet in person? While drinking some water, he noticed a small lump under the floor mat. It was Blackfur, curled up and trembling in a corner. Chodu asked it, why are you still hiding? Then he wondered to himself, just how scared did that thing make you? He took the gas mask off Blackfur and gave it some water. You must have been suffocating, huh? Good thing you're still healthy. All right, I've got a present for you. Blackfur hadn't eaten in a long time, and the moment it saw the food, it rushed over and devoured it. After that, he turned and called out, Hannah, can I ask you something? She peeked her head out and asked, what is it? He felt a bit hesitant, seeing Hannah's innocent expression, a stark contrast to the rather demonic eyes of the ghost from yesterday. Chodu let out a sigh. Seeing this, Hannah shrieked. Why did you sigh when you saw my face? Did I do something wrong? He had no choice but to explain. No, it's not your fault. I was just terrified by that scene. Never mind that. Is there anything on this boat that could help in case it breaks down? She thought. This boat has an emergency signal transmitter. This lifeboat has an emergency signal transmitter, and it will also reveal our location to the rescue ship. Chodu wasn't content with just waiting, not with sea monsters around. And was he really supposed to wait for a water rescue team when the world was ending? So he asked if there were any other options. Hannah hesitated. Well, we could probably fire a rescue flare if someone gets close. Chodu slumped dejectedly into a chair and replied, only if someone is actually near us. Sit down and save your energy. It'll probably be a long time before we're rescued. Hannah sat down next to him and said, I really can't remember anything. You mean from before you lost consciousness? Yes. I'm sorry for passing out like that, even though the captain entrusted me with ensuring everyone's safety. You don't need to apologize. This isn't your fault. Hannah remained gloomy, so Chodu took the opportunity to ask, Hannah, do you have any special skills? She replied in surprise. A special skill? I guess my sense of balance. I did gymnastics when I was little. He asked if she could show him. Hannah was suspicious. Why? Are you testing me? The viewers were also puzzled. In a place like this, Chodu must be really bored. Why doesn't he at least try making an oar or something? Chodu explained, I want to see for myself. If we're going to survive together like this, I need to know your capabilities. If you pass, I'll do my best to help you survive. The choice is yours, Hannah. She wrestled with the idea for a moment before finally taking off her shoes, then did a flip like a professional dancer. After that spectacular performance, she asked Chodu if that was good enough. Both he and the viewers were completely stunned. Is her body made of 100% water or something? Her flexibility is insane. But Hannah was worried. I really don't know if this skill will be of any help to us. Chodu had to encourage her. That was amazing. Hannah beamed in response, so I passed, right? Suddenly, Blackfur heard something and let out a bark. Chodu heard the sound of an engine and immediately recognized it. The viewers exploded with comments. The rescue helicopter is here. He had already climbed onto the roof of the boat and was urgently calling to Hannah. The helicopter's here. Give me the flare gun. But when he raised the gun to fire, nothing came out. Chodu cursed in frustration. What the hell? It's empty. Give me the ammo, quick. Hannah called up. There's no ammo here. Maybe this whistle will help. With that, she took a deep breath and blew with all her might. The warning horn sounded. But it was too late. Chodu told them they were already gone. All right, Hannah, you can stop. Some viewers commented that they must be in a hurry. Maybe they're heading to Island D. Hannah looked like she was blowing the whistle with all her might, but there was no response. Chodu cursed under his breath. Damn it, maybe they didn't see us. He readied his gun and announced that there might still be monsters around here. So unless we're certain we'll be rescued, it's best we keep the noise we make to a minimum. But we don't have any bullets. Ah, now that you mention it, why aren't there any bullets here? Hannah replied, I'm not sure. I think I saw someone using a flare gun as a weapon back on the cruise ship. Usually, there would be a spare gun. Maybe one of the crew members took it. Hearing this, Chodu could only sigh internally. What rotten luck. Of all the boats, we had to pick this one. Suddenly, he glanced over at Blackie, who was eating happily. An idea sparked in his mind. The puppy was still eating heartily, completely unaware. It looked full of life now. The system announced that Blackie had reached level 2. You can check its status in the pet shop. The viewers all sent their congratulations. Blackie is finally a proper pet. It leveled up because of that kind of food. Take good care of it, Chodu. Seeing this, he also exclaimed, What? Level 2? Blackie's eyes sparkled, looking at Chodu as if to say, Behold my absolute awesomeness. He began to check Blackie's new information from the pet shop. Skill 1, Glowing Dog. Can extend its illumination range up to 5 kilometers. The duration is 5 minutes, and it can be used 3 times a week. Chodu cursed to himself, Is that it? Why isn't there a more specific description? Just then, Hannah called his name because she saw 2 airplanes flying by. Chodu looked down at the dog again, questioning his very existence. His head was spinning. What on earth was the purpose of its level 2 ability? There wasn't much time left, so Chodu just yelled, Glowing Dog, activate. But the pet didn't react at all. He grew even more anxious, wondering how in the world he was supposed to use this skill. And yet, a few seconds later, Blackie really started to glow. It was so bright that Chodu had to shield his eyes and yell, Of my eyes. God, it's like having a flashlight shone directly in my face. No, it's even worse than that. He frantically ordered it to dim the light. Dim it down. Dim it down. Only when the puppy emitted a soft yellow glow was he able to force his eyes open. The viewers had a good laugh. Ha ha ha. Is Blackie a color-changing decorative lamp? The person who created this skill must have some weird hobbies. The scary part is that all dogs are like this. You should probably find a cat to replace it. Suddenly, Chodu remembered. Damn it. The helicopters are gone. Blackie, thinking its owner was blaming it, whimpered sadly, but Chodu comforted it, saying he didn't blame it. Hannah, who had fallen over, finally cried out, Chodu, you're so heavy. What's going on? He thought to himself, oh no, how do I explain this to her? So he decided to play dumb. I'm 26 years old and I've never seen anything like this in my life. This made Hannah suspicious. Didn't you just shout glowing dog a moment ago? Chodu kept denying it. No, that wasn't me. I don't remember doing that. He hugged the still glowing Blackie and quickly changed the subject. This is a really good opportunity, Miss Hannah. A moment later, holding Blackie who was shining like a star, Chodu said, we don't need flares anymore. Hannah stared at it blankly, still not understanding what was happening to Blackie. Chodu continued, I don't know why it's glowing like this, but if it can help us, then it's all good. He then took it to the roof of the boat and had a man-to-man talk with it. Listen here, Blackie. Our lives depend entirely on you. Have you ever heard the song Twinkle Twinkle Little Star? The dog looked at its owner as if to say, I get paid a dog's salary, but why are you making me work like a human, old man? Chodu repeated himself emphatically. Twinkle, twinkle. I know you understand what I'm saying. The chat channel burst out laughing. Ah, what's wrong with him? Now he's even talking to it. Chodu's figured it out. Blackie can't play dumb anymore. He instructed Blackie, I want you to blink whenever you see a helicopter fly by. You don't need to be too bright. About the brightness of the flare we saw earlier should be enough, understand? The most obedient dog on earth nodded a few times. He gave it an okay sign and praised it, good boy. After speaking, He went back inside and closed the boat's hatch. The netizens were in an uproar again. You're just leaving him outside? That's cold. Now you have no right to complain if Blackie doesn't turn on the light. Hannah seemed worried and asked him if he was sure about this. Chodu assured her that it could handle it and that this was safer for them because its light was too dazzling. He reasoned internally, based on the number of helicopters that just flew past, this area is most likely a safe zone. So there's a good chance we might see even more helicopters. All we can do now is hope and wait. On the contrary, people were skeptical. You really trust those people? What if they capture you? He replied, that's still better than dying here, my friends. The one who led me here was MS. Even though this isn't the safest way, she probably didn't want me to get trapped and die. But I'm a little suspicious about the engine suddenly breaking down and the fact that there are no flares. With a very serious expression, Chodu turned and asked, Hannah, may I ask your age? She was surprised. My age? Why is that important? He said that since we'll be traveling together, it's better to know each other well. I feel like we're around the same age. It's unclear what Hannah was thinking, but she suddenly yelled, What do you mean, feel like? I'm only 26. Chodu simply replied, That's good. I'm 26 too. Let's work together. Hannah was dumbfounded. Is that it? He suddenly asked her an unrelated question. Hannah, do you think we should trust the people we might meet in the future? Seeing she didn't quite understand, he explained, I'm trying to tell you what you need to do to keep yourself safe. Ordinary people like us, without soldiers around, are very easy targets. As always, only the viewers understood his true thoughts. He must be worried she'll leave him. This kid is always like this. Chodu threatened, Are you worried that others will take full advantage of you if they find out we're only traveling together temporarily? Yeah. Of course, there's no guarantee we can pretend to be teammates when we only know a few things about each other. But there's a high chance they'll let us be if they believe us. And whether you agree with this plan or not is up to you. But I want you to know that you have to take responsibility for your own decision. Hannah stammered. I. Chodu pressed him. So you don't agree? She waved her hands, stuttering. No, that's not it. So we just have to make people believe we're friends, right? He guessed that would probably be enough. He even schemed that if anyone asked, she should just say they've been through life and death together. Outside, Blackie saw a helicopter fly by. It immediately started to glow and barked as a signal. Inside, Chodu urged, Get ready, Hannah. The helicopter is here. Luckily, the people in the helicopter saw their distress signal. They were lowering the helicopter. Chodu called out, Blackie, I'm on my way up. You can turn off the light now. The dog obediently turned off the light and licked its owner's face. He told it, I'll praise you later. Stop licking me for now. Chodu could hear a voice from the chopper shouting down, Is everyone down there okay? He was so ecstatic he yelled, We hit the jackpot. The rescuer, North Loa, encouraged them, Hang in there, we're going to save you. Then, they had the pilot descend closer and closer to the boat. New hope dawned for the two people and one dog. Hannah called up, Chodu, what's going on up there? He said it was nothing, just a group of helicopters passing by. But with so many, the viewers had to admit that Chodu really did hit the jackpot. Whoa, there are at least 10 of them. But Chodu didn't feel so happy about 10 choppers at once, because all the noise from the helicopters would alert the monsters. They'll go crazy soon, so we need to get out of here as fast as possible. The rescuer lowered a hoist and asked if they could get on by themselves. Seeing this, Chodu wondered if they were short-staffed. His attitude seemed unhappy, so the viewers defended Yoon, saying he was probably scared something would jump out. His voice sounds scared, too. He must have encountered all sorts of horrifying things on the way here. A moment later, the two people and one dog were on the hoist. Yoon reminded them to hold on tight. The hoist had just barely lifted when, unexpectedly, a kraken's tentacle shot out of the water and struck the small boat. Terrified, Hannah blurted out, What is that thing? Chodu told her it was a monster. He asked the viewers if this sea monster would attack the helicopter. Most of the viewers said the kraken would attack anything that annoyed it. With that much noise, it's definitely going to get enraged. It's probably really pissed off now. With no other choice, Chodu frowned and decided to make an offer. He would throw away his backpack in exchange for a reward. The reward was that the people on the hoist would become 50% lighter for 3 minutes. But the system said that throwing away the bag required a payment of 68 genes. The viewers felt the sting of the price. 68 genes? That's way too expensive. With the situation hanging by a thread, the pilot also exclaimed, At this rate, that thing is going to grab us. The monster below was getting more and more ferocious. Chodu impatiently asked everyone, It's a great deal. Is no one taking it? There's not much time left. The cable is about to snap. It could break at any moment if they kept pulling them up. The impossible situation made Chodu curse. Damn it! A miracle happened. A notification appeared. Your offer has been accepted. Please complete the task. Seeing him still standing there stunned, the viewers urged him on. Isn't this what you were waiting for? Hurry up and complete the task. Chodu decisively took the bag off and threw it into the sea with his own hands. He lamented to himself, "What a waste." The viewers reminded Chodu to hold on tight and not get thrown off. Right then, the system announced that the reward would now be applied. Because their bodies were now half as light, they were naturally tossed about more violently in the air. Chosu grumbled to himself, "Damn it, if we were any lighter, we'd all be goners." By staying in one place for too long and making so much noise, they had managed to annoy the kraken. It was trying to reach its tentacles up high. Seeing this, Chosu screamed, "Go higher." "We need to go higher, hurry." Hearing this, Yoon relayed the message to the pilot. He then told Hannah and Blackie to hold on tight. Unfortunately, the kraken shot one of its long tentacles up and knocked Blackie off. Seeing this, Hannah desperately grabbed its leg, but ended up hanging upside down herself as a result. The situation was desperate, so Chosu could only grab her leg and tell her to hold on tight to Blackie. But then, things got even worse. The cable went taut and couldn't be pulled up any further. Chosu yelled for Yoon to drop another rope to rescue them. After he dropped the rope, Chosu ordered Blackie to grab it. The pup understood and bit down hard. After pulling Hannah up, he told it to hold on tight. The sight of Blackie dangling in the air was heart-stopping. For a second, I thought he was going to let Blackie go. Luckily, Blackie was rescued. They were also pulled closer to the helicopter. Hannah and Blackie made it onto the aircraft. The rescuer urged Chosu on, "Hurry up." Suddenly, as he was jumping up, the system announced, "Your reward has expired." Chosu lost his momentum, his hands slipped, and he fell. Panic began to set in. Is my weight back to normal? Fortunately, Hannah managed to grab his hand and hold on tight. Chosu's face was now as pale as a ghost. Once everyone was safely on the helicopter, Hannah finally let out a huge sigh of relief. "I really thought we were goners back there." Chosu got cocky. "If it weren't for my help, it would have been all over. You know that, right?" The viewers just found him hilarious. Contrary to his expectations, Hannah just brushed him off. Yeah, whatever you say." Utterly embarrassed, Chosu turned away. But people weren't letting him off that easy. "She's so calm. You lost this round. Chosu, you dork." Chosu thanked the rescuer for saving him. The soldier, named Yoon, just waved it off with a smile. "Don't mention it. I'm just glad I could help. After all, there have been far too many people I haven't been able to save." He glanced around the helicopter, silently assessing. Just one pilot and one rescuer. Then he said to Yoon, "It's okay. In any case, you saved the important ones. By the way, do you have any water?" After getting the water bottle, Chosu took a long swig, then offered it to Hannah and asked, "Want some?" before suddenly adding some pointless words. "If you accept this, it means you agree that I would have been fine even without your help." Seeing Hannah's silence, he awkwardly tried to save face. "Just kidding. Thanks for the help." Then Chosu buried his face in his hands, berating himself. "What is wrong with me? Why am I suddenly being so petty about her helping me? I never thought Hannah would save me like that. If she wasn't possessed by MX, I don't think she could have done it. She really saved my life this time." He then had a question for Yoon. "Can I ask you something? Where is this helicopter headed?" When he said they were going to Jeju Island, Chosu felt it was a major coincidence. He pressed on, "Jeju? Are all the other helicopters headed there too?" Yoon replied, "That's right. The other routes are impassable, but someone told us this flight path is safe." When Chosu asked who said that, Yoon answered honestly, "Someone on Jeju Island. They said the airport's defense line on the island is still holding strong. From what I was told, as long as we can reach the building, we'll be safe. That's why everyone is risking it all to get to Jeju Airport." Chosu was surprised. "Wait, the person who gave you this information, was it a soldier?" Yoon rested his chin on his hand, thinking, "I'm not sure about that. I just heard that it's a safe zone." Chosu thought they were being too gullible, heading there with so little information, but all he got back was a sigh. Yoon continued, "There aren't many safe zones left around here. People have become desperate to find any safe havens on the mainland." Chosu asked skeptically, "Besides Jeju Island, is there nowhere else?" Yoon replied, "Somewhere else. I've been wondering myself if there are any other options." At this point, Chosu was no longer sure about his own choice. Is Jeju Island the final destination, or just a stopover? "It's highly likely I missed some information on the way here," Yoon frowned. "Options? I'm not so sure, but I have heard some strange things. Some people are heading north, towards Seoul." Chosu was startled. "Seoul? That's the complete opposite direction. Why? Are there some rumors about Seoul?" Yoon continued, "Like I said, I don't know much, but there are definitely people heading in the opposite direction from us." The information was still too vague, so he leaned his head back in his seat, frustrated. Just then, the system indicated that new information had appeared. He sat up straight, eager for the update. "Reminder, Staying in one location for too long is extremely dangerous. Information. Be wary of the models at Jeju Airport. Second piece of information. Jeju Island's airport will be equipped with what you need. Third piece of information. Minon, Soon, and Ryan are heading to Yondango Station. Turns out, they were the ones who chose a completely opposite direction from Cho. He thought to himself, they're going to Soon? Why? Some viewers also commented, they're still alive? What a plot twist. He glanced at the first piece of information. Be careful of the people on Jeju Island, and was left speechless. He then contacted the pilot. Which Jeju airport are we landing at? The pilot, named Byung-hun, replied, not sure yet. I'll assess the situation as it comes. The control tower will probably guide us. He asked him if they should land somewhere without many people, that it wasn't necessary to land directly at the airport. But the pilot snapped back. Who knows? I have to see it with my own eyes to know. Then he cut the connection. Cho could only sigh internally. What's with that attitude? Some viewers noticed. Looks like this guy isn't part of the rescue team. You just realize, really? So he asked Yoonji, wasn't he the first one to respond? Something's very different. Him. We just met him by chance. I needed someone who could fly a helicopter, so I asked him for help. Cho had no choice but to contact Byung-hun again and try to persuade him. Sir, we don't know the situation at the airport, so let's just land somewhere quiet. Byung-hun was non-committal. We'll see. The viewers wondered, don't you want to land at the airport? Isn't it necessary? You saw the second piece of information, right? So he explained it to them, I'm just being cautious. Something strange usually happens when you go straight to the airport. Suddenly, Black Fur looked out the window and let out a few barks. Cho instinctively looked over, and the scene outside the window made him want to curse. What the hell? Why are there so many? In the sky, a total of 8 planes, helicopters, and all sorts of aircraft were flying in the same direction. Are all these planes going to land at Jeju Airport? Yoonji assessed the cluster of helicopters. Cho immediately rushed to contact Byung-hun. They're all speeding up. Do you see what's happening? We should land somewhere else to avoid an accident. But he still insisted that landing anywhere other than the airport could be much more dangerous. He couldn't hold back anymore and snapped, what? Did someone promise we'd be protected if we land at the airport or something? At this rate, we're going to crash into another aircraft and die. The pilot's attitude was driving him insane. Some viewers commented, cool down, Cho. Arguing with the pilot won't get you anywhere. He's the only one who knows how to fly. You should practice some ways to stay calm. Just then, Hannah placed a hand on his shoulder. Calm down, Cho. Hannah was strangely calm. She pointed at the swarm of monsters and said, look, something's following us. Cho realized the mayflies. So that's what it is. They're attacking any flying object they see. The first helicopter just exploded. The viewers got to witness a spectacular sight. One less competitor. The fireworks show is about to begin. Cho tried to contact Byung-hun again. We have to get out of here. But the pilot didn't even respond. With the situation critical, all he could do was warn everyone. Hold on tight, prepare for impact. Just as he said that, 3 more aircraft were blown to pieces by the swarm. A few of them crashed into the sea from the shockwaves. Inside Cho's helicopter, everyone was being thrown around. Only the pilot remained calm and composed, skillfully maneuvering the helicopter out of the chaos like a scene from a Hollywood movie. The viewers were getting motion sickness just watching online. Are they going to be okay? Probably. I'm getting dizzy just looking at it. Countless aircraft and mayflies perished over the sea. Now, less than half of the original aircraft remained. The others with him began to wonder, are we still alive? Is it over? Cho sat there silently, his face extremely tense. Seeing this, Hannah asked with concern, Cho, are you okay? My expression? Cho replied, you're very perceptive. Take a look outside. The other aircraft are starting to fly erratically because of those mayflies from earlier. If this keeps up, they're definitely going to crash into each other. I could be next. That's what they're all thinking. Everyone is panicking. They can't risk landing in the sea, even with parachutes. The closer we get to the airport, the more dangerous it will become. He asked Byung-hun. Everyone communicates through a common channel, right? After making the request, he asked, can you let me listen in? The pilot pressed a button, letting Cho hear it. As soon as it connected, he was hit with ear-splitting cursing. You bunch of bleep, bleep, bleep. Do you want to get us all killed? I object. If you don't want to die, then get out of the way. Don't you dare threaten me with that tiny plane of yours. You're the reason our takeoff was delayed. Shut your mouth. Your engine's on fire. Go find someone else to crash into, you bastard. Do you see anyone here who isn't having engine trouble? Byung-hun couldn't stand it anymore and turned it off. He then said, you probably realize it now. Getting these people to cooperate is impossible. Cho silently cursed them. They're all bastards. Byung-hun maintained his stance. Even so, I still don't agree with landing somewhere other than the airport. So Cho had to press him. Are you afraid we won't be protected if we do that? When he confirmed that was the case, the boy gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking to himself that despite saying he'd consider it, the pilot was still just as stubborn. Cho Shu asked probingly, "Mr. Pilot, how would you rate your flying skills?" Without hesitation, he replied, "I'm a master at it." Suddenly, the boy made a crazy request. "In that case, can you fly the plane with your eyes closed?" Hearing this, both Baeong-hun and the viewers were utterly shocked. Huh, with his eyes closed? What the hell? Is he trying to provoke the pilot? If he closes his eyes, they'll all end up at the bottom of the ocean. Cho Shu maintained his serious expression. "I'll ask again. Can you fly with limited visibility?" Baeong-hun reluctantly answered, "If I can see the flight path beforehand, I could probably hold out for a little while," and he suspected that Cho Shu already had a plan. "You're not wrong." The boy's face took on a wicked look as he said, "I'm about to fire a flare." Blackie was completely flabbergasted. He never imagined that, as a mere dog, he would be exploited by his owner to this extent. Cho Shu had hung his glowing dog from the helicopter to limit the vision of the pilots behind them. They began to fly erratically and crash right into each other. The light was so blinding that no one could open their eyes. And yet, Cho Shu continued to stare intently at the chaotic swarm of planes in the sky. He ignored the viewers' warnings. "Chu Zhu, if you keep this up, your eyes will be ruined. How is he able to just stand there?" Yundi wondered, "What is this light?" Cho Shu's eyes turned completely white, but he just let out a refreshing, maniacal laugh, making everyone think he had finally snapped. He's gone crazy. No wonder he doesn't feel anything. Earlier, during their discussion, Baeong-hun hadn't been on board with Chu Shu's proposal. A flare? 1 or 2 flares won't be enough. Not to mention, we've already used up all the supplies you brought. The boy persisted. Those cheap market fireworks can't compare to what we're about to use. So please, just answer me. Can you fly the plane with your eyes closed? He said. As long as you don't set it off right in front of me, I can do it. Cho Shu replied, Understood. Make sure you wear your goggles securely, maintain the flight path, and please, just connect me to the public channel. The moment he switched it on, he heard the pilot squawking. What the hell do you think you're doing? Get out of the way, we're in a hurry. You damn pests, move it. Cho Shu calmly warned them. Hello? Can everyone please calm down? If this continues, we're all going to crash into each other. Responses immediately flooded in from all sides. You think we don't know that? You little brat? We're in a rush. Let us land first. A helicopter can land anywhere. If we don't have a runway, we can't land. He tried to reason with them. I understand your point, but talking like this won't get us anywhere. If we don't compromise with each other, Jew Airport will become a disaster. So please, let's cooperate. That's the only way for us too. Before he could finish, someone cut him off. Shut the hell up. Don't you know who's on our plane? Their lives are worth 100 times more than yours. That sentence officially awakened the demon inside Chu Shu, but he still tried to press the point one more time. What did you just say, pal? Some pilot repeated himself. I said their lives are worth 100 times more than yours. The viewers knew that Bastard was done for. It was about to go down. Let's all pray for that guy. Chu Shu still tried to be the bigger person and warned him. You should put on your glasses. Huh? I said, put on your glasses if you want to live. But all he got back were insults. What is that psycho talking about? Eat this, you bastard. Chu Shu tried to convince them one last time. Put on your glasses. Don't be selfish. I will handle the monsters. Your windshields won't be enough. Put on your glasses and decide on a landing order. But those people were still incredibly stubborn. Shut up, as if I'd fall for your trick. I'm landing first. Chu Shu tried to explain. These monsters are extremely sensitive to light. I will take care of them. The viewers, seeing how strangely calm he was, started asking each other. He gave those people a chance to live, but they just threw it away. Oh my god, why is Chu Shu so calm? He must be suppressing the beast within him. The other side absolutely refused to believe him. Don't waste my time with your games. I'll knock your chopper right out of the sky. Hannah saw Cho Zhu's expression and became alarmed. What's with that look on your face? You look like a living demon right now. He replied. You heard me warn them, didn't you? Without another word, he immediately opened the helicopter door, shocking Hannah and Yoon. Wait a minute, Cho Shu, what are you doing? He tied Blackie to a rope, dangled him in midair, and gave the command. Blackie, glowing dog mode, maximum level. The world's most miserable dog can only obey the command and shine at his absolute brightest. The pilot's noisy shared communication channel suddenly went silent. Cho Shu sighed in satisfaction. Finally, some peace and quiet. Yundi slowly opened her eyes, stunned by the scene before her. What in the world just happened? A whole swarm of planes had filled the sky just moments ago, but now only their helicopter remained. The situation is stable. Chu Shu gave the order. Blackie, lights off. The soldier was very curious. wanting to know what the hell happened and what he did. Ju Hyuk simply explained that they'd had an accident and crashed into each other, and he just took the opportunity to land safely. He didn't have many memories of Jeju Island. I've only been there once on a school trip. They finally landed safely at Jeju Airport, but Yoonji wasn't very happy. We made it, even if we're the only ones. Ju Hyuk said they would catch up later. You go on ahead. All right, see you later. Seeing his expression, a viewer commented, "Are you sure about letting him go like that? He looks a little spooked. For a guy whose job is to save people, he sure has no guts." Ju Hyuk defended him, saying he wasn't scared, just probably uncomfortable. He thought to himself, well, I am the one who made all those planes fall, after all. But he won't want to go with someone who goes against his wishes. Hannah whispered to Ju Hyuk, gesturing towards Byung-hun. Without a word, he pulled her away by the hand, telling her not to mind him. My thanks were enough. The viewers teased him again. That guy is still staring. I think that pilot has taken an interest in you. But Ju Hyuk protested, sorry guys, he's not my type. He's definitely skilled, though. But that guy landed the helicopter in such an open space. What a stubborn bastard. Remembering the information in his inventory, the system issued another warning. Be careful of the people at Jeju Airport. He became even more puzzled. What is this information? Dangerous people at the airport? He deduced that this meant the first responder and that pilot were potentially very dangerous, but the viewers teased him. The most dangerous person at Jeju Airport is Ju Hyuk. Ha ha ha. Is that why you let those two go? They snuck around, looking like three thieves. At the same time, Ju Hyuk interacted with his viewers. Guys, do you see anything in there? Everyone realized his intention and commented, hey, this guy. We're not your binoculars. There's nothing here. Hearing everyone say that, Ju Hyuk decided to push the door and step inside. He glanced to his left, no movement at all. Seeing this, Hannah asked, what's wrong, Ju Hyuk? It's nothing. Let's go inside. But deep down, he had a very strange feeling. There was no one in this area. Ju Hyuk noted that the place was suspiciously clean. There were no traces of zombies or monsters, only a bit of moss clinging to the surroundings. The chat channel suddenly started dropping spoilers. That's Hell Moss. Hell Moss? He asked them what Hell Moss was and received some terrifying information. That moss is a huge pain. Don't touch it. If you do, you'll turn into a moss spore and explode. It won't leave any trace. You'll just vanish into thin air. Ju Hyuk realized he had to avoid touching it at all costs. Black Fur saw a man lying sprawled on the ground and let out a bark. Neither Hannah nor he knew if the person was alive, so they told Black Fur to go check. The dog went over, sniffed around, and then reported that it wasn't a zombie. The man, named Hugh, suddenly let out a few weak moans and slowly sat up. Thinking Ju Hyuk was about to split him open with the axe, he screamed in terror, startling Ju Hyuk as well. He then shot up into a defensive stance. He looked ready to charge in for a one-on-one fight, but when he was still a few steps away, Ju Hyuk kicked him, sending him tumbling to the ground. Hugh rolled around on the ground playing the victim. My back. My back. Annoyed, Ju Hyuk pinned his head to the ground with his foot. Then he interrogated him. Who are you? And what the hell are you doing? The man whined. Boo-hoo. My neck. Suddenly, Hannah shouted, Ju Hyuk, wait. He thought she was going to ask him to spare the guy, but instead, Hannah asked, want me to check him for weapons? The viewers love this. I really thought she was going to tell Ju Hyuk to stop. She's been influenced by him. Ju Hyuk replied, no need. Black Fur, go give him a sniff. Hannah, check if there's anything else to worry about around here. But he figured if this guy had a weapon, he would have pulled it out before attacking. All he could do now was interrogate him. You look like a healthy young man. What did you want, jumping out in front of me like that? The man stammered, nothing. After a quick check, Black Fur also reported that there were no weapons. Only then did Ju Hyuk take his foot off the man. So, what do you want? You don't actually look like you want to fight me, do you? Unexpectedly, Hugh just smiled and waved a greeting. Don't mind me, I'm just a homeless guy. Of course, in an apocalypse like this, there were countless liars. So Ju Hyuk decided not to trust a single soul. Are you kidding me? A homeless person at Jeju Airport. Even with the situation being so chaotic, the man insisted. I'm telling the truth. I only reacted that way because I saw you carrying an axe. I really am homeless. Having no other choice, he brought out the big guns to threaten him. Let me beat you until you tell the truth. The man confessed before he even got hit. Wait. I'm a backpacker. Ju Hyuk was skeptical. A backpacker? Hugh explained. I don't know if you've heard the news about me. I'm actually from England. I started traveling from England and was supposed to take a flight from here to China. Ju Hyuk understood the situation. So you're on a journey from England to China. But because the flight was canceled, I'm now temporarily stuck at the airport and I'm still waiting for another, cheaper flight. Right, he complimented. That's right. You're pretty smart. Thanks for the compliment. But do you have any idea what's happening outside? Seeing Hayu's naive expression, Cho-do was stunned. You didn't see the monsters appear? Zombies, that is. As soon as he answered that he hadn't seen any, he was met with a swift kick from Cho-do. Nonsense. How could that be? Hugh tried to explain, I'm telling the truth. I have no reason to lie, do I? What exactly is out there that has everyone so scared? Please, get your foot off me. You're asking me what's outside the airport, he said. I don't know. I've never been out there to check, but the people living here have. The first floor is for domestic flights, so all the refugees from the surrounding area came there. Although I don't know why they're there. Cho-do found a logical inconsistency in Hayu's testimony. You said it yourself. People are scared because they saw monsters, but you're talking as if you've never seen one before. He reacted violently again. I really haven't. I've never set foot outside. People were talking about monsters just like you, but it was so chaotic I didn't understand. His expression seemed very sincere, so he didn't pursue it further. It looks like quite a few people have left the airport, but the runways are still empty. That means something unusual is going on out there. The viewers are voting on how to deal with Hayu. So suspicious. This guy is a total idiot. Just throw him outside and let's go. Cho-do said, I'm going downstairs. If there are people down there, I'll try asking around to see what happened. Hugh suddenly suggested, then why don't you just ask me a few more questions? If you ask me, you won't have to worry about going down there. Cho-do didn't like the sound of that and threatened him. Are you asking for a beating? He provided the information. It's just that there are some weird guys down there, and they're extremely paranoid. He stared at him with a scrutinizing gaze, and the man got scared and mumbled, you're scary too. But anyway, the point is, don't go down there. The viewers unanimously found Hayu strange. That guy's a bit weird. Why would he warn the person who just beat him up? Who knows? He expressed his goodwill. Don't worry, I don't have anything against you. This is just for my own safety. I don't want you going down there and stirring up a hornet's nest. His words weren't persuasive enough, so Cho-do interrogated him further. You think those people downstairs would take an interest in you if I went down there? If you're stuck here, you can't fly. So why didn't you go up to the 3rd floor, where the international flights are? Why did you come down to the 1st floor? Young Hugh recounted in a frightened voice. It's scary up there, too. When I woke up, all the flights had taken off and there was no one there. Because there was no one left, I went down to the other floors to check. Whatever you do, don't go down there. The bastards downstairs are all crazy, and it's all because of that 7.5 division. That really hit a nerve with Cho-do. He grabbed Hugh by the collar and yelled, What? What did you just say? Hugh yelped in shock. What did I do wrong? Why are you suddenly so serious? I don't know much either. It's just that the division guys said that as long as we kept the airport in order, they would take everyone to a safe zone. So the people downstairs formed some kind of enforcement group. But the 7.5 division never showed up again. You can probably guess the rest by now, right? Cho-do let go of his collar, thinking that being given such power can easily make a person break down. He turned back and asked Hannah, What do you think? Hannah replied, If we need more proof, let's start with the basics. I've traveled a lot, so I know a few things for sure. She sat down and asked Hugh, You said you're waiting for a connecting flight, right? So, was that flight on the same airline? He didn't understand her intention but still answered, Yes, it was. In that case, can you show us your passport and boarding pass? If you were on the same airline, you should have already received your boarding pass. Hayu hesitated. You want to see both? Can I just show you my passport? Hannah was firm. No, we need both. With just a passport, we can't tell if you're telling the truth or not. Cho-do watched her interrogate him, silently praising her skills. They weren't bad. After fumbling around for a moment without finding it, Hugh said, I must have left it in my bag. I was afraid of losing it, so I put it in there. Cho-do tasked Black Fur with following him while he sat down and said to himself, Looks like we'll have to wait a bit. The viewers wondered, why is he so calm? Yeah, why doesn't he just ditch that guy and leave already? We can't help you if you run into those weirdos, you know. He answered them, I don't want to rely on you all too much either. If something is worth the risk, let me take responsibility for it. Looking around a bit, this is the international departures area. Once we reach the domestic flights area, there's a high chance we'll run into danger. A moment later, Hayu returned with his passport in hand. After letting Hannah examine it, she commented, I'm no expert. Maybe he's telling the truth. Everything here matches what he said. Cho-do took the passport. All right, even though I'm still not fully convinced, I'll at least hear you out. Hu wondered about his skepticism even after seeing the proof. But you said you still weren't sure. Don't you think so? Hu, you should come with us. We need a guide, and you've been through this place before. There shouldn't be any problem, right? The man stammered. Yes, but I don't exactly know it that well, and I've already told you, I don't want to go down there. Realizing he couldn't convince this guy, Cho-do had no choice but to leave him behind and go. Is that so? It seems we have no other choice, Hannah. Let's go. You too, Blackie. She wanted to know if he was sure, asking if it wasn't going to be very dangerous. Cho-do replied, we can't waste time sitting here. Thanks for the warning. We'll be careful. Goodbye. Hu just watched them leave without saying a word. They were now on the lower floor. It's so quiet. Is no one here? Even Cho-do himself didn't know what was going on down here. He said there were a lot of people down here. Suddenly, he was drawn to something, told Hannah to wait there for a moment, and ran off. He ran while looking around. Where is it? It turned out to be only Bear. It was peeking out from behind a table. Cho-do's expression did a complete 180, making the fans die laughing. This bastard flips his attitude so naturally. Run, only Bear. Hey. He was so happy he skipped after the stuffed bear, thinking to himself that in this world, only his little friend could make him follow so trustingly. The only problem was whether he had enough money. The stuffed bear had led him to the item shop. Seeing them, Cho-do's eyes widened in amazement. A 6-gene chest and a 23-gene chest. Wait, you can play like this? His expression right now is so entertaining. Cho-do panicked. Look at him after seeing 2 whole chests. What's wrong? Doesn't he have 57 genes? But after buying them, he'll have less than half left. Then just open the 23-gene chest. He was calculating. Are they all defensive items? Damn it, using too many genes here could put me at a disadvantage. He noticed the chest on the left and decided, I'll open the 6-gene one. Unexpectedly, all that was inside was a flashlight. The entire chat had another huge laugh. Cho-do whined, this is the same item I got before. Why did I think that everything here would be useful? He thought about how much trouble he had escaping last time. I don't want to see it again this time. Well, I guess I'll have to open the other one. He decided to tell his fans, I'm going to open this one too. As soon as the chest popped open, he froze. Inside was just a single key. The viewer's curiosity had reached its peak. What is that used for? Cho-do's mind is a mess. He's not even reacting. On the contrary, Cho-do treated the key like a treasure. Amazing. Look, guys, it's a key. Cho-do started his lecture. You guys really don't get it? Brothers, this is a key. Keys always open treasure rooms or escape routes. If you find one, you must never pass it up. Because of this, Cho-do became even more certain of his reasoning. He held the key up to his face and guessed this was a low-danger area. It probably won't be here. After all, things are never that easy. Suddenly, Hannah's terrified scream was heard. He saw the dog, who had apparently been trailing him the whole time, and scolded it. What the hell? Why weren't you with her? He immediately rushed towards the scream. From a hidden corner, he could see Hannah. Hannah was struggling with a group of people and shouting, "Let me go." Looking closer, it was a group of police officers. Cho-do guessed they were from the airport security team. He called out softly, "Hey, Blackie." But the dog ignored him, not even bothering to look. A viewer reminded him, "He's sad now. Didn't you just yell at him?" Human hearts are truly deceitful. Just a few words of flattery were enough to cheer the dog up again. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have yelled at you just now. I'll make it up to you later, okay? You handle the guy on the left, and I'll take the one on the right." He thought to himself, "This kid is so gullible." Then he said to the dog, "On the count of 3. He began to count slowly. 1. Then 2. The moment he counted to 3, both man and dog shot forward. Cho-do greeted the guy bullying Hannah with an axe, but another man quickly grabbed her and used her to threaten him. "Who the hell are you?" Cho-do replied with a cool expression. "I don't have to answer that." He thought Blackie would rush in after that, to take the guy out for him. But he waited, and the dog was nowhere to be seen. The viewers teased him until his face turned red. "You got stood up? You should have paid attention to his affection meter." "What's an affection meter? What the hell are you guys talking about?" The man named Kang, an airport police officer, tightened his grip on Hannah and threatened him. "Answer me. Are you this girl's friend? I've never seen you guys in this area before. You must be outsiders." Cho-do remained calm. "Outsiders, you say? Well, you're probably right about that." Hearing this, the man flew into a rage. "You damn outsiders! You dare barge into the airport and mess everything up here." Cho-do immediately provoked Kang. "Is Do Island always like this? The last time I was here, I remember everyone. Much nicer." He hissed, "Shut up. I was hoping those bugs would kill all of you insects. But since you stepped into my territory, it looks like I'll have to deal with you myself." Chon-su felt this was even worse than what Hayu had warned, but he remained calm, showing no trace of fear. "Who's dealing with whom now? Let her go. She can't breathe." Hannah's survival skills weren't half bad. Just then, she raised her heavy heel and stomped hard on Kang's foot. After breaking free, she also landed a sharp elbow to his mouth. While he was still reeling in pain, she added a swift kick to his family jewels, earning cheers from the viewers, quick and painful. Just then, Long Dan appeared. lunging forward to silence Kang's foul mouth, making him scream in agony. Chan Shu asked his pet, Long Den, did you just come for the finishing blow? The viewers praised it. Long Den is learning. It's all thanks to Chan Shu. Those two are really starting to sync up. Chan Su reminded Long Den, that's enough. We need to keep at least one of them alive for information. Seeing Kang's miserable state, he remarked, Long Den, you're pretty ruthless, aren't you? Hearing this, the viewers started teasing Chan Shu. Listen to the guy who swings an axe at people talk. At least the other guy didn't suffer as much as this one. Why would he do that to a police officer? Chan Shu scoffed. A cop? Come on, guys, get real. Take a look at his uniform. It's an inspector's uniform. There's no way a guy in his 20s could have achieved that rank. That's when everyone understood. Oh, he probably stole it. Chan Su asked Kang directly, so, who are you? Of course, he could only manage to make some muffled sounds. A viewer commented, I don't think he can talk, his lips are gone. Chan Shu didn't care and ordered him to answer. Kang stammered, real people. Chan Shu leaned in closer to hear better. Real what? You mean the enforcers? The man muttered a few more words. You're finished, and then passed out. Chan Shu sighed in frustration and told the viewers. He passed out. Kids these days are so weak. I can't believe he fainted just like that. Viewers commented back, don't act like you're from a different generation. You're not that much older than him. I think the guy hit his head when he fell down. Hannah, having regained her composure, tiredly thanked him. Chan Shu asked Hannah if her neck was okay, but then Kang started coughing a few times, which Chan Shu found amusing. Seems this guy still has the energy to interrupt our chat. I guess he's still useful after all. He looked at Kang, then asked Hannah, have you ever seen one of those house tour videos? Her eyes widened in confusion. You know how they review bathrooms in those videos? Excellent ventilation system. The perfect spot to wash up and rehydrate. It's picturesque, really. And it also looks like a room designed specifically for torture. Kang, tied up and leaning against a toilet, was jolted awake by a full bucket of cold water thrown by Chan Shu. He had already taken the man's clothes and began the interrogation with a compliment. This airport really is amazing. They still have running water. Then, he forced Kang's eyes open and asked, are you awake now? The man screamed in pain. My eyes. Since he kept looking around, Chan Shu announced, finally wondering where we are, it's the men's room. Kang screamed again, who the hell are you? Chan Shu answered nonchalantly, me. I'm just an outsider, remember. He tried to lunge at him with a kick, but his entire body was tied up. The sight of Kang, so enraged that he was calling Chan Shu a bastard, only seemed to amuse him more. Are you getting the situation now? I'm the one who tied you up. Then, showing off the new uniform he was wearing, he asked, what do you think? Does it suit me? The viewers started hyping him up. Chan Shu doesn't look half bad in that uniform. It's a perfect fit. How can it fit you so well? The guy should know how much Chan Shu struggled just to drag him here. He was completely out of breath. He began the interrogation. Well, whatever. I want to hear some answers from that mouth of yours. What are you guys doing here? And are all of you living inside this airport? But Kang remained defiant. Shut up. I'm not telling you anything. Chan Shu began to play mind games. Okay, but are you sure? Haven't you noticed your friend is missing? As expected, Kang fell for it and panicked. What the hell? Where is he? What do you think? He was just as rude as you, so I sent him on a little trip. Far, far away. And honestly, I hate wasting time. I'm a busy guy, and I hate delays. If you're not going to talk, then I guess I have no other choice. Well, it was nice knowing you. Farewell. With just a few threats, Kang was scared stiff. Wait, no, wait. So, he was just another coward clinging to life. Chan Shu stared him down with a terrifying gaze and asked, why should I? He was scared to the point of tears. Whoa, what do you want to know? I'll tell you everything. The fans watching were thrilled, commenting continuously. How pathetic. He was talking so tough earlier, and now he's begging for his life? Just a moment ago, he said he was going to take care of you. Chan Shu praised him for being so cooperative. Now you won't meet the same fate as your friend. Let's hear what you have to say. You guys have. How many people? Kang answered. A lot. Chodu's voice was low. How many? Give me an estimate. The man didn't seem too sure himself. Probably. About 100. It was certainly a number large enough to impress Chodu. He continued his interrogation. So, where are they? I don't see anyone around here. Kang had no choice but to answer honestly. They're on the first floor, waiting for the bus. A bus? That's right. From the 7.5 division. Chodu felt a headache coming on. So, these scumbags were connected to the 7.5 division. This was going to be a real problem. The viewers warned him not to trust Kang's words too much. Doesn't it feel like that guy is spilling information way too easily? He even gave up the name of the 7.5 division just like that. That's right, you should be careful about what he says. He argued back at them, guys, don't you get it? This bastard has been blinded by his own sense of superiority. Cho-do then guessed what Kang was thinking. It doesn't matter if I tell you everything, because I have something you don't. The 7.5 division only lets the chosen ones board the bus. Outsiders like you can dream on. That's what he's thinking. He then questioned Kang, but why are you guys attacking outsiders? Couldn't you just stay quiet and wait for the bus to arrive? The man looked resentful, because they aren't sending any more buses. It's all because of trash like you who managed to sneak in. We only need the chosen ones. Cho-do played a mind game, retorting, if that's the case, doesn't that make you one of the ones who's been left behind? It sounds like that 7.5 division just left you here to guard the airport. Did they even promise you the bus would come back? Startled, Kang yelled, are you calling me a liar? But Cho-do calmly replied that he was just using common sense. Do the others here think the same as you? He confirmed it. That's right. They're all waiting to kill scum like you so they can get on that bus. He then bared his lipless mouth in a grotesque warning. And don't you even dream of escaping. The first floor is completely locked down. Logically, this place was less of a waiting area and more of a prison, a survival game where the goal was to find a way out. While hiding from the guards, Cho-do scratched his head and taunted Kang. You really seem to enjoy waiting for a bus that's never going to show up, huh? Especially since you're just another piece of trash that's about to be discarded. Of course, Kang didn't take kindly to that, so Cho-do decided to spell it out for him. You locked down the first floor to control who gets on the bus, didn't you? The airport roads are wide open, so I'm guessing you guys did this intentionally to lure people in and then ambush them. Anyway, thanks for all that information. Now I can finally get moving. And as repayment, I'm going to tell everyone just what a coward you are. I'll tell them how you sang like a canary and sold out your comrades at the slightest threat. Kang barely had time to protest before he was knocked unconscious. Cho-do, with the cold demeanor of a killer, reminded him, did you forget we're enemies? I don't know on what grounds you were chosen, but it clearly wasn't for your good judgment. You should have known just by looking at me that I'm not someone to mess with. With that, he turned and left Kang behind. Another viewer commented, damn, why do villains always talk so much? It always ends the same way. Cho-do washed his hands and stepped out. Hannah, who was waiting for him, asked, are you finished? Yeah, I've taken care of him. He asked Hannah if the shirt was too big. She replied, this uniform? It's fine. I'm only wearing the top part. As for pants, I just nabbed a pair from a nearby store. Cho-do told her the outfit looked good on her. By the way, where did Blackie go? Hannah pointed to her left. Blackie had found a pair of very cool sunglasses. Cho-do picked them up and asked, doggy sunglasses, you want me to put these on you? Huh. Its eyes sparkled, showing that's exactly what it wanted. The viewers were loving it. Blackie is really becoming like his owner, picking up weird tastes. Hannah asked, you can understand him? This is because of what I did on the helicopter, isn't it? A viewer chimed in, how could anyone hate such a valuable pet? Well, he seems to really want them, so why not? Cho-do put the glasses on Blackie. He looked just like one of those badass canine officers from the movies. Hannah looked worried. Cho-do, what's our next move? The people here seem really dangerous. He thought to himself, who only mentioned there was a group of people here, but there's a high chance they're forcing others to work for them too. That Who guy isn't completely trustworthy either. There's just something about him that puts me on edge. They entered a luggage store in the airport, prioritizing bags to carry their supplies. Cho-do's eyes were drawn to a blue handbag on display in the center of the store. He detached the chain strap and asked Hannah for her hand. After crafting a simple self-defense weapon for her, he explained how to use it. This should be more effective than wearing rings, and you can also unwrap it to use for other things. Hannah thought it looked like a set of brass knuckles. He continued to instruct her, but don't use this to fight monsters. It's strictly for self-defense. Use it on anyone who looks down on you or tries anything funny, but don't go overboard with it. Okay, let's head upstairs. The third floor. Contrary to their expectations, the third floor was completely empty. They talked as they walked. I didn't notice this when I came here on a school trip. Turns out the third floor is connected to the skywalks. Hannah added, I didn't notice either, since most flights operate on the first floor. A question formed in Jo-Yu's mind. Why did Hugh mention this place? Unfortunately, the bridge in front of them had collapsed. The viewers commented, it's collapsed. Did a monster pass through here? Jo-Yu analyzed. The break is too clean, and the debris fragments are very small. It feels like someone destroyed it on purpose. The 7th Division must be behind this. Just then, Hannah's curiosity was piqued by a nearby red flower. I wonder what this strange flower is. As she reached out to touch it, Jo-Yu screamed in terror and threw himself forward, desperately trying to stop Hannah. The red flower opened a mouthful of fangs and hissed. The viewers' hearts leaped into their throats for Hannah. Look at its teeth. That's a red devil. It's not as big as the one near the runway, is it? Zhou Yu recalled. Red devils. Are those the plants growing near the runway? He then sternly warned her, Hannah, don't go around touching things randomly like that, especially things you've never seen before. Zhou Yu then asked his stream, guys, how dangerous is this thing? The viewers replied, it's a carnivorous plant. They can paralyze you if they get a little bigger. If they're big enough, they'll just swallow you whole without bothering to paralyze you. Zhou Yu saw that they were everywhere. Looks like they can grow just about anywhere. He swore. Damn it. They blocked all the ways out of here. Let's head back inside. We'll check the 4th floor. A while later, they returned to the coffee lounge. Zhou Yu grumbled as he drank his coffee. In the end, we're back on the 3rd floor. The viewers chimed in. Who would have thought the 4th floor would be a dead end? There was nothing there. What a waste of time. He realized that floor B was an empty space, like an unrendered area on a game map. It seems the 5th division has already cleared out the 3rd floor and floor B. At least I found some coffee. He leaned back in his chair, relaxed. So this is what a business lounge is like, huh? The viewers were getting anxious on his behalf. He's pretty relaxed for someone in his situation, isn't he? Shouldn't you be looking for a way down? Oh, whatever. It's his first time in a business lounge anyway. Hannah brought him a chocolate bar. You probably haven't eaten anything, right? Yeah. Thanks. Zhou Yu thought to himself, I don't have time to be sitting around like this anymore. The last time I encountered that ghost, it didn't really die for good. It's definitely going to show up again. So he asked his live stream viewers, guys, do you all remember how many days I was at med school? The viewers answered, why? About 2 or 3 days. Why are you suddenly thinking about the ghost? Of course I have to think about it. After what happened with the flashlight, how could I not? The audience commented again, that was pretty scary, wasn't it? We're not forcing you to leave right away. It probably needs time to recharge too, right? At that moment, New Master donated 1 gen with the message, I disagree. Start heading down. The other fans buzzed. Did this guy really pay money just to say that? He's aiming for Mass's spot, trying to be the homewrecker, maybe? Zhou Yu thanked the viewer for the donation. Anyway, I was planning on heading down. Let's head straight down to the 1st floor. Zhou and Hannah left the lounge. She was worried about something. Even though we're wearing uniforms, I wonder if we'll be okay. Hopefully, this is enough to fool them, he said. It's fine if we can't fool them. As long as we confuse those bastards, it's enough. They started to descend. The 2nd floor is completely empty, but we can be sure of one thing. The other side doesn't have enough people to split up. So they're all concentrated on the 1st floor. Even though we're about to go down there, you don't need to be so tense. Hannah, she asked why, and he explained, we don't plan on fighting them. We just need to find a way out of the airport. Who cares what's happening on the 1st floor? He thought. When I first started this game, I thought I just needed to focus on surviving. But the 5th division shows up in every event I encounter. So, gradually, I've started to feel like the 5th division isn't just some NPC. They're part of a bigger storyline that I need to be wary of and follow, so I can't waste any more time on side quests. I have to find this 5th division's base quickly. Just as they were heading down, 2 men in police uniform. Suddenly, there was a slam from a nearby door. They asked each other, what was that? Did that door just close? Was it the wind? How could there be wind inside an airport? Maybe one of the other guys didn't close the door properly. Just as one of them touched the doorknob, Chu took the opportunity to kick the door open, sending the 2 cops crashing into each other. He put on a dramatic performance, repeatedly yelling at them to get out of the way. Of course, with not enough room to stand in the force of Chu's push, both of them lost their footing and tumbled head over heels down the stairs. Chu was more than satisfied with his own acting. That scared the hell out of me. Why did they suddenly show up like that? The viewers flooded the comments. Did anyone see how fast Chu closed that door? He looked like he was about to scream. Holy crap. That was a flawless performance, nothing to criticize. New even donated 1 gene with a message. Miraculous performance ability. He asked everyone, are they all unconscious? A viewer informed Chu. Their necks are broken. You killed them both. But Chu didn't feel a shred of remorse. They're dead, fellas. Well, that's to be expected. If those 2 had been as resilient as Hannah, they might have survived. The viewers exclaimed, holy crap, what the hell are you talking about? Hannah asked if he was okay. Chu replied, as you can see, I got the weapons off them. Here, take this. She took the baton and fiddled with it, attaching some chains to it. She said, it'd be a waste not to use these chains. A viewer joked, is the unstable one getting a custom design? That's a bit much. To make sure there were no more cops lurking nearby, he had to call on his little black furry pet. Hey you, come here for a sec. Is anyone out there? The puppy peeked out, then shook its head. A viewer commented, there's no one. If there were, he'd just use the same method to deal with them. Someone else retorted, There are no stairs around here, you idiot. Chu gave the order. All right, let's go. Custom Design Unstable 1. She scowled, not liking that nickname one bit. My name is Hannah, you know. After walking down a long corridor to a junction, they heard someone say in a loud voice, "You've misunderstood." The two of them looked ahead cautiously. It was Uni. He was being held by a group of cops like a prisoner awaiting sentencing, trying to explain himself to them. It's all a misunderstanding. I came here because Chu had no idea what the hell was going on. Uni kept shouting, I had no idea I wasn't allowed in here. Everyone. But the leader of the group wouldn't listen. He pointed at him and concluded, another rat has snuck into our waiting area. This bastard is trying to steal our bus. He must be punished. Comrades, how do you want to punish him? All of them chanted in unison, kill him, kill him, make him log out, kill him. Hearing this, Chu couldn't believe it. These bastards, what the hell are they saying? Over there, they continued their chant. We have to make him log out. It's because of people like him that Division 7.5 won't send any more buses here. Captain, we have to kill him now. Uni continued to explain, you've got it all wrong. Before he could finish his sentence, he was struck with a baton. They continued their vote. Die, die, kill him. The viewers watching this couldn't accept it. Damn it, have they all gone insane? They're acting like prehistoric people. Chu cursed under his breath. Damn it, there's nowhere to hide. This place is built like a warehouse, so it's hard to conceal ourselves. An exit, this is bad. Hannah urged. Chu, how are we supposed to get out of here? This made him panic even more. I can't find a place to use the key either. Wait, I think on a high school field trip, a teacher mentioned there was something like a solar power plant here. If I can find it, maybe. Just then, he saw a familiar blue light. The viewers started debating. Another checkpoint, or is it just a light refraction? Are you really planning to go over there? Chu calculated. They're focused on the stage right now. Just 1 second is all I need. With that, he brazenly walked past them, making his fans anxious for him. Wait, shouldn't you wait? Chu said. Gotta act, while the killer instinct is still fresh. They praised him. So brave. I can't believe he's actually doing it. After stepping through the blue light, a notification appeared. You have reached the checkpoint. He thought to himself, damn it, where's the info panel? At least give me some information or something, right? Unfortunately, one of the cops in the crowd had spotted his movements. Notification, the shop has been updated. Item. Uniform pin 25 jeans. The pin can be worn on the chest. When the pin is worn, your uniform will be upgraded, and you can swap positions with a target wearing a similar uniform. Please note that you must know the target's face. The distance is limited to 100 meters, and you have 10 uses remaining. Chu was stunned. Are you kidding me? 25 jeans? If I buy this, I'll only have 6 jeans left. He cursed out loud, but still pressed the agree button. The pin immediately fell into Chu's hand. Just then, the guy who had spotted him knocked on the door. The knocking grew more and more frantic, making him nervous. When the guy touched the doorknob, he was clearly just standing outside, but it was as if someone had summoned him inside. He was scared stiff. Is no one here? But a moment ago, I see someone. Wait, more importantly, I remember opening the door. But when did I step inside? Strange. That was a close call. For a moment, Hannah almost couldn't believe her eyes. What the hell is going on? Have they swapped places? Chodu gave a brief explanation. It's magic. He thought to himself, the swap was a success. I did it before he could see my face. It was a bit pricey, but its effect was totally worth it. Now I only have 9 uses left. The only condition is that I have to know the target's face. I need to use this chance to see all of those guys' faces. On the stage, their captain announced, we have decided how we will punish him. Now, what time should we choose? The best time for an execution is at dawn. We'll lock him up until then and lead him out. Yoon weakly managed to get a few words out. Wait, you can't. No. The viewers started discussing, are you sure about this escape plan? What a bunch of psychos. If you're scared now, just wait and see what happens next. Chodu wondered, where did the helicopter pilot go? Noticing Hannah looked worried, he reassured her. It'll be fine. Hannah instinctively reached down to touch the swap pin and said, we still have a way. Chodu wanted to ask the viewers for their opinion. All right, guys, what should I do to get out of here? But they all refused. Holy crap, are you really asking us? Figure it out yourself. We're not giving you information for free. He smirked. What do you mean, for free? This is a proper give and take relationship. My mind's just drawing a blank right now, so I wanted to ask for everyone's help. The viewers were still skeptical. Help? Can you swear you're not plotting something? Hearing that, Chodu probed. What if I am? That's how our relationship has always been. Our relationship? Haha. What kind of relationship do we have? Someone suggested. Why not try to find a way out through that blocked door? That might be the most logical choice. He didn't disagree, but it was also the most difficult path. Judging by the number of sleeping bags, that group probably isn't the only one on the first floor. If I attack them, the others will jump in to help. So basically, there are enemies everywhere. A fan asked. Then why don't you go find more items? You opened a chest on the second floor earlier, right? Maybe there are still some left there. He wasn't so sure anymore. I don't think it's worth risking my life for 6 genes. So, what other choice do you have? Cho-do started to get a feeling. I shouldn't try to escape through here. Maybe the things I've seen or picked up along the way have already provided clues. Cho-do put on a miserable act and pleaded, "Come on, guys. Isn't it only natural to help someone in trouble?" Even though he said that, the viewers still refused to spoil anything, so Cho-do uses psychological tactic. "Will something happen if you guys give me a hint?" "Of course not, right?" Just then, New Master donated 1 gene with a message. "I was just about to tell you." Cho-do said, "I think I've figured it out. New Master, is there anywhere around here where I can use this key?" Seeing that he didn't say anything, the viewers discussed. Look at his mouth. He definitely chose that name just for this moment. Cho-do announced, "I'll call him New." He ignored everyone, laughing at the cheesy name. Cho-do continued to interact. "New, can you answer my question?" He was trying to see if he could take advantage of him. With that thought, he provoked him a little more. "It's a shame Master isn't here. She always helps me." As expected, it worked. New appeared and said, "I never said I wouldn't help. There is indeed a place where you can use the key. But for now, just stick to your original plan." So, it was clear. Cho-do quickly moved on to the next step. He instructed Hannah, "Go to the helicopter. It's strange that we haven't seen the pilot this whole time. Maybe he's already returned to the helicopter." She didn't understand why. The helicopter wasn't even intact when we landed. Cho-do believed they could fix it. "Even if there's no one inside, just stay there and wait for me." Hannah was afraid that Cho-do would abandon her. He laughed. "Why would I do that?" "Oh, but if something happens, you can come back here." Hannah pressed on. "What will you be doing in the meantime?" Cho-do replied, "I'm going to rescue that firefighter. If you're worried, you can take Black Fur with you." Hannah reluctantly left but still reminded him, "I'll be waiting for you. Make sure you show up. I'm going ahead." A viewer on the livestream asked, "You sent her away for a reason, didn't you? If the pilot is still here, he needs someone to keep him busy. And if something goes wrong, Black Fur will return to warn him." One viewer left a comment, "You're not going to save the firefighter because you actually want to save him, are you?" Cho-do admitted that this was partly true, which made the viewers start guessing again. Knew it. The pilot must be captured too, right? "Are you sure it's okay to go alone? You might get into trouble." He reassured everyone. "Don't worry, I have a plan." At the same time, the police officers dragged Yoon away, despite his constant pleading. "Where are you taking me? What do you want?" He only received another smack in response, along with a few words. "Warning. Shut your mouths. You outsiders must be punished. You should be grateful we're still following the rules." Yoon-di had no idea what was going on. These people were insane. He just watched as they opened the door to a dark room and said, "We're here." Inside, there were cages, like the ones used for animals. Despite his screams to be let out of there. But the inhumane group just said, "You should feel lucky you're in the big cage." He noticed an old man in the cage next to him, covered in wounds, with no strength left to resist. Yoon-di was too horrified to speak. They left him with a blessing, "Hope you two can get close. We're going out for a smoke. Goodbye." Yoon panicked, his mind blank. He just wanted to get out of there as soon as possible, but nothing he tried worked. "Damn it, how did I end up in this situation? I just wanted to leave the airport. I should have gone with the pilot. At least he helped me rescue the people at sea." He felt a deep sense of regret. He should have trusted him. Yoon could only ask the person next to him for help. "Excuse me, sir, can you hear me? How long have you been locked up in here? Is there a way out? Maybe the two of us can work together." The old man, named Jae-hun, suddenly let out a horrifying laugh. "Another sacrificial lamb has arrived, huh? You poor kid." Yoon-di pressed on. "Do you know anything, sir? How can we get out of this place?" The old man retorted, "If I knew, do you think I'd still be in here? Kid, give up. It'll make things easier." But he was determined not to lose hope, screaming, Let me out of here." Jae-hun just advised him to be quiet and not attract any more attention. But how could he be quiet? "If we stay here, we'll both die. We have to find a way out of here." The old man sneered again. "Sorry to break it to you, but I'm not going to die. At least, not like you. Because I was here from the beginning, so I'm not considered an outsider." Yoon-di didn't quite understand what he meant, so the old man said, "It's confusing, right? I don't get it either. I was locked up in here for trying to stop them from killing outsiders. But don't get me wrong, it wasn't out of the kindness of my heart. I just couldn't stand those bastards boasting about being the chosen ones. It annoyed the hell out of me. Division 7.5 abandoned all of us here and promised they'd come back for us when they reached Newtown. Newtown? Yoon-D asked what that was. The old man, Jae-hun, explained that it was their new shelter, and they would start calling upon people deemed useful to go there. He was curious. Is that Division 7.5's plan? Jae-hun replied, that's right. Other than the fact that they're deserters, I don't know anything else. You came here because you heard that the Jeju Island airport was safe, right? That's just a recording they left in the control tower. All the outsiders who came here because of that tape were killed, and the survivors probably died to those man-eating plants. After finishing his story, Jae-hun started asking about Yoon-D. What about you? Did your friend abandon you after seeing you get caught? He explained, I wasn't with a friend. The person I came here with isn't exactly someone I could call a friend. The old man felt that Yoon was pitiful. He looked like the type of person who had spent his whole life saving people. But now that he needed saving, there was no one to help him. He didn't know how to respond other than with a sigh. Seeing Yoon like that, Jae-hun comforted him. Well, if karma really exists, I believe you'll find a chance to escape. Here, let me tell you something. If you can escape, go to the Dongmun Tourist Center. I heard Division 7.5 is heading there. Even though I said they were the ones who abandoned us here, that place is probably safer than this. Yoon-D expressed, I understand. Thank you, sir. But I don't even know if I can leave. Jae-hun sighed. That's why I mentioned karma. Who knows, maybe you'll get lucky. Those lunatics won't leave this place. Once the supplies left by Division 7.5 run out, they might even start killing each other. Old man Jae-hun warned, so you need to get out of here before that. Before it's too late. Just then, the two guards opened the door and walked in. Well, I wonder what we're having for dinner tonight. Probably the usual canned food. Seeing Yoon-D struggling, they mocked him. Why are you panicking like that? Planning to escape? You outsiders really don't know your place. That's what I was thinking. Why can't they just stay still? Maybe we should have a little fun with this one. Why not? He's going to die anyway. No one will care what we do to him. One of them inserted a key into the lock and said with delight, Now, which part should we start with? What's wrong? We'll let you choose. Do you want your legs or arms first? Yoon-D struggled helplessly. Get away from me, you bastards. Suddenly, the old man Jae-hun spoke up. That's enough. Is it that fun to torture others? They asked in surprise. What? What did this old man just say? I said that's enough. He's a firefighter, you sons of bitches. Show him some respect. Because of that, you're our target now, old man. You goddamn geezer, we weren't even going to touch you. You're completely insane. The old man shot back defiantly. Is there anyone here who isn't insane? Provoked, they roared in fury. Maybe we've been too easy on you. Huh. Hey, old man. We're giving you one last chance to take back what you just said. Before they beat him, he managed to look over at Yoon-Ji and smile. Then, the sound of breaking bones echoed through the air. As they beat old man Jae-hun, they cursed, You damn bastard. You're already infected. A decrepit old man like you doesn't deserve to be near us. You piece of trash. Even as he fell to the ground, he was still smiling, as if to say that, even in death, he wouldn't become an accomplice to these inhuman monsters. Yoon-Ji watched, his heart breaking as tears welled up in his eyes. After a moment, they stopped and asked each other, Did you hear that? I think we crushed his skull. Shit, he's dead. Whatever, it doesn't matter. He was going to die anyway. That's what happens when you run your mouth. Yoon-Ji thought to himself, I'm so screwed. Finished with their fun, the two of them approached Yoon-Ji's cage and sneered, Hey, we haven't forgotten about you, you know. We're not done with you yet. The more he panicked, the more excited they got as they unlocked the cage. Yoon-Ji covered his face with his hands and screamed, No. Suddenly, a knife pierced through one of the thugs from out of nowhere. The other one, Nam-sang, turned to look at the newcomer and asked, Who the hell are you? Hugh kneed him in the stomach and introduced himself. Me? I'm the reason you guys are even able to exist. Looks like you're having a lot of fun, aren't you? You guys formed this group to catch me, didn't you? Not to do things like this. Nam-sang stammered in horror. Wait, are you that damn murderer? Hugh scoffed, so you've heard of me. But why call me a murderer? People might get the wrong idea. Haven't you guys also killed everyone who dared to set foot in this place? But as he tried to stab Nam-sang, the man managed to block the blade with his hand. Don't let your guard down, Hugh warned him, or you'll lose your life in an instant. This guy was no slouch. He easily shoved Hugh aside, kicked away his weapon, and quickly tackled him to the ground, declaring, You're dead, you son of a bitch. Nam-sang punched him in the face repeatedly, cursing, Die, die. You psycho murderer. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain shoot through his body. Hugh had quickly punched Nam-sang in the ribs, complaining that his punches actually stung a little. Then, taking advantage of his distraction, he delivered a punch to his throat, followed by a knee to a sensitive spot, ordering Nam-sang to get down. Hugh staggered to his feet and mocked them, always playing dirty. I guess that's your signature move? Huh. Feeling a tightness in his chest, Hugh gave Namsang another kick for good measure. He hissed out a curse, you. But before he could finish, Hugh stomped on him mercilessly. I didn't ask you to answer. Hugh's brutal actions made Yoonji twice as scared as before. But he just waved his hand and said, you don't need to worry, sir. I have no interest in you. I just hate the things that refuse to leave this place, he said, pointing down at the thugs at his feet. Because you see, I've decided to make this airport my home. After all, I'm sick of being homeless. Yoonji froze, thinking to himself, another lunatic. Did he come in through the ceiling? Hugh kicked Namsang again and confided, like I said, you don't need to worry. I'm quite kind to guests who happen to drop by. I even told a few guests earlier to be careful of the guys here. Yoonji had 1,000 questions he wanted to ask. Guests? Who are the guests? Is he talking about the pilot? No, but he said guests. Who could it be? Hugh coldly picked up the knife, preparing to send Namsang to his maker. As the knife was about to plunge down, Namsang, who had been lying motionless, suddenly dodged the sharp blade. Somehow, the person on the ground was now Chodu. Hugh screamed in shock, what the hell is this? Chodu gave him a swift kick and said, I knew there was something suspicious about you, but I never expected to see you again here. Hugh was so stunned he started questioning his own existence. What just happened? Wasn't that someone else just a second ago? Wait, Chodu thought, trying to figure out how to explain this to the guy, but he couldn't come up with a single convincing reason. I swapped places with that other guy to get here, but how am I supposed to explain that to him? So he just blurted out, you must have seen wrong. I've been here the whole time. Inwardly, he sighed, well, I'm screwed. Whatever happens, happens. Hugh's jaw dropped in astonishment. Chodu spoke again, let me explain. I was just acting. Actually, I'm one of them. The audience was treated to yet another comedy sketch starring the talented actor, Chodu. Ha ha ha, this explanation is just speechless. He really said he was acting. Hugh stammered, you were acting? That's right. You don't believe me? Well, what are you going to do now? Hugh didn't say anything, just stared at him with a confused expression. Why are you looking at me like that? You're going to kill me too, right? Hugh replied, it seems you weren't listening to me earlier, were you? I don't harm guests who are just passing by. The viewer saw Chodu's dumbfounded expression and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. He must have said something before Chodu came over. I figured out what he said. He was asking for help. Can you guys in the chat tell me? There isn't much time left, so everyone had to tell him about Hugh. That guy won't be a danger to you. Or to be more precise, for now, he's just some homeless guy trying to take control of Jeju Airport. Chodu replied, not a danger. To me, his very name is a massive red flag. Hill Hogward Holmes, or Holmes for short. It's similar to the name of an American serial killer who built a hotel and murdered all of his guests. All right, at least now I know he's not someone I need to worry about. His last name is different from the killer's, so maybe he's not the same type of person after all. It was Hayu's turn to scratch his head in confusion. That's weird. Did I miss something? Seizing the opportunity, Chodu said, exactly. Your thinking isn't clear at all right now. And surprisingly, he actually believed him, thinking that what Chodu said made sense and that it was the most logical explanation. He said to him, good thing we're in agreement. Now, you should head back upstairs. Go on, and don't attack anyone else. Hugh obeyed and backed away slowly. Okay, I'm going. This is my fault. He then retreated skillfully, leading viewers to comment, you shoot him off like a dog that could actually kill people. Chodu glanced at Yoonji, feeling disappointed. The pilot isn't here, just the firefighter. Damn it, what a waste of time. Nearby, a frantic shout echoed. Get out of the way. Hurry. Someone fainted over here. Chodu realized they'd found the guy he'd swapped places with. He cursed silently. Damn it, how did they find him so fast? Then he urged Yoonji, we need to get out of here, fast. If we want to live, we have to move now. Climb that rope. It was the one in the corner that Hayu had just used. After everyone was safely up, he pulled up the rope and said, see, I helped you. You owe me one. But all Chodu cared about right now was the whereabouts of the pilot, Byung-hun. Hugh began to block their escape route, and the area became pitch black. Outside the airport, Hannah found Byung-hun. She rushed over, calling out breathlessly, Mr. Pilot, wait. He asked what she wanted. Hannah quickly explained the situation. There are some very dangerous people inside the airport. Chodu sent me to find you and ask for your help. He replied, Chodu? You mean that kid who was with you? I already knew those people at the airport were dangerous. That's why I was trying to leave. But your timing is perfect. It's a pain to climb while carrying this. After he climbed onto the top of the aircraft, Byung-hun asked Hannah to hand him the toolbox. She asked curiously, is the helicopter broken? Byung-hun explained, "The controls are having a little trouble, so I need to check them before we take off." Urgency crept into Hannah's voice. "Can you fix it quickly?" Byung-hun answered, sounding unsure. "I'm no engineer, but I should be able to fix it quickly. At least enough to get us out of this area." Suddenly, Hannah felt a massive rumbling sound approaching. The ground beneath her feet began to shake violently. Hannah and Black Fur looked around. "What was that?" "I just felt the ground shake." But then everything became quiet again. Not for long, however, as another violent tremor hit. Hannah called out anxiously, "Mr. Pilot." Byung-hun had felt the tremors too, and Hannah pointed towards the coast. The sea was suddenly churning violently. Seeing Byung-hun start up the helicopter, Hannah asked urgently, "Are you leaving now?" He was already buckling his seatbelt. "Obviously, something is headed this way. We need to get out of here fast and as far away as we can." She yelled, "No, we have to wait for Cho-do." But Byung-hun argued, "We can't. Who knows what'll happen to us if we wait any longer?" Sensing his intent, Black Fur began to growl. Byung-hun snapped, "Can you do something about that dog?" Hannah replied, "He's not my dog, and he only listens to Cho-do." Byung-hun warned through gritted teeth, "You're going to regret this. Do you see that wave? At this rate, we'll be swept away. We have to leave right now." Hannah was helpless. She could only murmur, "Cho-do, I think we're done for." At that moment, the giant sea monster extended its tentacles and began its assault on Jeju Island. Byung-hun immediately lifted the helicopter into the air. Hannah protested furiously, "We're taking off? What are you doing? Put us down now." He snapped back, "For the love of God, just shut up. If I land now, we'll be swept away by the tsunami." He said this, ignoring Black Fur, who was growling threateningly beside him. Byung-hun insisted, "Enough. My mind is made up. So you go find your master instead of wasting your time with me. I'll hover up here and wait. If you find him, bring him to the roof." Surprisingly, Black Fur stopped growling. He became strangely obedient, then leaped to the ground. He rushed off to find his master, barking furiously the moment he saw Cho-do. The viewers commented, "I think something's happened. I mean, Blackie is sprinting over here." "I think I know what's going on," Jo-hoo said. "This tremor. I was hoping I was wrong, but it's that kraken." He asked the guys watching the live stream, "How is this monster even?" But everyone told Jo-hoo to snap out of it. "You idiot. Who in the stream ever said it could only be in the sea? Just run." Meanwhile, HYUU was still keeping the faith. "Hey Jo-hoo, this airport isn't going to collapse, right? This is my home, you know." JOAU snapped, "Do you have a death wish? Don't talk to me like you're my friend," which made the viewers burst out laughing again. "Ha ha ha, look at him do a complete 180. Yoon chimed in, "Is that really important right now? We need to focus on getting out of here." Jo-hoo asked Blackie, "How's Hannah?" The pet responded with a flurry of barks. Suddenly, Jo-hoo got furious and yelled at him, "God only knows what you're saying." This made many people on the live stream laugh hysterically in the comments, then stop asking him and try to guess. JOHU calmed down and asked him, "You two found the pilot, right?" Seeing him wag his tail, Jo-hoo's face lit up with confidence. He praised him for doing a good job, then took off running towards the runway. But Blackie pulled on Jo-hoo's pant leg, making him tumble to the ground. He looked up towards the sky, signaling. Understanding what he meant, JOHU immediately asked, "We have to go up?" Seeing him agree, he thought to himself, "Damn it, so he already took off?" JOHU made a decision. "Well, at least there's still a way out. Let's get to the roof." Unfortunately, their path was blocked by a group of airport police. "There they are. Get them." The viewers commented, "Damn it, they're caught. He spent way too much time getting out of that ventilation shaft. They must have used a different staircase." "Behind you." "They blocked both ends." The leader asked, "Where do you think you're going? You little shrimps don't have the right to leave as you please." JOU tried to talk his way out of it. "Come on, man, what's your problem? We're just trying to get out of here to give you guys some peace and quiet. I'm done with this," he declared. "You've insulted our organization, so we can't let a single one of you live." JOHU pointed towards HYUU and tried to make a deal. "Is that so? Huh? All right then, how about we work together to take this guy out?" He screamed, "Ooh la la. Looks like I shouldn't have trusted you earlier. If I'd known you were like this, I would have left you in the basement." Jo-hoo thought in disgust. "Don't you dare mention basements when you have the same name as the killer, H." JOHU had no other choice but to charge in and deal with the whole group. He even instructed his pet, Blackie, "If anyone gets close, don't hesitate to bite them." Then, without a second thought, he charged straight in to solo the dozens of cops. Just when he was in a hurry, Jo twisted his ankle. He collapsed to the ground, while the others stared in shock, not understanding what was happening. Seizing the opportunity, JOHU immediately swung his axe a few times. One of them, pale with fear, exclaimed, "How? What the hell are you?" With a cold smile, Joe asked, "What do you mean?" An axe came down as his casual voice rang out. "I'm just a cosplayer, like you all." One after another, the remaining men were bathed in blood. He did a quick count. 4 men left. His face was now filled with bloodlust. "Stop hiding behind your men, you bastard." Seeing the leader rush for the door, the viewers commented sarcastically, "Wow, he's abandoning his own comrades. What a coward." Another man raised a dagger, intending to sneak attack him. The viewers warned, "Be careful." Joe scoffed at him. "Seriously? You're going to die protecting the guy who abandoned you." He showed no mercy. What a bunch of idiots. Johu wiped them all out by himself. They fell one after another, with Blackie coordinating to bite one on the neck. After finishing them off, he shouted, "Everyone, follow me." Looking at Hyu, he wondered to himself, "Wait, how long is that guy planning on following us?" When he grabbed the doorknob and it wouldn't open, Johu knew it was locked from the inside. Jin was shouting from inside, "Get lost, you trash." Johu lost all his patience. This bastard. "I'm really starting to get sick and tired of this." Inside, the man was still gloating. He activated a new skill, causing the man to be teleported outside. Jin was still in shock as he watched Johu open the door and walk in. "What the hell? How are you in here?" An axe slammed straight into his shoulder. Jin collapsed to his knees, clutching his shoulder in agony. He coldly pulled the axe out. "Hey, old man." Another swing crashed down on his other shoulder as his grim voice echoed, "Who were you calling trash, huh?" The men behind him backed away in terror, calling him a devil. "That bastard is a demon." The viewers immediately realized that the skill had worked. "Get out of there before more of them show up." Johu only left them with one sentence. "All of you can continue living in this place, but we need to leave." Noticing Hyu still following him, he immediately asked, "Wait, why are you following us?" He said nonchalantly, "Huh? Are you asking me? Even though I'm homeless, I care a lot about places called home. Besides, I'm also really curious about that magic you just used." Joe knew he couldn't stop him. The door to the rooftop appeared right before their eyes. The viewers commented, "They've reached the roof." Joe took out the key. "Key in my hand. This must be the place where I used the key I got from the support dungeon." But to his surprise, the door was already open. "Huh? It's already open." Choju suddenly had a thought as he moved closer. If this key wasn't meant to open the door, then they realized something was seriously wrong with that monster. Standing on the rooftop, Choju muttered in frustration, "Give me a second to breathe. But where's the helicopter?" Then, he heard a helicopter was flying overhead. Looking at the helicopter, Choju wondered, "What's happening?" Hugh immediately saw the problem. "Isn't that helicopter supposed to be rescuing us? But look, it can barely stay balanced. If we get on that thing, aren't we just going to die?" Seeing the monster's tentacles slam down, the viewers warned, "The Kraken is here." He yelled to the helicopter, "Throw down the rope." Then he asked his viewers, "Hey everyone, you said that hell moss turns into a moss ball and that when it explodes, the spores destroy the lungs of anyone who inhales them, right? So what about other parts of the body?" They were surprised. "Huh, why are you asking that now?" He yelled impatiently. "Just answer. I need to know if it can buy us some time." The viewers understood. "Calm down. The damage is most severe when inhaled, but it affects the related muscle groups too. It's like a type of biogas. As long as it enters the body, it will cause harm." A tentacle slammed into the wall, shattering the glass windows. Both Choju and Hyu were thrown to the ground. He cursed, "Son of a bitch." Seeing the helicopter flying away, he shouted, "Wait, we're still down here. Hannah, you're up there, right?" Convince the pilot. The spores burst from the wall and latched onto the Kraken's body. Seeing the monster thrashing about, Choju knew it was their chance. Now, a rope was thrown down and he yelled, "Grab the rope." The viewers commented with amusement. He says that while grabbing the rope for himself first. Choju's will to live is intense. He reached his hand out towards Yoon, urging, "Hurry, take my hand." Another hand grabbed his. Choju exploded when he saw Hugh had taken it instead. "You bastard, what do you think you're doing?" Hugh replied calmly, "Weren't you talking to me? Let me climb up a little. We need to make some room for him to get on too." Choju glared at him, annoyed. "What is with this guy? If you try anything funny, I'm kicking you off." Hyu assured him, "Don't worry." Then he pulled Yoon up. The last member, Black Fur, took the initiative and bit down hard on the end of the rope. Choju tugged the line to signal the helicopter. "We're ready." The whole group left the rooftop, dangling one after another. Choju clung tightly to the rope, cursing to himself. "Damn it, just holding on is hard enough. Come on, not while the helicopter is swaying like this." When the helicopter finally stabilized, he sighed in relief. "Okay, good. It's finally steady. We just need to keep this up until we're clear of the airport." Seeing the red devil about to bloom to attack Black Fur, Choju warned, "Tail." It immediately tucked its tail in. The others asked nervously, "Choju, are you sure we're going to be all right? We're slipping." He knew the helicopter couldn't hold on for much longer. So Choju gave the order, "Jump." Hayu, thinking he misheard. "When, huh?" Choju repeated with emphasis. "I said jump." Black Fur was the first to drop, with Yoon falling right after. Hayu fell right beside him. Choju, still clinging on, called out, "Hannah, hang on." With that said, he let go and went into a free fall. The helicopter above them lurched violently. Seeing this, the viewers commented, "It's crashing." The helicopter crashed to the ground. Choju was still frozen, trying to process what had happened as the entire group rushed towards the wreckage. Black Fur quickly located Hannah, whose entire body was buried under dust and debris. Choju immediately pulled her out. "I've got you. Are you okay?" Hannah replied, "I'm fine. But what about the pilot?" He immediately called to Black Fur. It instantly understood the command, its sharp nose sniffing the air until it finally located the pilot. It dug frantically until the pilot struggled to pull himself out of the dirt. In the distance, the monster was still thrashing around, destroying everything in sight. Watching it tear the airport to shreds, the viewers were on edge. "Damn, that thing is insanely strong. Don't just stand there. Run for it." Choju led the group, urging them to move quickly. "Hey, run. We have to get out of this place." He was still thinking. There was no guarantee that thing would stay contained in the airport. But where can we go now? Suddenly, a car sped towards them. The viewers were curious. What the hell? Did the 7.5 Division send that? Seeing the car stop in front of them, Choju guessed. A yellow license plate. Is it a taxi? The driver peeked out from inside and exclaimed, "My God, what in the world is that monster?" The Kraken's tentacles were churning up the entire area into rubble. Hugh urged, "Hurry, get inside." He was surprised when the doors didn't budge. "Huh? Why aren't the doors opening?" The driver asked cautiously. "Hold on. I need to confirm that you're the people I'm supposed to be picking up." Hannah pleaded with him. "What? We don't have time. Please, just let us in first, or we're all going to die." The driver refused adamantly. "I can't. I have instructions to pick someone up at this location. I can't just let you in." Hugh lost his patience, grabbed the driver by his collar, and threw him out of the car. Model. Mr. Hun got into the driver's seat and ordered, "Everyone, get in the car, now." The driver in the back cried for help. "Help! I just came here to pick up a client. Please." Joyu quickly stopped Hue. "Don't hurt him. He's not an enemy," because he knew that if they were enemies, they wouldn't have just sent one person. The viewers advised him, "Just leave him behind. Take him with you. He's a killer who hunts other killers." Joyu noticed this comment. A killer who hunts other killers. Normally, I should leave him behind, but what if I could use him? So he told Hugh to bring the guy and get in the car. "Hurry, we'll find you a new home." Hyu froze for 5 seconds. He dragged the driver aboard. "All right." Once everyone was settled, Joyu announced, "Get us out of here." The vehicle lurched forward, and the Kraken chased them onto the main road. The viewers grew tense. It's on the road now. The vehicle sped up, and the pilot warned them, "Everyone, hold on tight." His expression was completely calm as debris slammed into the windshield, causing it to crack. The pilot ignored it and kept accelerating away. A viewer asked curiously, "Why is that thing so agitated? Isn't it always like that?" "That pilot is a really good driver," he replied with relief. "I knew at the moment I saw him fly the helicopter. If he didn't have the skills, I wouldn't have let him drive. Guys." Hannah leaned back in her seat, exhausted. "We're saved." Nearby, Yoon was also shaken. "I never expected that monster to come so far inland. Things could have been so much worse." Hugh, in the back, grinned and put his arm around the driver's shoulder, adding, "I was about to say the same thing. We were almost done for." The driver stammered, begging, "Can you please let me go?" Joyu casually asked Mr. Hun, "We only escaped thanks to you. It seems you can operate any kind of vehicle." "Huh," he replied, "most of them." Looking at Mr. Hun's stern profile, he thought about how this man could have abandoned them back on the plane. It's true that Hannah played a crucial role, but in the end, the decision to come back and save everyone was his. So Joyu asked, "I know it's a bit late, but could you tell me your name?" He introduced himself. "I'm Joan Bong Hun." He replied, "I see. Sorry for the late introduction. I'm Joyu." A viewer commented, "I really get the feeling you two should team up. What about that firefighter?" He turned and asked him, "Oh right. Could you tell me your name, Mr. Firefighter?" He answered, "Me?" He took Joyu's hand to shake it and introduced himself. "I'm Uni." He replied politely, "I'm Joyu. It's nice to meet you." A viewer remarked, "This is like a political campaign. You guys should have done this sooner. They're only just now starting to warm up to each other." Turning to look at the driver, he thought, And what about that other guy? His clothes were clearly those of a taxi driver. Joe asked, Mr. Driver, you said someone paid you to come here, right? Was it the 7.5 division? The driver looked dumbfounded. Huh. He thought to himself that the person who hired him must have known there were still people at Jew Airport. But logically, the 7.5 division would never pay to send him here. The man waved his hands in denial. You're mistaken. I don't know anything about a 7.5 division. Someone else hired me to come here, he asked immediately. Who was it, and who did you come here to pick up? The driver answered immediately. A couple hired me to come here. To find an old man, Joe pressed on. An old man? How much did they pay you to come all the way out here? The driver named a price, $300,000. Joe was shocked by the number. $300,000. The man explained his difficult situation. Right now, the dollar still has value. I need the money to get my family on a boat and leave this place. Hearing this, he was shocked. You're saying you want to leave Jew Island? Hasn't the 7.5 division established a base here? The driver revealed truthfully. I don't know anything. I just came here from Widow Island for this job, and the situation there isn't any better. Hannah remembered Widow Island. That's the island west of Jew Island, isn't it? How you sensed something was very suspicious. You came all the way out here to pick someone up at the airport, but you've never heard of the 7.5 division? The driver tried to prove it. I'm telling the truth. The man held out a photo. Here, this is the old man I need to pick up. Yoon recognized him. Wait, I know him. He was imprisoned with me. The driver's face turned pale as he exclaimed, So, if he's not here with you now, that means. Hayu explained. There was nothing we could do. He was already dead when I found him. Isn't that right, Yooni? He confirmed sadly. Yes, he died trying to help me. Hearing this, the man immediately slumped in despair. My hope of getting out of here. Seeing his genuine expression, Joe believed he probably wasn't lying. He spoke up. I have one more question. About the couple that hired you. Do you know where they came from? The man answered. They said they were from Jew Airport, and they left because the people at Jew Airport were very suspicious. They were friends with that old man, but he was too weak to go with them, so they told him to wait there, and they would send a car to pick him up as soon as they could. Yoon pointed out an inconsistency. But that old man told me to go to the June Tourist Center because the 7.5 division is stationed there. He said that they, built a place called New Thao. Hannah repeated doubtfully. New Thao. He confirmed, yes. He said I would be safe there. You know this doesn't make sense. Why would that old man say that when he was going to meet this couple again soon? The viewers started guessing. Maybe he didn't trust that couple, right? They did leave him all alone. He probably told him to go to New Thao because he wasn't sure if the couple was trustworthy. After hearing that, Joe found it plausible. That makes sense. The viewers asked, so what now? Are you going to Widow Island or New Thao? Joe declared, it's time for us to deal with those bastards once and for all. However, he knew the first thing he needed to do was find his parents' location, and he also needed a direct guide to clear the game and achieve his goal. He asked further, wait, so is everyone on Widow Island trying to leave? The man replied sadly, not all of us. The people on the main island warned us that the situation outside is getting worse, and there are still monsters outside. Joe guessed. So the only option is to go abroad? The driver admitted, that's right, although we don't know if it's safe overseas. We've only heard rumors. But if you don't have money, it doesn't matter, because I can't even get my family off the island. Joe thought to himself, this feels weird. Is this place just full of NPCs who are trapped and waiting to die? He probed further. Did that couple mention anything else? The man took an item out of his pocket, and this is all they gave me. He saw a business card with the name Guang Haiyan on it. Joe snatched the card away. Hannah asked worriedly, what is it? Is something strange? The viewers were also curious. Joe's eyes were wide. Had he ever been this surprised before? No, I don't think so. Joe's face went pale when he saw the business card. No way. The professor on the card had the same last name as him. He thought in shock, is this my father's business card? Joe hurriedly asked again, you said that couple gave this to you? Are they both okay? The driver was surprised by his attitude. They're fine. What's wrong? Do you know them? Joe thought dazedly, I can't believe it. They were on Jeju Island this whole time? But just then, a notification popped up. You must make a decision now. Each decision will bring a unique benefit. New Thao. You will be safe in a one-on-one meeting with the Division General 7.5. Widow Island. You may learn a truth that might not be useful in the current situation. He guessed the system meant he had to choose between his parents and the general. The notification continued. The system is extending the time to adjust to your choice. Please make a decision within 60 seconds. If you do not make a choice, the destination will be decided randomly. A countdown timer began to display. Joe asked the viewers with difficulty, guys, what is this? They urged him to make a decision. It's appearing because you've entered the main storyline, or you could just ignore it. Looking at the notification, he knew he couldn't ignore it. Ignore it? But there's no way I can do that, the viewers advised. If you can't decide, just leave it. It just presets the location. It doesn't force you to go. Joe-do couldn't believe it. I don't have to go. They explained that if he didn't make a decision, it would just be a bit more complicated. After all, the pieces are designed based on your decisions. It'll probably be much harder, but you can do it. With 10 seconds left on the countdown, he still hadn't made a decision. What should I do? The first one or the second one? A safe one on one meeting with the Division General 7.5. But someone at that level is sure to have valuable information. But there's a high chance my parents are on Saw Widow Island. Damn it. Until now, I could be indifferent to death, because I knew that as long as I cleared the game, the world would be fixed. But if I can't save my parents and fail to finish the game, the world will stay like this. The countdown showed 3 seconds, then 2. At the very last second, he agonizingly made a decision and pressed a box on the screen. Hannah turned back and asked Joe-do what was wrong. He replied, "It's nothing." The notification read, "You will be safe in a one-on-one meeting with the Division General 7.5. The viewers commented, "He still chose the general in the end." Hugh suddenly touched his arm and called out to him. Joe-do smacked his hand away, his face cold and furious. "Don't touch me." The viewers realized Joe-do was on the edge. If he's going to act like that, he should have picked the second option. "What an unfilial son," Crying commented. "Leave him alone for a bit." Joe-do knew this wasn't right. I can't let my emotions get the best of me like this. So he took a deep breath to calm down, then brightly said to the viewers, "Hey guys, I can still be my parents' favorite son. Even if I can't see them right now, I can think long-term and protect them later on." They immediately flooded the comments. Look at him talking like he's in some cheesy commercial. Just focus on this. Do what you think is best. Still, I'm curious. Where did my parents get that much money? Do you know what they're trying to do? The driver replied, "I'm not sure. I was in a hurry to get here, so I trusted them because of the 30% deposit they paid me up front." Hannah realized something. "Joe-do, is that business card from someone you know?" He revealed, "It's my father's." She was stunned. "Your father?" The driver's jaw dropped in astonishment. "Wait a minute. Does that mean that couple were your parents?" He sadly admitted. "That's right. But I can't go see them right now. I have to go somewhere else first. So, I have a favor to ask you. You're going back to Sack Widow Island now, right? It's just that I don't know your name." The man introduced himself as Lee Seo-nung. Joe-do replied, "All right, Mr. Lee Seo-nung. You're going back to Sack Widow Island now, right? And will you see my parents again?" The man replied, "Probably. My family is still there anyway, but I failed to pick up my target." He reassured Seo-nung, "Don't worry about that. Please pass on a message that their son is on Jew Island and tell them to stay put unless it gets dangerous." The driver, understanding his intention, was shocked. "You're not planning to go there?" Joe-do replied, "I'm going to New Thao, and don't let them know where I'm going. I don't want a situation where I'm looking for them and they're out looking for me." "Mr. Yoon, could I ask you for one more favor?" Yoon was surprised. "Me?" Joe-do explained. "You're the most trustworthy person here. Could you go with Mr. Lee and ensure my parents' safety? I'm sure a firefighter's presence will help put them at ease." Yoon's expression became thoughtful. "I'm not sure if I can do that. But then again, I don't really have anywhere else to go right now." Hayu looked up and asked, "What are you guys talking about? Didn't that old man tell us to go to the Dungmon Tourist Center?" Yoon replied, "I appreciate him telling me that, but I don't know if I can trust them. After all, they're the reason the airport ended up like this." Chodu sighed in relief. "Hearing that is a real weight off my shoulders. I'm leaving it all to you, then. If we can still keep in touch later, let's." Before he could finish, Blackie suddenly started barking, and the whole vehicle lurched. Everyone fell flat on the floor. "Damn it, I forgot to lock the safety latch." Chodu looked up and asked Bae-yong-hun what was going on. Bae-yong-hun warned them. Up ahead, 2 pickup trucks are blocking the road. Behind the pickups, a group of people is lying in ambush. "Look over there, someone's actually coming. This disaster really has created opportunities, just like you said." Another one chimed in, "Well, there are always a few rich survivors. We'll take all their stuff and bounce." Another vehicle stopped in the middle of the road. The whole gang of robbers menacingly walked towards them. "Let's go." The taxi door also opened. Hugh stepped out and said, "I can smell the bloodlust even from here." The leader stopped, surprised. Hayu calmly walked forward. "A bunch of terrorist thugs, huh? Reminds me of a certain group." The leader frowned at Hayu. "What? Why is a homeless guy getting out of that car?" He smoothed his hair and admitted, "That's right, I am homeless." The whole gang burst out laughing. He admitted it himself. This guy's got some nerve, probably trying to avoid getting shaken down. Chodu got out of the car and reminded him, "Don't waste your energy on these nobodies." The leader asked, "And who the hell are you?" Chodu said, "Could you please move? We have somewhere to be." The gang roared with laughter. "Did you hear what this little brat said? He wants us to move out of his way." The leader ordered, "Hand over everything you have, and we'll at least let you live." Chodu frowned. "Everything?" The man replied, "Including that car." Chodu gave a cold smile. "Well then, to be fair, let's both make a bet. After all, we could use some extra cars ourselves." Blackie barked furiously at them. The leader stumbled back. "Huh? A dog?" Blackie immediately lunged forward and bit his neck. The underlings screamed in terror, "Boss!" Chodu and Hayu seized the opportunity, grabbed their weapons, and charged. "This is our chance." In the blink of an eye, he took down one guy, and Hayu was just as fast. The gang panicked. "What the hell? They're charging our trucks. Stop those bastards." From inside the car, Bae-Hun rammed straight into the small fry thugs. He yelled out, "Blackie." Blackie immediately leaped into the bed of the robber's truck. Behind them, they shouted, "You sons of bitches, get them." 3 vehicles drove away. Chodu taunted them, "Try and catch us with the one truck you have left," viewers commented. "So they just scored 2 free trucks. That's what you get for underestimating Chodu." Laugh my ass off. The timing was perfect. A while later, he stopped the car. Looking back, Chodu figured they were probably far enough away. Seonung quickly got out of his car and called out, "Mr. Chodu, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" He reassured the man, "I'm fine. We didn't really fight them, we just stole their trucks." Viewers thought the man's actions were way too obvious. Imagine if Chodu wasn't the son of the person who paid him. He was afraid his employer would chew him out if the kid got hurt. Hayu, in the car next to them, chimed in. "Those guys always leave the keys in the ignition. They were probably afraid of the engine noise." Chodu felt a sense of relief. Finally catch my breath. He instructed the older man, "Mr. Lee, you take Hayu's truck and head to Sack Widow." Saenung asked worriedly, "Are you really not coming with us?" Cheon-su was firm on leaving. "Yoon, you go with Mr. Lee. We're splitting up here." Yoon thanked him sincerely. "Thank you for all your help." Cheon-su replied casually, "Same to you. I hope we meet again someday." He asked doubtfully, "But shouldn't we figure out a way to contact each other? We might need to exchange information later on." The viewers took the chance to mock him. "Why is the drama king Cheon-su pretending to be so cool? It's so embarrassing, man." Senior Yoon said thoughtfully, "How about a signal flare?" Cheon-su was surprised. "A signal flare," he confirmed. "That's right. Mr. Lee told me there's an area near Sack Widow called Gangsanban. It was used for signal flares. It was recently restored, probably for a movie shoot or something." Cheon-su replied, "I see, so we have a way. But will I be able to see it?" Yoon revealed, "It's pretty far from the tourist center, but I think you can see it if you get close. And we'll only use this method if we can't use the radio. I'll light the signal just once. That means everything is fine. Twice means danger. And 3 times means don't come here." Cheon-su shook his hand and replied, "Got it. Then I'm counting on you." The convoy split up and went their separate ways. Cheon-su thought to himself, "I guess I can start now." Suddenly, there was a knock on the window. Hannah was outside and asked, "Can I ride with you?" He understood. She probably felt uncomfortable sharing a taxi with Hayu. Hugh, who was nearby, chimed in, "I wouldn't mind riding with you either." Cheon-su said with disgust, "Don't give me a headache with this weird behavior." The viewers were curious. Why are Hugh and Hannah being so friendly with Cheon-su? Maybe they consider each other friends now. How gross. He invited them in. "Both of you, just get in the taxi." The 2 cars sped down the road, continuing their journey. Seeing Cheon-su driving so calmly, a viewer commented, "Of course, this guy would hog it all for himself." Cheon-su noticed Blackie barking beside him. He asked the dog, "You feel it too, huh? After all, you're the canine I trust the most. I'm really looking forward to seeing what you're like when you reach level 3. Blackie sensed danger and let out a bark. Cheon-su slammed on the brakes. On the road ahead, a man was pulling a coffin. Cheon-su exclaimed in confusion, "What the hell? Is that a person? What is he pulling? Is that a coffin?" The viewers commented in fear. "Oh, here we go. A damn coffin. Is it starting already?" He was extremely curious. What is he doing? They urged him on. "If you're curious, hurry up and go ask." Mr. Hayu in the other car called out a warning. "Cheon-su, I think we should just ignore it and go. There's something very suspicious about this." He replied, "Wait a second." Cheon-su thought to himself that he couldn't ignore something that got such a reaction from the viewers. So, he reversed the car. When he was parallel to the man, he called out, "Excuse me." Seeing no response, he called out again, "Excuse me, sir." However, the man just calmly ignored him. Cheon-su's face darkened as he threatened, "Come on. If you ignore me one more time, I'll run you over with my car. And not just once." Got it. The viewers tensed up. What the? He's completely lost his mind. I know we're viewers, but there's definitely something weird about Cheon-su. He tried calling out again. "Excuse me." Cheon-su's cold voice rang out. "All right, then." He reversed the car again. Then, he drove forward and blocked the man's path. The car stopped right in front of him. The man could no longer hold back. A dangerous look appeared in his eyes, but Cheon-su deliberately stepped on the gas and lurched forward again. This time, Cheon-su spoke. "So, you want to talk to me now?" Noticing Blackie growling, he told him, "Calm down for a second." Observing the man's emotionless face, he was surprised. The sanctuary? Jin-hyuk, the man pulling the coffin, spoke in an annoyed tone. "Move. I need to get through here." Cheon-su asked, "You certainly look busy. I just wanted to ask what's going on. Are you safe?" The man was surprised. "Safe? Of course. Most of the dregs have been dealt with." Cheon-su was shocked to hear that. "Are you talking about those monsters?" Jin-hyuk explained. "That's what the 7.5th Division calls them." Cheon-su was irritated, thinking, "Those bastards. Don't tell me they're like me, too. This is getting annoying." Jin-hyuk said impatiently, "Now, hurry up and move. I have to go atone for my sins." Cheon-su was curious. "Atone for your sins? Is that why you're pulling a coffin? What's inside?" The man opened the coffin lid, revealing it was empty. "Nothing. This is for me. I couldn't complete my mission, so I need to find a place to self-destruct and bury myself." The viewers advised him, "Just leave him be. He's already too far gone." Jin-hyuk quietly continued pulling the coffin, while Cheon-su remained curious. "Hey guys, what exactly is the sanctuary?" They answered vaguely. "You'll know when you get there." Looking at the road sign, Cheon-su guessed, "Looks like we're almost there." He was a little hesitant. "Guys, is it okay to drive to this place?" The viewers weren't sure either. "Get out of the car." "We're not sure." Cheon-su frowned. "Not sure? What does that mean?" They explained. "If you want to sneak in, it's best to get out of the car. But if you want to meet the commander directly, then doing this is fine. Okay, you're safe for now." Up ahead, 3 military vehicles are approaching. The viewers are curious. Who is that? They look like a recon team, probably from the 7.5 Division. You're wondering if you should hit the gas? Huh. New master advises, "It's fine, just stay put." The others agree, "That's right, you've come this far, so we're not going to mess with you." "Are you guys sure this is okay?" Greening sends a comment. "If it's you, there shouldn't be any problem." Yusai, "Seems there's no other choice." The military vehicle stops and the soldiers get out. They all form a single line. The one in command approaches your car and gives a military salute. "Sir." You're stunned, not sure what's going on. He introduces himself as First Lieutenant Young Kim, "At your service." "Sir, do you know where you are heading?" Ju is a bit wary. The man is surprisingly friendly. Out loud, you politely say, "Yes. I heard this is a safe zone." Young Kim continues, "I see. In that case, may I ask where you've come from, sir?" You think to yourself, he better not be tricking me. Then you answer, "I came from Daeryong." He jots something down. "Daeryong?" Ju adds, "I was very lucky to have made it here." Young Kim asks, "That's amazing. And what is your name?" You reply, "It's Go-chan-ju." He carefully writes it down, "Mr. Go-chan-ju." After filling in the information, Young Kim invites you with a friendly expression. "Please come with me. I will escort you to the resort area. People like you are always welcome here." Go-chan-ju's head is spinning. He has no idea what's happening. Your convoy enters the checkpoint area, and you feel a brilliant golden light shining down. You're dazed. What kind of light is so brilliant? Seeing the sky-high pillar of golden light ahead, the viewers are in awe, unable to believe that Ju actually made it here. He's so fast, so impressive. You still don't understand what's been happening all this time. Guys, what is that? They keep their mouths shut. Just think of it as a later stage. No spoilers. Go-chan-ju is taken to a luxurious resort. The soldiers lead you inside, respectfully inviting, "Please, this way." Go-chan-ju steps into the lobby, and you can feel the immense wealth of this place. The lights are sparkling and radiant. You think to yourself, they even have electricity here. Are we really in the apocalypse? Suddenly, a voice cuts through Go-chan-ju's thoughts. "Welcome, esteemed guest." It's the receptionist. He greets you warmly. "You must be Ju, right?" You're startled and stammer. "Huh, yes." The receptionist hands Ju a room key. "We've already prepared a room for you. Is that all right?" "I'll take that as a yes. Welcome to the sanctuary. Please enjoy your stay." You still haven't recovered from the shock. Guys, is this a trap? The viewers remind you, don't be so on guard. The 7.5 Division really values talented people. You made it this far, after all. Of course, they'd be interested in you. You huff when you see the room number on the key card, 110. It's only now that Ju notices. Wait, he just called this place the sanctuary. That weirdo said the same thing. From behind, Hannah calls out, Are you just going to go on ahead by yourself? Why didn't you wait for me? You blurt out, You're here? Seeing that Ju isn't paying attention, Hannah asks, Are you even listening to me? Noticing she's alone, you wonder, Where are the others? Hannah reveals, The soldiers took them to another hotel and then brought me here. You reply, Is that so? Did they complain at all? Hannah recounts, Buying Hun didn't say anything, but Hyuk just kept saying how beautiful this new house is. Ju feels helpless about Hyuk. That guy really is strange. You tell her, Come with me. The two of them stop in front of room 110. Even now, you're still very cautious. You don't know if it's safe inside. From the outside, it looks perfectly normal. Your serious demeanor makes Hannah nervous too. You mean there's something inside? Preparing to open the door, Go Chan-ju is still worried. Guys, is it safe to go inside? They comment casually. You don't need to be so on guard. You probably won't find another place like this ever again. As soon as you open the door, both of you gape in astonishment. What is this? Looking at the fully furnished, top-of-the-line luxury room inside, Go Chan-ju can't believe his eyes. A super 5-star room, the spacious, sparkling bedroom shocks you even more. Is this really the bedroom? The viewers mock Go Chan-ju. First time, he's making it so obvious. I bet he's never even seen a 3-star hotel before. You correct them. Hey guys, I have been to a 3-star hotel before. Someone exposes you. If you'd really been there, you wouldn't have sounded so unsure. Right. Ju throws his cumbersome bag onto the floor. You collapse onto the bed. The comfort makes you exclaim, Oh my god, it feels like I haven't slept in a proper bed for years. Hannah asks, Ju, if you're sleeping on the bed, where am I supposed to sleep? You reply without a hint of chivalry. The floor. The viewers are shocked. He actually said the floor. His eyes are about to close. Ju is about to drift off to sleep when he suddenly sits bolt upright. No, wait, I can't fall asleep just yet. Seeing Go Chan-ju grab the room key, the viewers comment with amusement. He managed to stay awake. You tell the other person, Hannah, call the front desk and ask for another bed. I'm going to take a look around. You stay put, okay? If anyone calls, come find me. Hannah quickly chases after him. Wait, he did. But the door had slammed shut. Taking Blackie for a walk around the grounds, he wondered why this place was so peaceful. From what I know about the 7.5 division, this place should be a living hell. This place is so different from what I imagined that I don't even know how to react. The viewers teased, Cho-Du's overthinking even on vacation. He wasn't in a hurry now, he said seriously. But even so, I still have to stay on guard. Suddenly, a voice boomed from a loudspeaker. Welcome, everyone. New Thao was established to ensure everyone's safety and to rebuild our collapsed world. Looking at the soldiers making announcements to the people up ahead, Cho-Du was surprised. The man continued in a friendly tone. Everyone will have a comfortable life here. Seeing the stars on his uniform, he knew immediately that the 2 stars meant he must be the commander. He continued, So please, relax and enjoy this place with all your heart. Cho-Du was shocked. Was that man really the head of the 7th Division? The Mu citizens clapped endlessly. Thank you, Commander. Thank you for saving us. You're the greatest. Jian Hyun stepped down, saw him, and asked, You must be a newcomer, right? Cho-Du admitted. That's right. The man looked kindly at Blackie. Is that your dog? You even brought a pet with you? That's impressive. Just so you know, all newcomers have to speak with me one-on-one. Cho-Du gathered his wits. It seemed the time had come. The man turned sharply and left, leaving only a single sentence behind. Well then, I'll see you at the appropriate time. Cho-Du was startled by this. Wait, what? What the hell was that? He meets with every single person. I thought since this was a choice, there'd be something special about it. The viewers were curious. The commander seems like a good person. Is he really the commander? Maybe it's a misunderstanding. Suddenly, someone called his name, Cho-Du. Seeing Cho-Du's dark expression, Hayu cheerfully ran over to greet him. You look like you just saw something unpleasant. The people in the live chat immediately started poking fun. Cho-Du's best friend is here. He must be so happy about this new home. Cho-Du said, annoyed, I still can't bring myself to be friends with you. Hugh, on the other hand, was completely at ease. Don't try so hard. We fought alongside each other, so we can be considered comrades now. The viewers noticed that Cho-Du looked so weak when standing in front of him. He's at least somewhat useful, so don't be so awkward. Noticing Baek-yoon staring off in one direction, he asked in surprise, Baek-yoon, is something troubling you? He replied, yes. That man carrying a coffin earlier was definitely not normal, and neither is this magnificently glowing pillar. There are too many strange things showing up here. Chodu added, I know what you mean. This commander seems to be the only one who can clearly explain this place, but I don't trust him, Baekhyun said in a low voice. That's why on the way here, I asked around about a few things. He quickly asked, did you find anything out? Please, tell me. The man recounted the information he had gathered. This place is called a sanctuary. He then pointed towards the pillar of light, and it's pretty much because of that thing. It's clear they're building something under that light because they're waiting for something to appear. Chodu didn't understand. Waiting for something? What does that mean? Baekhyun revealed. They said a tower will appear. Chodu was shocked. A tower? What kind of tower? He explained in detail. A path that will help them escape this rotten world. That's what they said, but I'm not sure about the specifics. That's all I found out. After hearing this, Chodu thought to himself, a tower, a world full of monsters, a pillar of light, and now a sanctuary. At this point, anything is possible. Come to think of it, the chat mentioned something about a cult before. He cautiously asked the viewers, hey guys, is this some kind of cult? They were extremely tight-lipped, refusing to give any spoilers. Go talk to the commander. That's how the story starts. Someone else called his name Chodu. It turned out to be Hannah. She ran over hurriedly. There you are. Chodu immediately asked, Hannah, why are you out here? She delivered the news, we have to be interviewed by someone in charge. Mine is in 30 minutes, and yours is in 47 minutes. Chodu went to the interview. The person inside politely invited him in. Welcome, Chodu. Please, have a seat. Without letting his guard down, Chodu sat. The man introduced himself again. I'm sure you've already heard, but I am Jeon Hyun, the commander of the 7.5 Division. The viewers commented, he doesn't seem too hard to approach, does he? Yeah, he has a really warm appearance, Chodu said bluntly, and as you already know, I'm Chodu. Seeing how guarded he was, Jeon Hyun tried to reassure him in a gentle voice, please, don't misunderstand, but I do have one thing I need to ask you. Chodu asked with a stoic expression, what is it? The man asked a completely unrelated question. Did you really travel all the way from Daejeon to get here? He wondered if it was some kind of test. Outwardly, he gave a short confirmation. That's right. Jeon Hyun's eyes lit up with admiration. That is truly incredible. Although, without a military escort, it would have been very difficult to get here. That word triggered a memory of the military blowing up the bridge. Huh? An escort? That was when he had lost his comrades. Chodu still hadn't forgotten the words those soldiers had said on the life raft. Have the other bridges been dealt with? All the other roads must be destroyed by now, and so must their unconscionable act of using civilians as bait for that giant monster. Every single one of them was devoured by that monster. Chodu's face darkened with contempt. He's lying without even batting an eye. Noticing Chodu's hostile attitude, Gu-young Haeon spoke up. You don't seem very happy, do you? I can't argue with him right here. I'd better change the subject. So Chodu tried to soften his tone and replied, no, not at all. He asked directly, do you have any issues with Division 7.5? The question startled him. Looking at Gu-young Haeon's calm expression, he asked his viewers, guys, what's with this dude? They speculated. I think he wants your real opinion. You're letting your preconceived notions get the better of you. Just treat this like a normal conversation. Chodu was unconvinced by this assessment. Preconceived notions? How could I not have them? Seeing his silence, Gu-young Hyun came to his own conclusion. I see. So you really do have some issues with us. I normally wouldn't share this with anyone, but recently, our division has been having some problems of its own. Chodu paid closer attention. Problems? Gu-young Han continued. Perhaps the same kind of problems you've encountered. He nodded. The soldiers under my command were supposed to be rescuing civilians, but instead, they disobeyed my orders and committed unreasonable actions. If you came from Daejeon, you must have seen those actions for yourself. Even now, Chodu still wasn't sure. What is he trying to do? Gu-young Hyun got straight to the point. You can be honest with me. I have no intention of covering up for my division's mistakes, he answered tactfully. It's not that I haven't seen anything, but I have to be careful with every word I say. I was just focused on surviving, so I wasn't really paying attention to what Division 7.5 was doing. The viewers vehemently protested, liar. You beat up every single one you saw. Chodu started to play the part. But when I got here, I was actually a little surprised. About what? Exactly. The soldiers I see here are much friendlier than the ones I met on my way here. What is your purpose, Commander? Gu-young Han began to explain. If the country can be restored, I am more than willing to help with all my strength. Allow me to explain a few things. He pointed to the wall behind him. Can you see this? Chodu didn't understand what he meant, but there was nothing there. Gu-young Han slammed a folder on the table and said, exactly. That is Division 7.5 under normal circumstances. Before the world fell into apocalypse, we practically didn't exist. The purpose of Division 7.5 is to re-establish order as quickly as possible when the nation falls into a state of emergency, regardless of the situation. But because our division has been inactive for so long and is largely unknown, many soldiers have lost their way. For that, I sincerely apologize to you. Cho-do lowered his guard and spoke up. I see. Then I'd like to ask you a few questions. Does Division 7.5 really not communicate with other units? Hyun explained the theory in more detail. We are a non-existent unit, so we must avoid public communication to reduce the risk of exposing ourselves. But we still have our own private channels of communication, so I don't think that's an issue. He revealed. On my way here, I saw a lot of conflict between your division and other departments. Hyun didn't blame him for his suspicion. I was sure you would ask that. After all, it's very difficult to prove you're a soldier, isn't it? Cho-do continued, I understand. Then my second question is, do you know there are still people at Jew Airport? His face was blank. How many people at Jew Airport? He replied seriously. Quite a lot. They said they were waiting for Division 7.5 to return. Hyun was shocked to hear this truth. Is that true? But my subordinate told me that everyone had been evacuated. Cho-do replied gravely. I saw at least 100 people there. Perhaps they made a mistake. He ordered his subordinate to call the captain. I need to speak with him. Hearing a knock on the door, Cho-do looked over curiously. The door creaked open. The man Hyun had summoned had arrived. He saluted. Sir, Captain Gujin reporting. I'm here as you requested. Without a word, Hyun instantly drew his gun with a click. Cho-do was frozen by the sudden turn of events, the barrel of the gun still smoking. Gujin was shot in the thigh, the bullet casing clattering to the floor. Cho-do immediately went into a defensive stance. What the hell? The viewers were thrilled by his quick reaction. Look at Johan-soo. That reaction is insane. The subordinate next to him raised a hand, signaling for Cho-do to calm down. The viewers also advised him. See how quickly he switched to combat mode? He's not aiming at you, just chill. Cho-do. Hyun spoke up. I just want to say there's a problem regarding the transport of people at Jew Airport. Hearing this, he knew he was in trouble. His face darkened as he asked, care to explain? Captain Hyun continued, I apologize for firing at you without confirmation, but it was a reasonable action. Did you want to seal off the sanctuary because you felt we shouldn't let others in? He tried to justify himself. It's because we don't have enough manpower, and we're also running low on supplies. The captain cut him off. Silence. We are here to protect the sanctuary for those who wish to stay here. Whether this tower disappears or not is none of our concern. The barrel of his gun was now pointed downwards. Also, Hyun said, noticing the necklace with a T symbol Gus was wearing. You're wearing that instead of your military dog tags. I shot you because you failed to fulfill your duties as a soldier. Now, I must ask you again. Meanwhile, Ju was thinking, is that the tower? With tears welling in his eyes, Gus said, I'm sorry. Junhun interrupted him. You deliberately abandoned the people at Jew Airport after discovering the gate to the tower was first come, first served. Isn't that right? He had nothing to say but 2 words. I'm sorry. Hyun stated coldly. That's not the answer I wanted to hear. A gunshot rang out, striking Gus directly in the thigh. Ju froze, stunned by the scene before him, as the captain's commanding voice echoed in his ears. Take him away. I still have some things to ask him. Treat his wound, then lock him up. Yes, sir. With the situation handled, Hyun placed his gun on the table. Ju spoke up awkwardly. Next time, could you at least give me a warning? Hyun slumped into his chair and said tiredly, my sincere apologies. I can be a bit heavy-handed at times. It's been hard to keep everyone in line lately. Ju reassured him. Despite that, you're doing a pretty good job holding this place together. He suddenly said, Mr. Ju, I'm sure you understand how easily people lose their humanity during the apocalypse. I don't think anyone is an exception, not even me or the others searching for a safe haven. Of course, I am still trying my best to keep this place safe. You probably noticed that when you arrived. After more people get here, we'll have to work to maintain and clean up Jew Island. Ju thought to himself, clean up. Thinking of Kak, he grew worried. I wonder if that thing followed us all the way here. Hyun acknowledged his skills. What you've accomplished so far has all been by your own strength. Ju remained silent. Hyun quietly continued. Many people prefer places like this sanctuary over New Seoul. I'm sure that tomorrow, or very soon, you'll have to make a decision as well. The light in the sky shone brightly day after day. After an exhausting day, Ju finally made it back to his room and flopped onto the bed. However, this rare peace felt strange to him. I still can't get used to this. Looking over at Hannah, who was sleeping soundly beside him, Ju felt a sense of admiration. She looks so peaceful. The sun's already setting. Hannah looks so peaceful sleeping. Suddenly, Blackie heard something and started barking loudly at the door. Ju sat up and looked outside suspiciously. As for Jeon-hyun, he couldn't figure out Ju's secret, which meant the boy must have something special up his sleeve to have survived the journey from Daejeon. What an interesting fellow. Maybe I should try asking him about it. So far, only people from the 7.5 division have reached New Seoul. The rest have likely either died or abandoned their duty. He asked his subordinate, "What do you think? Where do you think the others went?" "Yes, I'm sure you also suspect that at least one person has made it to Seoul," he thought to himself. The first step of our plan was to use our full military power to evacuate everyone to Jew Island. But then, strange reports started popping up, claiming that Seoul and Mount Bitch-do were safer alternatives. At this thought, Jeon-hyun couldn't help but curse. Damn it. And that's despite Jew Island already being the safest place. His subordinate asked, tentatively, "Sir, are you certain we don't need to interrogate that guy any further?" He knew better. Asking unnecessary questions won't break him. Jeon-hyun had other concerns. And that's not even mentioning that damn cult. Go Cheon-soo. Let's find out if he can be trusted. Back in Ju's room, he answered the intercom. "Who is it?" From outside, 2 staff members responded. "Room service. We've brought your food." Ju simply had to sit at the table, where everything had already been set up for him. The friendly staff member said, "Everything is ready, sir." It had been a long time since he had a meal this good. Noticing the 2 staff members were still standing there, Ju wondered what was going on. They replied, "We've been ordered to serve you while you eat. Please, pay us no mind." Ju declined. "I think I'd be more comfortable if you weren't here." They politely insisted on following their orders. "Please, don't mind us. We hope you will enjoy your meal comfortably." With a weary look, Ju thought, "I shouldn't have let them in. I feel like I'm getting dragged into something really weird. It's just soup." But as he scooped a large spoonful into his mouth, he wondered, is it just because I've only been eating canned food all this time? Under the table, Blackie was drooling, giving his master a pitiful look. With his cheeks puffed out, he said, "Blackie, you can't eat human food." He had no intention of sharing. Just then, a staff member placed a card on the table. "My apologies, Mr. Cho-shu." On the card was a necklace. Cho-shu put his spoon down and asked, "Are you serious?" The woman waved her hands and explained, "Please don't be angry, sir. We've come to bring you good news." He firmly refused, "Sorry, but I have no idea what my situation is, so don't try to recruit me into a cult." She continued trying to capture his interest. "Then please, just take a look, sir, and you'll see we're not trying to recruit you into a cult. Our organization, Apocalypse, is recruiting people for various missions. We will offer you a position so you can contribute to the sanctuary." Hearing this name, Cho-shu immediately spoke up. "What did you just say?" The staff member replied, confused, "You will be assigned." Cho-shu cut her off. "No, before that." She read it again. "Our organization, Apocalypse, is recruiting people for various missions. Is something wrong, sir?" He froze upon hearing her words. What is this? He recalled the scene of the mayor chasing the car in the past, and he was sure he had heard this somewhere before. Back then, the old man had shouted, "You bastards! How dare you leave me behind? Don't you need my code or something?" "Huh? The code is Apocalypse." The staff member was alarmed when Cho-shu snatched the card. "Are you all right, sir?" He carefully read the contents, wondering to himself, is Apocalypse connected to this cult? The card read, "Apocalypse Recruitment. Patrol Team, Architect, Odd Jobs. Successful completion of missions will increase the chances of receiving a blessing when climbing the tower and becoming a member of Apocalypse. Support the cult and worship the Tower of Salvation. Please be advised that failure to carry out a mission will result in your expulsion from the cult." The 2 staff members cheerfully added, "You can register anytime and for any role you like, sir. We recommend you sign up for the patrol team because we're looking for a key. We've discovered a keyhole in the ground near the tower. Perhaps it's related. Don't you want to find this key to discover the perfect escape route? We are believers who wish to find the path to salvation. We only ask that you perform your duties correctly. Other than that, we have no special rules, nor are we trying to persuade you. Please think it over. If you've finished your meal, we'll take our leave." Before leaving, they added one more thing. "If you have any questions, feel free to come find us." Cho-shu was left sitting stunned in the spacious room. There was a stir from the bedroom as Hannah rubbed her eyes and woke up. Outside, Cho-shu gritted his teeth and swore as he read the card. Damn it, son of a bitch. He crumpled it up. So this was what the general had been talking about. He remembered the man's words. He would definitely have to make a decision by tomorrow, or even sooner. Cho-shu analyzed the situation carefully. New Tao seemed to be the most comfortable place in Apocalypse. But even here, people still had to sign up for roles and recruit others into different factions. This was likely the bait thrown to those who were already desperate, pulling them deeper into the abyss with ranks they achieved the longer they stayed in the cult. That person back then must have gone insane after being expelled for not doing what they wanted. Viewers were intrigued by Cho Shu's solemn expression. What's wrong? I thought he'd be happier about finding a clue. He emphasized that the problem was that this clue had appeared way too proactively. He thought, does this mean the tower really exists? If I get locked into the storyline here, I might not be able to get to Sack Widow Island anymore. I won't get to see my parents, and the choice I make here could change this entire game. I knew it was too easy. The 5th Division was just a smokescreen to hide the tower. The main stage was the real thing all along. General, I'm sorry to say this to you, but this is no longer New Tao or a sanctuary. This is simply a sandcastle that will collapse the moment the tower appears. Damn it. Another peaceful day began. Down in the hall, pastries and other tempting dishes were laid out. Hearing his lover yawn, the man asked caringly, tired? From the dining table, the female guest replied, yes, I should have slept more. The man, Kang Chul, said, but you still have to eat. Say, ah. The two were affectionately feeding each other when Cho Shu squeezed in and sat down with his bowl of rice. The man looked at him, confused. There are plenty of other empty seats. Cho Shu paid him no mind, grabbed a piece of cake, and then replied, you're right. The couple stared at Cho Shu like he was some strange creature. And the viewers chattered. What is he doing? It's the apocalypse. Why are people still trying to date? Teach them a lesson. Suddenly, Cho Shu's fork pointed at the necklace with the tower symbol on the man's neck. That thing. Are you two members of Apocalypse as well? The man confirmed. That's right. Why do you ask? Cho Shu winked and held up his own necklace. Model. Because I have one of these too. The other man sighed in relief. Oh, so that's it? I didn't realize you were one of us. Chan Shu explained. Not yet. I'm still on the fence about whether or not to join. That's why I wanted to get your opinion, since you're also wearing the collar. He wouldn't look Chan Shu in the eye as he said, of course. We're always happy to accept new members. Chan Shu keenly sensed that he was very different from the others who had visited his room. Aren't these kinds of groups supposed to be enthusiastic about new members? They said that when it comes to climbing the tower, it's first come, first serve, but I can't sense any hostility from them. This is just too strange. Leaving the dining table, Chan Shu asked his viewers, hey guys, are they really a cult? But the viewers refused to give any spoilers. Find out for yourself. Annoyed, he shot back, would it kill you all to cooperate with me for once? Blackie ran up to him, surprising Chan Shu. Wait, how did you get out of the room? Well, I hope you locked the door. Hannah is probably still asleep. He called the dog to come with him. Let's go, Blackie. Let's go check out that pillar of light. Seeing a car approaching them, Blackie let out a warning bark. Mr. He-On rolled down the window and asked, Chan Shu, where are you off to so early in the morning? Chan Shu frowned, realizing who it was. Then he answered honestly, I'm heading over to check out that pillar of light. The man continued, so, you've accepted the Holy Land after all. I never took you for the type to be interested in such things. Chan Shu denied it. I haven't, but I have business there, so if you'll excuse me. Seeing the car remain stationary, he wondered, isn't he going to stop me? He must be feeling pretty confident. The pillar of light is just an illusion. Your hopes are misplaced, and you'll soon come joining me. That's probably what he's thinking right now, isn't it? The 7th Division was also about to end. At the foot of the pillar of light was a giant pit. Down below, people were hard at work digging. When they saw him walk down, one person looked quite surprised. That person approached him and asked, why have you come here? Chan Shu assessed the equipment of the person before him. They even have safety helmets. They're really well equipped. He held up the crumpled card in his hand and said, I came to support you. I brought my application form. The man pointed to a makeshift room built from a container in the distance. I see. In that case, please head to the office over there. Looking at the propaganda poster taped to the door, he became even more convinced that they really did look like a cult. But what's with this rundown office? Chan Shu knocked politely on the door and called out, is anyone there? The person inside opened the door, and he stated his purpose. Excuse me, I'm here to register. Jenna, who was inside, sized him up for a moment before stepping aside to let him in. Come in. The comments section exploded. Finally, my favorite character. Damn it, Chan Shu really made it here. Let's go. This is awesome. The viewers' reactions confused Chan Shu. What the hell? Why is everyone getting so hyped up? The viewers tried to change the subject. It's nothing. It's just been a while. He urged them impatiently. It can't be just that, can it? Hurry up and tell me if there's something I need to know. They absolutely refused to say another word. It's nothing. Just go on inside. Jenna poured him a glass of water. He sat down, silently assessing the office. The furniture in here is pretty simple, too. She placed the teacup on the table and said, in an apocalypse, a tea bag like this is considered a precious luxury. I'm sure the 7th.5 Division can provide you with much more. Chan Xiu admitted. That's right. Ah, the reason I came here is that I want to join. Jenna replied sadly. Is that so? But I was hoping people would stop signing up. It seems the people inside are still carrying out their mission. Chan Xiu frowned at her. You want to stop recruiting? She confirmed it. Yes, we already have too many people. He wondered why the others, despite knowing this, were still trying to recruit more members. Jenna explained that the reason was that everyone simply follows the leader's orders. May I see your application form? Looking at Chan Xiu's application, the staff member was surprised. Mr. Chan Xiu, you want to join the construction team? He winked and lied without batting an eye. Yes, I enjoy manual labor, and it looks like a lot of fun. The viewers knew his true colors all too well. This bastard. He just wants to check the key. She wasn't easily fooled, either. Her voice turned cold. Just because we're a church, do you think we accept just anyone? You're overly confident, which makes you very different from those who are just trying to find a way to escape. I'm not here because I believe in the tower, but because I believe that climbing the tower is the only thing that can save my soul. Because of the rules, I can't reject your application, but I can spot those who think joining the church is some kind of joke. He protested internally. That form took me a whole 3 minutes to fill out. Jenna ordered him out. Leave. Now. Offended, Chang Xiu stood up and said, I'll admit I didn't come here out of faith or curiosity about your church, but you're going too far. What if I'm the one who can summon the tower? Hearing this, Jenna immediately slammed the table and shot to her feet, while Blackie growled, watching her warily. She screamed threateningly, Mr. Chan Xiu, if you say things like that again, you better get ready for that nonsense. Chodu wasn't scared at all. His eyes were resolute. He already had an answer in his heart. It seems she has no idea who's holding the key. Chodu took out the key, then commanded, Let's go, Blackie. Time to teach the arrogant woman a lesson. He strode out confidently, and the other workers immediately began to question him. Who are you? Are you a new member? Stop, we have to check with Miss Jenna. Wait, where are you going? Stop. Reaching the center of the pit, surrounded by a fence, Chodu confirmed, This must be the place. This is where I'll use the key that cost me 23 genes, the gate to summon the tower. He ordered his companion behind him. Blackie, don't let anyone get close. Blackie immediately let out a loud growl towards the crowd, making them afraid to move forward. Chodu stepped over the fence. As Jenna approached from the office, he said coolly, That's right. Just stand there and watch. He thought to himself, If I've found an escape route, then I don't need to worry about all that other complicated stuff, and I won't have to infiltrate the church or anything else anymore. Chodu inserted the key into the lock, knowing that his only problem was his escape route. The ground suddenly began to tremble lightly, then it became more violent. The entire crowd behind them stumbled and staggered, shouting loudly, What the hell is going on? The ground is shaking. Is it an earthquake? Chodu remained perfectly calm, confidently thinking that he had guessed correctly. These tremors prove that the tower will appear somewhere nearby. Logically, it should appear at a location far from where the key was used. Seeing Blackie barking nonstop, he wondered, What's wrong? Blackie rushed forward and tugged at Chodu's leg. He thought for a moment and immediately understood what it meant. They both took off running. He agreed. All right. As if sensing the tremors behind him, Chodu glanced back. He could faintly see the silhouette of the tower beginning to appear. An entire giant tower suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The ground beneath the tower began to sink. He cursed furiously. Damn it, are you kidding me? How could it appear right at the keyhole? The tower's immense weight was causing the ground to collapse. Someone screamed, The ground is collapsing. He yelled in panic, We're going to fall. Blackie, wait for me. In a critical situation, the bond between master and servant goes out the window. The viewers laughed gleefully. Look at it, run even faster. It's abandoned its master. Seeing it from behind, Chodu got even more irritated. You little. One of the workers couldn't run in time and was buried under the rubble. He screamed, Help me. Watching the tower sink lower and lower, he thought in horror, I'm going to be swallowed whole. Suddenly, a car appeared out of nowhere, screeching to a halt beside him. Hayu opened the car door and held out a hand for him. Chodu, get in. Chodu was surprised. Why is he here? With no time to think, he rushed towards him. Just as he dove inside, Hugh exclaimed, Welcome. The car immediately sped away. Bae Young-hoon was the one driving. He asked, Mr. Chodu, are you all right? He asked curiously, Where did you two get this car? The car sped straight ahead, following Blackie, who was running in front. Recognizing him, Blackie's eyes welled up with tears as it let out a few barks. He opened the car door for it. You, little rascal, hurry up and get in. Blackie lifted its paw and leaped straight into the arms of the person it had just abandoned a moment ago. Seeing the dog licking its master's face, the viewers commented happily, Now this is more like it. Chodu pointed in one direction and told Bae Young-hoon, "That person over there, we need to pick her up too." Jenna was running at full speed to escape the collapsing ground. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling her, "Get in." He held out his hand, urging her to hurry, and successfully pulled her in. The car sped off. Jenna sat silently in the car. Chodu sat across from her, gloating smugly. "So, I was telling the truth, wasn't I?" She remained completely silent. Before he left the office, he had said, "What if I'm the one who can summon the tower?" Now Chodu patted his chest and said in a friendly manner, "See? The reason I saved you is because I wanted to talk to you directly. So, you believe me now, right?" The viewers started to get annoyed. This bastard is completely insane. This guy is getting more and more outrageous. After hearing that, Hugh understood. "So you predicted that the ground there would collapse, and she didn't believe you? I don't know if saving her was a good idea." Chodu frowned at Hyu. What is he talking about? Besides, she's clearly an important character. Based on the chat's reaction, she'll probably play a very important role later on. And more importantly, she was very irritated earlier, yet she was able to calm down so quickly. Bae Young-hoon announced to the group, "The tremors have stopped. I'm stopping the car here." As soon as he stepped out of the car, Hugh had to exclaim in astonishment, "My God." Bae Young-hoon, behind him, was stunned. "What is that thing?" Jenna finally spoke, uttering just 2 words. "The tower." Looking at the skyscraper, the viewers commented in awe. "Is that the place you have to climb? That's terrifying. Even each entrance to the tower is no joke." Chodu keenly noticed something unusual. Where is this fog coming from? And why does the Tower of Salvation have such a gloomy atmosphere? The remaining people who couldn't escape lay collapsed on the ground. They cried out for help. "Help! I can't feel my legs. I hit my head." Seeing Jenna's indifferent reaction, Chodu thought to himself, "Look at this. Even though she's the manager, she couldn't care less that her employee is writhing in pain on the ground." Those who weren't injured immediately rushed forward. "It's the tower." "The tower!" They cheered excitedly. "Let's go." The crowd shoved each other. "I'm going in first. Get out of my way." Jenna immediately ran off, leaving the other 3 stunned. He turned to Byung-hun and asked, "This is pretty chaotic, isn't it? You're not interested in that, are you, Byung-hun?" He answered calmly, "No, it looks very dangerous." Jang-soo thought to himself, "I think so too. He probably won't go." From behind, Hyu waited eagerly. "Hey Jang-soo, ask me too." Jang-soo, annoyed, didn't even bother looking at his best friend. Hugh's face darkened as he asked, "What's wrong? Do you really not want to go with me?" Jang-soo scowled back. "Do I look happy to you?" Then he continued, "Whatever. If you want to, then come with me." Meanwhile, Ji-hyun got out of his car and gasped in amazement. "I can't believe it. The tower has actually appeared." He ordered his soldiers, "Everyone, search the tower immediately. We have to figure out what this is." They acknowledged the order, shouting, "Yes, sir." The crowd was also getting impatient. "At this rate, I'll be the last one in." Jeong-soo ignored the rushing crowd and asked his viewers, "Hey guys, does the tower really give priority to the first ones to arrive?" They didn't give much away. Not exactly. You'll understand once you get inside. No need to rush, but don't be too slow either. He suddenly got a bad feeling. What is this sense of unease? From behind, Hyu whispered, "I knew it. You want me to come with you, don't you? You should be careful, Jeong-soo. I have a really bad feeling about that woman." Jeong-soo finally paid attention to his best friend. "What bad feeling?" Hugh revealed with a sinister smile. "Let's just call it a killer's intuition. I can sense something in her that's similar to me. So, is this what's going to happen next?" Jeong-soo put his bag down, took something out, and said, "Hey guys, I'll be really disappointed if you lump me in with a murderer." They denied it. "What's there to be disappointed about? If you have it too, wouldn't that be an advantage for you?" "That's right," he replied with a cold smile. "I don't see how any of this is good. If this guy doesn't take the chance to kill me in my sleep, then maybe I'll reconsider." The viewers firmly asserted, "He definitely won't. It's not like he's a normal person either." The crowd ahead was pushing and shouting, "I'm going first." "No, get the hell out of my way." Jong-soo looked at them coldly. Unbelievable, these people. Perhaps the 2 of them would be the last to enter the tower. Jong-soo calmly took the lead. "Let's go in." Entering the dark space, they saw small torches lining the walls. Even the killer had to admit, this is really creepy. He scanned the area. "I don't see any people or monsters in here. How strange." Suddenly, Blackie started barking loudly. Hyu pointed ahead and said, "Jong-soo, I think there's something up there." He frantically asked Blackie, "What is it? Did you find something?" A 1-hour countdown display appeared. Jong-soo was surprised. A clock? As the seconds ticked by, he realized it was counting down. The viewers grew curious. "So, does this mean you have to reach the top of the tower in an hour?" "Who knows?" Jiangsu immediately went on guard. Maybe after the countdown ends, the tower will become much more dangerous. The problem is, I don't know if I'm supposed to be climbing it or doing something else in this time frame. He asked worriedly, "Hey guys, is it better to just climb?" They cheered him on. "We agree. Just go. You'll definitely figure it out. We're just here to watch. Anyway." Jiangsu made up his mind. "Let's go, Blackie." Hugh hurriedly chased after them. "It's dangerous. Let me come with you." Jiangsu let him take the lead. "Fine, then stop walking behind me. Lead the way, and you can see if the others are okay." Hugh readily agreed. "Sure thing." The words were barely out of his mouth before Hugh had already sprinted to the end of the hallway. Jiangsu, still behind, didn't even get a chance to add, "Wait, I didn't tell you to run off and disappear." A viewer suggested, "You could use him as a meat shield." "I don't think that guy even realizes how far ahead he is." Jiangsu walked on slowly and replied, "I don't think so." But inwardly, he was worried. The clock was still ticking down. "I wonder what the path ahead looks like." A door appeared at the end of the hall. Beyond it was a clear, blue sky. They were greeted by a lush, green meadow. He wondered, "Is this the first floor? It's huge. Am I still inside the tower?" The clouds are moving too. Up ahead, Hayu shouted, "Jiangsu, I can't believe a place like this exists." He looked particularly joyful. "This is the perfect place to be my new home." Jiangsu paid him no mind. "Fine, you can go ahead and live the rest of your life in this weird place." They admired the perfectly peaceful scenery. The viewers marveled, "That sky looks incredible." "Yeah, is that really the ceiling?" The only things here were the meadow, a stone slab with a countdown timer on it, the ceiling, and a staircase that had just appeared. Looking at the time on the stone slab, he realized that the clock seemed to have stopped the moment they entered the meadow. When that manager girl showed up, the chat went wild, but when it's about the tower, they're pretty indifferent. He looked toward the door in front of him. He wondered, is that the staircase they were talking about? The people climbing the tower were relentlessly shoving each other. "It's your fault I fell. Get out of the way." "How is this my fault? Go blame the stairs." "Shut up." Chandu looked on with contempt at this behavior. How can people like that be believers? Looking at the countdown clock near the ceiling, he exclaimed, "There's a clock inside that staircase too." This place gave Chandu the feeling that it wasn't simply reminding him to complete the tower within the time limit. Seeing the seconds tick by, he knew the countdown had started again. So, this is where the time really starts to run. Chandu began to speed up, climbing the steps one by one. "In that case, I can't afford to stroll around here." The second floor appeared with a peaceful pink sky, a stark contrast to the noisy scene below, where the believers were still shoving and pushing. "Let go of me. Get out of the way. Give it to me." A handful of keys fell to the ground, and they scrambled to grab them. "It's mine." The viewers mocked their actions. They're in a total free-for-all. Are they even on the same side? "It's just like a battle royale." Chandu spoke up. "What do you expect from these half-assed believers? I don't know what their leader was thinking when he founded this group. He thought that maybe these people would act differently if their leader were here." He casually glanced to the side, then nonchalantly pointed at a person holding a key. "Black Fur, that guy." Black Fur understood immediately and bit his hand, making the key fall out. "My hand." The key clattered to the ground. Chandu calmly bent down to pick it up. Hayu, from behind, leaned in and said, "If things keep up like this, someone's going to end up dead." Chandu was extremely annoyed. "Can you not say things like that?" The viewers were spooked. It's terrifying to hear a murderer say something like that. Do we really have to bring that guy along? He seems pretty useful for Chandu to have around. A frantic man rushed forward to snatch the key. "Give that to me." Hugh immediately kicked the man in the stomach. Then he said arrogantly, "You should know your place, old man. Want me to take care of him?" Without waiting for Chandu's answer, his fist flew, and a bloody scene unfolded before his eyes, making him curse under his breath. This crazy bastard. Letting the man go, Hayu let out a sigh of relief and said, "Let's go." "Chandu, we have to find the house." He was confused. He's obsessed with finding a house, too. The viewers chattered excitedly. He probably thinks Chandu is looking for the best house. Why? Because the two of them are exactly alike. They both have the aura of a main character. Chandu held the key firmly in his hand. He shouted energetically, "All right, let's go." As he put the key in the lock, he thought, "Now that I have a key, all that's left is to find the right house." Unfortunately, he discovered it didn't fit. He ordered Black Fur, "Go collect as many keys as you can." And yet, Hayu also competed with Black Fur for this task. Understood. He frantically dove into the fray, punching and stealing keys from the believers. Black Fur also eagerly carried out its mission, as if competing with someone. Meanwhile, Chandu was trying the keys in every single house, but all of them failed. "Damn it, this isn't the one either. I'm screwed." At this rate, how am I ever going to find the right one? Looking behind him, he was horrified. There were at least 100 houses here. Where's the clock? We only have 2 hours. If we waste all our time on the second floor, we're screwed. Black Fur returned with the keys. Hugh also had his spoils. Chandu, over here. He hurriedly tried the keys in one lock after another. He thought in frustration. It's not this key either. Damn it. Suddenly, the image of a 4-leaf clover popped into his head. He suddenly remembered. Pausing to think, he recalled a game he played before about finding a 4-leaf clover. All the doors had hints that made them like the 4-leaf clover. There are hundreds of houses here, corresponding to the number of people present. If there are too many hints, it means there's no hint at all. Seeing Chandu throw the keys on the ground, the viewers didn't understand. Why did he just throw all the keys away? I figured it out. He turned and walked away. The real problem here is figuring out the designer's logic. He placed his hand on the doorknob of one of the houses. All right, let's give this a try. With a click, the door actually opened. Chandu rejoiced internally. It's open. This door made a different sound than the others. As he struggled to push the heavy door open, he realized it was all a trick to make everyone think they needed to find a key. Just then, someone tapped Chandu on the shoulder. It was Jenna. She pleaded, "Please, wait a moment." He thought suspiciously, "Now what is this?" Chandu forcefully brushed her hand away. "What do you want? Don't touch me. This door is mine, so go find another one. There are plenty of others around here." The viewers tried to reason with him. "Don't be like that, Chandu. She probably has a reason." Jenna was taken aback by Chandu's rejection. She grabbed his hand and introduced herself. "My name is Jenna. I know you must be surprised." But he cut her off angrily. "I told you not to touch me. Don't you dare act all friendly just to steal my house. Go find another door and stop following me." The heavy door creaked open and he shouted, "Black Fur, Hayu, get in here, quick." Hugh was surprised. "You got it open?" Jenna shamelessly squeezed inside. Chandu asked irritably, "Didn't I tell you to get lost?" Just then, another believer tried to rush in. Jenna kicked him square in the chest. Kicked him. She frantically urged Cho Shu to close the door. Was he just going to focus on the fact that she had just kicked someone and was rushing away? Seeing that he wasn't complying, Jenna growled, "Hurry up." The door slammed shut, much to his confusion. What the hell was that? The door was carefully bolted. Once everything was settled, Cho Shu turned to look at the trespasser. Seeing Jenna's friendly expression, a complete contrast to before, he asked the viewers, "Guys, what's with this woman? Does she have a split personality or something?" A viewer chimed in, "Who can say? She's always like this. Look at her eyes." Only then did he notice. Her eyes? Looking at those red pupils, Cho Shu was stunned. Wait, were her eyes always red like that? He raised his hand and then covered her eyes. Cho Shu asked directly, "What are you? And what kind of ability is this?" Peeking at her eyes through the gaps between his fingers, he realized her eyes would change color whenever she used her ability. This was an all too familiar plot point. Jenna said casually, "So you've noticed. Please forgive my earlier attitude, Mr. Cho Shu, but now I know for sure. At first, I thought the tower's appearance was just a coincidence, not to mention that you were also almost buried in that earthquake, and I had no choice but to run straight here after the tower appeared. But I noticed something while I was changing my perspective to find the key." Cho Shu continued her sentence. "And what was that?" She replied, "I saw what you were seeing." Cho Shu asked, confused, "What are you talking about?" Jenna replied, "Is that why you covered my eyes just now?" He silently cursed her for being a weirdo. Cho Shu glanced at the third door and warned her, "Your name is Jenna, right? I don't know what your personality is like, but I'm in a hurry, and I don't really understand your ability, so don't try anything funny. Before I tell Hayu to hit you." Hugh blurted out, "Huh? Me? I don't mind." Jenna suddenly said, "I'll stop. But if you let me come with you, I'd be very grateful." Cho Shu didn't forbid it. She could do whatever she wanted. She was already here after all. Black Fur, keep an eye on her. We're going to the 3rd floor. Looking at the countdown timer showing 1 hour and 31 minutes, he thought to himself that it was still ticking down. From the outside, the tower was really tall, but the inside was also massive. If the 3rd floor is as big as the others, this is going to be a pain. Walking up the stairs, Cho Shu worried that at this rate, he might not reach the top of the tower in time. A viewer dropped a small spoiler. There's no need to rush. Don't let the countdown timer control you. Remember what the tower looks like from the outside. He recalled the tower's hazy appearance in the fog, thinking that from the outside, he couldn't see the whole thing. Could it be that it really has no end? If so, then why did this tower appear? The end of the hallway led to a desolate and gloomy scene. Dilapidated buildings and a gray sky filled with thick, dark clouds. Cho Shu wondered, what kind of floor is this? Crows took flight one by one, making the scene even more desolate and creepy. Cho Shu's face paled as he thought, wait a minute, This place looks like the beginning of a horror survival game. He pulled out the axe from that luang. Damn it, they'd better not ask me to repair a generator or something. This place made Hugh's murderous blood boil. Interesting. This place reeks of blood. Chosu's face darkened as he cut him off. Don't say weird things like that. This place is giving me the creeps. Let's get out of here quickly. There was already a killer next to him, yet he was still thinking, who knows when another murderer might show up. They walked until their legs ached, but the scene remained unusually quiet. In the cemetery area with its old graves, he wondered why nothing had appeared. So far, all the floors had been very carefully designed, but for some reason, this floor had no enemies at all. The countdown timer appeared on a city gate in this ruined town. Choshu was surprised. What is that? A viewer suggested. He looks so worried. If you're confused, try asking Jenna. He asked tentatively. You mean you guys want me to go ask them if they know anything? These guys want me to ask that suspicious and unpredictable woman. Jenna moved in close and asked, Mr. Choshu, do you have a plan yet? He jumped back, startled. What's wrong with you? I can't get used to this new personality of yours. Jenna paid him no mind and asked again. So you really don't know? I thought you already knew what I was seeing. Hugh, standing beside them, grew curious. Seeing what? Hey, Choshu. Noticing his eyes turn red, he asked in surprise, why are your eyes red? Choshu turned to look at Jenna and saw his own eyes reflected in hers. He was shocked. What? The comments also appeared before his eyes. She already said it earlier. She even mentioned changing perspectives. It's so obvious. He was stunned. She can see through my eyes, Jenna said ambiguously. I'm sorry for being wary of you, but I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Choshu's heart skipped a beat as he thought, I'm screwed. Hayu noticed that sweat was pouring down his face like rain. He quickly covered Jenna's mouth as she was saying, I thought you were just a weird guy, but I never expected you to also receive those death instructions. He cursed in frustration under his breath. Son of a bitch, this is so annoying. I knew this would happen sooner or later. I've met people with weird abilities before, but who would have thought an NPC could break the fourth wall? I should have guessed sooner when I found out she was the community manager. Hugh asked curiously, what's wrong, Jew? What are you not telling me? You knew this woman wasn't normal, and the viewers are only revealing it now, but it's too late. You were the one who chose to meet her. She can see everything. Jew warned Jenna, until we get out of here, you are not to say another word. We'll talk later. Understand? She obeyed, understood. His secrecy only made Hugh's curiosity burn brighter. Jew, what's going on? He answered with a headache. It's nothing, but let's get out of here. At that moment, all he could think was, damn it, I'm too embarrassed to even read the chat right now. I better not ask them anything for a while. His feet carried him to the boundary of the fourth floor. This place was a modern city. The streets were deserted, and Jew felt like this fourth floor was a place experiencing a zombie apocalypse. But there was nothing here. No zombies. Glancing to another corner, there were no monsters either. Not even a bear. Seeing the countdown on the wall showing only 50 minutes left, he thought dejectedly. There's only a clock. Compared to what I saw outside, the higher you climb, the smaller the floors get. It feels just like a game demo. Then, as if he'd seen something, Jew froze. He was so tense that a bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. Yeah,